In the world of Naruto, you cross over with the template of the cursed king with two faces, with a clear goal to completely darken Naruto. You have successfully turned Naruto into your host body. As long as you continue to play and collect negative emotions, the fusion degree will rise like a climbing ladder, step by step. Once the fusion degree reaches the full value of 100%, you can replace Naruto. From then on, there will be no more Naruto Uzumaki in the world. Only you, the master of the Uzumaki host, will rule everything. At this moment, outside the spiritual world, Naruto is sitting alone by the murmuring stream, tears streaming down his face, murmuring repeatedly, "I am not a monster. I am Naruto Uzumaki." Suddenly, a low and icy voice sounded ghostly in his mind. "Little demon, are you so weak that you are willing to be bullied by them like this? Never to turn the tables?" Naruto seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt. His eyes widened in an instant, filled with astonishment and fear. He instinctively looked around, anxious to find the source of the sound, as if he could dispel the fear and unease in his heart once he found it. Just when he thought it was his own hallucination, the voice echoed coldly in his mind again, "No need to search. I am in your spiritual world." The spiritual world? Naruto's face was full of confusion and bewilderment, as if thick fog was enveloping his mind. Before he could continue to ask, a strong dizziness swept over him like a surging tide, instantly engulfing him. His eyes involuntarily closed and opened, and when his vision cleared again, he found himself in a dim and gloomy space, as if swallowed by darkness. In front of me, a small mountain made up of countless white bones stood like a demon's lair, exuding a chilling breath. At the top of the white bone mountain, a figure slowly emerged, like a demon lord crawling out of the dark abyss. Naruto fixed his eyes and couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. His heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand in an instant, just because that person looked exactly like him, like a reflection in the mirror, but exuded a completely different evil aura. You see Naruto staring at himself so directly, with no trace of awe in his eyes. The lazy and leisurely expression on his face suddenly darkened. A hint of displeasure gathered quickly like dark clouds. "Who gave you the courage to stare at me like this?" As soon as the words fell, you waved your hand lightly, and a sharp and cold slash cut through the darkness like lightning, rushing towards Naruto in an instant. Naruto didn't even have time to react, and the slash whizzed past his head at a chilling speed, followed by a loud bang as it exploded on the ground behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Naruto witnessed this heart-pounding scene with his own eyes. His legs went weak, collapsing to the ground like a puppet losing its support. His throat felt like it was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, struggling to swallow a mouthful of saliva, trying to ease the fear and tension in his heart. He was very clear in his heart that if this slash really hit him, he would probably be mercilessly cut in half in just an instant. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead, his body trembling slightly, and fear completely engulfed him like a tide. You gave Naruto a cold glance. Your tone is sharp as an ice blade. "Listen to me. You do not have the right to ask questions until I give you permission. Only I ask, you answer." Naruto heard this, and his body felt like it was struck by a cold electric current. Involuntarily trembling slightly, I remember. I am the cursed king, the two-faced Tsukuyomi. For certain special reasons, I will temporarily reside in your spiritual world for a period of time. Naruto's face turned pale in an instant when he heard this. He was already suffering greatly from being seen as a monster by the villagers, and now he was being told that a real monster was going to live inside him. How could he possibly accept this? In my heart, there are 10,000 unwilling shouts. You seem to see through his thoughts, still wearing that lazy expression on your face, slowly saying, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, if you behave obediently, I will reward you by making you strong enough to make those who used to bully you fear and respect you." Naruto heard this. A hint of surprise and anticipation flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously raised his head. "Then why do you want to help me?" You raised a cold smirk at the corner of your mouth, as cold as frost and snow. "Don't be delusional. I just find your experiences interesting and want to find some amusement in this boring and long time." The next day, Naruto arrived at school with an uneasy heart. When he heard that they were going to test the shadow clone jutsu, his face instantly turned ugly, and he kept rubbing the corners of his clothes with his hands, looking embarrassed and nervous. At this moment, in the spiritual world, you disdainfully snorted and said, "Humph, just a mere clone technique, yet it has made you so miserable. You are truly disappointing. Little ghost, the reason you cannot use ninjutsu properly is because there is another chakra at work in your body. However, I can help you resolve this trouble, but of course, it is not without a cost. You will need to lend me your body 3 times. Naruto heard this, and he trembled violently. Although he was simple and kind by nature, he keenly sensed the strangeness and danger in it. After all this time, this guy is actually coveting my body. Naruto looked puzzled, with a furrowed brow and a hesitant expression. not knowing how to respond. It seemed like you saw through his concerns, with a calm expression on your face, slowly asking, "Are you worried that I will take advantage of your body after borrowing it and cause trouble for you?" After speaking, you looked up and burst into laughter, the laughter echoing in this dim mental space, with a hint of mockery and teasing. "I didn't expect you to seem silly and foolish on weekdays, but you can still use your brain a bit in critical moments. I can make a Chiqua agreement with you. During these 3 times when I borrow your body, I will only act against those who actively emit malice towards you. Other than that, I will not harm anyone, nor will I kill indiscriminately. And my conditions are 2. First, when I chant Chiqua, you must unconditionally lend me your body for 3 minutes. Second, after the agreement is made, you will forget about it. How about it? As long as you agree to make this Chiqua agreement with me, I will help you solve the other chakra issue in your body, and guide you to become stronger." After Lin Kong finished speaking, he grinned and stared straight at Naruto. Chiqua? Naruto was still puzzled about what Chiqua was, and suddenly relevant information came to mind. The so-called covenant can also be seen as an agreement, a contract, a bond. Once Lin Kong reneged on the agreement, he would be severely backfired by Chiqua. So that's what it means. Naruto nodded in a daze after receiving the information that surfaced in his mind. For a moment, he, too, was in deep thought. Borrow my body 3 times for only 3 minutes each time. In the meantime, no random killings. It should be fine if it's just for 3 minutes, right? Naruto muttered inwardly. 3 minutes was not much time to do anything in his opinion, and the other side has made it clear that, even if he did, he would only do it to someone who was actively radiating malice towards him. That is, unless someone else is actively trying to trouble him, trying to make a move on him. Otherwise Shibu Nuwa is unable to actively kill people. Just borrowing my body to him 3 times will completely solve the problem of my chakra disorder. Seems pretty good deal? Naruto grew a little more moved. After all, he wanted nothing more than to be recognized by others. The best way to do that is to become strong enough himself. According to the other guy, the reason he hasn't been able to use jutsu properly, it was because there was another chakra inside him that was interfering. As long as this problem is solved, getting stronger is only a matter of time. What's more, the other party was willing to mentor him. Naruto, it starts with you next. If you fail your grade in split, you're not leaving school today. Just as Naruto was still torn, Iruka's voice came. I start first? Naruto panicked a bit at that. It's not like he's going to be the first one to make a fool of himself in front of his classmates. With that thought, Naruto nodded his head in agreement with a clench of his teeth and a heart. I promise. Settle the deed with you. No matter what. He wanted to get stronger. And as Naruto's firm voice came out, Rinku, on the hill of bones, the corners of his mouth were on the verge of curving upwards. What a simpleton. Lin Kong secretly scoffed inwardly. Right now, he has only a 13% fusion of the template of the two-faced host Nuwa. As a result, it's not possible to directly control Naruto's body for the time being. In order to borrow Naruto's body, you need to have the consent of Naruto, the owner of the physical body. That's why he offered, by way of fixing the deed to the broad, in exchange for 3 chances to actively control Naruto's body. Just what Naruto didn't realize was that Rinku had set up this deed to seemingly safeguard Naruto. Bound Lin Kong can't kill people indiscriminately, but in reality, it's not so much. The point of Chikao is that he can only strike at people who actively radiate malice towards him. This is indeed a very limited amount of malice to bear if it were anyone else. After all, who would have nothing better to do than exude malice with a ninja school kid? But the object of the kitsune is Naruto. 9-tailed human pillars. It's no exaggeration to say that at this point in time, the village of Kiba, almost everyone has a great deal of ill will towards Naruto. In other words, there was nothing he couldn't kill inside Kiba village. These things, naturally, Lin Kong wouldn't make it clear to Naruto. The 3 borrowed body fits were just the first step. It was only next that he had to start guiding Naruto. Take a different path. Shoo. In the next moment, Lin Kong's body instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of Naruto. Without waiting for Naruto to react, Rinku extended his palm and placed it on top of Naruto's head. Chikao. Established. Buzz. A moment later, that feeling of vertigo reappeared. Naruto was vaguely able to feel that at the moment his body that there was already some kind of special connection with the other side. He was back outside when he came back to his senses. Just now. What happened? I seem to have forgotten something very important. Naruto looked at his body with a bewildered look on his face and frowned slightly. With the establishment of the deed, Naruto had forgotten the agreement he had just made with Rinku. Naruto, you're deserting again. Why don't you hurry up and get up here? At that moment, Iruka on the podium let out a somewhat angry rant. Even if he interrupted him with a start just now, He actually dared to continuously desert. Is this what a hangdog student should look like? Ha? Yes. Iruka-sensei. Naruto was startled on the spot by Iruka's voice, and agreed in a hurry to. Didn't think much more about it. With a slightly flustered expression, he made his way to the top of the podium. Chapter 7 Malicious Suppression? I'm the king of curses. There's that dangler again. He's the one who got us all detention yesterday. And he's still here today. Don't worry. Iruka-sensei said it's only about individual performance today. With his grades, he's sure to get detention again. What kind of ninja are you if you can't even use the most basic jutsu? Ha ha. As Naruto made his way to the podium, the students around him were talking about him. They were naturally all relieved that only the students with bad individual behavior were punished today. The words were filled with mockery of Naruto. On the contrary, Naruto. He was dying to find a crack in the ground as he listened to the undisguised jeers around him. But what he was most worried about now was what he was going to do about the split technique test later. At that moment, Lincoln's voice rang out. Don't worry, since I promised to help you. You just have to follow the previous method and use the diversion technique. I'll take care of the rest. Really? Naruto beamed at that, though he himself couldn't remember when this Cebu Nuwa big brother had agreed to help him. But now that the other party had said so, he was relieved. Quickly, Naruto made his way to the podium. You may begin. Get real. Iruka saw this and admonished Naruto. After all, Naruto had been distracted and deserting since a while ago. Naruto gave Iruka a look full of seriousness and nodded in agreement. After withdrawing his gaze, he first took a deep, relaxing breath. Immediately afterward, his eyes became more serious. Hoo-hoo! In the next moment, Naruto made seals with both hands and began to gather chakra, as he was taught in ninja school. Prepare to use a diversion. Blue chakra began to coalesce and overflow, revolving around his body. Inside the body, chakra also followed the route of the meridians and flowed continuously. Wow! It was at this time that the change occurred. Just as Naruto's own chakra continued to coalesce and flow along meridian lines, inside his body, another red chakra suddenly surged out. This red chakra seemed to be very violent and, in a brutal way, it crashed directly towards Naruto's blue chakra. Bang! With just a single face-to-face charge, the chakra that Naruto had managed to gather up, a large portion of it was instantly washed away by that red chakra. The flow of chakra, too, began to become intermittent. And this red chakra was exactly the chakra that the Nine Tails had overflowed. Meanwhile, inside the spirit world, finally showed up, Nine Tails chakra. Lincoln, who was sitting on the mountain of bones, suddenly opened his eyes. The condition inside Naruto's body was all over him. He was naturally aware that the overbearing red chakra that, it was from the Nine Tails sealed inside Naruto. Although he also lived inside Naruto's spirit world, he had never seen the Nine Tails until now. All he had to do now was to sense-track the source of that red chakra. Find out where Nine Tails is. Beep. In the next moment, Lincoln's eyes closed and opened. A scarlet light flashed in his sharp eyes. His senses suddenly spread out at an alarming rate. Tracing the source of that red chakra, invisible perceptions continued to spread along that red chakra, leaving the same space where Lincoln was originally located. It began to spread rapidly inside the large spiritual world. Naruto's mental world is like a giant labyrinth. It had an unseen end to a passageway that led to a similar space. Soon, under the pursuit of his powerful senses, Lincoln also finally followed that chakra and found the source. It was inside the spirit world, one of the rooms. The red chakra was released in a steady stream from here. Lincoln continued to expand his perception and entered that room. Buzz! The very moment his senses entered the room, he suddenly felt a trance. By the time he came back to his senses, he was in this brand new room. Not only his body, but also the small mountain of bones that sat there, the blood on the ground that, at the moment, they were all directly transferred as well. Lincoln's eyes narrowed slightly as his sight quickly swept over the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, the room seemed to be a little more spacious. All around, the same familiar towering walls formed a semi-enclosed space. His eyes, finally, settled on the front. Not far from the front, a huge door loomed. The gate was made up of a single golden metal pillar, connected horizontally and vertically, and the door was closed. Like the formation of a giant cage, there was also a sealing talisman paper in the middle of the gate. On the paper, dragons flew, inscribing an intricate pattern of 8 trigrams. Looking further inside the sealed gate, it was so dark that it was impossible to see what was inside. Lincoln's gaze stopped above the seal on the gate and nodded indistinctly. This is the 4-element seal of the 4th Naruto, isn't it? To be precise, it's a double 4-elephant seal. An 8-trigram seal formed by a double 4-elephant seal. Combined, with this seal in place, it can suppress the Nine Tails consciousness to a great extent. not letting it affect Naruto directly. At the same time, it allows the chakra of the nine tails to flow out of the cracks in the seal. For Naruto's use. Sure, Naruto did this because he believed in his child. 2. It must be able to control the nine tails chakra. Only he didn't realize that it was because of this overflowing chakra that what a miserable childhood it made for Naruto. Growling. Just as Lin Kong was curiously surveying the masterstroke of the seal of the fourth Naruto, the surroundings suddenly changed. The chakra that had flowed out of the gap in the seal no longer spread outside. Instead, it covered the entire floor of the room within a short period of time. Immediately after that, the red chakra also seemed to be boiling up, constantly bubbling up. An evil aura enveloped Lin Kong in front of the sealed gate, icy cold and bone-chilling. The evil aura that was emitted alone was enough to shock people into immobility. Malice? The corner of Lin Kong's mouth raised in a disdainful arc as he felt this sweeping evil aura. He is now playing, but the curse of the king of both sides of the host Nuwa. In terms of malice, how could one lose to a demon fox? Who boom! In the next moment, a scarlet light flashed in Lin Kong's eyes. An even more powerful malice erupted from inside Lin Kong's body. The surging and majestic malice seemed to transform into a hideous and horrible ghostly shadow behind Lin Kong. Grimacing, he let out a howl. In an instant, the powerful malice released by Lin Kong washed away Nine Tails' malice. Bang! Almost at the same time, among the shadows within the sealed gate, a huge, sharp claw, sticking out from inside the shadows. It slapped heavily on top of the sealed gate. It was accompanied by a voice filled with anger. Whirlpool Naruto, how dare you appear in front of the old man? Chapter 8 Nine Tails shocked. This Naruto is more evil than I am. A voice of shock and anger resounded throughout the spirit world room. Within the shadows, two scarlet rays slowly lit up. A huge fox head suddenly appeared in front of Lin Kong. The face is hideous and the fangs are sharp. An orange-colored fur stood up, and a red light filled with hostility emanated from those beast pupils. The most striking thing was the nine tails slowly swinging behind its huge body. Nine-tailed demon fox. Lin Kong had finally seen the nine tails this close up after traveling so far, especially with the red chakra all around after the nine tails showed up. It also became more boiling. The evil aura emanating from Nine Tails' body was even more chilling. This is the shinobi world, the most powerful tailed beast. 9 tails, 9 llamas. Lin Kong stared intently at the huge-sized 9 tails in front of him, his eyes glowing. The power of the 9 tails can only be realized by being there. Not to mention, the evil aura emanating from 9 tails. It would be enough to strike fear into the hearts of most ninja in the shinobi world. Just as Lin Kong was sizing up 9 tails with interest, 9 tails opened its bloody mouth and, once again, he roared at Lin Kong. Roar! Hissing, as if they were all transformed into an invisible shockwave that, it caused the blood and chakra on the ground to ripple violently. Whirlpool Naruto. 9 tails called out Naruto's name again, because in the eyes of the 9 tails, at this moment, Lin Kong was appearing as Whirlpool Naruto. For this child of his own Rinpoche, the fourth Naruto who sealed him, it is naturally filled with anger. If it weren't for the fourth Naruto, if it weren't for this child, it should have been out there in the world living freely, not like it is now, sealed in this dark cage. Bang! 9 tails became even angrier at the thought and slapped his claws hard on the gate, but the seal on the gate only flickered up slightly with a bright light, and it resisted the 9 tails attack. The double 4 elephant seal set up by the fourth Naruto himself, and how could it be easily destroyed by it? Otherwise, it would have run out a long time ago. When 9 tails saw that it couldn't shake the sealing gate, its scarlet pupils filled with hostility. Once again, it shifted to the Whirlpool Naruto in front of him. Ha! As if 9 tails had thought of something interesting, he suddenly sneered. Whirlpool Naruto, want the power of the old man? Come here, tear the seal off the door, so that you can get the power of the old man. 9 tails' voice came slowly. The voice seemed to contain a compelling power that struck straight into Lin Kong's soul. Wow! At the same time, beneath 9 tails' feet, an even more powerful red chakra was suddenly released. The red chakra passed through the gap in the seal and quickly spread towards Lin Kong, who was frozen in place. In the blink of an eye, red chakra covered the ground beneath Lin Kong's feet. The next moment, more bubbles rose from the surface of the red chakra. A single bubble slowly rose up and transformed into an illusory claw that, it wrapped Lin Kong's body completely. An evil aura began to crazily erode Lin Kong's consciousness. Come here, tear off this damned seal for old me. Seeing this, 9 tails continued to compel Lin Kong with his voice. The corners of its mouth, too, couldn't help but raise high. Naruto had never been here before in the past. Plus, with the seal of the fourth Naruto in place, The consciousness of the Nine Tails couldn't even directly affect Naruto. But things are different now. Naruto appeared in the spirit world and stood right in front of it. This close, it was confident that it could compel control of Naruto's consciousness, tear the seal for it, against a child. Even if the power is sealed, it's completely enough. Under the influence of Nine Tails' evil aura and the compulsion of his voice, Lin Kong, who was sitting on that hill of bones, did slowly stand up. When Nine Tails saw this scene, the expression on his face could not hide his excitement and said, "Right, that's it. Come forward and tear the seal off the gate. Solve." Just when Nine Tails thought that it had managed to control this Naruto in front of it, Naruto, who was in front of him, however, suddenly raised his right hand and let out a soft gulp from the side of his mouth. Bang! In the next second, a chopping attack spread out in all directions with him at the center. In just a blink of an eye, the chopping attack chopped the evil aura that wrapped around him into smithereens. That one claw, formed by countless bubbles, shattered on the spot. Along with that came Lin Kong's disdainful voice. Nine Tails, it's better not to bring out this kind of compulsion's low-level tactics to shame people. Lin Kong slowly raised his head, his eyes clear and sharp, which is not the least bit like being in control. Nine Tails? Nine Tails was instantly stunned, his face full of questions. What kind of jutsu was that? It actually crushed all of its chakra and malice in an instant? And, what's with this Naruto? How does it feel to be more evil than I am? Nine Tails was completely confused. This maelstrom Naruto in front of him was not only not affected by its malice in the slightest, even of that, it could feel a wave of fear from this Naruto that was even more terrifying than it was. Pure to the core malice. Is this terrible malice? Which even it has something less than what a child should have. You're not Whirlpool Naruto. As if Nine Tails had guessed something, a pair of the beast's pupils stared tightly at Lin Kong and said decisively, "Who the hell are you? Why did it appear inside Maelstrom Naruto's body?" Nine Tails' eyes showed a fierce light, and his tone was ferocious as he questioned Lin Kong. It also realized that this Naruto in front of it was quite something. An ordinary person could not come here and withstand its malice. Lin Kong sniffed and didn't rush to answer Nine Tails. His gaze, looking around at the chopping that he had just used to unravel on, chops crushed a floor of Nine-Tail chakra and malice, because from that, he clearly felt very majestic negative energy. It's a great tonic. The corner of Lin Kong's mouth raised in a teasing arc. The Nine Tails were sealed inside the bodies of one successive Rinpoche before and after. A huge amount of resentment and hatred has long been built up, and these resentments, hatred, anger, is the very source of negative energy. What Lin Kong needed most right now was a large amount of negative energy. Thinking of this, Lin Kong sneered and glanced at Nine Tails. Phew! In the next moment, he opened his mouth and a powerful suction force erupted from his mouth. As the suction spread, the chakra, the malice, that had just been crushed by his chopping blow, it actually began to frantically converge towards Lin Kong's mouth. Grunt, grunt. Then, under the gaze of Nine Tails' incomparably shocked eyes, Lin Kong, one bite at a time, he ate all of this negative energy, through and through. Chapter 9, Absorbing the Nine Tails' Negative Energy. Unlocked new abilities. Nine Tails? Nine Tails stared at what was happening in front of him with wide eyes and a face full of unbelief. A human who actually ate the malice it released in front of it? Is that even human? Keep in mind that its malice has been building up for years, formed by different negative emotions. Humans, once exposed, are rendered irrational by malice. It was the first time it had even encountered a situation like this where it directly ate its malice. The point is, the guy in front of me seems to be completely unaffected by malice yet. Even a face of enjoyment? Lin Kong's actions had undoubtedly refreshed Nine Tails' perception. Even if it's more evil than me, it can still eat my malice. After eating malice, it seems to have gotten stronger? Am I the monster, or are you the monster? Yes, Nine Tails felt exactly right. At this moment, Lin Kong's strength was also rapidly increasing after eating a large amount of negative energy. In Lin Kong's mind, the familiar system beeps kept ringing out. Ding! Host absorbs Nine Tails' negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! The host plays host exorcism to make the Nine Tails feel fear. The template fusion degree increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbing. With a steady stream of negative energy eating away at the stomach, the fusion of the templates of the two sides of the host Nuwa also rapidly increased. Lin Kong unlocked the power of the two-sided host Nuwa, and it became more and more powerful. It continued until the negative energies around them were eaten up by Lin Kong. The system's beep sounded again. Ding! Host absorbs negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! The host's two-sided host Nuwa template fusion reached 20%. Unlocking the ability, open. A stream of information about unlocking new abilities merged into Lin Kong's mind. As the degree of fusion increases, Lin Kong can also gradually unlock the full capabilities of the two-sided host Nuwa. This is another ability after Solve and 8. Open. When he finished receiving the introduction of the system fusion's abilities, Lin Kong raised his right hand and, somewhat intentionally, he wiped the corners of his mouth. This scene, once again, made Ninetales look dumbfounded. It's like saying to it, I'm not full yet? Is this a human being? At this time, Lin Kong also finally opened his mouth and introduced himself to Ninetales. It's true that I'm not Whirlpool Naruto. I am the king of the curses. The two-faced lodged exorcism. Whirlpool Naruto. It's just my succubus. Ninetales? Ninetales had a question mark on his face. King of the damned? Two-faced Nuwa? What's that? It's a tailed beast that was separated from Rokudo Sennin and has lived until now. His experience was definitely at the old-timer level in the shinobi world. Spara thought. It had never even heard of any king of the curses. And receiving flesh? What does that mean? Seeing that Ninetales still looked confused, Lin Kong smiled and continued to explain. You can also understand that my situation is similar to yours. The difference is that you are sealed in, and I was the one who chose Whirlpool Naruto to be my succubus. In the end, I will also take over this body of his completely. Become your new master. Bang! As soon as Lin Kong's words left his mouth, Ninetales instantly angrily slapped the ceiling gate hard with his claws. Are you kidding me? I'm nobody's pet. If it weren't for this damned seal of the fourth Naruto, I would have killed Whirlpool Naruto long ago. And you, too, dare to speak out in front of the old man. Ninetales is angry. It has been sealed inside the bodies of 3 successive Rinpocalypses. Maelstrom Mito, Maelstrom Geoshina, Maelstrom Naruto. Now, this person in front of it was telling it to take over Maelstrom Naruto's body? Wouldn't that be, for it to become the tailed beast of the 4th Rinpoche? Even though it was all inside Maelstrom Naruto's body, it would never allow such a thing to happen. No one can be its master except the 6th Immortal. Ha ha, which knew that when Lin Kong sniffed, he directly tilted his head and laughed. A little fox that's just been sealed up. You think you have a choice? Make no mistake. I'm not asking for your opinion. I am ordering you. Roar. When Ninetales heard these words, the originally scarlet pupils of the beast were even more glowing with a violent light. This condescending tone of Lin Kong's was really too unpleasant for it. Do you really have him as a pet? Wow. In the next moment, Ninetales erupted with an even more majestic chakra. Red chakra, as if it were seawater, gushed out from the ceiling slit. The chakra slowly rose and coalesced into the appearance of the Ninetales in the blink of an eye. I'll eat you up now. Ninetales roared, controlling Chuck as he coalesced into Ninetales that, opening his bloody mouth, he tore towards Lin Kong. On the contrary, Lin Kong was still calm and collected, not to mention that the Ninetales were now sealed and could only use some of their chakra. Even if the Ninetales' original body came out, he was happily unafraid. Cursed king of the two sides of the host Nuwa, cannot be weaker than you nine-tailed demon fox. Just at the moment when the Ninetales condensed into chakra tore over, Lin Kong quickly stretched out his right hand and, one grabbed chakra Ninetales by the nose. The 5 fingers bent violently, instantly firing a grip. Stay here honestly and become my nutrients for collecting negative energy. Bang! Lin Kong gave a firm grip, and the chakra Ninetales were crushed hard on the spot. The chakra that had been very active just a moment ago immediately retreated at an extremely fast speed. Meanwhile, inside the sealed gate, the Ninetales' main body took a step back as if it was also traumatized. The shadows behind it gradually hid its body. Ninetales could only growl in resignation in the end. I'll remember you. The next time we meet again, I will definitely not spare you. As the words fell, Ninetales' body completely disappeared into the shadows. The Ninetales, after all, were still in a sealed state, and before and after such a forced outburst of chakra attacks, it also made it exhausted and temporarily fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Lin Kong clapped his hands in satisfaction. Now, the problem of the nine-tailed chakra should not have to be bothered with for a short period of time. The Ninetales had temporarily fallen into a deep sleep, and its chakra naturally wouldn't come out to interfere with Naruto anymore. But the harvest this time is a bit out of my expectation. System panel. With a thought, Lin Kong summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Kong. Current world, Naruto world. Template, King of the Damned. Two-faced Nuwa. Template integration, 20%. Areas, none. Ability to, solve. 8. Open. Receiving flesh, Maelstrom Naruto. Lin Kong looked at the template fusion that had been raised to 20% at the system panel, as well as the ability column with the extra open. He couldn't help but laugh. Originally, according to his plan, is to use their own two sides of the host Nuwa's strength, forcefully blocking the Ninetales chakra from interfering with Naruto's chakra. As it turned out, to my surprise, not only did it solve the problem, also by the way on the Ninetales, a vicious wave of fox hair, Negative energy directly sucked cool. Chapter 10, Crane's Tail. A little different today? Lin Kong looked at the system panel with a smile on his face. According to this progress, it shouldn't take long to unlock even the domain of the host Nuwa, right? Why did I forget about this Nine Tails guy? Like Naruto, the Nine Tails are proper negative energy generators. He slapped his cheeks, all a bit regretful that he hadn't come to Nine Tails sooner. After all, Nine Tails is also big on negative energy bursts. It was originally one of the tailed beasts that Rokudo Sannin separated from the 10 tails. Rokudo Sannin was completely free after his death. As a result, it did not expect to meet Uchiha-san, the human who was able to control it with his pupil power. It was not only controlled and forced to participate in the battle between the Uchiha and the Senju clan. Later, he was even sealed by the first Naruto. Hatsunio's wife, Maelstrom Mito, became the first nine-tailed human power. Then there's Whirlpool Joshinna, the second, and Whirlpool Naruto, the third. In the meantime, there's also being controlled by the masked man and taking a beating working for him. These various experiences have caused Nine Tails to develop a great deal of ill will towards humans. All this malice was a rare and intense negative energy for Lin Kong. Lin Kong didn't even have to do anything extra. Just standing in front of Nine Tails, just reaped the benefits of the negative energy that comes with it. However, the Nine Tails were still sealed after all, and the negative energies could only be collected slowly one at a time. As long as he doesn't stupidly probate Nine Tails like the original, the Nine Tails negative energies can be harvested at regular intervals. With Naruto and Nine Tails as the two negative energy makers, he wasn't worried about not being able to raise his template fusion. Next, let's just see how it actually works. With a wave of his hand, Lin Kong dispersed the system panel. At the same times, his vision went through the spirit world and looked out at Naruto. Sight returns to reality. What happened inside the spirit world was actually only a short time in the past. What's the situation? My chakra. It's gotten so much smoother. Naruto, who was gathering his chakra, was suddenly surprised inside. Just a moment ago, the same thing happened to his body as before. At the beginning of condensing chakra, chakra could still flow relatively smoothly, but it didn't take long for that feeling of intermittent chakra blockage to reappear. He held back a great deal of strength and concentrated on gathering chakra. The result was that he could only feel a very weak chakra, slowly flowing inside his body. Just when he thought that this use of the transformation technique was going to end in failure as well, the chakra in his body suddenly surged again in large quantities. It's him! He must have stepped in to help me. Naruto instantly realized that it must have been that two-faced lodger Nuwa who had struck. That was why his chakra, once again, was flowing smoothly. That's what it feels like. Naruto secretly thanked Rinku once more in his heart and hurriedly seized the moment when a large amount of chakra surged forth. Split! Bang! The next moment, two clouds of white smoke rose from Naruto's left and right sides. As the white smoke cleared, the students inside the classroom, including Irika next to the podium, none were wide-eyed, for they all saw that beside Naruto, two identical Narutos had suddenly appeared. No matter the height, size, or demeanor, it's the same as Naruto's body. Not only had Naruto perfected the split jutsu, but he had also split into two splits at once. You know, in the past, under the interference of the Nine Tails chakra, every time Naruto uses his bilocation technique, the bilocation that changes out of the, either they're as floppy as mud, or they're mini Narutos that are only the size of the palm of your hand. Whereas now, the doppelganger and the main body, it was difficult to distinguish them from the naked eye at all. Seriously? Naruto, he made it? And two identical doppelgangers at once? Tooth, in his seat, rubbed his eyes incredulously and it was as if he had seen something shocking. Woof! Tooth's arms and Akamaru purred in approval. Is this the same Naruto I know? The split technique. It actually succeeded at once? Sakura stared back, even wondering if she was dreaming, and pinched her cheeks hard. It wasn't until she felt the pain coming from her cheek that she was convinced it was real. That was boring. It's just a diversion. Why are you making such a fuss about it? The second pillar couldn't help but spit out a comment. Just his gaze, too, lingered on Naruto for a moment. The dangler today seems a little different? Naruto-kun. Hinata's cheeks reddened slightly as she looked at Naruto, who was making a big splash on the podium. It seemed from the bottom of his heart that he was happy for Naruto. The boy. I guess you didn't listen to me at all. Irika looked at the two doppelgangers Naruto had changed into and nodded in satisfaction. In private, he must have practiced hard too. Irika doesn't realize yet that the reason Naruto can use the bilocation technique so fluently, that was all because Lin Kong had intercepted the interference of the nine-tailed chakra for him. Irika thought that was Naruto practicing diligently in private. Inside the spirit world, Lin Kong saw this scene and also smiled with satisfaction and said, "Sure enough, Without the interference of the nine-tail chakra, this Naruto guy is definitely no slingshot. There's still something about the chakra of the Vortex clan. Normally, even without the interference of the nine-tails chakra, the split technique should also only split into one split. Naruto was able to split into two doppelgangers at once solely because suddenly the chakra wasn't blocking. No control. The amount of chakra in the Vortex clan, again, was more than normal. By mistake, it split into two perfect doppelgangers. For this result, Lin Kong was still satisfied. After all, Naruto is now his succubus, and if the succubus is too poorly endowed, it's time for him to figure out how to change it. In hindsight, Naruto, the succubus, is barely passable. At this point, Iruka also complimented Naruto. Not bad, not bad. Naruto, you've done well this time. Pick it up again. Naruto, who had been praised by Iruka for the first time, first froze in place for several seconds. Yes, Iruka-sensei, I'll definitely double my efforts. Immediately afterward, Naruto assured Iruka with a happy face, even as he made his way back to his seat. It also garnered rare looks of surprise from the surrounding students. It was something Naruto had never, ever felt before. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I should be about to make a fool of myself. When he returned to his seat, Naruto hastily thanked Rinku in the spirit world. Naruto himself knew very well that if it wasn't for Rinku's help, instead of praise, he'd get ridicule and reprimand. When Lin Kong heard this, he just smiled slightly and didn't reply. What he's going to do after that doesn't deserve any thanks. And with that, Naruto spent the day at ninja school on a high note. He had a happy smile on his face until the end of the school day. Whirlpool Naruto, stop right there. But just as Naruto had stepped out of the school, an angry voice came from behind him. Chapter 11 Don't want to be bullied? Then let them fear you. Naruto's face turned a bit ugly when he heard the shouts behind him. Instead of stopping, he picked up his pace and ran outside the school. Which is to say, he intends to escape, but the people behind him are still in hot pursuit. All he could do was listen to the footsteps behind him, getting closer and closer. Stop. Just as he turned into an alleyway, a figure crossed it was in his way. At the same time, there were also two other figures blocking the path behind him. Naruto looked up and his brow furrowed slightly. It's them again, Naruto said timidly in his mind. Standing in his way was none other than a fellow student in the same class as him, Tanamaki. The two behind them were from the same class, Tanamu's little followers. Normally, inside the ninja school, Danogi and his little henchmen hadn't been able to get Naruto in trouble. It was because of this that Naruto had just tried to flee quickly after hearing his opponent's voice. At that moment, Danogi walked slowly over to Naruto and wrapped his arms around his body. He said with a somewhat arrogant tone, "Yeah, you dangler. How dare you run when you clearly heard me call out to you? Don't think that just because you did a little better in front of the teacher today, you feel great." Naruto sniffed and timidly lowered his head, his voice weak as he retorted, I didn't. Tom. Before Naruto could even finish his sentence, Danogi kicked Naruto right on top of his stomach. The sudden kick caused Naruto to fall to the ground covering his stomach. What ensued was a beating and kicking from Tonomi and two other small followers. Danogi kicked while his mouth was still in disdain. Everyone in the village knows that you're a monster. A monster has to look like a monster. Out of the limelight. It's making us the laughingstock of everyone if we don't perform well. Danogi cursed angrily and kicked at Naruto with a little more force. Seeing this scene, Lin Kong inside the spirit world helplessly rubbed his forehead with his hand and said, Schoolyard bullying? That's okay? Just this kind of trouble that comes to your door on its own accord. And you don't even fight back? Rinku looked at Naruto who was curled up in a ball, protecting his vital parts with his hands. At the moment, he only had a feeling of hatred. The adults of the village speak coldly, and Naruto can't fight them. How come two random kids can bully him? This is not worthy of being the recipient of his two-sided Nua. Thinking of this, Rinku said to Naruto, why don't you fight back? The more you do that, the more they'll you bully. Naruto sniffed, his voice a little helplessly expressive. I tried to fight back too, but in the end they'll only get worse. The fights were found out, and all their parents would just blame me, and I. Naruto's voice came to an abrupt halt as he spoke. Yes, ever since he was a kid, that's how he was. He didn't have any family, no older siblings, no parents. When they get beat up, other people's kids can go to their families and cry about it. Older siblings, who will also back them up and get back at them. Just him, nothing. Even when it ended up at the school, the other parent would just blame him for being a monster. Teachers will also feel that it was him who picked the fight. Lin Kong's expression became even more disdainful as he sniffed. He said in an icy tone as he looked at Naruto, who had been taking a beating, Kid, if that's all you've got, and don't you dare think about getting stronger. I won't teach a punk who doesn't even have the courage to fight back. Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto subconsciously wiped away the moisture of aggression from the corner of his eyes. Only getting stronger was something he could never give up. He gritted his teeth and inquired to Lin Kong. So what should I do? Let them fear you. Fear you. The only reason they still dare to trouble you is because you're not ruthless enough. As long as they're completely terrified, they won't dare to come after you again. What you need is to amplify the anger in your heart. Rinku kept guiding Naruto. He said this both to collect Naruto's negative energy and because he just couldn't look at it anymore. People bully you? The right way is not to crybaby. It's a matter of getting right down to it and beating the bullies out of you. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Only if you are tough enough on yourself and tough enough on others, no one will dare to bully you casually. Anger. Naruto's hands slowly clenched as well when he heard Rinku's words. At this moment, the past encounters also surfaced in his mind. It was as if there was another voice, questioning himself. Why does he have to be bullied? Why did all the adults and children in the village have to treat him like a monster? Why is it that all he wants is recognition and all he gets in return is a cold shoulder? Why? On what grounds? It seemed to be influenced by the negative emotions emanating from Lin Kong's two-faced host Nuwa template. It was as if a gaping hole had been opened in Naruto's emotions that had been building up inside him for so long. The aggression, the resentment, the sadness, all transformed into anger. The next moment, Naruto's red eyes, slamming away from the fists and feet of the 3 Tsukuyomi men, he stood up and yelled, "Flop!" Just as Denogi was still fuming, Naruto crashed right into it and, knocking Tanamu to the ground. Bang! 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 Naruto's clenched fists, too, slammed into Denogi's face one after the other. Hard. 1, 2, 3, until Naruto himself didn't realize how many times he'd swung his fist. It didn't stop until he both felt his fist, with a sticky touch. Looking again at the Denogi in front of him, he had long since been beaten into unconsciousness. Denogi's whole face was swollen like a pig's head, a drop of blood, slowly dripping from Naruto's fist. Naruto slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with anger. Deadpan stared at the 2 remaining men. He said in a cold voice. Later, no more bullying. The other 2 children had long been completely dumbfounded by the sight. When they saw Naruto's face, stained with drops of blood, and the glowing red eyes, the 2 couldn't hold it together any longer and turned and ran in fear. Monster! Monsters kill people. Instead, Naruto glanced at the unconscious Denogi on the ground and got up and slowly left the alley. At the same time, Lin Kong, who was inside the spirit world, revealed an evil smile. In his mind, the system's beep sounded at once. Ding! The host absorbs the negative energy of Whirlpool Naruto. The template fusion level has increased by 1%. Ding! The host absorbs the surrounding fear negative energy. The template fusion level increases by 1%. Lin Kong listened to the system's beeps and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He was finally guiding Naruto. For some change. Chapter 12. This body of yours, it's too weak. Lin Kong looked at the panel that had once again increased its fusion by 2% and nodded to himself. This guy Naruto, he sure has been suppressing all his negative emotions for too long. I just slightly used the negative emotions of the two-faced host Nuwa to add to the guidance, and he just exploded. It worked pretty well. He wasn't just guiding Naruto above his words just now. It also utilizes the powerful malevolence of the two-faced lodger Nuwa to influence Naruto's emotions. He knew, however, that it was Naruto himself who really made Naruto ragestorm. Even the most optimistic person can't completely ignore negativity. What's more, Naruto grew up because of the 9 tails. So much injustice has been done. It's just that all that negativity was eventually suppressed by Naruto. The negativity he exudes from the two-faced lodged exorcism is like a torch that. It was just a matter of igniting Naruto's negative emotions that had been built up and suppressed for so long, all at once. With this experience, he also had a better idea of how to continue guiding Naruto to change. You want to become Naruto? Then become the shadow that everyone fears and dares not ignore you anymore. Meanwhile, inside the alley, shortly after Naruto left, a sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. The next moment, a silhouette appeared on top of the alley's fence. Standing tall, he watched the scene unfold in the alley. The visitor was dressed in a black leotard combat suit and carried a short sword behind his back. His head was bare, and he wore a mask of orange and white, with a grotesque design on his face. It obscured his appearance. A mask unique to the Konoha dark side. The visitor was none other than Kiba's dark side. Lin Yu, his main responsibility, by order of the third Naruto, secretly monitoring the 9-tailed human pillar power's every move. Obviously, what happened inside the alley just now was all taken in by him. Dark Rinzuki stood at a high place. his eyes flickering slightly as he looked at the scene inside the alley. The student named Tsukuyomi was still unconscious and collapsed on the ground. Around his body, a trail of blood spattering and falling was clearly visible, especially Denogi's entire face, which was beaten up beyond belief. Lin Yu's brows under his mask frowned slightly, his voice slightly lowered as he murmured in some surprise. Nine-tailed Rinpoche, what the hell happened? Why are you suddenly hitting so hard today? He had been ordered to keep an eye on the nine-tailed Rinpoche, and thus knew the character of the nine-tailed Rinpoche. Even when being pointed at and cursed at, and having stones thrown at his face, the nine-tailed human pillar power had always endured it. But today, why the sudden storm? On a normal day, the nine-tailed human pillar power isn't bullied much, is it? It's better to report this matter, as soon as possible, to Naruto-sama. The nine-tailed Rinpoche is acting a bit strange. Rinyu gave it some serious thought and finally decided. Although this rampage of the nine-tailed Rinpoche didn't erupt any nine-tailed chakra, just an emotional outburst, but after all, it involves the nine-tailed human pillar power having a big change in temperament. He still decided to report it to the third Naruto immediately. Shoo! In the next moment, Lin Yu's figure disappeared into thin air. The sight returned to Naruto's side. Naruto left the alley and ran all the way out of the village. Without realizing it, he was outside the village again, by the stream and the forest. He stood at the edge of the stream and saw himself clearly now through the reflection of the clear water. The eyes were bloodshot and red from anger. On his cheeks, on his palms, stained with drops of blood from the violent beating of Denogi. This look was completely different from what he used to be. He looked at his reflection in the water, and his fists, which had been clenched, slowly unclenched. The blood in his eyes gradually faded, and his anger gradually calmed down at this moment. What happened? Naruto was at a loss and got a bit overwhelmed. He himself wasn't sure what had just happened. All he remembered was that he couldn't stand the other guy beating him up like that. In a fit of rage, he chose to rise up in revolt. By the time he came back to his senses, Tanamu was all over him. Now that he's calmed down, he's kind of regretting it again. Tanamu, is he okay? Should I go back and check? Naruto muttered in a timid little voice. He recalled the gruesome way in which Tanamu had fallen at the end. There was some fear that I had actually beaten the other guy to death. If that's true, wouldn't he be a murderer? Humph. At that moment, a cold snort of disdain came from Lin Kong in Naruto's mind. Kid, if you dare to go back, don't expect me to help you get stronger again, Lin Kong stated in an icy tone. You fought, and you go back to check your opponent's injuries? Then, wasn't his effort just now in vain? Naruto was instantly honest when he heard that. All he could do was mentally pray that the other guy just got his ass kicked and it won't be life-threatening. That, Naruto stammered a bit and weakly asked Rinku. When are you going to coach me to get stronger? That's his main concern now. He has always believed that if he becomes strong enough, he will be recognized by everyone. Things like today, naturally, don't happen. Lin Kong sniffed and was silent for a moment. It was a while before he spoke again. I want you to remember that feeling of anger just now. This is important for me to guide you in your cultivation afterward. Angry feelings? Naruto seemed to understand. Remembering that feeling of anger makes you stronger? It seemed a little different than what he had learned in ninja school. And, from now on, you must increase your physical training every day. This body of yours is just too weak. Lin Kong's voice sounded again. This was what Lin Kong decided after careful thought. As his recipient flesh, Naruto was indeed too weak in this body now. The reason he wanted Naruto to remember that angry feeling he just had, it was to guide him later to try to cultivate spell power. The source of spell power is negative emotions, and the emotion of anger is considered one of the simpler ones. He didn't know any of the ninjutsu or illusion techniques, and he couldn't instruct Naruto much. Thus, it was left to Naruto to improve his physical skills and strengthen this body. That way, even if Naruto can't learn the spell power, when he takes over this body, it's not a very weak state either. Of course, this body could adapt to the spell power ahead of time if Naruto could learn it as well. It was also crucial for him to completely take over this body in the future and be able to utilize his full strength. Physical? From now on? Naruto looked puzzled. He thought that the other party was trying to teach him some kind of powerful jutsu. Unexpectedly, what the other party had asked him to cultivate first was the direction of physical arts. After all, most ninjas' main direction of cultivation was either ninjutsu or illusion. Very few people would practice physical arts. Now, Lin Kong replied affirmatively. Naruto sniffed and didn't dare retort. He stated as he glanced at his reflection in the water and scratched his head. Let me clean up the blood on my body first. When Naruto finished speaking, he crouched down by the creek and, holding up the stream in preparation for washing the stains from his body and face. It was at this time that Lin Kong in the spirit world seemed to sense something. Reminded Naruto, someone's coming. Chapter 13 Kiba Patrol. Negative energy delivered to the door. Naruto stopped his hand movements when he heard Rinku's reminder. With curious eyes, he looked around. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In the next moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared behind Naruto. Looking at the trio again, all dressed in Kiba ninja green combat uniforms. All wear ninja forehead guards on their foreheads. By the looks of it, it was also a ninja from Kiba village. You are. Freeze. Naruto took one look at the Konoha village ninja and was just about to get up to greet him. Who knew that the ninja at the head, with short black hair and a visible scar on his face? Immediately, he gave an angry shout. Naruto? The other man's sudden voice made Naruto freeze in place, not daring to move. What made Naruto even more puzzled was that the other party even listened to pull out a bitterness clutched in his hand. After carefully sizing up Naruto, the other said in a serious tone, I'm Kiba Patrol Unit 1 Subcaptain. Gengo. Who are you? Why are you in Kiba Village Land? What's going on with you? All this blood? Naruto heard the other man's words and glanced down at his body again. And realization dawned on him. When he looked at it himself, he didn't think anything of it, only that it was a little dirty. But switch to someone else's perspective and it's a completely different story. In Django's eyes, he was covered in blood, and the act of cleaning it at the edge of the creek. It's almost like a murderer just killed someone and is here cleaning the evidence of his crime. No, you've got it all wrong. Naruto was about to open his mouth to explain himself when another member of the patrol suddenly shouted, Team, Captain. He widened his eyes slightly and seemed to recognize Naruto with some surprise. I recognize him. He's the monster from the village. It's the kid. Upon hearing this, Captain Gengo took a new and closer look at Naruto. His pupils snapped, and he woke up with a start. Sure enough, it's him. Gengo also recognized that the child in front of him was the demon fox that everyone in the village detested. Only because the Sandame had ordered it. No one is allowed to mention demon fox in front of Naruto. Over time, the people of the village have come to refer to Naruto as a monster as well. He didn't expect that he would actually meet the demon fox here. What's more, the other guy was still covered in blood and didn't know what he'd done. Thinking of this, instead of letting his guard down, Gengo gripped the bitterness in his hand even tighter. Asked Narrow Hostage in a stern tone. Answer my question. Why are you covered in blood? Did you kill someone? Naruto stammered, not knowing how to explain himself for a moment. Although he hadn't killed anyone, he did just now put his hands on someone, and beat the other guy's head off. Before Naruto could even think about how he was going to explain that he was covered in blood, the patrol member from earlier asserted directly, Captain, you can't go wrong with the way he looks. He must have killed someone. As soon as the words left his mouth, another member of the team nodded in agreement. That's right. It must be. This monster finally reveals its true nature. At the affirmation of the two team members, Captain Gengo's expression became more and more grave. Back then, the demon fox invaded Kiba and killed countless villagers of Kiba village overnight. He had witnessed the ferocity of the demon fox at that time as well. Watching their loved ones die horribly under the demon fox's sharp claws, he had always been against the idea of Naruto, the demon fox, remaining inside the village. Nay, it was Michio's decision, and he couldn't sway it. Now seeing this demon fox appear here covered in blood, undoubtedly stimulating him to think back to the misery of that year, the look he gave Naruto grew to hate him. Whirlpool Naruto, I'm arresting you now for murder. Please come back with me to patrol headquarters and cooperate with the investigation. When Gengo finished speaking, he nodded his eyes to his two companions beside him. All three of them gripped their bitter mansions tightly and stepped closer to Naruto warily. I didn't kill. Bang! Seeing the trio approaching, Naruto anxiously stood up and tried to continue his explanation. Unbeknownst to him, Gengo arrived in front of Naruto in an instant. He didn't give Naruto a chance to react and kicked him hard in the stomach. Put! Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot from the force of the kick. The whole person was also uncontrollable and flew backwards. It was only when his body hit a large tree behind him heavily that he stopped in a sorry state. Cough! Cough! Naruto fell to the ground, only to feel a fluttering in his chest as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. I didn't kill anyone. Why don't you believe me? Shoo! Naruto fought back the pain in his stomach and was focused on proving his innocence. But in the next second, the bitterness that shot out violently instantly slashed his cheek. Blood slowly flowed out from the wound on his cheek. He swallowed the words that had just reached his mouth. His expression was filled with horror, and he glanced at his side with a face full of disbelief. The bitterness that was nailed deep into the tree. At the moment, Naruto was a little scared, because he could clearly feel the hostility that the three Jengos had towards him. The other side seems to really want to kill him. Just now, this bitterness, even if it had deviated a little bit more, I'm afraid it would have pierced through his head. At that moment, Django also retook out a bitterness and warned Naruto in a bad tone. I told you not to move. If it weren't for the orders of the Sandame, I would have been justified in killing you for what you did just now. Naruto. Naruto was completely flustered. He showed up covered in blood and cleaned it in front of the patrol. It would have been difficult to explain. If they were taken back to the patrol for interrogation, it's not certain they'd walk out of there. With the ill will these people had toward him, it seemed that nothing he said would be believed by the other side. At the same times, the negativity within Naruto kept coming up. Why? They're going to conclude that I killed someone when there's clearly no evidence whatsoever? Is it okay to frame me like this just because I'm a monster as they call me? I'm part of Kiba village too. Naruto clenched his lips as various negative emotions grew stronger. Aggression, sadness, pain, anger. He couldn't understand that he had obviously tried so hard to be recognized by others. Why is it that time and time again, all you get in return is skepticism? Meanwhile, inside the spirit world, wow! As Naruto's inner negativity rose high, the inside of the room and the spirit world changed. The blood water on the ground violently churned up, and strands of blood-red energy slowly rose. Seeing this, Lin Kong, who was sitting on the bone-racked hill, revealed a smug smile. Grunt, grunt. He raised his head and opened his mouth, and a powerful suction erupted from his mouth that absorb and eat all the negative energies that appeared around that area. After Lin Kong had had his fill, the system's beep sounded. Ding. Host absorbs the negative energy of Whirlpool Naruto's grief. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding. Host absorbs Maelstrom Naruto's angry negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding. Host absorbing. Chapter 14, Whirlpool Shibu Noir, officially online. After the system's beep stopped, a satisfied expression also appeared on Lin Kong's face. Negative energy that delivers itself. Just this momentary effort. The fusion of the templates of his two-faced host Noir had increased by another 3%. The current template fusion, too, is at 25%. Collecting negative energies by starting with Naruto and those around him was much easier than Rinku had expected. But, Lin Kong raised his head, his sight looking out through the spirit world. He looked at the three Konoha patrolmen who were still inching closer to Naruto. The corner of his mouth lifted in an icy arc. I can't be subjected to any kind of interrogation right now. My receptive flesh. The smile became more and more evil and cold. As powerful as the template for the two-sided lodging exorcism is. But he's only unlocked 25% of his strength now. After all, once Naruto was taken back for interrogation by the patrol, with the means of the Konoha ninja, it's likely that he'll be found. It would be a problem if the Konoha High Command teamed up and did another seal of some kind on him. Since Naruto had become his recipient body, it was only a matter of time before he took over Naruto's body. It's just that right now, it's not the time to engage the Kiba hierarchy. In order to hide my presence, I had to make you go to hell. A scarlet light flashed in Lin Kong's eyes. Hoo-hoo. In the next moment, Lin Kong's eyes became stern. An evil aura of red and black instantly erupted. Evil aura. As if transformed into a huge ghostly shadow that it enveloped Naruto's body with amazing speed. Naruto's body trembled slightly as the evil aura enveloped him. The negative emotions that had just risen within him seemed to be magnified several times at the moment. He subconsciously clenched his fists, and muttered with a constant chuckle on the side of his mouth. I'm Whirlpool Naruto. I'm not a monster. Not a murderer. You cannot slander me. You cannot arrest me. Who are you to do this to me? At that moment, Lin Kong's voice filled with compulsion also resounded in Naruto's mind. Want to fight back? They're all bullying you because you're so weak. Lend me your body and I'll erase all doubt for you. As Rinku's voice rang out, Naruto only felt a trance of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared inside the spirit world. He curled up and crouched on the ground in a helpless, desperate crouch. A blood-red, evil aura completely enveloped his body. Infected by this evil aura, he slowly lowered his head and buried it between his legs. It's as if they don't want to face the outside world and just want to hide here to escape. His voice was breathless and ghostly as he agreed. I'll lend you my body. Help me settle all the trouble. Lin Kong sniffed and revealed a smug sneer. In fact, with the deed that Rinku had previously set with Naruto, he could have just borrowed Naruto's body. But considering that there were only 3 chances, Lin Kong took this compulsion approach. With Naruto's current state, there was no need to waste 3 chances. As luck would have it, Naruto was finally agreeing, lending him his body. As you wish. Lin Kong sneered and his body disappeared into the spirit world. Meanwhile, outside reality, Captain, what's wrong with him? One of the patrol members, full of doubt, inquired to Captain Django, because the demon fox had suddenly become a bit strange from the way she had acted just now. First, inexplicably, he whispered something to himself, Then again. He suddenly lowered his head and didn't move a muscle, as if he had lost consciousness. Django's brow furrowed slightly even as he sniffed. He wasn't sure what had happened to Naruto. He just watched as Naruto suddenly lowered his head and didn't respond, and deep down he wondered why. A sudden flash of unease rose. He kept a close eye on Naruto and hastily urged his companion on. Let's tie him up and bring him back to the patrol first. The two team members nodded approvingly at that. Wary, the three continued to approach Naruto. It was at this time that Naruto, who had kept his head down a moment ago, suddenly raised his head. Immediately afterward, under the horrified gaze of the three Djangos, Naruto's forehead, both cheeks, chin, and the center of his nose, a spell pattern emerged strangely. Looking again at Naruto at this moment, his eyes have become very different, sharp and emanating killing intent. The grin was a kind of evil teasing smile. Swirling hangover Nuwa, officially online. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa first raised his hands and clenched his fists. It was as if he was feeling the sensation of regaining his physical body. Afterward, his icy gaze swept over the three people in front of him, and his tone was indifferent. Your heads. You're holding your heads up too high. Swish. As soon as the words fell, two chopping strikes were instantly released. The speed of the chopping was so fast that even with the strength of the three Genus Nakanobu, they could not react at all. Put. The chopping blow instantly swept through, and the sound of blood and flesh being cut followed. Blood splattered and frothed. Two heads, in response, flew up into the air. Django, who was in the center, suddenly stared at his two companions beside him with wide eyes and incomparable shock. In just a moment, the heads of two of his companions were gone. The decapitation wound was smooth as a mirror. Two fountains of blood immediately erupted from the wounds. Zhuochuan, Kutaro. The next moment, as spurting blood splattered his face, Django finally reacted. He screamed and shouted the names of his two companions. But all you get is the fall of two headless bodies. Fear, instantly, gripped Django's mind. Two companions, but they were both Nakanobu like him. It was actually killed in a split second, directly by the other party's decapitation? How terrifying must that be? Django subconsciously looked towards the swirling host Norte, and his pupils tightened. People. Where are the people? He realized that the swirling lodges that were still in front of him a moment ago had disappeared, just as he was both shocked and terrified in his mind. The icy voice that, but it came from behind him. You're the strongest of the three, aren't you? You're going to make me, feel more fun. Django's body instantly tightened. I don't know when. The vortex Cebu Nuwa actually appeared behind him. He couldn't think too long. Suppressing the fear in his heart and clutching the bitterness in his hand. Yelling, he turned and stabbed behind him. On the contrary, behind the vortex Cebu Nuwa, just a disdainful light laugh. He stuck his hands in his pockets and stamped his right foot on the ground. The body instantly stepped back, just in time to dodge the stabbing bitterness. Shoo! Django Sia strike did not work. Immediately and decisively drew body storm retreat, pulled away in whirlpool Su Nuwa distance. When he had retreated some distance, he first glanced at his two companions, who were already dead and, spinning red eyes, to the whirlpool Su Nuwa angrily roared. How dare you kill them? The ninjas of Konoha will not let you go. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sniffed, still with a cold smile on his face, and said, Why do you think? You're still alive? Yes. The reason why Django was still alive wasn't because he was much more powerful than the other two. It's just the first time that Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa borrowed Naruto's body. It was just a matter of wanting to test the strength of the body after using it. Otherwise, the moment he unleashed the decapitation, Django would have been dead as well. Bring out your full strength and please me as much as you can. In that case, I might consider giving you a hard time. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa raised his hand and ruffled his hair with an arrogant expression. Chapter 15 Completely Crushed. A jutsu that doesn't require any seals? Outside of Kiba village, by a small stream in the forest, two headless bodies, lying quietly on the ground. A large amount of blood continued to gush out from the corpse's severed head wound. Blood stained the ground and flowed into the creek. It dyed the originally clear stream water muddy and red. In the air, there was a faint odor of blood. In this oppressive atmosphere, Django, the sub-captain of Kiba Patrol 1, but he had to face a monster like Whirlpool Juku Nuwa head-on. A few drops of cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead as he heard the flirtatious words of the swirling host Nuwa. He thought darkly in his mind. What he just used. What kind of jutsu was it? What a terrifying attack that was. He recalled the image of Maelstrom Su Nuwa instantly killing two of his companions just now. To this day I feel a pang of fear. He felt it too. The only reason he's still alive is because the other side deliberately tried to keep him. It's just teasing and playing like a cat playing with a mouse. The strength of both sides was not at all at the same level. The other guy was obviously just a kid from a ninja school, but he was in the other guys. Felt a deep fear. If this continues, I'll definitely be played to death by him too. There has to be a way to get this message to Naruto-sama. Terrifying slashing jutsu that I've never seen before, and an evil aura that sends chills down the spine of your body, no matter how you look at it. It's not something a normal ninja school kid could have. As he thought about it, he instantly slipped his hands into the ninjutsu pouch strapped to his battlesuit. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In the next moment, he jerked his hands out and flung them forward. A dozen or so hand swords, high-speed rotation toward the whirlpool Sunua attacked. At the same times, he quickly gathered up his chakra and put his hands together in front of him to form a seal. Split. Bang, bang. The two doppelgangers, at once, appeared with a puff of white smoke. After summoning the split, Django didn't hesitate for a second and turned to run. Three figures, fleeing decisively in three different directions. Since he couldn't fight, he had to send this information to the third Naruto. Then look at the side of the vortex host Nuwa. Maelstrom Sunua looked at Django, who escaped so decisively, and said with a disdainful expression, "Good decision. Unfortunately, you think you can get away with this?" Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sneered. From the moment he had borrowed Naruto's body and come out, he hadn't thought of leaving anything alive. What's more, the other party had seen his strength. Once we let the other side send the information back, this body would be in trouble. Maelstrom Sunua looked at the hand sword that was attacking the sky. The fingers of his right hand moved and gave a light voice. Solve. Who boom! In an instant, countless chopping releases rushed out. Clang, clang, clang. In just a single glance, the shuriken that were coming at him were chopped in staggered vertical and horizontal strikes. Cut to smithereens. The metallic shuriken was as thin as paper in front of Chopper. That wasn't the end of it. After the chopping blow swept through, cutting and crushing all the shuriken, continuing at an extremely fast speed, he chopped at the three figures of Django. Bang, bang. A chopping attack caught up with two of the Django in the twinkling of an eye, again unimpeded. It cut through his body with ease. The bodies of the two Django were cut into countless pieces on the spot and disappeared into a cloud of white smoke. Obviously, these two Django were just the doppelgangers he had just summoned. Found you. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa saw this, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew colder and colder. It was indeed difficult for the naked eye to distinguish the doppelganger of a doppelganger technique, especially when the opponent was a chunin. But if you can't tell the difference, just cut them all. The remaining one, naturally, is the main body, the other side. What a fast chop. Genu's main body's face changed, and his voice trembled a bit as he said. He had thought that throwing all the ninjutsu he had on him, combined with the disorientation of the doppelganger jutsu, definitely bought himself some time to escape. As a result, he didn't expect that his opponent would actually shatter all the shuriken in an instant. Moreover, that terrifying chopping attack had directly shattered his detachment. It continued to come at his main body. Hoo-hoo! He was still running forward desperately, and already there was a gust of bitter wind in his ears. Turning his head, the densely packed chopping attack was less than a meter away from him. Crap! This distance! There's no way I can dodge it. Django's face became incredibly grave. He knew that once his body was touched by that terrifying chop, he would end up like the shuriken and the doppelganger, instantly cut to pieces. Seeing that the chopping blow was about to hit his body, he could only grit his teeth and fight to consume a large amount of chakra. Both hands made a quick seal. Substitution. Bang! In the nick of time, Django used the substitute jutsu. His body instantly turned into a piece of wood, allowing a chopping blow to cut through it. By the time his figure reappeared, he was already at the edge of a large tree a meter away. Puff! Django looked at the wood of the substitute jutsu that had been cut into a million pieces. The feet were weak and sat directly on the ground. With his back against a large tree, he breathed heavily. Only he himself knew how thrilling the whole process was just now. Even if he reacted a little slower, he would have been left here today. What the hell kind of jutsu is this? Didn't even see any of his sealing motions, and the chopping attack was unleashed. Django clenched his teeth reluctantly, his mind filled with doubt. Obviously not too long ago, the other party was easily kicked away by him and almost let Bitterblade kill him. How is it that you look like a different person in the blink of an eye? On top of that, the kind of powerful chopping attack that the opponent was using didn't even need to form a seal. It made him, an Akanabu, unable to even use his attacking jutsu in front of his opponent. I changed my mind. At that moment, the voice of Swirl Shibu Nuwa came from above. Django instantly broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously looked up. In the line of sight, the figure of swirling custard Nuwa did not know when. It appeared on top of this big tree behind him. Swirling Shibu Nuwa gently leapt down and his palm grabbed him directly in the face. At the same time, Whirlpool Nua also indifferently continued. You're too weak. The way you're acting, it's just kind of boring. The only reason he kept Django as a patrol subcaptain was to test it. With the strength of the two-faced host Nua that he had now unlocked 25% template fusion. How does it compare to the Kiba village's Nakanabu? But after some exchanges he realized that even if it was only 25% fusion, ordinary Nakanabu were too weak for him. Even of that, with the kind of speed of the ninja's ceiling, there were 100 ways for his chopping to kill his opponent in seconds. With such a gap in battle power, there was also absolutely no need to test it any further. Indeed, it's a bit boring. Well, Django was covered by the palm of Whirlpool Cebu Nua's mouth, desperately struggling still want to say something, but at this very moment, he saw the palm of the swirling host Nua's hand. The coalescence lit up with a red and black glow. A strong aura of death immediately enveloped him. Hi, Put. In the next moment, swirling custard Nua gave a light voice. At the palm of his hand, red and black spell power that. Instantly, a net-like chop composed of countless small chopping strikes interlaced together was formed. Only a pft could be heard, and the mesh chopping attack was like slicing a tofu. It easily split Django's entire head into countless squares. Chapter 16, the third Naruto is shocked. The nine-tailed human pillar power is out of control? Whirlpool Cebu Nua expression of indifference. Looking at the puddle of blood and flesh in front of him, he raised his palms and once again carefully felt his strength after borrowing his body. This time, it wasn't completely unproductive. Even though my opponent is a bit of a trash, at least it's gotten me somewhat used to using spell power in this body. Whirlpool Cebu Nua smiled slightly and muttered to himself. Before he borrowed Naruto's body, there was no spell power in Naruto's body. Mantra power and chakra were originally two different worlds of power. It was because he crossed over to the shinobi world that allowed the spell power to appear in Maelstrom Naruto's body as well. Of course, the source of the spell's power was all generated by him, not Naruto himself. I didn't realize that the suitability of this body to my spell power was quite high. At least there's no repulsion of spell power, and the spells are all coming out smoothly. Swirling Cebu Nua nodded darkly, quite satisfied with this recipient of his flesh. It's the first time I've borrowed Naruto's body, after all. At first, he was worried that there would be a situation where the spell power would repel him and he wouldn't be able to refine it. The result was obvious, and it was he who was overthinking it. This body of Naruto's is highly adaptable as his receptor body. It also allowed him to not only use the chopping jutsu without any problems, but also in the process of doing so, good experience has been gained. Take, for example, one of the jutsu, Solve. Although it was just an ordinary chop, the power was terrifyingly strong. He had also become more skillful in the use of Solve in the process of using it just now. Using it in the spirit world and having a physical body to use it are completely different feelings. Even of that, his control over the release of the solution after having a physical body had become more detailed. Then, there's the high of another technique. The chopping technique high is adjusted to the difference in spell power between the two sides. Unleash a chopping attack that is enough to kill in a single blow in an instant, killing the opponent in seconds. To put it simply, Unravel is a continuous chopping attack, and Hachi is a fatal blow reached according to the power of the spell. He had first skillfully used Solve several times during the exchange just now, and then on top of that, roughly as perceived, the amount of chakra of the opponent is compared to the strength of the spell. It was only at the end that Hachi was used to kill the opponent completely. After this outburst, he also had a preliminary measure of spell power and chakra strength. This is very valuable combat experience. More than just combat experience. There are other gains. Whirlpool Cebu Nua lowered his hand and looked around. At this point, a wisp of red-tinged energy that, it was slowly drifting away from the bodies of Django and his two patrol companions. It is the negative energies generated by the three men during their lifetime. Most of them come from the fear of the swirling lodges of exorcism. Gulp. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Whirlpool Cebu Nua's mouth grew even wider. He opened his mouth and directly absorbed and ate all of this negative energy. Ding. Host absorbs the negative energy of Kiba Village Ninja Fear. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding. Host absorbs the nervous negative energy of the Kiba Village Ninja. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding. Host absorbs the negative energy of the Kiba Village Ninja's pain. Template fusion increased by 1%. The system's beeps kept ringing. This harvest of negative energy boosted the template fusion by a total of 3%. The total template fusion, too, came to 28%. After all, it was only killing 3 Nakanabu, and the process had given them negative energy. It's better than nothing. At this time, a panicked cry suddenly came from the mind of swirling Cebu Nua. How can you kill someone? And killed Kiba's ninja? Naruto inside the spirit world reacted at that moment, because the host Nua had run out and borrowed his body. his original state filled with negative emotions. It was only then that I was able to recover some. As a result, he never expected to witness, with his own eyes, the footage of Maelstrom Suzaku Nuwa brutally murdering Akiba village ninja. Though, he also hated those three men, concluding without proof that he had killed someone. He also threatened to take him back and interrogate him properly. But, that's not enough to kill them, even if you're angry again. Wouldn't it be better to beat it up? How can you just kill each other altogether? Isn't he really a murderer now? Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sniffed. His tone also carried some anger and said, "Kid, who do you think you're talking to? I'm doing you a favor. You think you can prove innocence just because they took you back?" Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa snorted disdainfully. "Humph. Stop dreaming there. With the ill will they have for you, even if you hadn't killed anyone, they'll charge you with murder." 2. Naruto. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's words immediately disliked Naruto's speechlessness. He could naturally sense that the other party was carrying strong malice towards him for some reason. If he was really taken back, he couldn't guarantee what the outcome would be. But, then there's no need to kill anyone. Naruto still stuck to his guns and reasoned. "Don't forget, they wanted you dead just now. In that case, one should be aware of being killed back." Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa spread his hands with a disinterested face. "The best way to solve this kind of trouble is to just kill it, once and for all. What's more, it was to keep his presence from being noticed. It's all an excuse. With your strength, it's perfectly possible to just defeat them without killing them." Naruto remained unforgiving in his accusations. "Why did I do that? I only promised to take care of the trouble for you. I didn't promise not to kill anyone." For a while, the two argued. The other side. Kiba Village. Inside Naruto's office. A figure, sitting in Naruto's seat. He was wearing the white Naruto robes that were characteristic of the Konoha village, and his head was bare. His temples were graying and a wrinkle of old age was clearly visible on his face. A pipe was being held in his hand, the occasional puff exhaling lavender smoke. On the desktop, various instruments were neatly arranged. There was also a white bucket hat with a large fire word on it that stood out. It was none other than the third Naruto of Kiba Village, Sarutobi Hinata. At this time, Sarutobi Hinata was checking the paperwork that had been submitted by the various Konoha ministries, sometimes a nod and a smile, sometimes a frown. Shoo! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Sarutobi. "Lin Yu? Aren't you watching Naruto?" Sarutobi looked up, suddenly puzzled. The person who came was none other than Rinzuki, the shadowy figure he had sent to keep an eye on Naruto. As soon as Sarutobi Hinata's words left his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something and immediately pursued the question. "Is that guy Naruto messing around inside the village again?" "Generally speaking, Lin Moon, who is in charge of surveillance, just come back every once in a while to report on the surveillance. Unless it's something that happened." Sarutobi Hinata's first thought was that Naruto guy had messed up again. After all, Naruto has, over the years, mischief like scribbling on top of Naruto's rock statue is not uncommon. Lin Yu sniffed and shook her head. "Naruto-sama, the nine-tailed Rinnegan didn't make any trouble. It's just, he had a sudden change of temper just now and shot one of the students who was bullying him. Beaten up and unconscious with serious injuries. I feel that the emotions of the nine-tailed human pillar power seem to be a bit unstable, and I've come here to ask for your advice." "What?" Sarutobi Hinata stood up excitedly as soon as he heard this. "Naruto he emotionally out of control and beat someone into a coma?" Sarutobi's expression instantly became serious. Chapter 17, Perception Ninjutsu. The third Naruto was in a hurry. "What the hell is going on? Naruto, why did he lose control of his emotions?" Sarutobi Hinata's expression was grave as he hurriedly asked after Rinyu. "Naruto's emotional outburst hurt someone, and this is a big deal. Once the nine-tailed demon fox sealed in Naruto's body finds an opportunity, the consequences will be unimaginable. He's got the dark side keeping an eye on Naruto. It's also in case the nine-tailed demon fox suddenly takes control of Naruto and storms off. It was those three ninja school students who took it upon themselves to trouble the nine-tailed Rinpoche." Rinzuki paused, then explained to Sarutobi. "It seems that the nine-tailed Rinpoche did well in school today and got a commendation from the teacher. A few of them kids were not convinced, so they blocked the nine-tailed Rinnegan inside the alley." He proceeded to tell Sarutobi what had happened, one by one. "This is nonsense." Sarutobi Hinata slapped the table heavily in anger when he heard that. "Didn't I warn the adults in the village long ago to watch their children? Don't mess with Naruto? I can't believe you made Naruto lose his emotions over such a trivial matter." Sarutobi's chin beard twitched in anger. It was because of the special status of Naruto's nine-tailed human pillar power that he had always had a warning for the village. You can't mention Demon Fox in front of Naruto, and try not to mess with him. And now it turns out that a couple of kids, over this trivial matter, it made Naruto lose his emotions. However, On second thought, he thought that it was not the time to pursue this at the moment. The most important thing right now is to confirm Naruto's condition. If Naruto's emotional outburst gives the nine tails in his body a chance to take advantage of it, that would be a disaster for Kiba. Where did Naruto go? Are there any other darkies following him? Sarutobi continued to ask anxiously. Lin Yu. Once Lin Yu heard this, she was somewhat embarrassed and silent for a few seconds. No. At that time, I saw the nine-tailed Rinnegan lose control of his emotions and hurt someone. Just thought I'd hurry and report to you first. Naruto-sama. Haven't had a chance to inform the other dark sectors yet. Sarutobi? Sarutobi Hinata sniffed, his face full of questions. Rinpoche is emotionally out of control. And he's left alone? This is in fear that Nine Tails won't have a chance to screw up. Sarutobi Hinata glared at Rinzuki without a good look. Hastily, he brought a crystal ball from beside the table. He took a deep breath and aimed the palms of his hands at the crystal ball in front of him. The art of the telescope. Hoo-hoo! The next moment, a large amount of chakra was released from Sarutobi's palm. It was incorporated inside that crystal ball. Inside the crystal ball, a picture gradually emerged. This jutsu was what Sarutobi Hinata specifically used to spy on Naruto. The image is of a dense forest. It seemed that from a certain height, it began to gradually lock onto where Naruto was. Under Sarutobi's control, the screen also began to draw closer and closer. Here's, Naruto actually ran outside the village? Sarutobi Hinata scrutinized the image of the crystal ball and instantly recognized that this is the forest outside of Kiba village. He glanced at Rinzuki even more reproachfully when he saw that Naruto had even run outside the village. This situation is a complete dereliction of duty on Rinzuki's part. Lin Yu, on the other hand, lowered her head and was very self-conscious. Not daring to speak, Sarutobi didn't say anything more, and continued to control the crystal ball's image as it zoomed in. The view draws closer and a small stream can be vaguely seen crossing the forest. On the edge of the creek, there seemed to be a human figure right in the middle of it. Is it Naruto? Sarutobi murmured suspiciously as he narrowed his eyes slightly. But just as he was controlling the crystal ball image and preparing to continue zooming in to get a better look at the silhouette, accidents happen. Buzz. In the picture, a red and black energy suddenly erupted from the figure's body. The energy, which seemed to have sensed the crystal ball's prying eyes, suddenly burst into the sky in a violent rage. Just for a moment, the originally transparent and shiny crystal ball, it was actually directly and completely dyed red by that energy. The entire crystal ball became dark and lightless, as if cloaked in a blood-colored coat. What's even weirder is that in that dark, blood-colored image it was as if a hideous and terrifying ghostly figure had appeared. The black ghostly figure looked as if it had passed through the image of a crystal ball and locked eyes with Sarutobi Hinata. A cold and evil smile appeared. Ka-ching! The next moment, the crystal ball was struck by some force that, the click sound actually shattered on the spot. Sarutobi? Sarutobi Hinata looked at the crystal ball in front of him, which had shattered into countless pieces and had its surface restored as normal. Confused on the spot, he recalled the blurry ghostly figure he had just seen and said in a somewhat shocked tone, "What was that just now? What powerful malice? How dare you forcefully break my telescope technique?" His face, with a swish, clouded over. Even through the crystal ball, he felt it vaguely, the dense to the extreme malice emanating from that silhouette's body. It was pure evil. Naruto-sama? What happened? Seeing this, Lin Yu on the side was similarly filled with surprise. Cracked Mayam Naruto's perception jutsu through the crystal ball? What kind of malice would it take to do that? Could it be Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hinata frowned tightly, his expression looking incredibly grave. This kind of extreme malice, besides Nine Tails, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could possess it. No good, he said in an eager tone as he grabbed the Naruto bucket hat on the table. Hurry up and follow me, Naruto. Maybe something really happened. Shoo, shoo. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hinata and Dark Rinzuki's figures disappeared. Meanwhile, the picture is by the creek. What now? If someone finds out, I'm really going to become a murderer. Naruto, who was inside the spirit world at the moment, was still chattering and worrying. He had not noticed at all that the swirling lodger who had borrowed his body, Nu-Ah, was raising his head and, eyes sharpened in the direction of Kiba village. The third Naruto, Whirlpool Shibu Nu-Ah suddenly whispered. Yes, Sarutobi Nichiju had just used his perception jutsu to spy, and it was by the malice that had erupted from Whirlpool Shibu Nu-Ah that forcefully cracked the jutsu. Whirlpool Shibu Nu-Ah also sensed the location of the snooper roughly based on the source of the chakra, inside the Kiba village, the one most prominent Naruto building. So he also deduced that the use of this perception jutsu that it's Kiba's third Naruto, Sarutobi Hinata. Inside the original, Sarutobi Hinata didn't do much to secretly spy on Naruto. This old man, too, can be properly utilized. But there's still some planning to be done. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa secretly calculated in his heart. Sarutobi Hinata is also a key to Naruto's ability to blacken. After all, in Naruto's mind, Sarutobi Hinata had always been the most caring and loving Naruto grandfather. But what Naruto doesn't know is that this grandfather Naruto, whom he respects, has been sending people to watch him. If Naruto finds out that Sarutobi Hinata hid so much from him, and witnessed him being bullied and not doing anything about it, that instant collapse of trust can definitely generate strong negative emotions as well. This is something that could, indeed, be plotted. Just now. It's not time to be exposed yet. Chapter 18, Killing 3 Nakanobu in Seconds? The murderer is Naruto? Hey, you talk? You killed someone with my body. What do you want me to do? Now I really can't explain it. Naruto in the spirit world was even more anxious when he saw that Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa did not respond. It wasn't a serious matter originally, just that he had injured a classmate. With a little investigation by the Kiba patrol, the misunderstanding would be cleared up. It's okay now. Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa used his body to kill 3 Nakanobu, which is completely unwashable. Shut up. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa let out a furious cry, instantly causing Naruto to obediently shut his mouth. Naruto was really getting a little annoyed with the fact that he hadn't stopped since earlier. Someone is on their way here. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa warned in an icy tone. He could already feel a powerful aura that was approaching. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must be Sarutobi Hinata. If he meets up with Sarutobi at this time, not only would it be discovered that he had killed 3 Konoha ninja, even his presence could be exposed. Can't stay here any longer. Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa glanced at the corpses of the 3 Django people and decisively turned to leave. A few moments later, shoo. Not long after Swirl Shibu Nuwa left, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared. It was none other than Sarutobi Hinata and Dark Rinzuki. But when the 2 arrived, they were both stunned by the scene before them. As far as the eye could see, the creek was a mess. Everywhere on the ground, a trail of sharp cuts was left behind. By the creek, 2 headless bodies were still lying at this point. Bright red blood continuously flowed out from the wound of the corpse's severed head, staining the ground in streams red. Not far away, there was another body leaning against a large tree. The death was so gruesome that the entire area around the head was just a bloody mess. In the air, there was a strong odor of blood. At a glance, the scene looks like a hell on earth. Rinyu's eyes widened and her eyes froze in place for a few seconds with shock. Immediately afterward, he came to the side of one of the corpses with an instantaneous body and quickly examined it. Naruto-sama. It's Patrol 1. Sarutobi Hinata's face instantly grimaced at his words. He never thought that someone would dare to be in the Kiba village grounds, killing a Konoha ninja with such cruelty. The 3 killed Kiba ninja didn't even have intact bodies. This was simply provoking the entire Kiba village. Naruto-sama. At that moment, Rinyu's tone was heavy as she once again looked at Sarutobi. On all 3 bodies, there were no extra wounds. By the looks of it, it seems that they were all killed by the other party with a single blow. And, Rinyu even looked at the traces of the battle at the scene as she spoke. His voice, too, became somewhat incredulous as he said, and there are no other signs of jutsu use at the scene. Sarutobi Hinata's pupils trembled when he heard this. No sign of any use of jutsu, or killed by a single blow. Wouldn't that mean that the other party was so powerful that the 3 Konoha ninjas, not even a chance to use ninjutsu to fight back? How terrifying a strength would that have to possess? He really couldn't figure out when there was such a strong person hidden near Kiba village. I'm afraid it would be difficult for even an upperclassman to kill 3 Nakanobu in an instant without a chance to fight back. When Rinzuki saw Sarutobi Hinata's grim face silent, he hesitated and said speculatively, Naruto-sama, we found this place while searching for the nine-tailed Rinpoche. Could it be him? No way. Before Rinzuki could finish his words, Sarutobi Hinata cut off his denial. That's 3 Chunin. Naruto, a kid who hasn't even graduated from ninja school yet, even with how emotionally out of control he is. How is it possible to kill 3 Chunin? Lin Yu paused, then guessed. Could that be 9 tails? That's not possible. Sarutobi Hinata once again dismissed Lin Yu's speculation. Even if it's the 9 tails, there's absolutely no way they can do it without alerting the other ninja. In this way, kill them. He had experienced it firsthand, back in the day, with the 9 tails invasion. Therefore, he knew the 9 tails means of attack very well, though those marks on the ground were very much like those left by the sharp claws of the 9 tails. But he was pretty sure that killing 3 Nakanobu in such a completely crushing fashion haven't alarmed anyone yet. Even 9 tails couldn't do it. After all, with the power of the 9 tails, it was likely that they were directly destroying and damaging a large part of the forest. Instead, it was more akin to some sort of decapitation. As it was now, slicing through the heads of the 3 shinobi. When Rinyu heard Sarutobi Hinata's analysis, he was suddenly silent as well. If it's not 9 tails, who else could it be? In the information from the Dark Sect, there was no mention of a strong person from any ninja village or organization coming to Konoha. At that moment, Sarutobi Hinata decisively ordered, "Notify the medical ninjas to bring these 3 bodies back for a detailed autopsy. I want to know exactly what jutsu the other party used to kill the 3. Also, notify the patrols to increase their patrols around the area surrounding the village. If you find any suspicious characters, notify me immediately." Yes, Rinyu agreed. After Sarutobi Hinata had instructed Rinzuki, he hesitated for a moment and then said, "Also, send more men to find Naruto's whereabouts as soon as possible." On Junzo's side, don't let him know about Naruto's emotional outburst and disappearance for a while, though in his analysis, he felt that there was absolutely no way that murderer could be Naruto, but it's all just too much of a coincidence. Naruto had just lost control of his emotions and injured someone out of sight, and in the turn of events, this tragedy happened. It's hard not to speculate if things are Naruto related, so he had to find out where Naruto had gone, and what Naruto did after leaving the alley. It was the only way to prove Naruto's innocence. As for Gunzo, reunions always objected to the way he's handled Naruto. It was deemed necessary to bring Naruto, who was the 9-tailed human pillar power, back to roots to be controlled. If we let Juzu know about all this happening, he'd definitely take advantage of the situation and make a big deal out of it. So he had to find Naruto and ask him before things got worse. "I see," Rinyu promised once again, and her figure instantly disappeared. The line of sight returned to the side of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. Shoo! The figure of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa flew through the middle of the forest. The speed was so fast that it even left a trail of residual shadows along the way. He'd strengthened his feet with spell power, to avoid being followed by others. Gives a huge speed boost. 10 minutes later, the figure of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa finally stopped at the branch of a large tree. His eyes scanned the surrounding area quickly and cautiously, and after double-checking that no one was following him, only then did he speak slowly. "It doesn't look like they've picked up my trail." With so many masters of the stalking type in the shinobi world, he had to be that careful. It's like the Kiba's Oil Girl clan, Inazuka clan, Hyuga clan. Those are all good at tracking. Once you are targeted by these people, it is easily difficult to get out. Fortunately, it looked like the 3rd Naruto had come in a hurry and didn't have such a talent with him. The next step is to circle back to the village and pretend it never happened. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa muttered to himself, once again exerted speed, circled around to return to Kiba village. Chapter 19, Sarutobi Nichiju, Murderer Has No Chakra? A Master of Physical Arts? That night, Naruto's house, Shu, a silhouette, silently, entered the room. The moonlight from the window shone in, gradually revealing him. It is the swirling host Nuwa. He made sure that no tails were following him, and then decisively returned to Naruto's house, because he knew that Naruto had been under the watchful eye of the Konoha hierarchy. If he borrows Naruto's body and disappears for too long, it would easily arouse the suspicion of Kiba's top brass. "Home already? You can give me back my body now." As soon as Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sat down, Naruto in the spirit world asked anxiously, now that he's home safe and sound. All Naruto wants at this point is to hurry up and get his body back. He feared that if he continued to lend his body to the other man, he didn't know how serious things were going to get. "Humph, what an insolent brat. But I took care of the trouble for you and got you out of it." As soon as swirling Cebu Nuwa heard this, he let out a cold snort. Buzz! But before he could finish his words, he instantly felt a slight trance in his spirit. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already back inside the spirit world. Lin Kong, who had re-entered the spirit world, was instantly faced with a question mark. He hadn't even agreed to it yet, so how did he exchange it back all of a sudden? Quickly, though, he sensed something that dawned on him. After all, it's still not the body I've completely replaced, so will it still be dominated by the will of the main body? This body, after all, didn't belong to him yet. So when Naruto expressed a strong desire to get his body back, he was then squeezed back into the spirit world. Forget it. With this experience, I'll know what to do next time. Lin Kong smiled faintly, not caring too much. Anyway, he had accomplished his goal by borrowing Naruto's body this time, both familiarizing himself with fighting after having a body and having Naruto carry 3 lives on his back. I'll have experience on how to fool Naruto in a similar situation in the future. Anymore, he had 3 more chances to forcefully borrow a body. Meanwhile, outside reality, Naruto slowly opened his eyes and was instantly surprised. "I'm back. Finally got my body back." He was happy and secretly relieved. Just a moment ago, he could have been worried about not getting his body back. Next time, definitely don't lend him your body so easily. Nope, There can't be a next time, Naruto decided in his mind. He had only lent his body to the other side once, and he had gotten into something so serious. If this happened a few more times, wouldn't he be able to turn into a Konoha rebel? If there's anything in the future, it's better if he takes it on himself. Naruto was still trying to get up and do something, but as soon as he stood up, just felt a strong sense of exhaustion coming from all over his body. Flop! Before he could figure out what was going on, his eyes went black and he fell back to sleep. Seeing this, Lin Kong inside the spirit world also silently took note of the situation. At the same time, he couldn't help but spit out a comment. This body, indeed, is still too weak. Naruto building. Inside Naruto's office, Sarutobi has returned. He was pacing anxiously back and forth inside the room at the moment, smoking his pipe one puff after another. Waiting for news from his men. Shoo! It was at this time that a silhouette suddenly appeared inside the room. Sarutobi Hinata stopped to see that it was none other than Rinzuki, a member of the dark side. Well, any news on Naruto? Sarutobi Hinata hurriedly inquired to Rinzuki. Lin Yu nodded and immediately reported. According to the other villagers, the nine-tailed Rinpoche went home about an hour ago. After that, it hasn't come out again, and seems to have fallen asleep. Sarutobi Hinata's hanging heart finally relaxed when he heard this news. At least, Naruto isn't missing. Otherwise, the sudden disappearance of the nine-tailed human pillar power in Konoha village. He, being Naruto, didn't know how to explain it to the other executives. You said he came home an hour ago, and has there been any investigation into where he's been in the time before that? Sarutobi Hinata continued to ask with a serious face. Where Naruto's been going for a while. It also determined whether or not he would be a suspect in the killing of those three Nakanobu. Lin Yu sniffed and shook her head. Have asked the surrounding villagers. They also don't know where the nine-tailed Rinnegan has gone during this time. The lights are off in his house as well, and I'll have the other dark sections continue to keep an eye on it and report to you first. Sarutobi Hinata nodded, agreeing with Lin Yu. Until we know for sure if things are really related to Naruto. He also didn't want the dark side to have access to Naruto. It would be easy for Naruto to be offended if he knew that there was a dark side watching around him all the time. Right, Naruto-sama. I got the message from the hospital when I arrived just now. 2. As Rinzuki spoke, he took out an autopsy report from his arms and handed it to Sarutobi. Seeing this, Sarutobi took the autopsy report and carefully examined the contents on it. But the further he looked down, the more his brow furrowed. No residue of any other person's chakra was detected on top of any of the three bodies? How is this possible? Sarutobi Hinata widened some of his eyes with an expression of some disbelief. Kiba's medical ninjas have top-notch autopsy skills, whatever jutsu the killer used. Medical ninjas can more or less extract some chakra residue from corpses. Most importantly, the bodies were all still hot. Obviously the killer didn't have special treatment, but the autopsy report showed that no chakra residue was detected? Doesn't that mean that the three Nakanobu were killed by someone with no chakra? Even if it's an illusion, it's still activated by chakra. There's no way there's no trace of chakra at all. Naruto-sama, do you think it's possible? The opponent is using a physical art? Lin Yu guessed. There was no chakra. It wasn't a jutsu used, and it wasn't an illusion. The only possibility, then, is physical skill. Physical? Is it really possible? Sarutobi Hinata half expected it. If it's a physical art, it is indeed possible that there is no chakra left. But the ones who were killed were three of Konoha's Nakanobu, and it's still a patrol. Experienced midshipman, relying on physical skills alone. He killed three Nakanobu in a flash and left the other party powerless. Can this really be done? Then wouldn't this murderer's physical skills be even more powerful than his as Naruto? Such a strong person. He actually didn't get any information beforehand? The more Sarutobi Hinata thought about it, the weirder he felt about it. And in the end, he could only command. Keep an eye on Naruto's side. I'll ask him myself when he wakes up tomorrow. Chapter 20, The Third Naruto's Trial. I am Naruto's gold finger. Early the next morning. Knock knock. Naruto. Naruto was still asleep when there was a sudden knock on the door of his room at home. What followed was a slightly old and hoarse voice. Who? So early. Naruto heard the sound and rubbed his eyes in a daze, reluctantly getting up. Just as he was about to go open the door, Lin Kong's icy warning voice came from his mind. I advise you to come to your senses first. That old man out there. He's not easy to fool. Don't forget what happened yesterday. Naruto. Lin Kong's words were like a basin of cold water poured over his head, instantly sobering Naruto up. He'd slept so much that he'd almost forgotten what happened yesterday. There was no need for Lin Kong to say more. He knew the severity of the situation once he was detected. He rushed to the sink and gave his face a quick wash with cold water to clear his head quite a bit. It was then that he made his way to the door, took a deep breath to calm down. and opened the door to the room. Naruto, Grandpa? In the next moment, Naruto froze directly in place, because the one standing in the doorway was no other than his grandfather, the third generation Naruto, whom he respected so much. After a brief moment of surprise, Naruto instantly tensed up a bit. He finally understood why just now the two-faced host Nuwa would say that the old man outside was not easy to fool. It's not hard to fool. It's impossible to fool, isn't it? This is the Naruto of Kiba Village. He subconsciously avoided Sarutobi's gaze and lowered his head to ask in a small voice. Fire. Grandpa Naruto, what brings you here? Naturally, Naruto couldn't hide such an obvious little action from Sarutobi Hinata. His heart thumped when he saw this odd behavior from Naruto. This Naruto guy. It can't really have anything to do with what happened yesterday, can it? Lin Kong in the spirit world also took in this scene. He rubbed his forehead helplessly and stifled a curse. Idiot. Anyone can tell you have a problem when you look like this, right? But then he remembered that Naruto was still a kid who hadn't even graduated from ninja school now. After all, facing the third Naruto, it would be strange to be able to lie and talk without being caught. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Lin Kong sighed softly helplessly. Looks like a little help from me. Meanwhile, Sarutobi didn't show any suspicion of Naruto. He asked Naruto rhetorically with a kind smile on his face. What? Can't I come visit you for nothing? Naruto shook his head as soon as he heard this. No. Grandpa Naruto can come whenever he wants. The smile on Sarutobi Hinata's face widened as he raised his right hand and said, Go in first. I knew you must not have had breakfast yet and got you one specially. In his hand, he was carrying a bag of steaming buns. Great. I've been starving for a long time. Naruto let his guard down as soon as he saw something tasty. He didn't think much of it and led Sarutobi directly into the room. He hadn't noticed that behind him followed Sarutobi Hinata. Upon entering the room his eyes scanned the room quickly. Naruto's room wasn't big, just a small single room. Upon entering, you can see a bedstead in the corner and a table set in the center. The room was a bit scruffy. Coats, clothes, socks, casually just thrown in there. On the table, there were a few boxes of instant noodles that had been eaten and not thrown away. Naruto realized something when he saw Sarutobi Hinata standing at the table without sitting down. He came up a little embarrassed, quickly cleaning up the trash on the table as he did so. An awkward chuckle escaped while he said, I was going to clean it today. Ha ha. However, Sarutobi's attention wasn't even on the trash on the table. His eyes, at last, rested on a coat hanging up beside the bed. It was the orange jacket Naruto always wore. The jacket had obviously not been washed for a long time, and the surface was dirty and there are even some signs of breakage. It was the top of the jacket that concerned him the most, with some blood vaguely visible. The blood took on a reddish-brown color that retained some freshness to it. It looks like it's the kind that has been stained recently, not on the jacket for a long time. I remember Rinzuki saying that Naruto had a run-in with a classmate inside that alley. These bloodstains, I think it was left behind when he taught that student a lesson, right? Sarutobi Hinata thought about it and judged it in his heart. He had known about the time Naruto had beaten the head off of his trouble-seeking classmate. It's normal to get a little blood on your jacket when you're all beat up like that. But because of this, Sarutobi Hizuru had more trust in Naruto within himself. After all, there's no such thing as a murderer. And the one that left the bloodstained jacket hanging so blatantly next to the bed. Sarutobi Hinata thought of this and immediately signaled to Naruto. Alright, clean up later. Hurry up and eat breakfast first. It won't be good if it gets cold. Good. Naruto didn't notice anything unusual and happily agreed. Then, he took the bun that Sarutobi Hinata handed him and took a big bite. Yummy. Sure enough, hot buns are just so much better than instant noodles, Naruto stated with a happy face. Sarutobi Hinata smiled gently as well and said, Slow down. There's no rush. As I recall, ninja school isn't in session today, is it? It's the weekend and ninja school isn't in session. Naruto nodded and continued to enjoy his delicious bun. Naruto. At that moment, Sarutobi Hinata suddenly called out to Naruto. Naruto looked up at Sarutobi with a puzzled look on his face. Where did you go after school yesterday? Sarutobi Hinata asked Naruto with a smile on his face. Seemingly casually. Cough. Naruto almost didn't choke on his bun in a fit of excitement. He hastily grabbed a glass of water and slammed a few mouthfuls into it before recovering. I'm going to practice. Naruto once again avoided Sarutobi's gaze. He said darkly in his mind. Crap, Grandpa Naruto. I'm sure he's here to investigate me. It's over. I'm sure we're going to get caught. Naruto's insides were overwhelmed with panic. After all, it was about the deaths of 3 Nakanobu, where it was something he had experienced as a child. Just as Naruto was panicking inside, Rinku's voice suddenly came. No need to be nervous. He's just testing you. If he's really here for the deaths of those 3 men, it wouldn't be sitting around condescending to you like this. Naruto heard Lin Kong's words and remained a bit flustered as he said, "Really? So what am I going to do?" Lin Kong of the spirit world smiled slightly and stated confidently, "You don't have to do anything. Keep the buns coming. I'll teach you to answer any questions he has next." At this point, Rinku could also see that Sarutobi Hinata was here to set Naruto up. Otherwise, if the other side really has evidence that Naruto killed someone, it shouldn't be this tentative tone. Naruto, despite being a child, would easily reveal himself in the face of Sarutobi's temptation, but now Naruto's body is still inside of him as a crossover. Having read so many novels and TV shows in my previous life, for the trysting bit, he simply shouldn't be too familiar. To Naruto, he is Naruto's golden finger. Chapter 21, Naruto, I show my cards. I'm the one who hit the man. Naruto's house. With Rinku touted, Naruto's nervousness finally calmed down a lot. It's just that as he buried his head and continued to eat his buns, still not daring to make too much eye contact with Sarutobi. At that moment, Sarutobi asked in a half-joking tone again, "Really? And there's no messing around and getting into trouble?" Naruto paused, in no hurry to answer. Lin Kong of the spirit world immediately reminded Naruto, "Tell him for sure that you just went and practiced, because you want to be strong." Naruto suddenly snapped out of it and replied as Rinku reminded him, "Really? Because I want to be stronger. I want to be recognized by more people." That was what Naruto had always wanted to do, and his expression was very natural as he said it. Sarutobi Hinata stared at Naruto's face for a few seconds before continuing to ask, "So did you go outside the village?" The rest of the conversation was all about Rinku teaching Naruto to answer. "I have to go outside the village, but it's just around the village, with some physical training." Sarutobi Hizuru was relentless and continued with his questions. "And outside the village, did you see any strange people?" Naruto shook his head in the affirmative. "No." Sarutobi Hinata followed up with a few questions, which Naruto answered one by one with Rinku's help. A few of the questions are about what appear to be simple concerns. In fact, it was all leading up to the murder of the 3 Nakanobu at the creek. Fortunately, Lin Kong, after all, had memories of his past life and was an adult soul. These questions used to test the kids don't work on him at all. Sarutobi Hinata also pauses after some trial and error. He looked at Naruto's face and seemed to be thinking about something. After a few moments, Sarutobi Hinata switched to a serious tone of voice and addressed Naruto. "Naruto, you're the one I grew up watching and a member of Kiba Village. I want you to tell me whatever happened. Anything, Grandpa Naruto. I'll help you. Got it?" As soon as Sarutobi Hinata's words left his mouth, Naruto stopped eating all of a sudden. For the first time, he voluntarily raised his head and met Sarutobi's eyes. It was this gentle and kind tone of Sarutobi Hinata's voice that caused Naruto to redden his eyes all of a sudden. Sarutobi Hinata has taken care of Naruto all these years. It also made him treat Sarutobi Hinata like his own grandfather a long time ago. Naruto instantly broke his defenses when Sarutobi Hinata said those words. I. Naruto commiserated and was about to hold back from spilling the beans. "Kid, he's still just putting words in your mouth. You think if you tell him what happened, it'll be okay?" A roar from Rinku instantly made Naruto swallow back the words on his lips. At the same time, Lin Kong, inside the spirit world, also looking at Sarutobi Hizuru who had the image of a kind old grandfather on his face. He couldn't help but curse. "Good old you. You're playing the emotional card here? Playing the emotional card here? If you can really carry it all off, why all these years? And to have Naruto treated with such indifference?" He knew that Sarutobi Hinata was just switching things up and continuing to test Naruto. If Sarutobi Hinata is really defending Naruto like he's shown himself to be, why does he just keep spying on Naruto in the shadows? Why does he continue to do nothing even though he knows Naruto is isolated? In the end, Sarutobi was just an afterthought, trying to do what he thought was right, in the way that he thought was right. It's just a matter of controlling Naruto's life. Otherwise, Naruto, being a Konoha hero and the child of the 4th Naruto, what's to stop Sarutobi from getting special treatment? If Sarutobi Hinata had forcefully educated Naruto from a young age, will Naruto still be as mischievous because he doesn't have parenting? If only Sarutobi Hinata had told Naruto earlier that his father was a hero of Konoha. Naruto still has such low self-esteem? Lin Kong's eyes narrowed slightly, and an expression of disdain surfaced on his face. He continued to brainwash Naruto. Where was he when you were being bullied by the other kids? And where was he when you were being called a monster by the village at the point of your nose? Kid, don't get cocky. In his eyes, at any time, he could lay you down for the sake of the village. Hoo-hoo. Lin Kong's words had just finished. The negative energy of his two-sided host Nuwa once again erupted. Negative energy enveloped Naruto's entire body in the blink of an eye. amplifying his negative emotions. How could he have dragged Naruto down so hard? At this point in time, bringing Sarutobi back to the path of the original suffocating Madonna. The next moment, under the influence of the negative energy of the two-sided host Nuwa, Naruto's inner trust in Sarutobi Hinata had indeed been shaken. It was just as Lin Kong had said. Over the years, though, Sarutobi has taken care of him with a bit of concern, but those times when he was treated with cold eyes and indifference had been spent alone. Although the one who killed the three Nakanobu was the two-faced lodger Nuwa, not him, Whirlpool Naruto, but he couldn't guarantee that Sarutobi would not, in order to give the villagers an account of the sold him. So what should I do? I'm already like that. Naruto once again turned to Rinku for help. He's been crying as if he's going to say something right in front of Sarutobi, and now all of a sudden he's changed his stance. It's also too suspicious. Rincon thought about it and said to Naruto with a calm face, "You keep doing what I tell you to do." Back to reality. Sarutobi Hinata, at this point, was still waiting for Naruto's confession with great anticipation. He had seen that Naruto must be hiding something from him. To make sure that the deaths of those three ninjas had nothing to do with Naruto or not, it's the only way he can do it. Just as Sarutobi waited in silence, Naruto suddenly stood up. Immediately afterward, Naruto confessed to Sarutobi Hinata with red eyes and a guilty face. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Naruto. I lied to you. After school, I didn't go to practice right away. I hurt a classmate with my hands, and he bled a lot. But that was all because he and two other students started it. I couldn't help myself before I hurt him on impulse." In that voice with a hint of a sob, Naruto related what had happened inside the alley yesterday. Told Sarutobi Hizuru one by one. Sarutobi? Just this? Sarutobi Hinata's face was filled with questions when he heard that. That's not what he wanted to hear. It's something he's known for a long time. It's just a bit of over-the-top jostling between kids. What he wanted to hear was about the tragic deaths of the three Chunin. At the same time, Lin Kung inside the spirit world saw Sarutobi Hinata's appearance. There was an uncontrollable sneer. "Play with me? You're still a little too young." Yes, it was Rinku who handily taught Naruto this confession. The atmosphere had just been baked to this point, and Naruto had to say something. In that case, let Naruto be truthful and confess that he injured his classmate. After all, if it hadn't been for the deaths of those three ninjas, Naruto would have originally felt very guilty about the whole thing. Saying it at this time defused both Sarutobi's problem of. It also allows the other person to see nothing wrong with it. The same emotion, just transferred to another thing. Even Sarutobi Hinata could definitely not see anything wrong with it. Chapter 22, Getting Stronger. Mantra power cultivation begins. Sarutobi Hinata looked at Naruto with a depressed look on his face for a while before speaking. "This is something that I have heard about. The student has woken up and admitted that he was the one who led the charge against you in the first place. His parents also promised that he won't bully you anymore." "Really?" Naruto looked up happily as soon as he heard that. "Thank you, Grandpa Naruto." Naruto's look of relief and sincerity caused Sarutobi's brow to furrow slightly, because even he couldn't see anything broken from Naruto's face. It's no wonder. Rinku knew that to make Naruto a child, it was too unrealistic to lie and act in front of a veteran like Sarutobi Hizuru and not be recognized. Instead of making up lies, tell the truth about the truth. As it turns out, this does put to rest most of Sarutobi's suspicions about Naruto. However, Sarutobi Hinata seemed to be a bit reluctant and asked one last time, "Is there nothing else you want to tell me besides this?" Naruto sniffed and shook his head slowly. Sarutobi Hinata saw this and stopped trying to Naruto. He stood up, his eyes gradually becoming gentle as he reached out and touched Naruto's head and said, "Okay, I have things to take care of. You eat first." After Sarutobi Hinata finished speaking, he turned and left Naruto's house. On the contrary, Naruto's tense nerves relaxed as he watched Sarutobi Hinata leave. The heart was secretly relieved. At the same time, he said with a face full of guilt, "Grandpa Naruto was so nice to me and I lied to him. Am I doing this wrong?" Lin Kong of the spirit world sniffed and stated coldly and arrogantly, "Right now, you're still too weak. When you have absolute strength, naturally, I am the only one in heaven and earth." The reason Naruto has been bullied so much boils down to the fact that he's just too weak. As long as the strength is strong enough, those curses and doubts naturally cease to exist. Whoever doesn't, then will beat them until they do. Whoever dares to doubt him, then all those voices of doubt will be erased. Rinku didn't mind that Naruto wanted to become the shadow of the Konoha village, but it will never turn him into a shadow of a hero whose heart is overflowing with sanctimoniousness and pandering to the heroic image in everyone's mind. The shadow of Konoha should be decisive and kill on the spot. Naruto nodded with seeming understanding. "Get ready, I'm going to start guiding you in your cultivation," Rinku went on to say to Naruto. As soon as Naruto heard that he was going to start practicing to become stronger, the complicated emotions he had just felt were instantly put behind him. A promise was made with anticipation. He finished the rest of the bun in 3 tries. After packing up his things, he began his daily physical practice. When you say it's a physical art, it's really just the most basic physical training. Only if this body of Naruto's became strong enough could Rinku be able to borrow it when the more unbridled to the fullest extent, instead of just borrowing a body once, as was the case yesterday. Neither of them ever engaged in a fierce battle. As a result, Naruto was exhausted on the spot after his body was handed back to him. Naruto, who had left his home, whirled around and began to run around the village. Naruto building. Sarutobi Hinata and his henchman, Rinzuki, have returned. Naruto-sama. Nine-tailed Rinpoche. Is there really no problem? Rinzuki curiously inquired to Sarutobi Hinata. Sarutobi Hinata sniffed, and after a slight hesitation, he still nodded. In his mind, the entire conversation he had just had with Naruto came to mind. Naruto's behavior was a bit strange though, and the intervals between answering questions were slightly longer. But the overall performance, it doesn't look like a lie. He's got confidence, too. A kid who didn't even graduate from ninja school. How is it possible to lie against him? When Lin Yu saw this, she became even more puzzled. If it's not the nine-tailed Rinpoche, then who could it be? We have stepped up patrols and searches in the area around the village as you instructed. But up until now, there's been no sign of a mysterious powerhouse coming to Kiba. Rinyu glanced at Sarutobi Hinata and continued with eyes filled with disbelief. What I don't understand most is what the other side is up to. Come all the way to Kiba specifically to kill 3 members of a patrol? Rinzuki's words also caused Sarutobi to fall into deep thought. That's what he understands the least. The other party showed up in Kiba so blatantly and was very confident that they wouldn't deal with the murder scene. All that high-profile work to kill 3 patrolmen? Anyone else who killed someone so high-profile would at the very least be doing it for the bounty money from the black markets around the shinobi world or something like that. It's like his son, Sarutobi Asuma, who has always had a black market bounty on his head, including other powerful ninja in the village. But these 3 patrol members were just ordinary Nakanobu. No! Sarutobi Hinata seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his expression suddenly became serious. Naruto said that he was practicing outside the village after he injured that classmate. The murderer, as it happens, also appeared during this time period. Then the opponent's target. Could it be Naruto? It's just a case of killing people because they happen to be encountered by a patrol. Sarutobi Hinata instantly had a feeling of enlightenment. The fact that Naruto was a 9-tailed human pillar is not a secret in the shinobi world. Combine that with Naruto's words and the timing of that murderer's appearance, Sarutobi Hinata guessed that the opponent could be coming for Naruto. To be precise, it was directed at 9 tails. It's just that the 3 people in the patrol were more unlucky and just happened to spot each other before incurring the trouble of killing them. Sarutobi Hinata's eyes lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that was the case. If the target was 9 tails, it would make sense for a mysterious strong man to appear. As he thought of this, he immediately commanded. From now on, the dark sections that are watching Naruto will be changed from singles to pairs. Report any abnormalities to me at the first opportunity. Yes. Lin Yu agreed and her figure instantly disappeared. The sight returned to Naruto's side. At Rinku's request, Naruto trained from morning until noon. It wasn't until he was exhausted and sweating profusely that Lin Kong told him to stop and go home. Naruto's house tired me out. Naruto sat on his butt, his clothes long drenched in sweat. Physical training is just that, the most basic and the hardest. But Naruto didn't complain a word in order to get stronger. Do I follow up with physical training this afternoon as well? Naruto asked Rinku after resting for a while, puzzled. No, physical training needs to be done every day, day after day. Stay home this afternoon and I'll teach you something new, Lin Kong said with a somewhat lazy voice. Naruto's eyes lit up with anticipation as soon as he heard there was something new to learn. Something new? What's that? Awesome jutsu? Lin Kong smiled faintly and stated indifferently. Spell power. Chapter 23 Extraction of Mantra Power. Negative emotions exploded. Spell power? Naruto was left with a question mark when he heard the unfamiliar word. He thought that this two-faced host knew a big man was going to teach him some powerful must-have jutsu. Spell power? What's that? Rinku smiled and asked Naruto. Remember what I asked you to remember earlier? Naruto froze for a moment and nodded in reply. That angry feeling? What does this have to do with that spell power? Rinku had mentioned it to Naruto before, asking him to remember that when he violently beat up his classmates. That anger. But among Naruto's own understanding, it was remembering what it felt like to be angry at the time. Angry? It's not wrong to understand it that way, but that's just one of those things. For Naruto's own way of understanding, Rinku didn't deny it. rage, anger. That does count as a negative emotion. However, it can only be considered a negative emotion. The so-called spell power is the power that originates from negative human emotions. Negative emotions, on the other hand, you just mentioned. Anger, rage, envy, hatred, sadness, pain, etc. These are negative emotions. Mantra power is a powerful force that is extracted from these negative emotions, by means of infusing spell power into a jutsu and thereby producing a powerful. It's also known as spellcraft. Those who control spell power and use spells to fight are also known as spellcasters. Rinku proceeded to explain to Naruto the concept of spell power. Spell power? Spellcraft? Spellcasters? Naruto's CPU was on the verge of drying up and smoking as he listened to the unfamiliar words. He would have been the more hands-on, practical comprehension type. Theoretical knowledge like this culture-like class gave him the most headaches. Lin Kong was also clear about Naruto's situation, and explained in another easy-to-understand way. You can also understand that mantra power is another special kind of chakra that it is generated by negative emotions. Spells, on the other hand, are the corresponding jutsu, spellcasters, that's ninjas. Of course, jutsu is also divided into born-acquired jutsu and acquired jutsu. Born with jutsu, as the name implies, is born with jutsu talent. It is a unique jutsu that is imprinted inside the body. Acquired jutsu, on the other hand, are jutsu acquired later through other means. Most spellcasters are able to use are raw gain spells. However, considering Naruto's limited ability to understand, Lin Kong explained it in less detail. I see. In that case I understand. After Rinku explained it in a different way, Naruto did understand. Spell power and chakra. Spells and jutsu. Spellcasters and ninjas. Sort of. Very similar indeed and very understandable. That means you're going to teach me really powerful spells? Also, how does spell power compare to chakra? Naruto inquired curiously to Rinku. He has seen with his own eyes, both sides of the host knew that kind of chopping jutsu is powerful. It's a little scary, but it's unquestionably powerful. No, at this stage, I'm just teaching you the use of spell power first. Lin Kong in the spirit world shook his head in negation. In fact, teaching Naruto to cultivate spell power was Lin Kong's decision after much deliberation. He is, after all, a template of the two-faced host Nuwa, who can only use spell power, not chakra or jutsu. Before he was able to directly control Naruto's body by his own will, he still hoped that Naruto would have some strength to defend himself. It couldn't be that every time he encountered danger, he could only rely on him to borrow his body to come out and solve it. That way the risk of exposure is also high. Secondly, have Naruto start practicing spell power now, when his template proficiency reaches the condition later on, and he completely takes over Naruto's receptive flesh body. Spell power adaptability can also be higher. However, Lin Kong actually had no bottom to whether or not Naruto could cultivate mantra power on his own. This was the shinobi world, after all, not the spell world. What Naruto had to cultivate was supposed to be a power that never existed in the shinobi world. As for spell power compared to chakra, for you now, the spell power should be even more powerful. Lin Kong continued. This is not an empty claim. Naruto's total amount of chakra is ultimately limited, even if he is a vortex, and at this point in time, he hadn't fully unsealed the nine tails, either. The amount of nine-tailed chakra that could be obtained was equally limited. Not so with spell power, which comes from negative emotions, with Naruto's childhood experiences since he was a child. As long as the spell power could be extracted, the negativity is almost constant. On top of that, inside his body lived the nine tails that were also capable of generating massive amounts of negative emotions. So once Naruto cultivated spell power, the amount of spell power was absolutely amazing. As for spell strength, this can all be cultivated to become stronger. No need to worry. Not teaching me spells? Can you get stronger even if you only learn spell power? At this point, Naruto was also curious and asked again. In his understanding, this was equivalent to cultivating only chakra and not learning jutsu. That's how you get stronger? Humph. Lin Kong sniffed, and immediately snorted somewhat condescendingly. Did you think I was just going to let you extract the spell power? The use of spell power can be much more powerful than you think. It's just the simplest of spell power body techniques, and if you can master it perfectly, no one your age will be your match. As a two-faced host exorcist, he was naturally on the side of stronger spell power, and the spell power body technique he mentioned was the use of spell power combined with body technique. The extracted spell power is used to strengthen the body or weapons, the simplest and most direct way to fight. With the power of the spell, the body explodes with strength. The power of the weapon attack, both will get a huge boost. Also, the arcana of the spell power body art, Black Flash, That was a killing move that only a very small number of people could master in the original spell world. Even the original king of the cursed two-faced host Nuwa, in the end, was Black Flash to burst. One could see the power of spell power body techniques cultivated to the extreme. It's just that the Black Flash is still a bit far away for Naruto right now all the same. The first step at hand was still for Naruto to successfully cultivate the spell. Next, you do it the way I tell you. Try extracting spell power from negativity, Rinku said finally to Naruto. He looked at Naruto with eyes that blazed. He was also curious if it was true that it was possible for the people of the shinobi world to learn the power system of the spell world. Naruto agreed and sat up in place with a serious look on his face. The next step was to extract the spell power in the way Lin Kong had taught him. The first step is to first feel your own negative emotions. Naruto sat down and slowly closed his eyes. He forced himself to start remembering the past experiences that he wanted to forget the most. Those experiences of being coldly abused, punched, kicked and shunned. For a while, the bullying he had suffered in the past flashed through his mind like a slideshow. His brow tightened slightly with it, and his emotions began to falter. In his head, it was as if there was another voice ringing out. I hate them. Why are they calling me a monster? Why do you always have to bully me, call me names, and avoid me? In but a few moments, Naruto was already bursting with negativity. It's now. Feel those negative emotions. From them, extract the spell power. At that moment, Lin Kong's voice of reminder suddenly rang out. Chapter 24, Kiba's Darkness. The Potentate's Shadow. Junzo. Inside the room, Naruto began to concentrate on the negative emotions that were coming up at Rinku's prompting. Invisibly, it was as if there was a pair of hands that wrapped up those negative emotions. And the very moment these invisible hands touched the negative emotions, the negativity seems to have become incredibly active. A powerful force is quietly being born. Not long after, zip, inside Naruto's body, there was a sudden, subtle sound. If you look closely you can see where Naruto's body navel is located. That concentration of negativity, just a moment ago, there seemed to be a faint flash of black energy. The black energy glow flickered away and Naruto looked as if he had been through a great battle. Opening his eyes, he braced his hands on the ground, a few drops of sweat running down his forehead. So hard, Naruto stated with some surprise as he wiped the sweat from the corner of his forehead. The extraction of spell power was much harder than when he had gathered chakra. At least he didn't have to suffer the effects of negative emotions at the same time when gathering chakra. Again, it has to work this time. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes firm with self-encouragement. He had a feeling. It was precisely because spell power extraction was more difficult than he had thought, and once it had been successful, the effect must have been more powerful than he expected. 2. He couldn't wait to feel the power of the spell. Meanwhile, inside the spirit world, that flash just now, it was spell power. Naruto sure was able to extract the spell power. Lin Kong's expression was filled with surprise. In fact, at first, he was interested in Naruto's ability to extract the power of the spell. It was also just a matter of giving it a try. Even if it doesn't work out, Naruto, as a succubus, will be good enough if he keeps his physical skills up. In terms of spell power, he was able to dominate. But what he didn't expect was that Naruto managed to emerge with spell power on just his first try. Naruto himself may not have noticed, but as the king of curses, but it was keenly captured. The flash of black energy just now was none other than spell power. This also proves that even people from the shinobi world can cultivate the power of the spell world. But that, too, should have something to do with the fact that he is my succubus. It should be unlikely for anyone else to try to extract the spell power. Lin Kong held his chin in one hand and analyzed it in his heart. Mantra power was, after all, a power that did not originally exist in the shinobi world. The reason Naruto was able to extract it had something to do with him being a two-faced lodestar exorcist in the flesh as well. Above all, Naruto's own condition was too suitable for practicing spell power. That full of negativity is not something everyone can have. It also allowed Naruto to mobilize his emotions without having to be almost too intentional about it. Negativity is the state of being full. Half an hour later, this was Naruto's attempt to extract spell power for, I don't know, the umpteenth time. Just as he continued to try to extract spell power from the negative emotions in the same way as before. Zip! Suddenly, a black energy glow lit up. The black energy was as if it had transformed into a burning black flame, constantly pulsating with flames and appeared inside his body. As a steady stream of negative emotions emerged, the black energy solidified and grew. This black energy was none other than spell power. It worked! I managed to extract the spell power. Naruto cried out in excitement as he felt the spell power appear. His face, full of surprise. That's spell power. Sure enough, it's completely different from chakra. He felt the spell power again carefully, and there was a twinkle in his eyes. even if the spell power that was condensed was only a pinch the size of a small thumb. But the energy emanating from it could be clearly sensed as active and powerful. It was a force, which he had never touched before. That worked? When Lin Kong in the spirit world saw this, he was instantly somewhat surprised as well. Originally, according to his expectations, Naruto would have taken quite some time even if he could extract the spell power. As it turned out, Naruto had managed to extract the spell power in only half an hour. Is it because I borrowed his body before? So his body already has experience in extracting spell power. Lin Kong stroked his chin and muttered, "It's like growing up with a lot of cold feet and negative feelings constantly weighing on your mind. You can gather a lot of negativity to practice the first time. It belongs to Naruto's own innate strengths, and because he once borrowed Naruto's body to borrow spell power, the body is not new to spell power. This would be an advantage obtained later in life. The combination of the two is what allowed Naruto, a shinobi character, to extract the spell power so quickly. Sunua-sensei, so what do I do next?" At that moment, Naruto asked Rinkyuan suspiciously, because Lin Kong instructed him in the cultivation of mantra power as a two-faced lodger Nuwa. He even changed his address directly to Su Nuwa teacher. Once Lin Kong heard this title, he immediately said with some displeasure, "Kid, who's your teacher now? I didn't promise to take you as a disciple. If you must, honor me by calling me Shibu Nuwa-sama." Naruto sniffed and quickly changed his tone. "Yes, Su Nuwa-sama." When Lin Kong heard this title, he nodded in satisfaction. He secretly spat in his mind at the same time. This guy Naruto, he's still trying to climb the ladder. It's just my receptive flesh. Don't be too indulgent. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Lin Kong's head. Ding! The host playing host Nuwa is awe-inspiring. The template fusion degree has increased by 1%. Lin Kong? That's okay? After all, he's still going to take over this body of Naruto's later on. That's why he didn't want to get too emotionally involved with Naruto. I didn't realize that there could be a reward for that. It was a real surprise. That, Su Nuwa-sama, can I start my training back there? Naruto asked weakly to Rinku. Lin Kong sniffed and immediately stated coldly and arrogantly, "Practice in the back? Kid, you think this is considered a successful extraction of spell power? Such a weak spell power is completely inadequate. Continue. More spell power is needed." Naruto was extracting the spell power, but only in thumb-sized amounts. This level of spell power is simply not yet at the point where it can be utilized in a normal manner. Spell power that still needs to be strengthened. Yes, Su Nuwa-sama. Naruto agreed dryly and proceeded to bury his head in the sand. That night, Kiba Village, Dark Side Training Course. Inside the dimly lit venue, a faint odor of blood emanated. A closer view reveals a vast training ground. Everywhere around, a dummy was erected and stood in various corners of the grounds. The body of the dummy is clearly marked with the various acupuncture points and meridians of the human body. At this time, there was a person dressed in black with an indifferent expression that, constantly launching attacks on the dummy, either using the ninjutsu shuriken, the bitter end, or a body art. Each of their attacks landed precisely on the acupoints and meridian vitals of the dummy. These people, they are all newcomers who have been trained in the Dark Side course. The training program is also very simple and violent. That is to subdue and kill the enemy in the most direct way and in the shortest time. The Dark Sect training course, and the roots of Kiba. It was meant to exist for Kiba, to clear all obstacles. And on the second floor of the venue, there was a separate room. The room had a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing the training ground below. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, there was a silhouette with cold eyes watching the training of the newcomers below. Shoo! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. The visitor, also dressed in a black combat suit. A white mask resembling a crane pattern was worn on his face. Exactly what the Roots organization is all about. Lord Gunzo investigated clearly the recent unusual actions of the Dark Sect. The man in front of him turned around slowly at the sound of that. Brown hair, thin eyes, a white loose kimono with a cold look and a deep gaze. Over his right eye, half his head was wrapped in layers of white bandages. It was the head of the Darkness training course. The Darkness of Kiba. The Pot Shadow. Shimura Tuzo. Chapter 25, Raizo, Hinata. I am the shadow of Kiba. With his eyes slightly narrowed and a cold expression, Junzo looked at Negi's men in front of him. He inquired in a calm tone. It's Crane. Tell me what Hinata and his men are doing behind my back. No member of the Roots organization has a name. Only a simple code name. The code name of this Root member is Crane. It was also clear from Tuzo's words, even though Sarutobi had deliberately made it hidden. But the recent actions of the Konoha's dark side still caught him out. That's why he sent members of the Roots organization, secretly investigating what Sarutobi and the dark side are doing. According to our investigations, the dark side's recent actions seem to be related to a murder. 3 members of Patrol 1 were killed in the forest outside the village. The men of the dark side are searching for the murderer. Tsuru whirled around and told Reunion about the information he had investigated. As soon as he heard that, a glint flashed in his eyes and he said in a slightly surprised tone, 3 of the patrol were killed? What kind of people do that? Kiba Patrol 1. The main responsibility is to guard the area around Kiba village. To be able to be a part of the patrol was at least at the level of Nakanobu. Juzo was a bit surprised. Who would dare to make a move to kill 3 Chunin in a Konoha place? Instead, Crane shook his head and said, so far, none of the dark sections seem to have apprehended the killer. Lord Souza, this is the autopsy report I pulled from the hospital. It's up here. It's a little weird. Reunion sniffed, and was instantly intrigued. He took the autopsy report Crane handed him and looked it over carefully, but as he looked further down, his brow grew furrowed. No chakra residue detected? Or was it killed by a single decapitating blow when the 3 showed no signs of fighting back? Reunion widened his eyes slightly, his expression becoming even more surprised. This autopsy report suggests that the killer appears to have used chakra without. You killed 3 of Konoha's Nakanobu in seconds? How is this possible? If that's the case, then this murderer possesses the strength. It's definitely threatening the stability of Konoha now. No. At that moment, as if something suddenly occurred to him, a look of puzzlement appeared on Reunion's face. Such a mysterious and powerful person suddenly appeared near the village. Why did he hide it from me? Hinata? He's the head of the Roots organization. Isn't the main duty of the Roots organization to solve all troubles for the village? Not only in the open, but in the shadows. In some unseen things, it's all left to Root. Shouldn't something of this magnitude have happened? And shouldn't it have been handed over to the Roots organization immediately to investigate? Why is Sarutobi Hizuru deliberately hiding it? This is just too weird. Lord Juzu, I wonder, is it possible that this matter has something to do with the 9-tailed human pillar? Crane suddenly spoke up. 9-tailed Rinpoche? What's it got to do with him? Raizo looked at Tsuru with a questioning face. Tsuru then proceeded to take another intelligence document out of his arms and handed it to Reunion. Tsuru explained as Raizo took the document and looked it over. We also found something else strange when we were investigating the dark side's actions. The dark sect seems to have deployed additional manpower for the surveillance of the 9-tailed Rinpocalypse. It was only afterward that we dug deeper and realized, when these 3 patrol Nakasu were killed, the 9-tailed human pillar power seems to have disappeared for a while as well. Furthermore, the 9-tailed human pillar power seemed to be emotionally out of control. Before this, injured a tolerance school student. Juzo looked at the intelligence document in his hand, which read, the movements of the 9-tailed human pillars are clearly recorded. The 9-tailed human pillar force lost control of his emotions and injured. 3 shinobi were killed. And it happened on the same day. Reunion's expression became more and more grave. All of this, it seems to indicate, the 9-tails Rinpoche had something to do with the deaths of the 3 Nakanobu. Yeah. Daybreak. An icy smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth as well, after Suzu ran through the incident. It looks like you're deliberately hiding it from me, trying to harbor the 9-tailed Rinpoche now. In his opinion, things must have something to do with the 9-tailed human pillars. That explains why Sarutobi Hizuru was hiding it from him. That was all so he wouldn't have an excuse to keep the 9-tailed Rinpoche under control. Juzu's smile grew more and more amused at the thought. He muttered to himself in a somewhat disdainful tone. Hinata, you think that's going to cover up the fact that the 9-tailed Rinpoche is out of control? Don't you dare. I've long said that the 9-tailed human pillars should be controlled by the Root organization. In his heart, Tuanzu couldn't hide his joy. When the Naruto election was first held, he had always held a grudge against his loss to Sarutobi Hizuru. Sarutobi Hinata's attitude and the way he handled things as Kiba's shadow. It is also something he does not recognize. This incident may be an opportunity for him. A chance to take down Sarutobi and replace him. As Naruto, he allowed the 9-tailed human pillar power to get out of control and kill people, and deliberately covered up for it. That kind of dereliction of duty would be enough to impeach him out of office. After a moment's thought, Raizo instantly commanded, find a way to capture the 9-tailed Rinpoche for interrogation. As soon as Crane heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked over at Reunion and inquired with some concern, Lord Guzu, but right now the 9-tailed Rinpoche is constantly being watched by the dark sect. If Naruto-sama finds out, humph. Before Tsuru could finish his words, Suzu snorted disdainfully. So what if you know? As long as the 9-tailed Rinpoche falls into my hands, pry the truth from his mouth. At that point, Hinata will never harbor him again. As for the spying dark sections, I'll have someone hold them back again. Tsurugi saw that Suzo's eyes were firm, and he was determined to get the 9-tailed Rinpokyo back. It's not good to say anything more. Yes, Lord Junzo. He promised respectfully and left the room in a whirlwind. begin preparations for the capture of the nine-tailed human pillar power. For a while, the room was left with only reunion. He came to the window once more and looked at the dark side newcomers on the training grounds and sneered. Daybreak. It's time for you to hand over the Naruto position. The next day, ninja school wasn't in session today either, so Naruto woke up early and, after a brief wash, it was time to continue the daily physical training. After the physical training, it was time to return home and proceed with the practice of spell power. Inside Naruto's room, Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed as he concentrated on extracting the spell power. Buzz! In the next moment, a black energy glow suddenly lit up where Naruto's navel was. The black energy glow became more and more dazzling and bright, and the size of the light cluster continued to grow. By the end, the black light mass had become the size of a palm. It was then that Naruto opened his eyes. After he felt the spell power in his body, he asked Lin Kong in the spirit world with a happy face. Sunuwa-sama, with the spell power I've extracted now, can I carry out the later cultivation? After a day of training, Naruto is now able to extract the spell power that, it's been significantly more than twice as much. Seeing this, Lin Kong inside the spirit world nodded in agreement. Barely qualified. Next, the cultivation of spell power manipulation. Chapter 26, Mantra Power Operation Cultivation. The crisis is coming. Spell power manipulation? Naruto was still full of confusion about this again very unfamiliar word. Rinku was used to it and proceeded to explain it to Naruto. Spell manipulation is the control of spell power. To utilize the power of a spell, in addition to infusing it with a jutsu. It's just used to strengthen the body. The weapons. The process of controlling the infusion of spell power into a part of the body, into a weapon, is spell control. Naruto seemed to be experienced as well, and picked up the conversation with a nod. I see. It's like taking chakra and coalescing it into a designated area. Lin Kong nodded approvingly and continued his explanation. You're right to interpret it that way. An ordinary spellcaster would take the extracted spell power and start it at the navel of the control the spell power and flow it inside your body, as if the flow of chakra. The spell power is finally infused into the fist after passing through the chest, shoulders, and arms, and then by the physical strikes of the fists. There is an impact between them and the power of the spell, thus achieving a reinforcing blow. The same process is done for injections into other parts of the body, and even weapons in the hand. However, Rincon did not mention that this spell power operated in a way that, it's just the most basic use of spell power. Ordinary spellcasters, who can only release their spell power through such designated routes, strengthening the effectiveness of the fight. Precisely because of the need to go through this moment of process of mobility, there is a delay when a physical blow impacts with a spell power, also known as spell power delay. The black flash, mentioned before, is actually a delay of this spell's power that, it was shortened to an error of less than 0.001 seconds to produce. Such a subtle and demanding manipulation of spell power also allowed the black flash to erupt with the power of the, it will be 5 times more powerful than a normal spell-enhanced strike. Not to mention Naruto, even the original spellbinder. In his heyday, both sides of the host Nuwa couldn't even manage to use it 100%. It was worth mentioning that the more powerful a spellcaster was, the more precise they were about spell power manipulation. The way they controlled the flow of spell power was no longer limited to the original normal process. In this way, the spell power delay can be effectively avoided. But for Naruto, who had just learned to extract spell power delays were a given. You can try it now. In the normal flow of, manipulate the spell power into your fist first, then match it with a punch to punch out the spell power. After Rinku finished recounting his theory, he gestured to Naruto. Yes, Naruto agreed and couldn't wait to start trying it out. Spell power manipulation. Start at the navel level and let the spell power flow into the fist. Naruto whispered under his breath as his mind kept going back to the way Rinku had taught him. Buzz. In the next moment, the stream of spell power at the location of his navel seemed to transform into a stream of spell power that, it flowed slowly. The spell power traveled along the meridian routes of the body, and at a slower rate. It flowed toward his chest. Quickly, the spell power passed through the chest before continuing to flow towards the shoulders. Finally, it then flows down the shoulder and up the arm until it reaches the right hand that you want to strengthen. It's now! Naruto suddenly shouted. The moment he felt the spell power flow into his right hand, he clenched his fist decisively and struck forward. Pop! Zip! As a result, he threw a hard punch with a dull thud. This was followed by a flash of spell power. Failed. Naruto looked at the result with some disappointment. Spell power manipulation sure is hard too. Just controlling the normal flow of spell power is troublesome. And with a strike release, he couldn't help but spit. Again, you have to control the mantra power constantly and follow the normal course of flow. Again, you have to control the timing. When the physical strike attacks out of the, let the spell power be released with it. This was still a bit of a challenge for him, a newcomer to spell power manipulation. I wonder what the effect will be when successfully reinforced. Again, luckily, Naruto was always optimistic, and after a bit of self-congratulation, he practiced again. At the same time, he was very much looking forward to the fact that, after successfully reinforcing a physical blow with a spell, what would be the effect? With that, Naruto practiced until late afternoon. There were several times when he came close to making it, favoring the last minute. Spell power and physical strikes just don't work well together to create an impact at the same time. After a few more failed attempts, Naruto paused his training. Shibu Nuasama. Then I'll proceed with the cultivation of physical arts first? Naruto stood up and inquired to Rinku. Lin Kong had set him a physical art practice that was to be done once in the morning and once in the evening. It's just about time for the second physical practice. Go on. Lin Kong responded indifferently. Not only is spell power important, but so is Naruto's physical strength. For the next little while, even if it means going to ninja school, he'd make Naruto stick to it every day. 2. Naruto nodded, put on his jacket and left the house. Because of Naruto's physical training, considering the fact that no one in the village treats him well, it basically takes place around the outside perimeter of the village. It's the same today. He walked out of the village and ran around it to warm up. Without realizing it, half an hour passed. Weird. At that moment, Lin Kong in the spirit world suddenly let out a cry of doubt. Those tails, why are they suddenly gone? Lin Kong frowned slightly, his face full of suspicion. In fact, the matter of the dark part following Naruto was something that Rinku had already discovered with his superb senses. That was why he had Naruto practicing his spell power at home. After all, being watched all the time like that, if the dark sect found out Naruto was practicing strange powers, it's hard not to get into trouble. In his perception, it was just now as usual. The moment Naruto stepped out of his house, these tales from the dark side followed him. Naruto was just doing his normal physical training, though he also ignored the darker sections that followed. But what struck him as strange was that, just 10 minutes before, the shadowy men who had been following suddenly it's gone. He also made it a point to carefully perceive it, and the result was still the same. I think I got some kind of mission out of the blue. Lin Kong couldn't think of anything, so he muttered in his heart and didn't think any further. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest behind Naruto, in a clearing in the forest, there were two groups of people confronting each other at that moment. One of the group was none other than Rinzuki, who was in charge of keeping an eye on Naruto, as well as another of his partner's dark sectors. The other group on the opposite side were 3 members of the Roots organization, led by Tsuru. What do you mean? We are on a mission. Get out of the way. Rinyu looked at the members of the Root organization that blocked the way in front of him and said with a slight frown under his mask. The crane at the head of the group sniffed and said with a slight smile, "Excuse me, we, the Roots, are also on a mission up ahead. The content of the mission needs to be kept secret, so please wait here for a moment." When Lin Yu heard this, she was instantly displeased. He waved his hand in a somewhat impatient expression. "Get out of the way. We are on a mission from Naruto-sama. You should know the consequences of delaying the mission." Nevertheless, hearing Rinzuki bring out the third Naruto, Tsuru still insisted without relenting. "We have not been notified of this. If you really want to go over there, bring the papers from Naruto-sama." Rinyu looked at the members of the Root organization who were determined to keep out of the way. And just as Lin Yu and the others were stopped by the people from the Roots organization, shoo, inside the forest not far ahead, 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared. All 3 were dressed in a manner consistent with members of the Roots organization. A black combat suit with a white mask over his face. The 3 were silent, and a murderous aura emanated from them. The direction they were heading was the same direction Naruto had just run in not too long ago. Chapter 27: The Darkness of the Root Organization. Forced capture of Naruto. The sight returned to Naruto's side. Naruto, at this point, was still running somewhat out of breath. As he ran, his hands were still clenched into fists as he kept punching forward. The constant movement had long since caused a wave of soreness to pass through his arms, legs and feet. Nonetheless, he was still gritting his teeth as well. It was because Lin Kong had told him that the only way to persist in cultivation was in this state of physical exhaustion. It was his body that was able to break through and become stronger over and over again. Having a strong enough body is the foundation for becoming stronger. It was at this time that Lin Kong's voice suddenly came. His tone, it seemed, had all become a little more serious now. "Someone's coming." A simple statement, but one that made Naruto blush. He didn't doubt Lin Kong's perception in the slightest. Previously, the appearance of the patrol ninjas, The arrival of the third Naruto. Each time, it was Lin Kung who alerted him in advance. Did it just happen to pass by? It shouldn't matter, should it? Naruto inquired to Rinku in a puzzled manner. He hadn't even messed up or committed anything lately, so naturally the first reaction was that it had nothing to do with him. Lin Kong's reply, however, was like a pot of cold water pouring down. It looks like it's coming for you, and I can sense a distinct malice in them. Naruto? Naruto's face was filled with questions when he heard this. Coming at him? And with malice? It's not. He just punched and ran around the village, inviting whoever he wanted. Knowing that Lin Kong's perception could not be wrong, he subconsciously quickened his pace. Mentally, he said in a bit of a panic, "Then I better hurry back. It's too late." Lin Kong's voice came again. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The very next second that Lin Kong's voice came, three silhouettes swept past at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the three appeared in front of Naruto, forcing him to a halt. Naruto, who had stopped in his tracks, instantly looked to the front. In sight, all three were wearing the same black combat uniforms, and all wore white masks over their faces. It obscures the true appearance. The mask has a simple pattern of veins that, from left to right, there is a brown cow-shaped pattern, a green vine-shaped pattern, and a purple cat-shaped pattern. The three just stood there and an icy aura that made people shiver could not help but emanate from his body. I remember them. I think they're the village's dark side, aren't they? Naruto let out a dark cry of realization as he took in his opponent's attire. He's often seen just inside the village. Every now and then these masked men looked like they were going out on a mission, leaping over the roofs of buildings. So he also specifically asked the teachers at the school, and knew that these people who wore masks that, all of them are Kiba's dark side, but that made him even more puzzled in his mind. What was Kiba's dark side suddenly coming to him for? Or did you come with malice? Just as Naruto felt doubt in his mind, the three across from him shot Naruto a look. After confirming Naruto's identity, the green Fuji masked dark one in the center of the just opened his mouth to Naruto. Whirlpool Naruto, you were involved in a recent murder. Please come back to Root Organization with us now to be investigated. The tone of his voice was cold, giving the impression that he could not be denied. A murder. Naruto's heart thumped as he sniffed. He instantly thought of the three Konoha patrol ninjas who had been killed earlier. Has it been discovered? Also, what is Root Tissue? The Root Organization. That's Kiba's dark sect training course. At that moment, Rinku in the spirit world also explained to Naruto. It was founded by Kiba's Naruto auxiliary, Shimura Junzo. It's a special organization independent of the dark sect. The Root Organization exists to perform unseen tasks for Kiba. Naruto panicked even more at that. Specializing in under-the-radar missions? That the Root Organization had come looking for him, most likely because they knew about him killing those three Nakanobu? Shibu Nuwa-sama. What should I do then? They must have known that the deaths of those three shinobi had something to do with me and came to get me. After this period of time together, Naruto to his body inside this two-sided host Nuwa big brother. It's not so repulsive anymore. After all, the other party, but hand in hand, was guiding him to become stronger, and also helped him a lot. As for Nuwa borrowed his body to kill those three ninjas. That was also when the other party made the first move to try to kill him, which was countered. Nuwa's approach to direct killing is indeed a bit excessive, but it was also he who offered to lend his body out. If he could, he didn't want to betray the lodged exorcism inside his body. Humph. Just 3 pieces of trash brainwashed by Suza. Just lend me your body and kill them all. Rinku snorted disdainfully and began to lull Naruto into borrowing his body again. Naruto? Come again? Naruto's face instantly became very ugly. The Roots Organization's people are onto him. And it's not because he lent his body to Shibu Nuwa to kill someone. Shibu Nuwa actually want to borrow his body again to kill these 3 Roots Organization people. That's where he could agree. No way. I can't just lend you my body anymore. It's better if I talk to them. Naruto hastily refused. He is really afraid to lend his body, casually lending it to Nuwa. On the contrary, Lin Kong in the spirit world waved his hand with a disinterested expression and said, "Whatever. But let me remind you that Roots people have always done whatever it takes to get what they want. You're only asking for trouble with that stupid idea of yours." For Naruto's refusal to borrow his body, Rinku was in no hurry at all, because he's too familiar with how the Roots Organization operates. Especially since the Root Organization is still led by an olding be like Junzo. It was always the aim of the reunion to kill by mistake, not to be spared. Naruto trying to convince his opponent not to go back with him by just talking out of his ass? Not at all. At this point, Naruto tried talking to the other as well. He asked the other man rhetorically with a feigned look of innocent bewilderment. A murder? What murder? I don't know what you're talking about and I don't know you. What you guys are talking about has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I'm going home. He even tried to turn away after he finished. Shoo! But just as he had taken one foot, a bitterness was instantly nailed to the ground in front of him. At the same time, the one with the green vine mask stated in an icy tone, "Whether it's relevant or not, we'll find out when we go back with us to be investigated. We're not asking for your permission. We're ordering you to cooperate." As soon as the words were spoken, 3 members of the Roots organization, it then gave off an even more powerful, icy aura that enveloped Naruto. A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down Naruto's forehead. He looked at that bittern on the ground, and then felt the terrifying aura of his opponent. His face turned ugly. The other side wasn't kidding him. Because of his cultivation of spell power, he could also truly feel the other party's intense malice. He gritted his teeth and looked at the green vine masked Root member in defiance. "I haven't heard of any Roots organization, and I'm not going back with you. If there's anything, you guys just go to Grandpa Naruto. He'll prove I'm innocent." Naruto even brought out Sarutobi Hinata to get out of it. After all, it wasn't that long ago that this Grandpa Naruto had said that he would solve all his problems for him. Even so, the other party still said in a cold tone, "We were ordered by Lord Reizo to bring you back to cooperate with the investigation, even if Naruto-sama is here." Naruto was completely flustered at that. What he didn't know was that the Roots organization, before officially joining all of them are brainwashed by Junzo and trained to annihilate their egos. A spell of absolute obedience will also be placed on each member of the Roots organization. Become an instrumental person who performs the task completely. So for those in the Roots organization, the orders of Junzo outweigh everything else. Even Naruto couldn't order them directly. At that moment, the Root member of the Vine Mask also said coldly, "Since you won't cooperate, we'll have to take you back by force." Chapter 28 Your Resistance. Pointless. The member of the Root organization codenamed Vine looked towards his 2 companions and stated in a cold tone, "Take the man back." Crane sighed. Shouldn't be able to stall much longer. The 2 companions, Bull and Cat, nodded. The order they received was to bring the 9-tailed human pillars back to the Root organization base. The conversation with the 9-tailed human pillar power just now had wasted a lot of time. If we keep dragging this out, our companions on the other side are going to be unable to hold off the dark side. Shoo! In the next moment, the codename Bull appeared in front of Naruto, not giving Naruto a chance to react. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch at breakneck speed. Toward Naruto's abdomen. Put! The punch landed solidly in Naruto's stomach. The powerful force instantly made even Naruto spit out a mouthful of stomach liquid. Naruto's consciousness, too, became a bit blurry and his body shook. Codename Ox saw this and picked Naruto up with one hand and slung him over his shoulder. The Roots organization's training program has always been about how to, in the shortest possible time, cleanly kill and subdue the target. He was confident that the punch he'd just thrown with controlled force and placement, enough to incapacitate Naruto instantly. But what he didn't know was that inside Naruto's body, there was still the monster Lin Kong. Buzz! Seeing that Naruto was about to completely lose consciousness, Lin Kong immediately released a powerful negative emotion. Naruto's consciousness returned a bit as well, fueled by the intensity of his negative emotions. "Kid, know the difference between you and them? Lend me your body if you don't want to be taken back to them and beaten into submission." Lin Kong's voice came with him. "I refuse." Naruto clenched his teeth and still didn't agree to Rinku. He certainly sensed the difference in strength between himself and these 3 members of the Roots organization. But the thought of lending his body to Sunuwa is likely to be carried on the back of 3 more lives. He could only refuse again and find a way to escape on his own. He forced himself to endure the pain coming from his stomach and secretly gathered his chakra. The hands were joined together and a hand seal was made. Split. Bang! But just as Naruto had gathered his chakra and was about to use his split jutsu, the bull carrying him was keenly aware of Naruto's abnormality on his shoulder. He reacted quickly and threw Naruto right off. A kick sent Naruto flying right out of the room the moment before he used his split jutsu. Naruto's body, at once, flew out uncontrollably backwards and landed heavily on the ground. This sudden change made the 2 companions beside him also look dumbfounded. Fuji questioned as he looked at Naruto, who had been kicked out of the room, and frowned darkly. "What's going on?" On the contrary, the cow who had just struck out was in a daze at this moment. He shook his head, his eyes filled with doubt as he said, "This kid, kind of weird." He was pretty sure that he had just controlled both the force and the position very well. That punch going down was definitely not something a normal kid could take. As a result, not only did the 9-tailed human pillar power not lose consciousness, but also attempted to try to activate a jutsu? This is so weird. The other side. Cough. Cough. Naruto covered his stomach, his features twisting into a ball as he coughed heavily with a pained look on his face. Even of that, the saliva he coughed up had some blood in it. Having taken a punch and a kick from his opponent, with Naruto's current physical strength, it's going to be too much to hold on to. I can't go down yet. Naruto clenched his fists, bracing himself to keep reminding himself. Once he passes out and falls down, there's no telling what will happen when he wakes up again. The other party is not even afraid of Grandpa Naruto, and there is absolutely no good fruit to eat if you fall into their hands. In a minute, it was like what Tsukuyomi had just said, directly flexing his muscles against him. I'm going to run away in a hurry. If we escape inside the village and find Grandpa Naruto, we can get rid of them. At this point, Naruto still retained his sanity, even though the other party had said that they would only follow the orders of that whatever Lord Gunzo. But Grandpa Naruto was, after all, the Naruto of Konoha village. He just couldn't believe it anymore. The other party still dared to take him away in front of Naruto's grandfather. Naruto thought as he struggled to get up from the ground. He took advantage of the fact that the 3 members of the Roots organization were still in doubt. From inside the ninjutsu pouch strapped to his pants leg, he took out a smoke bomb and decisively threw it down towards the ground. Bang! The next moment, the smoke bomb exploded. A dense cloud of white smoke suddenly rose from the spot, completely concealing Naruto's figure. While it lasts, run! Naruto gave an anxious cry in his heart and got up, spreading his legs and running in the direction of the village. Although the smoke obscured his vision, he had long ago discerned the direction of the village. On the contrary, on the side of the 3 Roots organization members, looking at the smoke rising in place, the faces of the 3 men under their masks became grave. The Roots organization had strict rules, and if the 3 of them were out there, they couldn't even handle a kid. What awaits them will be brutal punishment. Never let him get away. Vine's eyes glazed over and his tone was serious. As the words fell, his hands also began to rapidly form seals. Earth transportation, earth and stone flow jutsu. When the hand seal ended, he punched the ground at his feet. Rumble. In an instant, the land shook. The originally hard ground suddenly shattered into countless sandstones. The broken sandstone seemed to turn into a tidal wave of sand and gravel that, spreading at an alarming speed towards the area that was shrouded in smoke. After a short while, the tidal wave of sand and gravel completely covered the entire area of smoke. At the same time, Vine touched the ground with both hands, and constantly, through the flow of sand and gravel, sensing the location of the 9-tailed human pillar power among them. Found you, Vine suddenly said with a twinkle in his eye. Shoo! The next moment, he disappeared into thin air. Meanwhile, amidst the smoke, what is it? Crap! My foot! It's completely sunk in. Naruto had stopped running long ago, looking down at his feet and, the face became very ugly. Just a moment ago, a flow of sand and gravel like a tidal wave suddenly spread out. By the time he reacted, his surroundings were already completely covered by this flow of sand and rocks. His feet, too, sank inside the loose gravel, unable to move. Shoo! At that moment, a silhouette used an instantaneous technique and appeared behind him. Along with it came the cold voice of the other party. Whirlpool Naruto, you can't escape. Be a good boy and come back with me to be investigated. Naruto was startled and subconsciously turned his head. Reflected in his eyes was none other than the Root organization member with the green vine-shaped mask. I'm not going back with you. Naruto saw this and yelled. He drew his feet from the stream of sand and gravel with all his might, and turned violently and, the tightly clenched left fist went straight towards the opponent's face. Pow! However, Naruto still underestimated his opponent's strength. All that could be heard was the crisp sound of a pop as Naruto came in with a punch that, it was steadily received by the other party's one-handed palm. There was also disdain in his opponent's eyes as he looked at Naruto. Those who were able to become members of the Root organization were basically at the upper shinobi level of strength. Naruto, on the other hand, is still just a kid who hasn't even graduated from ninja school. With such a disparity in strength, any means of surprise attack became meaningless. Fuji's palm, too, wrapped around Naruto's fist, darkening it. Ka-ching! Ah! A sound as if the bones of a hand were breaking rang out, and Naruto's screams of agony rang out all around him. Chapter 29, Mantra Strengthening Success. Shocking Root Organization. Ah! Naruto's screams spread out. He could clearly feel the excruciating pain of his hand bones being crushed, but no matter how much he struggled, the other man's palms were like pincers that deadlocked his fist. Even of that, the other party's force continued to increase, as if it was going to completely crush the bones of his hand. At that moment, Vine also spoke again. It ends here. Come with me. After he finished, he was ready to take Naruto away, but he didn't notice the sharp pain that crushed the bones in his hand. It made Naruto's eyes gradually change. His eyes, becoming seemingly filled with resignation, anger. A black light flashed from his eyes. His mind also secretly laughed at itself. Tsukuyomi is right. It's my fault for being weak. It's because I'm so weak that no matter what, both can bully me with impunity. But, by what right? Naruto growled inwardly in resignation. Negative emotions, a steady stream of them. His right fist slowly clenched, and a great deal of negativity concentrated at his navel. Deep. In the next moment, the negativity seemed to transform into a black energy glow that it lit up slightly inside his body. It is the spell power. The spell power grew stronger and stronger, finally turning into a river of spell power that it began to flow inside his body. This spell power, starting at the navel position, flowed past the chest, shoulders, arms, until a steady stream flowed into Naruto's fist. It was also the moment the spell power reached his fist that Naruto's eyes sharpened. Mantra strengthening. Zip. Without hesitation, Naruto punched out at his opponent's face. Almost the instant the punch was thrown, black spell power exploded from the fist with it. The physical blows of the fists create a powerful impact with the power of the spell. It made the explosive power of the punch increase exponentially. On the contrary, this member of the Roots organization, his eyes were filled with shock as he looked incredulously at Naruto's fist coming at his face. On top of that, he actually felt an extremely amazing power. Not chakra, but more powerful than chakra. How can it be? How does he have this power? Doubt filled Vine's heart. A kid who hasn't even graduated ninja school yet. It had actually erupted with a powerful force that made even his face turn pale? Is this really the kind of power a child should have? Most importantly, he could feel it all. Once his face was actually struck by the other party's fist, he was afraid that they would all end up with serious injuries. With such a close range, it was too late for him to use his ninjutsu. Vine gritted his teeth darkly and twisted his head away as hard as he could. Bang! Naruto's fist ended up hitting Fuji's shoulder hard. With a loud bang, the explosive power generated by the combination of spell power and fist power, it kicked up a strong wind that blew away the smoke that had filled the area around them. So it was that the two members of the Roots organization, Bull and Cat, who were guarding outside then they saw a scene that made their jaws drop. As the smoke cleared, they saw Naruto's body held in a punching position. Looking in front of Naruto again, Fuji's entire body was knocked back by Naruto's punch. On the ground, it left traces of Vine's feet sliding backwards all the way. Tick! Vine's feet finally rubbed against the ground and stopped. At his shoulders, his black combat suit was shattered. The flesh and blood on his shoulder was dented with a fist mark. Drops of blood continued to drip down from the shoulder wound. The other two members of the Roots organization took a look and were instantly filled with questions. A member of the Roots organization was actually repelled by a child? And, also, wounded? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. At the same time, Lin Kong in the spirit world was somewhat surprised. Kid, not bad at all. I can't believe I managed to use spell power reinforcement in that situation. Yes, Naruto just wounded his opponent with an attack that. It was the spell power enhancement of the spell power operation that he hadn't been able to use before. Perhaps it is because of the critical nature of the situation that. It was only then that Naruto inadvertently threw that spell-enhanced punch. Not to be outdone, it's the No.1 in unexpectedness. Still, it's still not even close. Lin Kong continued. Although Naruto had managed to use the spell power enhancement, his opponent was, after all, at the upper shinobi level of strength. The punch that was originally aimed at the opponent's face was still dodged by the opponent at the critical moment. Just a hit to the shoulder isn't enough to disable an opponent. Not to mention, there could be two other Root members on the scene. At that moment, Vine held back the sharp pain coming from his shoulder and alerted the other two companions. There's something wrong with this kid. Quickly grab him. Can't let him move. Fuji had realized that the nine-tailed Rinpoche in front of him, it seems to be more powerful than what was mentioned in their intel. Not only did the nine-tailed Rinpoche not pass out from the bull's attack, but now he had knocked him back. This was obviously completely different from the nine-tailed human pillar power on the Root organization's information. Shoo. The two companions understood and their figures instantly disappeared. In an instant, the Root members wearing masks with patterns in the shape of a cow that, it appeared right behind Naruto. Click. He gave Naruto no chance at all to strike again, his hands firmly grabbing Naruto's arms and, the right foot was directly on Naruto's back. The right foot powered up and bent Naruto's entire body. At the same time, both hands grabbed Naruto's arms and wrenched them from the front to the back. The other side, the Root member of the cat mask appeared beside Vine. He glanced at the injury on Vine's shoulder and inquired with a tight frown. What the hell is going on? What happened? Fuji explained with a grimace under his mask, his eyes always fixed on Naruto. I was careless just now and didn't flash. This kid seems to have mastered a very powerful force. Almost fell into his hands. The cat sniffed, his eyes once again filled with shock. He could hear something in Vine's tone, too. What kind of power must it be to make even Vine say that? Could it be the power of the Nine Tails? Zip! It was at this point that the captured Naruto didn't meekly fold his arms. He gritted his teeth and once again extracted the spell power from the negativity. The spell power flowed quickly inside his body, flowing towards his arm. He's going to use that jutsu again. Naruto's little move was also noticed by Fuji, who had been watching him. Fuji had thought that the punch Naruto had just thrown that had injured him was some sort of powerful jutsu. His eyes went cold and he hastily signaled to his companion. Scrap him. We've wasted too much time. The bull that had grabbed Naruto sniffed and his eyes instantly turned cold. Chapter 30 Unlocking the Reverse Jutsu. Ninetales was furious. At his companion's reminder, the bull-masked root organization member's eyes instantly turned cold. The next moment, he grabbed Naruto's arms firmly and, the foot on Naruto's back instantly stomped downward with force. Ka-ching! Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out and Naruto's screams resounded through the forest once more. Naruto's arms twisted hard on the spot. The pain of the broken arm caused Naruto's forehead to sweat like rain, and the extraction of spell power was interrupted. Flop! He could no longer bear the pain in his body, and with a thud, he directly knelt on the ground. Tears, snot, saliva, can't stop the flow. The bull behind him saw this and let go of Naruto's hands. The joints of both arms had long since become red and swollen and twisted. Both arms, hanging limply. But even so, the bull hasn't stopped. He walked up to Naruto and grabbed him by the hair with one hand and picked Naruto up like a chicken, his feet dangling off the ground. He looked to his two companions not far away and said in a light tone, Lord Chisako said to just bring the man back. This kid is so weird. Or, waste his legs too. The orders given to them by Reunion were only to bring back the nine-tailed Rinpoche. There is no indication that the person is to be brought back unharmed. The nine-tailed human pillar force had caused them so much trouble before and after it had long since made him a little impatient. Break both legs and bring them back, and Reunion won't blame them. Naruto's eyes filled with fear as he heard this. He still wanted to struggle, but his hands had been twisted off and he couldn't exert any strength at all. The sharp pain coming from his entire body also continued to stimulate his nerves. I don't want to die. Naruto's eyes were moist with despair. He was so weak in front of the three upper ninja-level members of the Root organization. Just as Naruto fell into despair, a change occurred inside Naruto's spirit world. Wow! Inside the sealed gate, a red light suddenly lit up. A large amount of red chakra, filled with hostility, passed through the gap in the seal and continuously spread outward. In the blink of an eye, red chakra filled the room. On the surface of the red chakra, a bubble began to rise continuously. As if sensing Naruto's emotions, it boiled over. Inside the sealed gate, amongst the shadows, a pair of scarlet beast pupils also lit up. A compelling voice echoed in Naruto's head. Whirlpool Naruto, are you feeling powerless and desperate? Accept my power. I will make you strong. Under the compulsion of the voice, Naruto's already fragile consciousness gradually became blurred. This voice was none other than the voice of Ninetales. It woke up a long time ago and, it's just that the room has been inhabited by the same monster of the two-faced lodged exorcism, which is why it has not been revealed. And this time, with all the damage Naruto had suffered physically, as well as the intense mental stimulation that, it made Ninetales realize that an opportunity had presented itself. This was a good chance for it to take advantage of the opportunity to control Naruto. Ninetales chakra, too, continued to spread outward. Just a little bit. So close. As soon as Naruto accepts my power, I'll be able to get out. The Ninetales continued to unleash its malice and chakra. Trying to wrap Naruto's body completely. At that point, Naruto's consciousness would be plunged into darkness. It will be able to control Naruto's body. Bang! But just as the nine-tailed chakra eyes were about to rush out of the room, a chopping blow instantly cut off the path of the Ninetales chakra spreading. Ninetales froze at first when he saw this. Immediately afterward, its eyes were filled with anger as it looked to the side. At the figure on the bone-racked hill. Two-faced lodging exorcism. What do you mean? How dare you spoil my good deed? Ninetales was furious. Just now, the one who made a move to cut off its chakra diffusion was none other than the two-faced host Nuwa. On the contrary, Lin Kong only glanced at Ninetales indifferently and didn't answer right away, because at that moment, he was constantly absorbing the negative energy from Naruto's abuse. Naruto's negative energy had long since exploded after being so hung up on by three members of the Root organization. By the time he finished absorbing these negative energies, the system's beeps kept ringing in his head as well. Ding! Host absorbs Maelstrom Naruto's angry negative energy. Template fusion level increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs Whirlpool Naruto's painful negative energy. Template fusion level increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs the negative energy of Whirlpool Naruto's despair. Template fusion increased by 1%. After the system beep stopped, his template fusion level, too, directly increased to 35%. At that moment, The system's voice came again. Ding! The host's two-sided host exorcism template fusion reached 35%, unlocking the ability, Reverse Jutsu. A wave of information about the inversion technique was incorporated into Lin Kong's mind. Reverse Jutsu. I didn't expect that. Naruto taking a beating in this reward. Lin Kong was about to burst into laughter. Reversing the jutsu. That's standard for the strong. Spellcasters may not use inversion spells, but powerful spellcasters will certainly invert them. The so-called reversal technique is actually a use of spell power manipulation. As mentioned earlier, the source of spell power is negative emotions. Thus spell power can also be seen as a negative energy used to infuse and strengthen attacks and spells. Reverse jutsu, on the other hand, multiplies negative energy by negative energy on top of the negative energy of the spell power. This creates a new positive energy. The most immediate effect of this positive energy is to heal the body. The degree of healing, on the other hand, is determined by the extent of the spellcaster's spell power manipulation. The more precise and detailed the spell power manipulation, the better the healing effect produced by the reversal spell. Like inside the original spell, even if the two-faced host exorcise the arm, it can also be healed instantly by reversing the spell. Simply put, after unlocking the reversal technique, unless it completely crushes the brain, or erase the entire body. Otherwise, any more serious injuries would have been cured by Lin Kong using the inversion technique. This was equivalent to giving him the ability to be reborn indefinitely. And, of course, the positive energy generated by the reversal jutsu can be infused into the jutsu that achieved the effect of a surgical reversal. But at this stage, Lin Kong couldn't use it yet. He didn't realize that he was just watching Naruto get abused all over again. It also accidentally unlocks the buggy ability to reverse jutsu. Lin Kong secretly rejoiced in his heart before he continued to look at Nine Tails, who was staring at him with eyes full of anger. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and said with an evil smile, "Little fox, I told you, this brat's body, it's mine, hoo-hoo." As Lin Kong's words fell, an even purer malice erupted from inside Lin Kong's body. The terrifying malice actually hardened the Nine Tails' malice and chakra, forcing them all back. Seeing this, Nine Tails was even more furious and gritted his teeth. Two-faced lodging exorcism. Old me is the nine-tailed demon fox, not some little fox. Don't you be complacent. Old me will definitely tear you apart with my own hands one day. Lin Kong glanced disdainfully at Nine Tails, no longer paying attention to Nine Tails' incompetent rant. He turned around, his eyes looking across the spirit world to Naruto outside. The corners of his mouth, too, raised in a teasing arc. Chapter 31, Whirlpool Cebu Noir is online again. Then, let's cut down the number of people. Lin Kong's sight passed through the spirit world and looked at Naruto, who had a miserable face outside. At this point, Naruto, still under the influence of the Nine Tails' malevolence, consciousness is in a state of desperate wandering. If it wasn't for Lin Kong's sudden strike, I'm afraid that he would have been compelled by the Nine Tails to go completely berserk. Seeing this, Lin Kong raised his right hand and made a move. Buzz. The next moment, Naruto appeared inside the spirit world, somewhat similar to the last time. Naruto, who had come to the spirit world, curled up in a crouch, head down, body trembling slightly. All over his body, he was constantly radiating negative emotions. Rinku leapt to Naruto's face. His palm, too, rested on top of Naruto's head. Extreme malice, instantly enveloping Naruto's body. Once again, all of Naruto's negative emotions are amplified. Kid, you're acting as ugly as ever. Naruto. Naruto kept his head down and didn't say a word. Lin Kong didn't care and then laughed lightly. I might be able to get out if you beg me. Take care of all the trouble for you. Naruto's body finally moved when he heard this. He retained the last vestiges of his sanity. Despite the effects of amplified negative emotions, he remembered, again, that the two-faced host Nuwa had borrowed his body and killed 3 Konoha ninja. But, what could he do? Tears of aggravation continued to flow down from the corners of his eyes. He tried, but he was no match for those people out there. He also didn't understand why the other side had to bite him. Don't want to fight back, Naruto stated in a small voice. It was the goodness that was still left in his sanity. Instead of lending your body to the two-faced lodging exorcism, kill the people outside. He would have preferred to just stay in the darkness and give up the struggle. Unbeknownst to him, when Rinku heard Naruto's words, he tilted his head and scoffed loudly. Kid, is this the strong man you want to be? Your mercy will not be met with their sympathy. As Rinku finished speaking, he grabbed Naruto's hair and forced him to raise his head and look out. At this point, the member of the Roots organization who picked him up and, already ready to make a move to nullify his feat as well. Don't make me. I don't want to see it. None of it matters. Naruto struggled desperately. but was never able to break free of Rinku's hand. He could only witness the misery of his body. Feeling that Roots organization member radiate malice towards him, it was like a needle in his soul, over and over again. For him, the pain had long surpassed the physical pain. I don't want, Naruto cried out in despair. At that moment, Rinku grabbed Naruto's chin with his right hand and made Naruto look straight into his eyes. It was as if there was an evil scarlet flashing in his eyes. I taught you that. Wanting to not be discriminated against or bullied. What should be done? Rinku continued to unleash his malice and continued to guide Naruto. This time, he just wanted Naruto to say it himself. Naruto's eyes, gradually, became bloodshot. Naruto's voice, with a hint of a sob. Stammering as if afraid to face the other side of his heart. But under the influence of his own negativity and the malignant influence of the lodged exorcist, and his sanity began to gradually waver. He still wants to live, and he still wants to be recognized by everyone. Still want to become Naruto of Konoha, but once both hands and feet are wasted, none of this is possible. At the moment, it was as if there was another voice inside him, telling him to let out all his emotions. At the same times, Rinku also loudly irritated Naruto once again. Tell me, what should be done? This roar of Lin Kong's finally completely shattered Naruto's last mental defense. The only thing left in his eyes was a violent scarlet color. I want everyone to fear me, recognize me. Until then, I don't want to die. Please, make all those people out there disappear. Naruto growled loudly as he stopped suppressing the negative emotions in his mind. This was exactly what Lin Kong had always instilled in him. Don't want to be treated with a cold shoulder anymore. Don't want to be ridden and bullied by anyone anymore. Then become the strongest. Only if he was so powerful that he struck fear into everyone, no one would dare to disown his existence. Whoever is not convinced and whoever still dares to have a questioning voice against him, then let the other side disappear forever. Lin Kong couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth high when he heard Naruto finally take the initiative to say this. Naruto's ability to accept the other side of his heart is already a great start. As for now, fantastic. Then, kill them all. Lin Kong's figure suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, outside reality, Nine-tailed Rinpoche. What is this? The bull-masked member of the Root organization looked at Naruto and his hands with a puzzled expression. Naruto's eyes had suddenly become vacant since a moment ago. It's like a lost soul. The body was motionless, as if it had completely given up struggling. It's better to waste both his legs and bring him back to Lord Junzo as soon as possible, Bull said in his heart. He raised his right hand and was about to reach down and break Naruto's legs as well. Buzz! But at that very moment, an extreme amount of malice suddenly erupted within Naruto's body. A horrible malice, as if transformed into a ghostly figure with a hideous face. The body of the cow was completely enveloped. Just the moment he felt this malice, a flash of fear welled up within the cow. His whole body, shuddering, as if by the sheer malice, froze in place. In the next moment, his pupils tightened violently, because he saw that Naruto, who just moments ago had his head bowed and his eyes vacant, slowly lifted his head at this point. Naruto's eyes flashed scarlet with murderous intent. He looked at this member of the Root organization in front of him and revealed an extremely evil and icy smile. An icy voice followed. Solve. Put. In an instant, before this member of the Roots organization could react, a chopping strike that catapulted and chopped out at an astonishing speed. The chopping blow swept by, ending up on the ground behind him. The ground was cut with a shocking crack on the spot. At the same time, a fountain of blood spurted from his shoulder. His fearful eyes turned his head. It was only then that I realized that the chopping blow it actually directly sliced off his entire arm. He instantly let out a heartbreaking scream. The sharp pain of his broken arm also brought him out of that malicious suppression. Shoo! The bull who came back to his senses didn't have time to check for injuries. The fear within him made him subconsciously keep storming back away from Naruto. At that moment, Naruto ripped off the severed arm that was still gripping his hair as he dropped it on the ground beside him. Even though his arms were still twisted and broken, the evil grin on his face did not diminish in the slightest. He stuck out his tongue and licked his face from the other man's blood that he had just gotten on it, said in a chilling tone. You three can't be too boring for me. Swirling Cebu Noir. On the line again. Chapter 32, Konoha's upper ninja level. That's it? Shoo, shoo. The members of the Bull Mask Root organization were constantly retreating violently. It didn't stop until it was at a distance from Swirling Cebu Noir that was enough for him to react. Almost at the same time, two other companions appeared beside him. The two companions, Vine and Cat, subconsciously looked to the right hand of the bull. The eyes that were only revealed in the mask were suddenly filled with a shocked look. Fresh blood, still spewing out from the wound. dyed the ground under his feet bright red. Looking again at the cut of the severed arm, it was smooth as a mirror. Not only the flesh and blood on the surface, but even the bones inside were neatly cut off. The eyes of the two men, too, gradually became grave. "Are you okay?" The two men tacitly tore off parts of their clothing and briefly bandaged their companion cow to stop the bleeding. On the contrary, Bull, with his brow furrowed, endured the pain and shook his head. "What just happened? Your hand, how did it suddenly get chopped off?" Vine asked, puzzled. Bull sniffed and shook his head once again. "I don't know." Not just the two companions, but in fact, even he himself, was dumbfounded by now. The nine-tailed human pillar power that clearly couldn't break free from his grip last second and seemed to have given up. The next second, it was suddenly like a different person. The evil aura that erupted in that moment still chills him inside even when he thinks back on it. There's also the attack that the nine-tailed human pillar power instantly unleashes. He didn't even get a good look before his arm was severed. "Be careful, the current nine-tailed Rinpoche. It's dangerous," he warned his two companions in a grave tone. The strength displayed by the nine-tailed human pillar power had obviously completely exceeded their expectations. Three people then looked to the not far away whirlpool host Nuo. Has long since lost the disdain at the beginning. Become alert. Whirlpool Cebu Nuo saw the three people looking over. The corner of his mouth was still hanging that wicked, teasing smile. It was as if the three people in front of him weren't any enemies in his eyes. Instead, it's just a plaything for him to find some fun. At that moment, Whirlpool Cebu Nuo also turned his head to look at his two arms. The joints of both arms were swollen and raised in the shape of a bone. Those were misplaced bones from a hard twisted arm. Seeing this, Whirlpool Cebu Nuo said with a faint smile, "Reverse jutsu, zip." In the next moment, two red and black energy rays lit up from within the twisted arm. Vaguely, the two energies seemed to collide and fuse together, producing a brand new kind of energy. Clack! With the appearance of this brand new energy, both of his arms were actually wrenched straight back again. The flesh and blood on the surface of the two arms wriggled crazily, and the misplaced bones were instantly repaired and put back into place. Even the injuries on his arms were completely healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just the twinkling of an eye, both arms were completely restored as before. The three members of the Roots organization who watched the scene had their eyes widened in shock. The nine-tailed human pillar power actually healed the injury in a flash? That kind of healing is unheard of and unseen. Medical jutsu? Vine frowned tightly and whispered a guess. "No, that's not a medical jutsu. Could it be the power of the nine tails?" The companion cat, who was on the side, said with a grave expression. This superb self-healing ability was not a medical jutsu by any stretch of the imagination. Instead, it reminded him of the power of the nine tails. Only the power of the nine tails can do that in such a short period of time. Let the injury fully recover. What do you mean? He's already able to control the power of the nine tails? Nyo pupils vibrate. Looking at the figure of the whirlpool host Nuo, the voice is a little unbelieving said. The power of the nine tails was unquestionable. If the nine-tailed human pillar power was really able to use the power of the nine tails, then things would be troublesome. No, even if it's the self-healing ability granted by the nine-tailed chakra, he shouldn't be able to master the power of the nine tails yet either. At least, his body doesn't appear to be tailed beastized, and he can't feel the chakra of the nine tails. Vine stated with great certainty. The most visual manifestation of the use of tailed beast power is tailed beast transformation. Obviously, the nine-tailed human pillar power in front of him was not in this state. Moreover, he couldn't feel the powerful chakra of the nine tails on the nine-tailed human pillar. Even of that, not even a normal flow of chakra could be felt. There was only a pure malice that emanated from the nine-tailed human pillar power in a steady stream. Meanwhile, the positive energy generated by the reversal jutsu that Whirlpool Cebu Nuo had already used to heal your body completely. He then looked at the three root organization members and asked with a sneer, "Have you discussed this? As a reward for you letting me out, I can let you attack first." The tone was condescending and cold, as if the higher powers were at the mercy of the weak. In fact, he did thank these three members of the Roots organization. If they hadn't tried to capture Naruto, Naruto wouldn't have been able to face the other side of his heart so quickly. He wouldn't have collected so much negative energy, boosted template fusion, and unlocked new abilities. So, as a reward, he didn't mind letting the three attack first. Once the three people of the Root organization heard this from Swirl Cebu Nuo, as well as the other party's tone that was full of disdain, none of the three had a change in their eyes. As a member of the Roots organization, when had they ever been so underestimated? What's more, the other guy is just a kid. Do it. There's no need for any more reservations. Just leave him breathing and bring him back to Lord Reizo. Vine's face was grim under his mask, and he immediately addressed his two companions. His hands began to rapidly form seals, and his chakra exploded out without reservation. Earth transportation, earth stream waterfall jutsu. In the next moment, he formed the last hand seal and slapped his hands directly on the ground. Rumble. Ninjutsu was activated and the ground shook violently once again. The originally hard ground was once again shattered into countless tiny sandstones. A large amount of sand and gravel rose from the ground, as if forming a huge waterfall of sand and gravel streams. The Nuwa swept toward the whirlpool host. Swayton, water rushing wave. At the same time, the cat-masked root member on the side also quickly made a hand seal. He opened his mouth and squirted a large amount of water out of it. Sprayed water, as if transformed into a raging sea wave, toward the whirlpool host Nuwa impact. For a moment, the sandstone streams and waterfalls merged with the waves into the formed a side of even more huge sandstone wave impact. The vortex Cebu Nuwa tens of meters around the scope of complete coverage. The two members of the Roots organization were at full strength when they struck. With their jutsu of earth and water, even the more powerful combination ninjutsu was formed. Sandstone waves crashing down from great heights, in an extremely eye-catching way. The hardly impacted into the swirling host Nuwa on the ground. Boom! A loud crash suddenly rang out. The figure of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa was completely swallowed by the sand and rock waves. The three people of the Root organization, staring dead on at the location where swirling Cebu Nuwa was, under the powerful impact of the sandstone waves. A sky-high tree around them instantly collapsed. Any object caught in it would be completely crushed under the crush of the sand and gravel flow and waves. Is this the only level of Konoha's upper ninja? Just at this moment, a voice filled with mockery rang out from the sandstone waves. Chapter 33: A Gruesome Death. Feel the true despair. When the three people from the Root organization heard this mocking voice, their faces changed drastically. Solve. At this time, Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's cold voice once again sounded. Bang! 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 In the next moment, hundreds of chopping strikes erupted from the center of the sandstone wave impact, spreading out across the sky. Countless chopping strikes spread densely in all directions. Wherever it passed, even the sand and rock waves were chopped and cut and chopped back. Looking again at the center where the chopping attack was released, the figure of swirling Cebu Nuwa. Gradually, it appeared in the sight of the three people from the Root organization. Not a hair out of place. Even a face of calm, subdued composure. Those crashing down waves of sand and rock, less than a meter away from him. All of them were repelled by the chopping and crushing. Bang! In the end, with the spreading of the chopping strikes in the sky, this one combination jutsu was completely shattered and cracked. Countless sand and water, cut even finer by the chopping, kept falling from the air. It was like a downpour of sand and gravel mix. How can it be? The three Roots organization members saw this scene and once again, their pupils shook. Two Konoha upper shinobi level ninjas, joining forces to unleash a combination jutsu. I can't believe it was so easy. And the other party cracked it? The most outrageous thing is that they're on the swirling Juju Nuwa. Still didn't feel any chakra flow. How did one use such a horrible jutsu without chakra flow? This guy, what kind of monster is he? Vine's eyes flickered, and a flash of intense unease couldn't help but rise in his heart. That was chopping, right? Obviously no weapons were used, and there were no signs of chakra flow. That chop, where did it come from? It was not until now, too, that they had been able, from the waves of cut sand and rock, to take a good look at the jutsu used by Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. It was a dense, numerous and extremely fast chopping attack. They naturally subconsciously assumed that this was some sort of special jutsu. What just puzzled them was how this chopping jutsu was activated. Shouldn't any jutsu have to be supported by chakra? Since ninjutsu won't work, let's change the attack. You have observed carefully. Realizing the power of Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa, Bullseye's narrowed slightly into a dangerous arc. A word of caution to his two companions. He had to fight for his companion, for the chance to see through his opponent's jutsu, the art of instantaneous body. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of the swirling host Nuwa, only to see his left hand single-handedly double-fingered up, chakra rapidly condensing. Shadow split technique. Bang! Bang! The two shadow doppelgangers, at once, appeared along with a white smoke. Oh, one-handed sealing? Maelstrom Nuwa looked at the opponent's use of the shadow divergence, and said with a light in his eyes, the shadow divergence technique is different from the split technique, which is a jutsu in which the main body distributes chakra out evenly. In other words, the two doppelgangers were entities with attack capabilities just like the main body. As far as he knew, the shadow divergence technique, although it didn't require complicated hand seals, it did require both hands to make a cross seal that gather chakra to use. This member of the Root organization in front of him was able to use a shadow doppelganger with one hand. His strength was visible. It was undoubtedly much stronger than the 3 patrol ninjas he had killed earlier. At the same time, Ox and his 2 shadow doppelgangers moved quickly. All 3 figures reached their only remaining left hand behind their backs and gripped the ninja sword pinned to their backs. At that instant, all 3 figures exuded a powerful aura, and their eyes flashed with a sharp edge. Kiba Ryu Mitsurugi no Mai. Swish! In the next moment, 3 figures attacked from the left, top, and right directions. The moment he approached the whirlpool host Nuwa, he instantly drew his sword and chopped out 3 people, 3 swords, waved 3 half-moon arcs in the air, 3 powerful chopping strikes, each chopped at the hands and chest of the swirling host Nuwa. Not far away, the other 2 members of the Roots organization were staring at every move of swirling Shibu Nuwa, trying to want to see the way the jutsu was activated when the whirlpool Suzaku Nuwa activated ninjutsu, which knew that under the attention of the 2. Swirling custodian Nuwa revealed a crazy smile. He actually stood still and didn't move at all, allowing the other party's chopping blows to fall on his body. But the 3 chopping strikes ended up landing solidly on top of the arms and chests of Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa's hands. Blood splattered everywhere. Powerful chopping force, on the spot chopped off the 2 hands of the whirlpool Su Nuwa. Even his chest was broken open with a deep slash, dripping with blood. Got it. The bull-masked member of the Root organization took a look and was pleasantly surprised. He was even ready just now to inflict damage on his opponent, even if he had to fight hard against his opponent's jutsu. The intention of creating an opportunity for your companion to see the opponent's jutsu. As a result, I didn't realize that the other party hadn't unleashed that powerful jutsu that it took his chop directly. But just as he was secretly rejoicing, thinking that he had successfully taken down the 9-tailed human pillar power, the swirling Shibu Nuwa in front of him, however, said in a teasing tone, "You know what's most desperate? It's when you think you're winning and then suddenly you realize how stupid and weak one is. True despair is not the absence of hope. It's the one that makes you feel hope and then hope is completely shattered." Reverse jutsu. Before he could react, what did swirling Shibu Nuwa mean by this? Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa unleashed the reversal jutsu again. But, in an instant, the positive energy generated by the reversal technique exploded with an astonishing speed of generation. Swirling host Nuwa 2 arms of the broken arm wounds. Flesh and blood began to wriggle crazily. Immediately after that, under the gaze of the 3 Roots organization members who were incomparably terrified, the broken arm quickly regenerated. Even the slash in his chest healed up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a turn of an eye, the body of the swirling Shibu Nuwa once again recovered as before. What horrible self-healing ability. The 3 of the Root organization looked at swirling Shibu Nuwa, who had recovered instantly from his injuries and had not even left a scar, completely dumbfounded. This recovery speed, this self-healing ability, is it still human? Ha! At that moment, swirling Shibu Nuwa sneered, without giving the Root organization member in front of him a chance to escape. His right hand darted out lightning fast and a death grip on the other man's head. Zip! At the same time, he leapt up and kicked his feet out hard to the left and right. The moment both feet kicked out, red and black spell power erupted. At this moment, the physical strike and the spell power perfectly generated an impact that exploded several times its power. A spell-enhanced strike. For him who was the king of curses, spell power body techniques were also something he was well versed in. The spell power reinforces the attack, but it's just a thought. Bang! Bang! This spell-enhanced kick from swirling Shibu Nuwa exploded the left and right side of his head on the spot. The 2 shadow doppelgangers immediately turned into 2 clouds of white smoke and disappeared. That's not all. The moment swirling Shibu Nuwa's body re-landed on the ground, the hand that grabbed the Roots organization member also snapped downward. Bang! A loud bang came out. The head of this Root member hit the ground hard. The terrifying explosive force smashed a huge crater in the ground. Looking at the Root member again, his body reflexively jerked a few times. The entire head smashed to a bloody pulp. Brains and blood splattered all over the ground. In the air, a sickeningly strong odor of blood wafted out. A gruesome death. Chapter 34, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa. I'm not going to wait for you to make a seal. Swirling Shibu Nuwa easily killed one of the Root members in seconds with a completely crushing stance. The atmosphere of the scene seemed to have suddenly frozen at this moment. At that moment, in his mind, a system beep sounded. Ding! Host absorbs Root member despair negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. The corner of his mouth suddenly lifted slightly as he listened to the voice ringing in his head. Swirling Shibu Nuwa. He teased that Roots organization members so much, to make the other person fearful, desperate, and this creates negative energy. It also turned out to be as he thought, successfully harvesting the negative energy of the other party and boosting the template fusion. The other side. The other 2 Root members froze dumbfounded at the bloody sight. The only thing that was still stimulating their nerves was the strong smell of blood wafting through the air. Their companions, just dead. They never thought that they would be able to accomplish what they thought would be an easy task. Now, it has come to this end. They look at the eyes of the swirling host Nuwa again. There is already only fear. Monster. He is the monster. Our strength and his are not even on the same level. The vine-masked heel member. His voice couldn't help but tremble a little as he said. He didn't even realize it himself, but even his hands, they began to tremble with fear. Members of the Roots organization are supposed to be instrumental people who have had their egos erased. But after facing the Vortex host Nuwa, the deep-seated emotion of fear in his heart, all of them actually kept coming up. This mission can't be accomplished at all. What he was considering now was no longer whether or not he could accomplish his mission and capture the nine-tailed human pillar power back. Rather, it was how he could escape from the other side and bring back the information about the nine-tailed human pillar power. Cat. He looked to his companion beside him and called out, "I'll hold him off. You must report the information about the nine-tailed human pillar power to Lord Reizo." The nine-tailed human pillar power suddenly possessed such great strength. But the Root organization's intelligence is all but unrecorded. The intel must be brought back, even if he paid with his life. Otherwise the Roots organization would just be killed through and through for as many people as they could send out unprepared. I see. The cat-masked Root member clenched his fist and nodded in agreement. He naturally knew the importance of this intelligence. The strength of the nine-tailed human pillar power was too different from what they had information on. Go! In the next moment, the vine-masked Root member called out to his companion. His hands, too, were once again rapidly forming seals. The other companion, on the other hand, turned decisively and ran. Shoo! But before his hand seals ended, the figure of swirling custard Nuwa appeared in front of him, terrifying and dense malice, like a small mountain pressing down. His body, after sensing this terrifying malice from a close distance, was actually unable to move. The movement of his hands to make a seal also stopped. Move. Can't. He looked at the swirling host Nuwa in front of him, looking at the sharp teeth and icy smile that the other revealed. It only felt as if there was a pair of big invisible hands that held his body firmly. It's suffocating and desperate. Very nice eyes. Swirling Cebu Nuwa looked at the other party's fearful eyes, and smiled with satisfaction and said, "Unfortunately, you should have made it more pleasurable for me." His words turned, his tone suddenly icy. Without giving the other party a chance to continue forming seals, he once again probed out his palm and grabbed the other party's face. Hi, put. In the next moment, the palm spell power erupted. A grid-like chopping attack was released from the palm of Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's hand. The grid-like chop went through the opponent's head as if it were cutting through tofu without any hindrance. Even the opponent's hard skull couldn't stop the chopping for a second. The entire head, on the spot, was cut into countless square shapes falling to the ground. The body that had lost its head and the wound in its neck spewed out a fountain of blood more than half a meter high. Finally, the body collapsed helplessly. What a cruel and bloody scene. When the last member of the Roots organization was halfway to escaping, he turned his head to look. All that could be seen was the swirling fountain of blood that spewed from his companion as he stood there. It was as if a chilling rain of blood was falling around him. Even worse, the monster that stood in the rain of blood. At that moment, it was staring at him with icy eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of monster is he? He couldn't stop his body from shaking, and he couldn't help but curse at the sight of his mouth. In just a blink of an eye, another of his companions was also killed. This is simply a one-sided slaughter. It was also at this time that swirling Cebu Nuwa moved again. I saw him slowly raise his right hand and extend a finger that aimed at the last Root member who was running away. The cat-masked Root member braked to a halt at the sight. Without the slightest hesitation, he gathered his chakra and his hands began to form seals at an extremely fast speed, because he knew that a single escape in this situation would not serve any purpose at all. Once his opponent used that terrifying slashing ninjutsu again, he would surely die. Suetun water formation wall. Wow! With his last hand seal, a large amount of water emerged from the ground, the turbulent waters, rising rapidly upward. It was vaguely going to form a defensive wall of water in front of him. Solve. At the same time, the opposite side of the vortex Suzaku Nuwa also unleashed the chopping jutsu, unraveling once again. Bang! 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 Countless chopping attacks. From the location of the whirlpool Su-Nuwa catapult release. The speed was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. A chopping attack swept through the air in an irregular rush. Wherever they passed along the way, the ground was left with a trail that had been cut by a sharp blade. Put. The decapitation ejection speed of the solution is just too fast. So much so, that none of the cat-mask Root members' jutsu had been fully formed yet. That one mighty chop went over the wall of water that was still rising. The attack was on his body. The sound of blood and flesh being mercilessly cut and snapped resounded continuously. This root member could only watch in despair as the chopping attack decimated his body. In the end, the entire person was cut into countless pieces and killed on the spot. The wall of water that had only just risen disintegrated and dispersed. The battle was just less than 10 short minutes from start to finish. 3 Negi members with the strength of a shinobi. It was killed by the swirling host Nuwa in seconds with absolutely crushing strength. Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa looked at the last person's body that had been cut to pieces and said with a cold smile, "Konoha's upper ninja. It's nothing more than that. Ceiling in front of me. Who do you think you're facing?" His tone was full of disdain. The ninjas of the shinobi world all have this one fatal flaw. That is, when you activate a jutsu, you must use it with a seal. Opponents of the same level were fine, but once they faced a more powerful opponent, this is certainly self-defeating. He wasn't going to be stupid enough to stand there and wait for his opponent to finish his seal and unleash his jutsu. The instantaneous nature of his chopping jutsu style allows him to face shinobi ninja that. There is an inherent huge advantage. Of course, this is for situations where there is a large gap in strength. He knew that there were still many powerful ninjas inside the shinobi world. Launching a ninjutsu seal was almost instantaneous. There are also some special abilities and bloodline limitations that can be activated without the need for a seal. Battles between powerful men are supposed to be based on different comparisons of battle power, with different fighting styles, and with the last Roots member killed, the system's beep also sounded in his head once again. Chapter 35. Sandame was speechless. Naruto lost him again? Ding! Host absorbs Root members' fear negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs Root members' painful negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs Root member despair negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. In the vortex host Nua's mind, the system's beeps kept ringing out. He immediately opened the system panel to check a glance, and the template fusion had already increased to 39%. He looked at the elevated template fusion and said with a faint smile, "At this rate of progress, it won't take long to unlock the domain as well." The domain, the most powerful killing move of a spellcaster. Having a domain or not is a qualitative change for spellcasters, especially the realm of the two-faced lodged exorcism. Only by unlocking the domain can he be considered a true king of the cursed two-faced host Nuwa. At that time, even if he encountered those top powerhouses of the ninja world, he would gladly not be afraid. It seems that someone else is arriving. Swirling Cebu Nuwa seemed to sense something and looked to the forest behind him. That was the direction Naruto had run all the way through his ergonomic training. As he thought it over, his mind was clear. He could sense that there were clearly 2 groups that were approaching the area. Since someone from the Root organization was able to make a move past the dark sections that had been watching Naruto, that must have slowed down the dark side somehow. Then these 2 groups of people are most likely from the dark side and the Root organization. A sudden light flashed in his mind, and the corner of his mouth revealed a Ryark. "Gunzo, since you're giving me such a great gift, let me give you a little surprise too." Shoo! In the next moment, his figure disappeared, diving into the middle of the nearby forest and hiding. Shoo! 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 Just as soon as Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's front foot left, a silhouette appeared in the area. As he had guessed, there were 2 groups that appeared. One of the group, Rinzuki and his dark side partner who are in charge of watching Naruto. In the other group, there were 3 members of the Root organization, led by Crane. The huge commotion of the fight here just now also made the 3 of the Root organization unable to stop the 2 of the dark sect again. However, when they arrived here, the sight in front of them shocked both sides. There was devastation as far as the eye could see. There was not a single spot in the area around this clearing that was intact. On the ground, many traces of a fierce battle had been left behind. The shocking chopping marks were especially conspicuous. What horrified the crowd the most was that there were 3 bodies lying on the ground around them. Without exception, they all died extremely gruesome deaths. One of the corpses, its head was slammed heavily into the ground, splattering blood and brain matter all over the place. The other body, which had not suffered much damage to its body, had lost its entire head. And the last one, can't even call it a body anymore. Instead, its body parts, the whole person, cut and crushed by some kind of sharp object, was left with nothing but bloody pieces of broken flesh scattered all over the ground. Spare me the experience of killing people with the dark side and the Roots organization. After seeing this tragic scene, both felt a wave of revulsion. Here, what the hell happened? Dark Rinzuki muttered with a tight frown as he looked at this hell-like scene. No, where's the 9-tailed Rinpoche? Something suddenly occurred to him, and his eyes quickly searched around him. But where was the figure of the 9-tailed human pillar power in the bloody environment of the scene? Good news, the 9-tails ninjutsu wasn't among those killed. Bad news, the 9-tailed Rinpoche is gone again. The other side. While Rinyu was wondering where the hell the nine-tailed human pillars had gone, Crane and the other two members of the Root organization also looked at the three corpses with incomparable shock. They all recognized that it was someone from their Roots organization who had been killed. Because of this, the Crane was even more puzzled in his heart. What's going on? Aren't they in charge of bringing back the nine-tailed Rinpoche? How did it get killed? Crane's entire body was confused. It was with great difficulty that they pestered the dark side to secure a companion to complete the mission. And when you get here, you see that all your own people are dead? Nine-tailed Rinpoche. Still missing? At that moment, Lin Yu glared viciously at the people from the Root organization and said in an unkind tone, "I'll report to Naruto-sama truthfully about you stopping us. You'll just have to wait for Naruto-sama's punishment." After Lin Yu finished speaking, he eyed his companion. He's angry now, too. Originally, he and his companion, still tracking the nine-tailed human pillar force, followed well. People from the Roots organization suddenly killed them and kept finding excuses to stop them. That's what made them lose the nine-tailed Rinpoche. Now that this tragedy has occurred, and the nine-tailed human pillars have disappeared, he didn't even know what to tell Sarutobi. Go! With a command, Lin Yu left the area with his companions, where the nine-tailed human pillar power passed through. This tragedy happened. He must report this news, in a hurry, to Sarutobi. On the contrary, Suru of the Root organization hesitated for a moment, then instructed his two companions, "You guys stay and deal with the bodies. I'll go back and report to Lord Suza first." This operation by the Root organization was originally hidden from Naruto by Junzo, a covert operation to try to capture the nine-tailed Rinpoche. The only way to catch Nine-Tails Rinpoche and get him to admit he had something to do with killing those three patrol ninjas. It was only on the side of Junzo that he was able to turn the tables. Now not only has the nine-tailed human pillar not been captured, but the Root organization has also lost 3 people. On top of that, things were known to the dark side as well. He had to go back to the Root organization base first, tell Tuanzo about the situation, and prepare in advance. Shoo! After instructing his companions, Crane immediately rushed in the direction of the village. The 2 Roots organization companions, on the other hand, began to dispose of the bodies on the ground, but none of them noticed that just as Crane turned to leave, a silhouette, too, scurried out from the forest next to the. Quietly, he followed in the footsteps of Crane. It is the swirling host Nuwa, with his strength, plus no chakra at all on his own, sparing the vigilance of the members of the Roots organization. They hadn't even noticed his presence. You should really like this surprise of mine. Suza, Kiba Village, inside the Naruto building. What? Lost Naruto again? Sarutobi Hinata's voice, filled with anger, rang out from inside Naruto's office. Looking again inside Naruto's office at this time, Sarutobi Hinata was looking in front of him with an angry face. Rinzuki, the dark side, had already rushed back to report to Sarutobi Hizuru. Sarutobi was furious. It wasn't that long ago that Rinzuki had been remiss in his duties and had left Naruto missing for a while. It was during this time that the murder of 3 Nakanobu took place outside the village, making Naruto one of the suspects. And now Rinzuki was actually telling him that Naruto had lost him? Rinyu lowered her head and stated guiltily, "Naruto-sama, it's my subordinate's fault, but there's nothing we can do about it. We had been following the nine-tailed Rinpoche, but halfway there, someone from Root suddenly stopped us. It's because of their delay that we lost the nine-tailed Rinpoche." Rinyu whirled around and told Sarutobi Hizuru in detail what had happened. Sarutobi Hinata's brows gradually tightened as he heard the end. Root's men, blocking you? And 3 other Roots were killed? His face, in an instant, became incomparably gloomy. How did Negi's people happen to be so coincidental as to be on a mission where Naruto was passing through? Any way you look at it, Negi seems to be coming at Naruto. Gumiho, what the hell are you trying to do? You bastard! He clenched his palms hard in anger. As a fellow disciple of Tuanzu, Sarutobi Hizuru knew Tuanzu's character better than anyone else. All along, Junzo had wanted to keep Naruto under his control. It was only he, Naruto, who had vetoed Junzo's proposal. This happenstance made him realize that Suzu might be having some bad thoughts about Naruto again. But, Sarutobi's brow furrowed once again at the thought. If Negi's people came at Naruto, why were 3 more killed? In the middle of this, what happened? This is what puzzles him the most. If Negi showed up for Naruto, how could anyone die? As for Naruto killing 3 Negi members, he hadn't considered it at all. A kid who hasn't even graduated ninja school yet, killed 3 Root members who had upper shinobi level strength. This seemed absurd to him. After pondering for a moment, he then instructed Lin Yu. "It's done. Hurry up and send more men to find Naruto as soon as possible," he said as he put on Naruto's jacket. Seeing this, Lin Yu asked at once, "Naruto-sama, where are you going?" "Find Gunzo. Ask him for someone," Sarutobi Hinata stated coldly. Chapter 36 Flames of Purgatory. Technique. Open. Roots Organization Base. Inside the room. Why aren't you back yet? Rizo sat in his seat, muttering to himself with some urgency. He had sent 6 root members for this operation. The 3 of them are responsible for holding back and delaying the darkies. The other 3 were responsible for capturing the nine-tailed Rinpoche back. In his opinion, just dealing with a child was perfectly adequate. But what puzzled him was that so much time had passed since the mission began to move. On the side of his men, he is still late in bringing them back. Could it be that Hinata found out? He grimaced and guessed darkly. He's just like Sarutobi. It was not believed that the 9-tailed human pillars could handle 3 members of the root organization. Thought. Was it a leak of the operation and was discovered by Sarutobi Hizuru? Shoo. At that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared inside the room. Reunion fixed his eyes on it, and a flash of surprise appeared on his face as he said, Crane. Where's the 9-tailed Rinpoche? The visitor was none other than his man, Crane. When he saw Tsuru return, he subconsciously assumed that the 9-tailed human pillar power had been captured, which knew that Crane said in a very grave tone. Lord Gunzo. Mission. Failed. As soon as Junzo heard that, his face went swish and became a bit ugly. He walked up to Crane and questioned in a cold voice. Fail? Why did it fail? Did the dark side arrive? Crane sniffed and shook his head. No. There were only 2 dark sections in charge of monitoring the 9-tailed Rinpoche, both of which were delayed by us. But the 3 people responsible for capturing the 9-tailed Rinpoche, all killed. Juzo? What do you mean? All killed? Juzo was instantly filled with disbelief. That's 3 of the Roots organization's finest. Instead of completing their mission, they were killed? What kind of people do that? Rizo hurriedly pursued the question. He knew very well that even if his own men stopped the men of the dark side, the conflict between the 2 sides could not be greater, but it would never reach the level of laying down a deadly hand. But the question is, if not the dark side, then who else? This? Not yet. The fight over there was so intense that we and the dark side rushed over to check it out. But by the time we got there, all that was left at the scene were the bodies of our men. Tsuru recounted what had happened, in detail, to Suzette as well. The further Reunion listened, the more somber his face became. 3 Roots organization elites to capture a child. Not only did you fail, but you lost your life? If he hadn't known that Crane, being a member of the Roots organization, was brainwashed into lying to him, he'd suspected it was fake. What about the 9-tailed Rinpoche? Rizo continued to inquire to Tsuru. Crane shook his head again and explained. I don't know. The body of the 9-tailed Rinpoche was not found at the scene. We've been stalling the dark sectors, and we don't know where the 9-tailed Rinpoche has gone. Reunion sniffed and giggled inwardly. Though the fact that there was no 9-tailed Rinpoche's body at the scene was good news, but the disappearance of the 9-tailed Rinpoche was equally unacceptable to him. He sighed softly, lifting his hand to rub his forehead, which was a little raw even at this point. The whole thing, it's just bizarre. He had originally had complete certainty about capturing the 9-tailed human pillar power and returning for interrogation. As a result, I didn't expect to lose 3 of my men. The most infuriating thing is that he still doesn't know who did it. Could it be there's someone behind the 9-tails Rinpoche who's helping him? Tuanzu guessed in his heart. He didn't believe that the 9-tailed human pillar power alone could kill all of his elite men. It suddenly reminded him of the 3 Nakanabu from the patrol that had been killed earlier. There seems to be a certain mysterious strong person who is going after the people around the 9-tailed human pillar power. How else could it be so coincidental? As soon as the 9-tailed human pillar power disappeared, people were all killed in succession. However, right now, we still need to solve the trouble on Hinata's side. How could Reunion think of anything else? But he couldn't. Only to turn to Sarutobi's side of the story. When the members of the Roots organization made their move, the men of the dark side followed behind. He felt that with Sarutobi's shrewdness, he must have guessed that the matter had something to do with him. Now that the 9-tails Rinpoche is still missing, he'll have to come up with an excuse. 2. Let's muddle through Sarutobi first. In the meantime, Kiba Village, high above the Fire Country Conference Hall, a silhouette, standing on the roof of a tall building, looked out into the distance from a high vantage point. It was the swirling Cebu Nua who had followed the Crane all the way to this place. The reason he followed Crane was to find the location of the Root organization's base. Although he had the memories of a traveler and was very familiar with the shinobi world, but even in the original, there is no specific mention of the exact location of the Roots organization's base. But he knew that something as serious as 3 dead Roots organization members. That member of the Root organization who had arrived later and left in a hurry must have gone back to inform Souza. And just a moment ago, he had seen with his own eyes that the Roots organization member had returned from the rear of the village, after passing through one training ground after another. Finally, you enter inside a building that looks mediocre on the surface. The location of the building is very special. On the front, a rock statue of the successive Narutos of Kiba village. One of the sides, near Kiba's daimyo mansion. On the other side, it was near where he was now, the conference hall of the Fire Country. Further out of the Fire Country conference hall was a spacious area. Around the spacious area, there is a training ground. Further out, there were the towering walls that surrounded Kiba village. Passing through the wall was the only way to leave the confines of the village and enter the surrounding forest. So the root organization's base is built in such a hidden place. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly as he looked at that ordinary building. Swirling Cebu Noir. He believed that must be where the Roots organization base was located. The simplicity of the building's surface is just its cover. Most importantly, even at a distance, all his keen senses could feel, from within that building, the negative energy that is constantly emanating. The Root organization base, by nature, was a place to deal with some dirty things. It's hard to tell how many people have been interrogated and killed there. Naturally builds up a strong negative energy. It's a shame about the negative energy. Maelstrom Cebu Noir sighed softly with a regretful face. He had only come this time, ready to return a great gift to Tuanzo, and had no desire to get close to that. Expose yourself. Naturally, you can't go over there and try to see if you can absorb all that negative energy. After all, these negative energies weren't created because of him. It's not certain if it can be absorbed to enhance template fusion. His gaze once again looked towards the building, and a touch of madness gradually appeared in his eyes. Spellcasters, who use negative emotions to extract spell power as power, are inherently less normal. What's more, he's a two-faced lodged exorcism. Since Junzo has his eye on his receptive body, he sends his hands to capture Naruto. It was about time he surprised reunion with something for courtesy. Whirlpool Cebu Noir's smile, more and more crazy and evil. It's time to let these insolent ninjas feel the despair. Zip! In the next moment, with a single thought, his powerful spell power instantly erupted. His entire body shone with a red and black glow of spell power. A terrifying aura quietly emanated. It was as if a ghostly figure, filled with pure malice, had, floating behind Whirlpool Cebu Noir. Make a big mess. Open. Huffing and puffing, as the voice fell, his left hand slowly plucked at the air, and an incomparably hot flame that appeared in the palm of his hand. A closer look could reveal that the source of the burning flames was clearly the index and middle fingers of his left hand. He raised his left hand, both fingers facing forward, thumb down. The right hand pinched the flames at the fingertips and pulled back like a bow. An arrow that kept jumping with flames just appeared out of nowhere between his hands. It was the very same ability he had unlocked earlier, the jutsu to manipulate flames. Open. Flames from purgatory. Snort. Just the moment the flaming arrows appeared, the high temperatures emanating from the, at a speed visible to the naked eye, will Whirlpool Su Noir feet of the roof of the building to melt. The fire of purgatory. As if to burn everything to the ground. Die. Whirlpool Cebu Noir spat out an icy cold word from his mouth, and his eyes flashed with scarlet red in killing intent. Flaming arrows, aimed at the Root organization base. His right hand, which was grasping the end of the flaming arrow, suddenly loosened in the next moment. Chapter 37, Feel the Fear. An arrow destroys the Root organization base. Shoo! As the fingers of Whirlpool Cebu Noir's grip on the arrow's tail loosened, a fiery light instantly lit up the sky above Kiba. The time was now long past night, and the whole village was shrouded in darkness. The sudden appearance of the fire was dazzling. The arrow that burned with a blazing flame seemed like a shooting star. It cuts through the night sky and goes on a long drive. The flaming arrows were extremely fast and flashed by. The fire of purgatory burning above it, however, seemed to be endless, and the flames, instead of showing signs of extinguishing, instead, it just keeps getting more and more exuberant. Wherever it passed along the way, it left a long track of flames. It was as if the flames are splitting the sky in half. Inside the village, countless villagers looked up at the fireworks in the sky, all shocked and puzzled. What's that? Fireworks? Fireworks? I didn't hear it was a special day. Did you? No. That looks like an arrow? What a joke. How can an arrow have this kind of fire? Wait a minute. Why do I feel like this flame is going to land inside the village? Meanwhile, on a rooftop off to the side of the street, shoo, two silhouettes suddenly appeared here. The two also seemed to be attracted by the sudden appearance of the flaming arrows. They stood on high ground, looking out at the shocking image of flaming arrows breaking through the air in the distance. A man on the left, dressed in a green leotard practice outfit, with super thick eyebrows, with a shiny watermelon head. The special tights showed off the curves of his thousand-honed body to the fullest. It was none other than Kiba's high and mighty pale blue beast, Maite Kai. Kai frowned tightly with his super thick eyebrows, his gaze fixed on the flaming arrow in the distance. From that, Even he felt a very dangerous aura. His face stared, and he spoke in a serious and earnest tone. Enemy attack? Kakashi, what kind of fire escape jutsu was this? How come I've never seen it before? Look again at Kai's side. A white-haired ninja with the same serious expression stood there. The face wore a black mask that covered the area below the nose. On his forehead was the Kiba's ninja forehead protector. The forehead protector tilted at a slight angle, just enough to cover his left eye. It was none other than the shinobi world's renowned copy ninja, Banagi Kakashi. Kakashi sniffed and didn't answer Kai. He raised his left hand and lifted his ninja forehead protector upwards, revealing that under its cover, with a scar over the left eye. Beep. In the next moment, Kakashi opened his left eye, and a blood-colored eye suddenly appeared. Inside the blood-colored eyes, 3 black hooks were turning rapidly. It was his 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes. He proceeded to use the open 3-hooked jade shuriken eyes that, carefully observing the flaming arrow that suddenly appeared over Kiba. His eyes, suddenly, became shocked. How? I'm up there. I can't actually see any chakra flow. Isn't it a jutsu? Kakashi was shocked. One of the abilities of the Sharingan eyes is the ability to see the subtle flow of clarity. But what he didn't expect was that on top of the flaming arrow that emanated a dangerous aura of his sharpening will eyes actually couldn't see any signs of chakra flow. In other words, this flaming arrow, not made of chakra? And as he watched carefully, the direction that the flaming arrow was aimed at was the back of the rock statue of Naruto. There, he remembered, was exactly where he had been, the location of the dark side training course. A touch of uneasiness rose from Kakashi's heart. Stand by to evacuate all villagers. On the other hand, on the way to the Roots organization base, Sarutobi Hinata was on his way to the Root organization base with 2 other dark side henchmen in a hurry. 3 silhouettes, quickly leaping over the roof of a building. Suddenly, Sarutobi, who was walking at the front, raised his hand and stopped his advance. He seemed to sense something and raised his head to look into the distance. In the next second, his pupils tightened violently. What's that? For he saw that an arrow, burning with a blazing flame, was, at a great rate of, storming in from the distance. The direction the flaming arrows were aimed at was clearly the Root organization base. He subconsciously looked in the direction from which the flaming arrows had come and eyes suddenly narrowed slightly into a dangerous arc. Even though it was already a bit dark, he could vaguely make it out. At the top of the Fire Country Conference Hall building, a silhouette was currently standing. The opponent's body was completely shrouded in darkness. A red and black light flickered strangely around his body. The reddish-black energy glow, like a flickering arc of electricity, scurrying quickly around the other's body. By the very faint light, he also saw the other's raised and ice-cold and evil mouth. That smile sent a chill down his spine. What man? Before Sarutobi could continue to get a better look at the man, that one flaming arrow had already broken through the air and fell towards the Root organization base. The moment the flaming arrows fell, the originally bright flaming light seemed to have suddenly disappeared. But the next moment, monstrous flames completely erupted. Boom! The purgatory fire instantly erupted, and a terrifying pillar of fire shot up into the sky. The incomparably hot flames engulfed everything around them. Any object that came into contact with the flames was incinerated and melted by the terrifyingly high temperatures in an instant. The impact from the explosion even shattered and destroyed one of the surrounding buildings. Even the surrounding buildings were still like that. Not to mention the flaming arrows aimed at the center of the eruption, Root's organization's base. Almost instantly, the house massed on the surface of the Root organization's base was erased and disappeared in a raw manner, revealing the hidden, true underground base of the Roots organization within it. The raging flames were still sweeping and burning, continuing to spread to the underground base of the Root organization. Along with it, there was an incomparably mournful scream. A member of the Roots organization, a newcomer to the Dark Division training course, had no time to react to it was then mercilessly consumed by the flames. One could even see, one after another, figures with flames burning all over their bodies, running from inside the destroyed Roots organization base. They didn't get very far before one by one they fell to the ground and, rolling back and forth trying to extinguish the flames burning on his body. Only in the end, it all turned into a burnt and charred corpse. With just one strike, there were already numerous deaths and injuries within the Root organization. Sarutobi Hinata witnessed the scene unfold and his face instantly became extremely ugly. He never thought that someone would dare to take on the Root organization of Konoha. How did the other side sneak in? Why would you want to do such a deadly thing to the Roots organization? Also, that terrifying flaming arrow just now. What kind of jutsu was it? One question after another surfaced within Sarutobi's mind. Except right now, he couldn't even think about it too much. He glanced at the top of the Fire Country meeting hall and, Another glance at the Roots organization base, which was still burning brightly not far away. He gritted his teeth and ordered at once, "Call it down. The village is on level 1 alert. All dark sectors who are proficient in water evasion, come and extinguish the fire immediately. And have Kakashi lead a squad. Never let the murderer get away." Sarutobi Hinata, completely enraged. Chapter 38, Kakashi goes out. New ability unlocked. Beep. Quickly, at Sarutobi Hinata's command, the Kiba village sounded a level 1 alert alarm. Inside the village, the villagers all began to scatter in panic. A ninja leapt onto the roofs of houses, some quickly making their way to the Roots organization base. Some assisted in the evacuation of villagers. The destructive power of that attack just now was so strong that the entire village felt a crisis. Once the same attack landed in the busy area of the village, the casualties caused would be unimaginable. On one of the roofs, what terrible destructive power! What the hell kind of jutsu is that? Kai looked at the flames rising in the distance, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The scale and destructive power of this amazing explosion. If he were to take it head on, none of them are guaranteed to come out unscathed. On top of that, Kakashi just seemed to say, it was surprising that such a powerful attack was not generated by Chakra. What the hell kind of power is that? Kakashi? Kai also wanted to find out from Kakashi where this attack came from. After all, Kakashi has Sharingan eyes and can see more of the essence of jutsu. But when he looked at Kakashi, he realized that Kakashi was looking into the distance with a grave expression. He looked along Kakashi's line of sight and the figure that stood on the Fire Country Conference Hall building was also spotted. Is that the jutsu that guy unleashed? Kai's eyes glazed over and he clenched his fists as he inquired to Kakashi. Kakashi sniffed and nodded, though it's still uncertain what power the other party is using. But on him, there is a power that is the same as that flaming arrow just now, though it was not yet possible to see the essence of that mysterious force. But he was already certain that the one who unleashed that powerful attack just now, it's this guy on the Fire Country Conference Hall building. Shoo! It was at this time that a silhouette appeared in front of the two. It's none other than Sarutobi Hizuru's shadowy henchman. This dark part immediately passed the message after seeing Kakashi. Kakashi, Naruto-sama orders you to organize a team immediately, responsible for catching the murderer of this attack on the village. Kakashi sniffed and nodded in agreement. Understood. Besides, Naruto-sama wanted me to remind you that your opponent's jutsu was very weird. Please be careful. If necessary, your safety is the main concern, and there is no need to consider leaving anyone alive. Kakashi's face changed slightly when he heard that. Sarutobi Hinata's meaning is also clear. As long as the person is captured, life or death. Though it's easier to ask why the other side attacked Kiba if they're alive. But bringing back a corpse, Kiba also has a way of investigating the other side. It wasn't hard to tell from Sarutobi Hinata's orders either. His was truly enraged. Kakashi nodded again, looking to Kai beside him with a winking gesture. If he were to temporarily form a team for a mission, Kai, whom he knew very well, would be the natural choice. Go! In the next moment, Kakashi and Kai's figures disappeared into thin air. Headed quickly in the direction of the Fire Country Conference Hall. Meanwhile, inside the Root organization base, Suetun Water Rushing Wave Jutsu, Suetun Suiryo Bomb Jutsu, Suetun Great Waterfall Technique. Wow! A single water transport ninjutsu was released from the underground base of the Root organization. The powerful impact of the water current forced a gaping hole in the burning flames on the ground. Shoo! Almost at the same time, a silhouette rushed out from the gap. At the head of the group with a cold expression was none other than Souza. After coming out of the underground base, it seemed that Reunion had sensed something. He grimaced and looked to the top of the Fire Country Conference Hall in the distance. There was a silhouette that was looking at this side from above. He knew that it was the Root organization base that the other side had attacked. He raised his hand and a dozen or so Root members came instantly. Get the man back. I want to know what he's doing this for. Yes, a dozen or so Root members gave a neat assent. Immediately, he quickly rushed towards the place where the silhouette was. On the contrary, Suzu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was filled with murderous intent as he said, I will never allow anyone to threaten Kiba, no matter who you are. When you fall into my hands, I'll make sure that you live a life worse than death. Top of the Fire Country Conference Hall, Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa stood at a high place, looking at the base of the Root organization that had been razed to the ground by the Jutsukai. The corner of his mouth, at once, lifted up in a smug arc. Even at a distance, he could vaguely still hear it. The desperate, mournful screams from the ninjas whose bodies were engulfed and burned by the flames. What a wonderful fireworks extravaganza. Surely, I should have been more spontaneous a long time ago. He spread his arms wide with a look of enjoyment on his face, as if wafting through the air, that smell of flames burning flesh and blood. It's what makes him feel overwhelmed. He was the king of the damned, and should have been feared by all, if it weren't for the fact that Naruto, the recipient of the flesh, was still too weak considering his own strength hadn't been fully unlocked yet. The entire root organization, when he learned that Reunion was trying to make a move on his recipient flesh, all should disappear completely. Nevertheless, he didn't spoil himself in the face of Tuanzu's provocation, a fire that burned Tuanzu's home base cleanly, as he taught Naruto. Only by making the other party feel fear from the bottom of their hearts will they tuck their tails between their legs. Only if you make the other person fear you will he dare not show the slightest disrespect to you. This time, consider it his warning to Suza. If Tuanzo dared to have any bad intentions, he would be greeted with even more immediate fear. Chopped up. He was never merciful to those who actively sought trouble. Buzz. It was at this time, in the direction of the Roots organization base, that suddenly wisps of black energy floated up. The black energy came together and floated toward the vortex Nuwa. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa immediately understood, opened his mouth to eat the converging energy through and through. These energies are the very same negative energies that members of the Roots organization give off. Fear, despair, anguish, restlessness, panic. The death of one member of the Roots organization also generated a great deal of negative energy. Ding! Host absorbs root members' painful negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs root member panic negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs root members' fear negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. As he continued to eat large amounts of negative energy, the fusion of the templates of his two-faced host exorcism it's also rapidly ramping up. True enough. Whirlpool Cebu Nuo looked at the increasing template fusion and nodded in a dazed manner. The negative energy that Goldfinger can absorb has to be because I generated it directly and indirectly. Negative energies from other situations cannot enhance template fusion. Long before he did, he sensed that the negative energies are constantly emanating from within the Roots organization base. That's the negative energy generated by the Root organization, by the acts of interrogating, torturing, and killing prisoners. Now it seems that this negative energy, which was not generated directly or indirectly because of his, even if you absorb it, you can't improve the template fusion. At that moment, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! The host's two-sided host exorcism template fusion reached 45%, unlocking the ability. Chapter 39, The Upanishad of Ignoring a Sure Hit. Moshu Gu Cage. As template convergence increases, the system's beep once again sounded in swirling host Nua's head. Ding! The host's two-sided host exorcism template fusion has reached 45%. Unlocked ability, Ai Miyagi Kagura. A wave of information about the new ability followed into his brain. Miwu Gu Cage. I didn't realize that I unlocked the simple field first. A look of surprise appeared on swirling custard Nua's face. Upanishad Moshu Gu Cage. A prototype of the Truin Ryu simple domain. The primary effect of this ability is to neutralize the field, counteracting the performance of the must-hit effect. In fact, this was not quite a domain unfolding, but rather a special technique of spell power. Compared to the attacking effect of the domain unfolding, the Myoshugu Cage was more like a means of defense. When deploying the Mihoshi Kage Cage, it nullifies the command to hit itself with a sure shot, thus buying a chance to fight back or escape. The only drawback is that you must remain in a state of sealing the entire time when using the Mihoshi Kage Cage. In other words, it's a temporary surrender of mobility in exchange for dodging an opponent's surefire attack. This may seem like a small role, but it is a real life-saving skill. Possessing the Mihogu Cage is also equivalent to possessing, in combat, circumvent the chances of dropping a surefire attack. This can often be decisive for a truly strong duel. I just don't know. Among the shinobi, how would this ability of mine define the concept of must-have anymore? As far as I know, the Sharingan pupil technique counts as one, right? And the unicorn of the second column. After reading the introduction of the new ability, Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa stroked his chin in dark thought. Sharingan's pupil jutsu are, in general, activated directly on the target of the eye's alignment. It's like Amaterasu. As soon as you're targeted, unless the target is burned out, otherwise it will never go out. There's also Niju's own jutsu, Karin. In the original story, the second pillar himself said that this was a jutsu that could not be dodged. It's also equivalent to a must-hit effect. There's also the special ability of Fidden, a member of the Dawn organization. Once the blood was collected by him, while he was standing inside the formation of the cursed rituals, self-inflicted damage can also be synchronized to the person whose blood is being collected with a sure hit effect. As for exactly which of these is considered a sure hit and can be cancelled out by the Manhwa core cage, one would have to actually try it to find out. This was the shinobi world, after all, not the spell world. The effect of the ability of the two-sided host Nuwa template still needs him to personally test it. It seems that the commotion I've made this time has made the higher-ups of Konoha sit up a bit as well. Just then, as if he sensed something, he said with a slight smile, for in his perception, there was a powerful aura that was coming from different directions in the village. Without exception, the owners of these scents were rapidly approaching towards where he was. Then I'll accompany you. In a bit of fun. Just as well. I haven't had my fun yet. He smiled confidently, revealing those 2 rows of sharp teeth. He reached into his arms and removed a somewhat tattered white mask from inside his shirt. The pattern on the mask, the very one he killed not long ago. The cow-shaped pattern of that Roots organization member. It was peeled off the other man's bloody face as he left. It wasn't just the mask, but even the Root organization's black battlesuit, which he had shunned along with it. He'd gone out on such a high note this time, just to teach Tuanzu a lesson. With his current fusion of the 2-sided host Nuwa template, he had no intention of exposing himself completely. Let's get started then. The hunt hour. He sneered, and quickly changed into his Roots organization black combat suit, wearing the mask with the bull pattern. Shoo! In the next moment, he leapt down from the top of the Fire Country Conference Hall in a single bound. After landing steadily, he darted away towards the back of Kiba village. Behind them tracked Kakashi, Kai, and a dozen or so Root members. It seems to have also sensed the intention of the Whirlpool Su Nuwa to leave the village. They have accelerated their footsteps, constantly chasing towards the vortex Cebu Nuwa. The view returns to the outside of the Root organization base. As more and more ninjas arrived, the roaring flames that had been burning, gradually it was extinguished by the water transportation ninjutsu they used in conjunction. Souza stood outside the Root organization base, watching it all with a dark look on his face. The Root organization he had worked so hard to build was exposed and burned down for the most part. Even if the fire goes out, this place can't be used anymore. Lord Gunzo. At that moment, one of the Negi members' henchmen came quickly to Reunion. He held a notepad in his hand, and after a slight hesitation reported back to Reunion. According to the statistics, 15 newcomers were killed and more than 20 were severely burned in this enemy attack. There were also 3 deaths and more than a dozen burns among the regular members. Nearly 30% of the intelligence documents inside the base were also burned. The exact losses are still being liquidated. When he heard this, Raizo waved his hand with some impatience. He looked at the direction in which Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa left, and his eyes became more and more filled with killing intent. This enemy attack has taken too great a toll on the Roots organization. He was also able to reselect new people from the village for casualties, but the intelligence documents that were burned cannot be recovered. You know, the reason why the Root organization has been able to handle the crisis for Kiba in a timely manner every time, relying on a huge stockpile of intelligence. Nearly 30% of the intelligence documents were burned at once, which was like cutting into Tuzo's flesh. That ING guy. I definitely won't spare him easily. Tuanzo gritted his teeth in hatred and murderous anger. This was the first time the Roots organization had suffered such a provocation since its establishment. It was a slap in the face to him. The head of the Roots organization, Lord Juzu, Naruto-sama is here. Just as Juzo was still very annoyed, another one of the Negi members' men came over and reported. Gumiho. The Negi member's words were followed by Sarutobi Hinata's voice. As Tuzo turned his head, it was Sarutobi Hinata arriving with 2 of his dark side henchmen. When Sarutobi Hizuru saw that Tuanzo was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, though he had always disliked the way Junzo did things. But Junzo was, after all, a member of the Konoha village. It was his fellow disciple and aide-de-camp. He could go toe-to-toe with Junzo over village decisions, but he didn't think about wanting the other to die. Instead, it was Reunion, whose entire face instantly pulled together upon seeing Sarutobi. He looked at Sarutobi and spoke indifferently. What? Even you can't wait to see my jokes? As soon as Sarutobi Hinata heard this, he raised an eyebrow and said with some dissatisfaction. Gumiho, what time is it? Do you think I'd ever do something so boring? Sarutobi was speechless. He kindly wanted to come over and check on the casualties of the Reunion and the Root organization. As a result, Reunion thought he had come to fall on his sword. If it weren't for the fact that all the Root organization bases had been destroyed to rubble, he would have argued high and low with Junzo. Humph, no need to be hypocritical there. You've seen and done. You can go. This is something that I will fix. Reunion didn't give Sarutobi any good looks, and even gave a direct eviction order. Sarutobi Hinata sniffed and almost cursed in anger, but he finally held back from getting angry right away, and instead thought of something that. The tone of his voice was serious as he indicated to Reunion. Where's Naruto? Hand him over. Juzu instantly blushed. Chapter 40 The Hunting Game. It's begun. When Raizo heard Sarutobi's words, his face turned a little ugly. Hinata. Sure enough, it's for the nine-tailed Rinpoche. He gave a heartfelt cry. Of course he knew that Sarutobi wouldn't come to make fun of him specifically at this time. After all, it was the root organization base that was destroyed in part of Kiba. As Naruto, how could he still be gloating at this point? The only reason he was acting impatient was to get Sarutobi to hurry up and get out of there, trying to take advantage of the opportunity to muddle through. Result: Sarutobi Hizuru still asked him directly for someone. With a feigned puzzled look on his face, Ryunzo asked Sarutobi Hinata rhetorically, "The nine-tailed Rinpoche is gone? What does it matter to me if he's gone?" Seeing that Duzu still wanted to argue, Sarutobi Hizuru didn't beat around the bush and directly broke the conversation. "You don't have to play dumb with me, Suza. Root's men stopped the dark side, and 3 root members are dead. Do you think I can't know when something this serious happens? Hand over Naruto while you can and I can still pretend nothing happened." Suzu's face turned blue as he stared at Sarutobi for a while before he continued to speak. "I want to know what happened too. I just sent my men to bring back the nine-tailed Rinnegan to assist in the investigation, and they were all killed. Where the hell did the nine-tailed Rinpoche go? I don't know." Even as the words left his mouth, his eyes showed a kind of disdain as he looked at Sarutobi Hinata. In turn, he questioned Sarutobi. "Rather you, Nichiju, how long do you think you can keep this from me? Those 3 ninjas from the patrol that died outside the village earlier were also related to the nine-tailed Rinnegan, weren't they? And the fact that he lost control of his emotions and injured a student." Sarutobi Hinata's expression became a little embarrassed when he heard that. He really did know. This is trouble. He frowned darkly and muttered inwardly. Now the two were completely even. One hid this Naruto from the other and tried to capture the nine-tailed human pillar power for interrogation. One that covered up the nine-tails Rinnegan's emotional outburst, trying to clear nine-tailed human pillar power's name. The behavior of the 2 men was half-assed. Seeing Sarutobi Hizuru's silence, Junzo made an even more stern face and said with a cold snort, "Humph, Hinata, your mercy will only harm the village. It's a fact that the nine-tailed human pillar power is emotionally out of control. Once the seal of the nine-tails is loosened as a result, how many people are going to die in Kiba? Not to mention that I don't have the nine-tailed human pillar power right now, but even if I did, I wouldn't hand it over to you. The nine-tailed human pillars should be controlled by the root organization." Sarutobi Hinata sniffed and immediately disliked back with a face full of anger. "Tuzo, don't you forget, I'm the Naruto of Konoha, and you're just the Naruto auxiliary. If you're still bent on having your way, I'll remove you from office immediately." Reunion didn't budge an inch, and straightened up. "Kiba, it's not yours alone. Sarutobi, I can also propose that you, a derelict Naruto, step aside." For a while, the 2 of them argued and blew their noses, neither of them convincing the other. In the end, the 2 sides had to part on bad terms, but both were more determined to absolutely find Naruto before the other. The line of sight returned to the side of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. Shoo! By now, swirling Cebu Nuwa had crossed the training grounds at the back of the village, over the cordoned-off area, and entered inside the forest outside the village. In the middle of the dense forest, the figure of the Whirlpool Su Nuwa flew through a large tree. Catching up, he suddenly sensed something and muttered to himself without turning his head. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The next moment, 3 silhouettes appeared not far behind him. It was the members of the Roots organization who chased them all the way. One of the Negi members took out a couple of shuriken from his shinobi pouch and aimed at the figure in front of him. Shoo! Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly shot one of his hand swords out, just as the shuriken was still flying in mid-air. His hands also quickly formed seals. Ninjutsu shadow splitting technique. In an instant, the shot of the shuriken changed into countless shadow doppelgangers that it attacked the silhouette in front of it in a skyscraping manner. In front of the Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa saw this, a foot on the branches of a large tree in front of him. The body tumbled in the air a few times and landed firmly on the ground. After landing on the ground, his feet once again stomped on the ground in succession and backed up. Clang, clang, clang. Dense hand swords continued to fall, which he dodged perfectly. Shoo! Just as he came to a halt, 3 members of the Roots, who were pursuing him from behind, it also appeared around him, surrounding him in a triangle. The 2 sides just faced each other where they stood, and the air seemed to be filled with a strong murderous aura. "Do it!" Suddenly, the Root member on the front gave a command. The 3 Negi members had drawn the ninja swords behind them and attacked towards Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. Seeing this, Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa stood still, allowing the 3 to rapidly approach. Seek death. When the 3 Root members saw the scene, the murderous aura emanating from their bodies became even more intense. This arrogant stance of the other party was too much to put them in their eyes. Kiba Ryu Mitsurugi no Mai. In the next moment, all 3 drew their swords at the same time and used the Kiba Ryu sword art on Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. The dance of the 3 suns and moons. which is supposed to be the main sword art practiced by the Konoha dark sect. Naturally, any root member who graduated from the dark side training program could use it. The three of them transformed into 9 silhouettes, gripping their ninja swords tightly as they chopped forward. A sword shadow almost blocked all the retreat path of the whirlpool Sunua, but it is in the three people surrounded by the wood leaf flow decapitation. Whirlpool Cebu Nua still do not move. It was only when the other party was completely close that the corners of his mouth revealed an icy arc. Your lives, I'll take them without ceremony. Solve. A scarlet light flashed in the eyes of Whirlpool Cebu Nua. Put. The jutsu was launched. In an instant, with the swirling host Nua as the center, countless irregular chopping attacks that it catapulted and rushed out in all directions. In just a single glance, the three Negi members and the ninja swords in the hands of their shadow doppelgangers. It was shattered on the spot by the incomparably sharp chop. A chopping blow then passed through their bodies as well. All of the shadow doppelgangers were instantly cut and crushed by the chopping attack, turning into white smoke and dissipating. With such close proximity, the three root members had no time to react, either. The body was then mercilessly cut apart by the chop, dismembered and broken limbs, falling to the ground, blood splattered on the spot. A wisp of black energy floated out from the crushed bodies of the three. Ding! Host absorbs root members' fear negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. The whole fight was so fast that 3 root members were killed before they even had a chance to generate much negative energy. After swirling custodian Nua opened his mouth and ate the negative energy, it only boosted the template fusion by 1%. There's no reason not to take the negative energy that comes to your doorstep unsolicited. Whirlpool Cebu Nua looked in the direction behind him and muttered with a cold smile. Let me feel more pleasure. The game, it's just beginning. Shoo. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to enter deeper into the forest. He knows that once you stay in the same place for too long, reinforcements from Konoha, then, would come in a steady stream. The two-faced lodging exorcism template is indeed powerful, but he is not stupid enough to that. Now it's time to make an enemy of the entire Konoha ninja. If he was surrounded by a large number of Kiba ninja, it would be difficult for him to hide his identity and get away again. He was still borrowing Naruto's body, after all, and couldn't be sure how much longer he would be able to maintain this state. So the best thing to do is to kill as you go. Anyone who still dared to come after him, he would take them all without mercy. Chapter 41 Pure Malice Suppression. The Kiba Pale Blue Mastodon participates. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Just shortly after the front foot of the whirlpool host Nua just left, a dozen or so root members also arrived one after another. But what was reflected in their eyes was only the brutal and bloody images of broken limbs all over the ground. They never thought that the other party could, in such a short time, actually, directly killing 3 of his own party's companions in seconds. From now on teams of 5 will continue the pursuit. Once you catch up with the other party, find a way to stall him first, release the signal immediately and notify the others. The crane, who was responsible for leading this pursuit, instructed the crowd with a serious voice. At the same time, his heart was overwhelmed with shock and said, "What the hell is that guy's origin? How could one possess such terrifying strength?" It was really hard for him to imagine what the 3 companions here just now had gone through. The opponent's strength was also far beyond his expectations. But, Souza has given a death order. They had to kill this guy who dared to provoke the Kiba Root organization, even if it's paying a bigger price. Go! At Crane's command, the dozen or so root members split into 3 groups. Continuing to catch up to Whirlpool Cebu Nua. A few moments later, shoo, 3 silhouettes, following the root members, came here. At the head of the group was none other than Kakashi. Kakashi was flanked by all but Kai, who had followed him from the start, and a tall, fat figure. He had red hair and 2 purple lines on his cheeks. The most conspicuous thing was the green combat uniform he was wearing. On the front of the chest, there was a red, large food character. It was none other than Kiba's upper ninja, the head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Buta. When the 3 of them arrived here, they looked at the scene in front of them, and there was no expression of horror on their faces. Kai even walked straight up and scrutinized the 3 cut and crushed bodies. It's the roots. By the looks of it, it seems to have been killed in a flash, Kai said to Kakashi and Tuza with a tight frown on his super large bushy eyebrows. One hit kill? Danzo stared wide-eyed, his face full of incredulity as he said, "Who the hell is the other guy?" He had met Kakashi halfway and temporarily joined this pursuit team. As a result, he didn't expect that the strength of the pursuing target seemed to be far more powerful than he had imagined. How terrifying must one's strength be to be able to kill 3 upper ninja-level root members in a split second? Kakashi sniffed and shook his head with a grave expression on his face. The most troubling thing is that we don't currently have any intelligence on the other side. The opponent's strength, the jutsu used, I don't know anything about it. The only thing we know is that the other party also possesses an extremely destructive fire escape jutsu, Kakashi said as he walked over to the three bodies. He took a closer look and then analyzed. Now it seems, except for that extremely destructive fire escape, he also seems to have a wind evasion like chopping attack. He thought about it for a moment, then looked to Kai and Tinsa and barked, "K, Dinza. Once you encounter a target, don't hold out for a raw deal." The target's methods were brutal. A total leave no victim attack. Be careful. Understood. Kai and Tinsa nodded in agreement. Go. Let's hurry up too. The next moment, Kakashi took Kai and Tuza and proceeded to catch up. The line of sight went back to the side of the vortex host Nuwa. His silhouette, still fast, traveled between the forests. Without realizing it, it had completely entered the depths of the forest. That's a pretty tight bite. So anxious to deliver? Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa while leaping on the big tree, while having a sense of cold laughter. His perception of chakra may be lacking, but the people chasing after him behind him all exuded a strong sense of malice. This was easy to perceive for him who practiced spell power. Among his perceptions, there was already another group behind him, about to catch up. Shoo, as luck would have it, just as he was leaping toward another large tree a figure suddenly appeared at the back. 5 in all members from the Roots organization. When one of them saw this, his hands quickly formed a seal. Suetun Tsuurian Bomb no Jutsu. In the next moment, he made the last hand seal, opened his mouth, and spat out a water bomb from his mouth. The speed of the water bomb is extremely fast, and in the twinkling of an eye, it caught up with the swirling host Nuwa in front of it. Bang! Swirling Cebu Nuwa once again leapt up and dodged the water projectile that was shot at him from the other side. A water bomb landed on the branch of the tree he had just been in, and the amazing penetration of it shattered the branches of the trees through and through. Kaido Kazekiri no Jutsu. Swish! At that moment, the other root member also finished his seal. He took a deep breath and then spat it out violently. A huge blade of wind that, whistling to the whirlpool in mid-air Nuwa caught. Seeing this, Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sneered and moved his finger. Solve! Bang! A powerful chopping attack was instantly unleashed, colliding with that wind escape wind blade. There was an amazing explosion. The impact from the explosion sent Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's body flying out to the side. Rushed out of this forest. By the time he landed, he had come to the edge of a small stream in the forest. Not far away, there was a waterfall that fell vertically. It was because of this short delay that also allowed the 5 root members behind them to catch up with them. Once again, the whirlpool host Nuwa surrounded. You have no way out. One of the root members said in an icy tone. 5 members of the roots, either taking out their bitterness or drawing their ninjas. To the center of the encircling vortex host Nuwa, exudes a strong murderous aura. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa paused, then tilted his head. His right hand lazily ruffled his hair and laughed. Ha ha, ignorant guy, you're the ones who have no way out. Buzz, as the words of the swirling host Nuwa fell, a malice so thick that it seemed to materialize. Erupted from his body, vaguely, as if a gigantic, hideous, ghastly ghostly figure. It appeared above the head of swirling Cebu Nuwa. As this outburst of pure malice spread, the bodies of the 5 root members trembled violently. In their eyes, all of them revealed a look of horror, because they realized that under the shroud of the malice that had erupted from the swirling host Nuwa, their bodies, after all, were unable to move. A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down from the corner of their foreheads. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa clearly has not yet made a move, but the icy cold murderous aura but it was as if a sharp blade had been placed on each of their necks. Die! At this time, the vortex host Nuwa voice ice cold softly said. Swish! In the next moment, countless irregular chopping strikes were unleashed at an astonishingly fast catapult. Put! The bodies of the 5 Negi members were still unable to move in fear due to the malice that had erupted from the swirling Cebu Nuwa. All they could do was watch, as a flash of decapitation. Constantly cutting apart. Arms, legs, feet, body, even the head. Dense chopping strikes. Indiscriminate cutting chopping through. It was also at this time, Kiba's pale blue mastodon attends. Kiba Cyclone. Chapter 42 The 8 Gates of Transportation. 5th Due Gate, open. Kiba Cyclone. A silhouette rushed out of the forest on the side at an extremely fast speed. He leapt to the front of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, spinning his body at high speed, and kicking his feet up and down in 2 stages. Kicked towards the face and chest of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. When swirling Cebu Nuwa saw this, he frowned slightly. He also reacted quickly, and immediately gave up on continuing to release the chopping attack, crossing his arms in front of him. Bang! The visitor's powerful kick swirled and landed on swirling Cebu Nuwa's arm. Only a dull bang sound was heard coming out of the explosive force of the kick. It caused his arms to twist and distort a bit. The ground under his feet, moreover, shattered into a dense crack on the spot. Receiving the explosive force of this blow, swirling Shibu Nua's feet also rubbed against the ground. All the way backwards out a few meters. His eyes glazed over as he got a good look at the visitor. That iconic super large bushy eyebrows and watermelon head is none other than Kiba's Maite Kai. His expression was a bit surprised, not realizing that the Kiba hierarchy had even sent Kai in order to round him up. This one was a near kick in the big finish in the original. The art of partial multiplication. At this time, a furious voice came from behind Whirlpool Shibu Nua. A pair of giganticized palms suddenly reached out from inside the forest at the back. The palm of the giganticized hand was aimed at the field of the Whirlpool Shibu Nua, and slammed it closed. Bang! The two giant palms closed with force, completely wrapping the figure of the Whirlpool Su Nua. Powerful palm force, but also the impact of the spread out a shock. The ground will be shaking the broken. Even the stream on the side splashed violently. And at the end of the giant palm arm, an obese figure slowly walked out. It was none other than fellow traveler Akimichi Taza. Hurry up and save people first. Akimichi Taza reminded Kai with a serious expression as he fired both palms. Kai instantly understood and looked around at the 5 root members. It was just that it was fine if he didn't look at it. But when he did, his entire face instantly changed. The surrounding ground was left with a crack where a sharp blade had chopped through it. The 5 Negi members who had dispersed, under the decapitation of swirling Shibu Nua just now, 3 of them had already been split into 5 horse corpses on the spot. The remaining 2 were not in much better shape, covered in blood, and either had his arms severed by the decapitation of either that or have their legs and feet crushed by the decapitation. Both of them had already collapsed in a pool of blood, more out of breath than in, obviously not working either. Kai's face instantly hardened. He didn't realize that he had already rushed out to interrupt his opponent's jutsu, but that kind of wide-range chopping still killed and seriously injured the 5 root members. Shoo! Kai couldn't care less. Picking up the 2 root members who still had a breath left in them, quickly retreated to set it down at a distance. Meanwhile, on the field, the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan? Nice power. It's just too clunky at this speed. Dingza instantly broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the voice, because the direction the voice came from was clearly behind him. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look at the swirling lodestar that should have been in the clutches of his giganticized palms to exorcise the. I don't know when it appeared behind him. Maelstrom Shibu Nua snorted disdainfully and raised his right foot to kick out at Dingza's back. Zip! The moment his right foot touched Dingza's back, a red and black spell power glow suddenly exploded into existence. Bang! His seemingly casual kick exploded with a surprising amount of power. With a kick, Dingza spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, instantly disarming the partial multiplication technique. Along with that, his entire body was kicked out tens of meters away. Plunged headfirst inside the waterfall not far away. Dingza saw this and cried out anxiously. At the same time, he looked at the eyes of the swirling host Nua more and more shocked, secretly surprised in his heart. This guy is also a master of body magic? Able to kick the partially multiplied body of Tuza in the air. It was evident that the force of that kick just now was strong. He instantly realized that Whirlpool Shibu Nua was also very powerful when it came to physical arts. Cough. Cough. Shortly after Kai's voice came out, Dingza's figure stepped out of the waterfall. He covered his back with his right hand and coughed a few times with a pained look on his face. In the blood that was coughed up, even vaguely visible, were some fragments of bone. Damn! How can his power be so strong? Dingza's expression was filled with gravity. The kick that Maelstrom Shibu Nua had just made had even shattered a few bones in his back. If it wasn't for his thick skin, that kick would have been enough to completely disable him. On the contrary, swirling Shibu Nua gave Tuza and Kai a contemptuous look in his eyes. He looked again at his arms, which were sunken in a piece, and sighed inwardly. This body, it's still too weak. His reaction just now had been fast enough, and while raising his arms in defense, there was also a quick spell power enhancement. Rao's arms were nearly broken by Kai's hard kick. Also, the kick that had just been thrown at Tuza had likewise been reinforced with the use of spell power. As it turned out, it didn't disable Dingza as much as he'd hoped. He knew that it came down to Naruto being too weak in this body, a child's physical fitness. Even when using spell power to strengthen output and defense, the extent of the increase is still very limited. If the spell reinforcement was increased again, it was a question of whether or not this body would be able to withstand it. Fortunately, he had other means of attack. Reverse jutsu. Zip. In the next moment, with a thought, he instantly used the reversal technique. The positive energy generated by the reversal technique, at once, at an alarming rate, healed the damage to both his arms. It was a scene that once again made Kai and Dingza's jaws drop. Kai looked at the whirlpool Sunua turn of the eye to heal the arm intact, incomparably shocked. What a terrifying self-healing ability. Actually healed the arm injury instantly? Kai's face became even more grave. The opponent's kind of wide-range chopping jutsu had already given him a big headache. But now, it seems that in addition to the chopping ninjutsu, the opponent's physical skills are also strong. It even possessed a superb self-healing ability, capable of recovering from injuries in a short period of time. And most importantly, he remembers that the opponent had an incredibly destructive fire transportation ninjutsu that he hadn't used yet. Danzo, I'll do the main attack. You find a chance to strike. Kai's eyes were firm and he clenched his fists. Danzo is explosive, but too slow when multiplied. To give an attack to hit the opponent, it has to be matched by him. Shoo! As the words fell, Kai charged out with both feet firing hard. His figure began to run quickly around the vortex, lodging Nuwa at an astonishing speed. The speed was getting faster and faster, even forming a residual shadow around them. Let's settle this with a single blow. 8 gates of recluse. 5th, dolmen. Open. Boom. In an instant, Kai's entire aura skyrocketed exponentially. Chapter 43, Hard Against Really Anua. Kakashi showed up. 5th door. Open. Who boom. With Kai's angry shout, his aura soared at an astonishing speed. His already extremely fast speed was more than doubled at this moment. A bitterly cold and strong wind was immediately lifted up around the surroundings, and the ground was lifted up for it. In the air, there was a constant burst of air, swirling Shibu Nua's eyes, quickly scanning up from side to side. But after opening the 5th of the 8 gates, Kai exploded with a speed that was just too fast. Even with the dynamic vision of his two-sided custodial Nua template, he was unable to fully see Kai's movement trajectory. This is the 8 gates of transportation. That's the kind of opponent that will make my blood boil. Instead of panicking, Maelstrom Shibu Nua laughed in an almost crazy manner. Only such a strong person, only worthy of his two-sided host Nua. Seriously. He tilted his head slightly and spoke with a cold and arrogant expression. The 5th of the 8 gates. It seems that I've been underestimated. Since you can't see your opponent's movement, maximize the range of your chop. Destroy everything around you. Maximize spell power output. Solve. Who boom. In the next moment, he exploded his own spell power without reservation. As the jutsu was unleashed, centered on him, hundreds of chopping strikes were unleashed overwhelmingly. An uncountable number of chopping strikes catapulted and rushed out at an astonishing speed, cutting the ground around them to complete shreds. At the same time, Kai, who was running at breakneck speed, moved. Shoo! With his super high movement speed, he kept changing directions towards the whirlpool Shibu Nua. Even so, the intensive number of chopping blows still caused damage to his body. Put. A chopping blow, even if it just swept past the body, both easily shredded his clothes, his skin. He could only grit his teeth and use his body instincts to try to evade the chopping blows that were fatal enough. Blood constantly splattered down to the ground from his remnants. When he had rushed to the front of the swirling host Nua, on his hands, feet, and body, it had already been cut through countless slits by the sharp chop. My turn. Kai instantly closed in on the front of swirling Shibu Nua, and with one hand on the ground, a thunderous leg kick lands to the jaw of whirlpool Shibu Nua. Bang! A dull sound came out as the chopping jutsu was forcefully interrupted. Subjected to this high-speed kick, a stream of blood also flowed out of the corner of the mouth of the whirlpool Shibu Nua. His body, uncontrollably, flew backwards high into the air. Spell power maximization. Reverse jutsu. Just as the body was kicked high into the air, still lagging in the air, he seemed to have guessed the attack he was going to endure next. Instead of using a jutsu attack, he maximized the power of his spell. It was infused through and through on top of the reversal spell that healed itself. Shoo! Almost at the same time, Kai's figure followed suit and leapt into the air. Despite being covered in blood, his gaze remained resolute. This is the final blow. Really Anua. In the next moment, Kai's body exploded into extreme speed in the air. His figure, stepping on the air in the air, once again moved at super high speed. Bang! 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 Immediately following his super high-speed movement, a flurry of hard blows to the body of Whirlpool Nua. After attacking a dozen times in a row, Kai's figure suddenly came above the Whirlpool Shibu Nua. A final, full force, top-down kick down. Boom! By the explosive force of this kick, the Whirlpool host Nua whole person like a meteorite fall. It hit the ground hard. The terrifying impact knocked a huge crater into the ground. At the same time, Kai, who had finished the kick, disarmed the 8 gates. He spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot and plummeted from the heights towards the ground. The 8 gates of transportation. originally a forbidden physical art that forcibly lifts the limitations of one's own chakra. Though when turned on, one can gain powers several times beyond one's own for a short period of time, but accordingly, the body will also be extremely serious burden. After opening just the fifth dolmen, Kai felt a sharp pain ripping through the muscles of his entire body. In particular, the meridians of both feet couldn't afford to break a few after using Re-infiltration. What's more, his body also hardened itself to take one cut from the Maelstrom host Nuwa chopping jutsu. Seeing that his body was temporarily immobilized, he was about to fall towards the ground. Still holding on through clenched teeth, he shouted to Dinza, it's now! Although he was confident in his attack just now, no one could resist his Re-infiltration unharmed, but the sudden uneasiness that welled up in him, or did he let him open his mouth to get Tingza to step in and fill in as well? He always felt his opponent seemed to be letting him use his Re-infiltration too easily. At the side, Dingzhou nodded with a serious expression as he heard the words, the art of hyper-doubling. In the next moment, Dingza's hands formed a seal, and his entire body supergiganticized at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 The supergiganticized Tingza whirled around and clenched his fists. Full force punch after punch toward the location where the vortex host Nuwa fell. The powerful force, striking hard again and again, caused the ground around them to constantly vibrate. That huge crater and the ground shattered out countless cracks. In place, a thick cloud of smoke rose. It didn't stop until Dingza slammed down a dozen punches one after another in one breath. His body also lifted its supergiganticization and gradually changed back to its original size. The originally fierce battlefield became quiet for a while. Kai and Tingza's eyes were, at that moment, staring dead in the middle of that thick smoke. Ka! Suddenly, a sound of falling debris came from the smoke. Kai and Tingza's pupils instantly tightened, filled with shocked horror, because they all saw that in the midst of that thick smoke, there seemed to be a silhouette slowly standing up. A teasing laugh followed. Ha ha, what a nice attack. Almost. I was killed. Kai and Tingza instantly blushed. This voice, it is clearly the voice of the swirling host Nuwa. Hi! At that moment, swirling Cebu Nuwa's voice sounded again. Swish! Before Tingza could react, a hand reached out from the smoke and grabbed his palm. A grid-like chop was released from the palm of that hand. Put! Ah! The grid-like chop swept through, cutting and crushing Tuza's left palm on the spot. Returning to his senses, Tingza instantly screamed in agony, and, covering the wound of his broken palm, he took a dozen steps back and fell on his butt. And you? Whirlpool Sunua's voice filled with murderous aura came again. Solve! In the next moment, a few chopping blows broke through the smoke and it chopped straight towards Kai, whose body was temporarily immobilized. Kai was still trying to dodge it, but the side effects of the 8 gates of evasion on his body, it made it impossible for him to even stand up. He could only watch as the chopping attack cut towards him. It was at this time that another voice came from the forest aside. Swayton, water rushing wave. Boom! A column of swirling water, like a tornado, rose from in front of Kai. The spinning column of water, which instantly crashed into Kai's body, created an impact that knocked his entire body back. In the end, those chopping blows didn't land on Kai's body. Instead, it cuts and crushes the rising column of swirling water. Seeing this scene, Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa said without seeming too surprised. Finally couldn't resist making a move? Enough watching. Hagi Kakashi. Shoo! A figure appeared beside Kai as soon as Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's words fell, catching his repulsed body firmly. It was none other than Kakashi. Looking again at Kakashi at this moment, the Sharingan eye in his left eye was already open. The Sharingan eye stared intently at the figure of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa amidst the smoke and dust. Chapter 44, Kakashi's Analyzing Ability. Jutsu seen through? Kai, are you okay? Kakashi asked Kai worriedly. It was only his eyes that always stayed above that silhouette in the smoke. I'm fine. Kai shook his head bitterly. It's just a side effect of the 8 gates of evasion that has left my body unable to move for a while. Kay still looked hard-pressed to hide her surprise as she said this. He didn't expect that the other party could really withstand the Re-infiltration of him opening the 5th door of the 8 doors of transportation. The Duman. And, just now, it almost backfired on him. Shoo! At that moment, Tuza also forced himself to endure the pain of his broken palm and rejoined Kakashi and Kai. He took out a section of bandage from inside his ninjutsu bag and quickly wrapped it to stop the bleeding. Well, Kakashi, any luck yet? Tuza asked Kakashi as he tended to his injuries. Yes, actually, Kakashi. From the very beginning when Kai and Tuza showed up, it's hidden inside the woods off to the side. It was only because the trio had so little information about the Vortex Lodestar Nuwa that Kai suggested that it was up to them to take the lead in launching an attack on Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. Kakashi, on the other hand, directly opened his Sharingan eyes and hid nearby to observe. Kakashi sniffed, his face very grave as he nodded and shook his head again. Thanks to you guys, a lot of important information has indeed been harvested, but I'm not sure if that's all he's capable of already. Kakashi took a look at the injuries of the two and inwardly blamed himself a little. Companions are putting their lives on the line to gather information about each other's abilities, but in the end result, he couldn't determine his opponent's full capabilities. Long story short, the first thing that can be confirmed is that the opponent is not using an ability that is activated with chakra. Kakashi proceeded to share the information he saw. With his Sharingan eyes, he had the ability to see the flow of clarity, but throughout the entire time Kai and Tingza were fighting with each other just now, he didn't see any flow of chakra on his opponent. An ability that can be activated without using chakra? Tingza gave a startled cry. In his perception, any ability in the shinobi world that, shouldn't it all be based on chakra? There are still abilities that don't rely on chakra to activate? Kakashi nodded and continued. Moreover, he doesn't even need to form a seal when his ability is activated. In other words, that ability is almost instantaneous. A simple sentence, but it caused Kai and Tingza to blush once again. It's outrageous enough not to use chakra, but not to use seals? This bizarre ability of the other party had completely exceeded the scope of their cognition. So far, it seems that his abilities fall into three categories. The first is to unleash a chopping attack with an amazing cutting effect. The second is superb self-healing. The third is the kind of fire attribute attack that hasn't been used yet, the kind that was unleashed in the village. Kakashi remembers clearly when his opponent attacked the root organization base. What was used was a fire attribute attack that was incredibly destructive. Now it seems that since it can be activated without chakra, it's not a jutsu. The first chopping ability seems to be divided into two attack modes as well. One of the attack patterns is a wide-range chopping attack that is unleashed with his main body at the center. But with this kind of wide-range chopping, it seems he can't manage to control it with precision. This is what he used to sharing wheel eye and watch the battle between the whirlpool Shibu Nuwa and Kai. Although with his sharpening wheel eyes, he couldn't quite see those chopping blows clearly, yet he was able to vaguely capture some of the flight trajectory of the chop. There was a reason why he was so judgmental. That's when Kai uses really Anua in close quarters. The opponent has no control over the chopping attack focused towards Kai. If the opponent was able to control the chop with precision, then at the same time Kai kicked out that Kai's back should also be hurt by the chop. Irregular chopping and controlled chopping are two completely different concepts. The fact that the opponent didn't do that, but instead disarmed his ability to defend, was proof enough of that. The second mode of attack, on the other hand, is more precise and more powerful. Range and quantity, yet compressed chopping combinations. Kakashi then analyzed. This was a judgment that came from him having seen the last swirling host Nuwa cut off Tuza's palm. He could vaguely see that it seemed to be a kind of cross-chop consisting of multiple chopping strikes. This chopping, compared to the irregularity of the first, it was more like aiming for Tingza's hand to unleash it. However, the second mode of attack should have to fulfill certain conditions before it can be activated. For example, his hand must make contact with the target. Otherwise, when dealing with Kai, he should have made this attack pattern. This was also the conclusion he had come to from his observation when he cut through the palm of Tuza's hand through the swirling host Nuwa. At that time, it was the second mode of attack that Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa unleashed after grabbing Tuza's palm. As for his self-healing ability and fire attribute attacks, it's not yet possible to determine the upper limit of self-healing and the way fire attribute attacks are launched. Above, by the time Kakashi finished his analysis, Kai and Tuza's faces had become even more ugly. An ability that also has two modes of attack. Either attack pattern caused them a great headache. One misstep and you can lose your life. What's more, it's not clear if that's all the other side can do. It was no wonder that Kakashi had a grave look on his face after gathering the information. The strength of the opponent was beyond imagination. Pop, pop, pop. By this time, the smoke and dust that had been raised on the field had gradually cleared. A sound of applause, coming from inside. Kakashi, Kai and Tuza were dumbfounded on the spot as they watched the figures slowly walk out of the smoke, because they saw that the vortex lodging that walked out was actually intact. As Kakashi looked closely, there were still some wounds on his opponent's body. It was just those wounds that were healing themselves back up at an amazing rate. It was clear that Kai and Tuza's attacks were not without damage to their opponent. Rather, it was that superb self-healing ability of the other party that healed and restored the injuries again in an instant. On the contrary, walking out of the whirlpool Suzume Nuwa, clapping his hands without mincing words to Kakashi praised, true to form, Kakashi the duplicate ninja, just based on the battle just now. You were able to analyze so much information. The corners of swirling Shibu Nuwa's mouth lifted slightly under his mask. Kakashi's analytical skills were top-notch when looking at the entire shinobi world. In the original, it was after fighting Pain that he analyzed Pain's abilities. He didn't realize that Kakashi had even solved and ate his jutsu. all of them can be analyzed in strips after only seeing them once. Sharingan, it really is good. He sighed inwardly. He knew that the reason Kakashi was able to analyze his chopping ability and attack patterns, in large part, it was because the Sharingan eyes were able to see his decapitation to a certain extent. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the unusual naked eye to catch his chopping, not to mention, being able to roughly see the outline of the chop. On the contrary, Kakashi was frowning and looking at the whirlpool Shibu Nuadao with a puzzled face. You know me? Chapter 45 Kakashi, how did he know I was short of blue? Kakashi looked at Maelstrom Suzaku with a surprised face. In fact, from the very beginning, he had been puzzled by the identity of the whirlpool host Nuwa. Kai's opponent instantly recognized him when he used the 8 Gates of Evil. It also seems to be very familiar with the 8 Gates of Evil. Now, even who he is directly stated. He couldn't remember when he had known such a mysterious and powerful person. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sniffed and said with a slightly playful tone, "Who knows? Maybe. I'm originally from Kiba." As soon as Kakashi heard this, he just felt that his opponent was teasing him with a look of disbelief. There was no way he wouldn't know that Kiba had such a mysterious and powerful person. What Kakashi didn't know was that Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa wasn't lying to him. Though he is not a Konoha, his succubus, Naruto, is a member of the Konoha. Of course, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa will not specifically explain clearly to Kakashi. Kakashi looked at his opponent's teasing eyes and questioned guardedly, "Who the hell are you? Why did you attack Kiba?" Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sneered and spread his hands, flirting indifferently. "No reason, just feeling a little bored and trying to have some fun." Kakashi? Kakashi's face sank with a question mark. Just trying to have some fun? So there was an attack on Kiba and the destruction of the root organization base? This reasoning, just don't get any more ridiculous. In fact, the reason why Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa was so high profile out to destroy the root organization base. Indeed it was just a whim on his part. At that moment, Kakashi also took out a bitterness from his ninjutsu bag and held it tightly in his hand. Took a fighting stance. "Since you won't talk, I'll have to take you back for interrogation." Kakashi's eyes that looked towards Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa gradually became serious. "Kakashi, we still have too little information about him. Do you really want to fight him?" Seeing this, Tuza, who was on the side, hurriedly advised Kakashi. The information they had was too little, and it would be extremely risky to continue the encounter hastily. What's more, he was now injured, with one of his palms severed. "Right, Kakashi, better retreat and wait for reinforcements from the village." Kai also spoke up to persuade. He's also injured, and he's still in the midst of the side effects of turning on the 8 Gates of Evil. Can't help Kakashi. In a one-on-one situation, he didn't think Kakashi would be able to take much advantage of his opponent's hands. He felt that the safest thing to do would be to retreat first and wait for reinforcements from the village. Kakashi hesitated and shook his head. "Even if reinforcements come, we still have too little intelligence on him, at least, to figure out his third ability." Kakashi looked at Kai and Tuza with determined eyes and gave a final admonition. "If anything happens to me, you must also bring back information about his abilities. Can't let more people die at his hands." After he finished speaking, he walked up with determination. Despite Kai and Tingza's objections, intelligence gathering is very important in the face of a powerful enemy. In order to keep more people from being sacrificed, it was only up to him to test his opponent's abilities. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa saw Kakashi walk up alone, and his eyes glowed with a burning light. To him, being able to fight someone with Sharingan eyes was not an accumulation of combat experience. Kakashi, moreover, has the title of being 50-50 with anyone. "Ha, as a reward for you making me feel more fun, then let's show you more clearly what I'm capable of." Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa laughed out loud. "Solve." In the next moment, his eyes suddenly went cold. Several chopping strikes were unleashed with an astonishing speed of catapulting. Kakashi's eyes widened as he tried to catch the flight path of those chopping blows with his Sharingan eyes. But even the Sharingan eyes could only see some of it vaguely. A chopping attack that quickly cut through his body. Bang! But it was at that moment that his body, which had been separated by the chopping and cutting of, instead, it was transformed into a piece of wood that had been shredded. Substitution. Maelstrom Suzaku instantly realizes that this is Kakashi's double jutsu. Eyes quickly scanned the surrounding area. Shoo! Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came from the forest on the side. With that, a bitter note toward the face of the Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa storm shot. Poof! Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa snorted disdainfully, his eyes, still searching around for Kakashi. Just the moment that bitter blade came in front of his body, with a sudden jerk of his head, dodged the bittersweet hiss. But just as the bitterness fell through the air and flew over the head of the swirling host Nuwa, it was then that he noticed that there was an imperceptibly thin thread tied to the end of the bittern. When the bittern landed, the thin threads contracted violently and bound his body. At the same time, Kakashi, who had disappeared, emerged from the stream behind Whirlpool Cebu Noir. After he used his double technique, he dived his body inside the stream to hide it. After appearing, Kakashi stood on the surface of the water, his hands rapidly forming seals. Suetun Suiryobam Jutsu. Wow! The next moment, with Kakashi's last hand seal, the originally calm stream suddenly churned violently. A column of water rose from the stream and transformed into a hideous water dragon in the blink of an eye. The water dragon opened its mouth and bit down on the swirling Nua who was bound by a thin line. Whirlpool Cebu Noir saw this, and spoke in a very disdainful tone. Kakashi, there's no need to bring out this level of ninjutsu to shame people. Or do you think that I would be hurt by such a jutsu? Bang! As soon as Maelstrom Cebu Noir's voice fell, several chopping strikes were instantly released. The incomparably sharp chop not only cut through the thin threads that bound his body, along with that, the water dragon condensed by the water recluse was also cut into pieces. The crushed water dragon transformed into countless water drops that fell. That kind of chopping, can it even cut through water? Kakashi watched the scene and made a mental note of it. At the same time, his hands were once again rapidly forming seals. Shoo! But just as he made the seal, the vortex Cebu Noir has already exploded with amazing speed. The rushed to Kakashi's face. With the palm of his right hand, he grabbed at Kakashi's head. No good. Kakashi's face changed as he looked at the palm that kept enlarging in his pupils. By the time he tried to give up his sealing to avoid it again, the Whirlpool Cebu Noir's right hand had grabbed his face. Hi! The corner of the mouth under the mask of swirling Cebu Noir suddenly raised a cold arc. The Jutsu Hachi was instantly activated. The grid-like chop cut Kakashi's head into numerous pieces on the spot. Wow! In the next second, swirling Cebu Noir froze, because he saw that Kakashi, who had been cut into countless pieces by his Jutsu Hachi, it actually turned into a puddle of water. A water body? Whirlpool Cebu Noir instantly understood, and a touch of displeasure appeared on his face. There's no end to this means of escape. It's a stand-in and a diversion again. This kind of physical shadow doppelganger is also very exhausting for you, isn't it? How many more times can you use the same tactic? Swirling Cebu Noir seemed to sense something and turned around to look at the forest not far away. Kakashi's figure, too, stepped out of it. A closer look could reveal that Kakashi's breathing had become a bit rapid at this point. Even if the main body doesn't take damage, the continuous use of the substitute and shadow doppelganger, it's also extremely draining on Kakashi. What's more, the pre-existing Kakashi was notorious for being short of blue. Kakashi, who had stepped back out, but stated confidently, looks like my guess was right. Your other attack has to make contact with the target in order to use it. That is to say, as long as you don't let your palms touch it, that ability of yours is nullified. Yes, Kakashi consumed so much chakra in order to reconfirm the conditions for the activation of the Vortex Noir Jutsu Hachi. Next, I'll show you my self-created jutsu. With a bite of his fingertips, Kakashi made a quick seal with both hands. Chapter 46, 4 hands, 4 eyes form. End of Kakashi. Kakashi bit through the blood on the tip of his tongue and drew a horizontal line on his palm, quickly completing the knot. His palm slapped down against the ground, and a psychic art formation emerged with it. Psionics, Dodo Chasing Teeth Jutsu, Ninjutsu was activated, and movement began to emanate continuously from the ground around them. It was as if there was something that was moving fast under the ground. Bang! The next moment, the ground around the vortex Noir bulged a piece of earth bag. 8 ferocious ninja dogs broke out of the ground. The 8 ninja dogs that rushed out from the ground immediately opened their mouths and, towards the body of swirling Cebu Noir bites. Hands, feet, shoulders, all were bitten to death by a shinobi dog. Even behind his back, there was a strong and tall ninja dog that pressed against his body while one side bites his neck. 8 ninja dogs, which firmly fixed the Whirlpool Cebu Noir in place. At the same time, Kakashi's eyes became incredibly serious and grave. His left hand grabbed the wrist of his right hand, which was lowered to the ground by the palm of the whole man half squatted as well. Zip! In an instant, the right hand blossomed with thunderous light. The high-intensity electric current formed by the Rado chakra glowed silver-white. An arc of electricity continued to spread outward, pulsing and flickering madly, between powerful bursts of electricity. An extremely sharp, ear-piercing sound like the chirping of 1,000 birds resounded through the forest. As the jutsu took shape, Kakashi's body assumed a sprinting stance. Rado Chidori. Kakashi's feet slammed into the ground with a violent force, exploding into an amazing burst of speed. The piercing sound of birdsong was heard everywhere along the way. The palm of that hand filled with the high-intensity electric current of Rado didn't even touch the ground directly. The spreading arcs of electricity however shattered the ground continuously. Kakashi's figure, as if it was all enveloped in lightning, broke through the ground all the way to the toward the vortex host Nuwa high-speed burst. Swirling Nuwa Cebu eyes, see only a flash of lightning. One could only rely on one's powerful perception to lock onto the malice emanating from the other party. That's it. Kakashi, you sure didn't let me down. The scarlet glow in the eyes of swirling Cebu Nuwa increased, and the expression under the mask became more and more enjoyable and maniacal. Kakashi's move, Chidori, made him feel like after crossing over and activating the two-faced host nozzle template that, the first sense of crisis. At the same time, it also made his battle intent reach an unprecedented height. Suddenly, the flesh and blood of his body began to wriggle crazily at the position of his waist under his arms. All that could be heard was a proof in two brand new arms that, suddenly growing out of writhing flesh and blood in an instant. Before Kakashi could figure out what was happening, his other two arms suddenly opened up. The voice was cold and filled with a biting killing aura. Solve. In an instant, hundreds of chopping strikes, with the vortex host Nuwa as the center. It was as if a huge chopping cage had formed and spread out, more numerous and more intensive chopping than before. Instantly, the 8 ninja dogs were cut into tiny pieces of minced meat. 8 ninjas, and they didn't even have time to unsummon their psionic spells. It turned into a rain of broken flesh and blood that spilled out onto the ground. It wasn't over yet. The release of the chop continued to spread outward. Seeing this, Kakashi, who had sprinted head-on, only felt the cold hairs on his entire body stand up. This amount, this intensity of chopping, even if he had sharpening wheel eyes, raising his speed to the extreme, it was impossible to pass through unharmed. It's too late. Only fight hard to unleash Chidori. Kakashi's brain worked quickly and he made an instant decision. In the current situation, even if he withdrew his 1,000 birds to flee, it was obviously too late. The best thing to do is to harden yourself against some of the damage from the chop and continue to burst forward. The only way to interrupt the opponent's decapitation release and turn the situation around was to attack the Chidori onto the opponent. On top of that, he was really running out of blue. He can use Chidori up to 4 times a day. And that's not counting other jutsu that assist Chidori hits. And, once the other side has seen Chidori once, it will undoubtedly only get harder to create another raid. Zip! Decidedly, Kakashi, instead of slowing down the speed of his sudden advance, it even increased the speed again. His figure rushed straight towards the densely packed chopping attack. With the observation of his Sharingan eyes, Kakashi's body quickly dashed through the gaps of countless chopping blows. His body was dodging the chopping blows as best it could while, still, the skin was chopped away by a chopping cut, flesh and blood broken open by the decapitation. The depth of the wound. One could even vaguely see the white bones in it. By the time Kakashi had successfully rushed out of the chopping range, his body was already completely red with blood. Spare a thought. Kakashi's speed still didn't slow down. His sharpening wheel eyes were fixed on Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa, and in one breath, he exploded into a burst of speed that, the Chidori in his hand was aimed at the heart of the whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. The thunder on flashed, and the 1,000 birds arrived instantly. Chidori, Kakashi's long-stored Chidori, a hand blade filled with a powerful electric current, violently stabbed forward. But Kakashi's attention was focused on Chidori and Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's heart. Completely unnoticed, the face of the Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa has long changed. Underneath the pair of scarlet murderous eyes of the swirling host Nuwa, at that moment her grew another pair of eyes. Dynamic visual acuity in all 4 eyes. It had already allowed Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa to be able to see some of the Chidori trajectory of Kakashi's sudden stab. The corner of his mouth, at once, lifted up in a smug arc. Seeing that Chidori was attacking towards his heart, he moved his body to the side a bit in advance. At the same time, both left hands bent and stood up in a defensive stance after the spell power was strengthened. Beep, put. In the next second, the ear-piercing sound of birds chirping once again resounded throughout the battlefield. Kakashi's Chidori, in the end, failed to pierce into the heart of Maelstrom Suzaku now. Instead, it stabbed into the flesh and blood of his arms. 1,000 birds of powerful penetration instantly pierced through the flesh and blood of the 2 arms of the Whirlpool host Nuwa. Along with that, the bones inside the flesh and blood were also shattered by the violent electric shock. A shocking hole appeared in the 2 left arms of the overlapping Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. Chidori's outbursts gradually weakened in strength. Crap! Kakashi saw this and a look of panic flashed across his face. How could he not expect that the other party could, at the last minute, actually, see clearly his extremely fast burst of attacks? His Chidori, which was originally aimed at his opponent's heart, only made a hole in his opponent's arm. This result, obviously, was not what he wanted. He knew very well that this level of injury, with that amazing self-healing ability of the other party, it's back in one piece in the twinkling of an eye. With that thought, Kakashi was about to pull out his palm and hurry away from Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. It's just that Kakashi seems to have forgotten that the current Maelstrom Suzaku Nuwa, but in the form of 4 arms. Pop! Before Kakashi could pull his hands out of the wounds on both of Maelstrom's left arms, a clear voice rang out. Kakashi's body instantly stiffened. His eyes filled with look of fear. One of the palms of swirling Cebu Nuwa's right hand had grabbed his face. Along with that, there was also the sound of swirling Cebu Nuwa's playful sneer. Meh. It's over. Kakashi. Chapter 47 Interruption of Mantra Power? A new crisis arises. Kakashi looked at the palm that grasped at his face and a wave of fear quickly welled up inside him. In his mind's eye, the image of the swirling custodian Nuwa using the jutsu high on Tuza flashed through his mind. That grid-like chopping once released, his entire head would undoubtedly be cut into countless pieces in an instant. A strong aura of death loomed over him. Me too. Is this the end? He murmured with some despair in his heart. In this case, he was really completely out of options. Kakashi, not far away, Kai and Tingza, who were watching the battle, shouted out with faces full of horror. They naturally knew what it meant once they were touched by the palms of Maelstrom host Nuwa. Kakashi will be killed. Kai, go save Kakashi. It's too late. Tuza was still trying to save Kakashi with Kai, but Kai's eyes were already filled with despair, because he saw that Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa had already begun to unleash the jutsu. Hi! Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's icy voice rang out. Red and black spell power quietly erupted from his palm that had grabbed Kakashi. Vaguely, there seemed to be a grid-like chopping prototype appearing. The corners of the mouth under the swirling Cebu Nuwa's mask couldn't stop rising high. Zip! But just when Kakashi even knew he couldn't dodge Hachi's chop, desperate to close his eyes, a change occurred. Only the black light of the spell power flickered for a moment, and the grid-like chop that had already manifested itself into a prototype, it actually dissipated suddenly. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa? When Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa saw this, he was filled with questions. Quickly, though, he realized why. Spell power. The extraction was interrupted? Yes. At this time, the body of the Whirlpool Su Nuwa appeared a short spell power interruption state. Sort of similar to the concept of art fusion. The difference is that operative meltdown refers to the unfolding of the field after there will be a brief period of time when it will be difficult to use the jutsu originally imprinted inside the body. Instead, he was in a situation where he couldn't even extract the incantation power smoothly. It seems it's because I've been borrowing this body for too long. The face under the mask of swirling Cebu Nuwa darkened, and his heart dawned on him. This body, after all, was not yet his. He had fought for so long with the strength of the two-faced host Nuwa template, borrowing this body to explode his spell power. Long ago this body was overwhelmed. To put it simply, his spell power, if compared to a 10, the original spell power of Naruto's body as a child is 1. Fighting with high-intensity spell power all the time, it was natural for the body to become overloaded. Equivalent. The fuse is blown, the circuit was interrupted, and naturally the spell power could not be extracted. Buzz. That's when a wave of vertigo came over him. That's Naruto's body overloading and then rejecting him out of protection. He could sense that this interruption in spell power wouldn't last long, but it seems he's going to be forced offline like the last time he borrowed a body. Can't lose control of my body at this point. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa gave a dark voice in his heart. If you switch Naruto on the line at this point, you're not going to get hung up and counter-killed. Bang! With that in mind, he kicked Kakashi hard in the stomach instead. Without spell reinforcement, his kick went out. It also only made Kakashi stagger back a few steps. Kakashi? I'm not dead? Kakashi was also confused. He just closed his eyes, desperate for death. And after all that waiting, you just got a kick in the stomach? And the force of this kick, how come it seems to be quite weak? Kakashi. Meanwhile, Kai and Tingza took the opportunity to rush forward. They glanced at Kakashi to make sure he was unharmed and this is why there has been a sigh of relief. Kakashi, what just happened? Why didn't his chopping ability, the kind that can only be used on contact, take effect? Kai instantly looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look on his face and asked. Kakashi froze and shook his head. I don't know. It seems that something happened to him himself that caused that ability not to be activated. He knew very well that it was never because of his Chidori just now, which interrupted his opponent's ability to chop. The feeling he got just now was more like the opponent's own interrupted ability launch. As soon as Kai and Tuza heard this, they both looked at the swirling Cebu Nuwa in front of them. They didn't know what was going on, but from what Kakashi was saying, now seems to be their chance to fight back? However, before they could decide whether or not to launch an attack on the now swirling host Nuwa, the flesh and blood on Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's body once again wriggled crazily. In the next moment, his other 2 arms that had grown out shrunk back. Even the other 2 eyes below the eyes slowly closed and disappeared. At the same time, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa softly said. Reverse jutsu. Changing back to his original normal form also relieved his body of the spell power burden. The spell power that had been interrupted was once again back in use. Positive energy generated by the reversal technique, quickly healing up the wound on his left arm that had just been penetrated by 1,000 birds. Kai, Tuza, and Kakashi's faces instantly became very ugly again when they saw this scene. They thought that the other party was having some kind of physical problem and were able to take the opportunity to strike at the other party. I didn't expect that. Just for a moment, the other party's strength seemed to have returned? Withdraw. His healing has slowed down significantly. Kakashi watched carefully and instantly alerted Kai and Tuza to the situation. He sensed that the other man's ability to heal himself with the kind of. It also seemed to have slowed down a bit because of the suddenness of what had just happened. However, he was also clear that in their current state, and then against the swirling host Nuwa, who had recovered from his injuries, there's only a dead end. Bang! Without further hesitation, the three Kakashi quickly fled the area after dropping a smoke bomb in its place. On the contrary, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa had already used the reversal technique to completely heal the injury on his left arm. He looked at the three Kakashi who fled decisively, hesitated for a moment, but still did not choose to go after them. His spell power was restored, but there was little time left to borrow Naruto's body. Besides, he's already wasted a lot of time here. He could vaguely sense that a large number of Kiba's reinforcements were arriving around him. It would be no different than giving it away for nothing if you lost control of your body in the middle of a fight. After absorbing the negative energy generated, hurry up and get out of here. He opened his mouth and began to absorb the negative energy generated during the battle. The system's beeps kept ringing. Ding! Host absorbs Mighty K's panic negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs Akimichi Tuza's painful negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs Kakashi's fear negative energy. Template fusion increased by 1%. After waiting to absorb the negative energies remaining at the site, he didn't even have time to check how much the template fusion had increased. He sensed the spot for a moment, and after judging the direction, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Sasha. Just a short while after the vortex host Nuwa, on a large tree in a side forest, a figure was covered in a sticky mess, as if it were a puddle of water. And, slowly, he walked out from within the large tree. He looked at the direction where swirling Shibu Nuwa left and stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips. Showing a wicked smile, he said, "What an amazing self-healing ability. Seems like a great experiment." After he finished speaking, his body once again merged into the trees and completely disappeared. Chapter 48, one of the three ninjas of the Konoha hidden village. Orochimaru appears. Late that night, the full moon was in the sky. Deep in the forest, the moonlight was like silk, cloaking the earth in a new, slightly glowing coat. Many animals, too, have come out to feed while the night is young. Occasionally a few wolves could be heard howling, as if declaring their territory to the other animals. Shoo! Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind broke the original tranquility of the forest. The line of sight could be drawn closer to reveal a silhouette that was rapidly leaping over the branches of the trees, and just shortly after this silhouette had left, 5 other silhouettes followed close behind. Both sides kept a distance in front of each other and just chased each other through the dark forest. At that moment, the figure in front suddenly cursed. Again! How many sets of people is this? Is this an attempt to exhaust me to death with a sea of men? A bunch of guys who don't know how to die. This silhouette, it is the Whirlpool Su Nuwa who left after the battle with the Kakashi trio. And then look at the Whirlpool host Nuwa at this time. The state seems to be a little less than good. A drop of sweat slowly slid down his forehead. The originally balanced breathing had long since become a bit rapid. Even his face, he looked much paler. This was not because he was physically exhausted, but because something was wrong with his health. Ever since that fight between him and Kakashi, he'd felt like he was about to lose control of his body, go down the line and hand the body back to Naruto. However, because there was still a large number of Konoha ninja chasing after them, it was all he could do to hold on, to keep controlling this body as he fled, trying to find a safe place to, and then hand the body back to Naruto, which knew that the pursuers behind them were like dogskin plasters. They couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard they tried. The group that was approaching behind him had lost count of the number of people he had encountered. It seems that the reinforcements that appeared behind us contain ninjas who are very good at tracking. Otherwise, there's no way it could have been chased that closely. While sensing the distance of the group behind him, Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa murmured to himself with a slight frown. Even if he was not in good shape, he was confident that he would be able to shake off those pursuers. Also, he had no chakra of his own, making it difficult to be detected in the dark. Rather, the other party was still able to catch up, obviously sending out good men with strong tracking abilities. Is it the white eyes of the Hyuga family? Or is it a bug from the oil girl family? Or the Inuzuka family's sense of smell? He couldn't help but shake his head as he speculated in his mind. It doesn't matter which one is assisting in the tracking. What he was thinking about now was how he could get rid of his pursuers as soon as possible, because he felt more and more truly that he was about to lose control of this body. If this keeps up, it's going to be bad. Shoo, shoo, shoo. It was while he was thinking that the 5 people behind him had already caught up. As he looked closely, among the group, there was a combination of a man and a dog. Is it really the Inuzuka family? Whirlpool Cebu Nua said indistinctly. Apparently, the group of pursuers were not tracking through Chakra, but through his lingering scent. The sense of smell of the ninja of the Inuzuka clan was already very powerful. At the same time, the other 4 root members who came after him nodded to each other in silent agreement. The 4 of them gathered chakra at almost the same time, and their hands quickly formed seals in preparation for releasing their jutsu. Solve. Seeing this, the swirling Suzaku Nuwa in front of him had no choice but to turn around and instantly unleash the jutsu Unravel. A chopping attack was instantly released at an astonishing speed of catapulting. Bang! The powerful chopping attack cut off and shattered a tree in the back on the spot. Those Negi members who had been preparing to unleash their ninjutsu had no choice but to stop and hastily dodge. But when the smoke and dust from the chopping cleared, and they looked ahead again, where is the figure of the swirling host Nuwa? Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa didn't even bother with the battle, and accelerated away after releasing the decapitation. Keep after them. He can't escape with that heavy smell of blood on him. The root member who was leading the group immediately stated indifferently. The next moment, the 5 continued their pursuit, and with the Inuzuka clan's keen sense of smell, a firm bite. Half an hour later, the edge of a fast-flowing river in the forest. Wow! The figure of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa floated up from the bottom of the water. He glanced cautiously around the room to make sure no one was around, and then, it was only then that he eased himself out of the water and onto the shore. It was precisely because he knew that his opponent was tracking by smell that he chose to dive underwater. To temporarily mask the smell. This has proven to be very effective. Around the neighborhood, he didn't perceive any pursuers anymore. It's safe for now. It's possible to hand the body back to Naruto. He leaned against one of the boulders on the shore, that down the line feeling growing stronger in his mind. But before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed, as if he sensed something. Hiss! In the next moment, dozens of poisonous snakes suddenly scurried out from the bushes on one side. A venomous snake gulped its snake letters and kept twisting its body closer. When the vipers came around him, they hissed and bared their sharp fangs at him. Bit over hard. Solve. Put. Whirlpool Cebu Nua just lifted his right hand with disdain. The jutsu Unravel, which is activated in an instant. Countless chopping strikes killed dozens of vipers by cutting them on the spot. At the same time, the Vortex Nuwa also looked at the side of the grass with an icy cold gaze. The voice spoke indifferently. Come on out. How much longer are you going to hide it? Sasha. As soon as swirling Cebu Nuwa's voice fell, there was a movement from the bushes to the side. A silhouette, with a faint smile on its face, walked out from inside. The visitor had long black hair and half of his face was covered by bangs in front of his forehead. Dressed in all white, with a purple note-linked rope wrapped around his waist. His eyes, in particular, exuded a light golden color in the darkness of the night. The pupils are longitudinally elongated and resemble snake pupils. When the whirlpool host Nuwa looked clearly at the appearance of the person who came, his pupils shrunk violently and snapped out of his mouth. Orochimaru? Yes. The person who came was none other than the man with the title of Konoha's 3 ninjas, one of the few in the shinobi world who was truly dedicated to scientific research. Uncle Snake Orochimaru. He hadn't expected to meet Orochimaru here. This guy, he's a notorious pervert. On the contrary, Orochimaru said with a surprised look on his face. You know me? One of Konoha's 3 ninjas. Orochimaru. There's nothing strange about knowing you, is there? Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa coldly stated. He glanced at Orochimaru, then tried. If I remember correctly, you should have already defected from Kiba. What is the purpose of your presence here? And, when he said this, he looked aside to the woods again and said in a very disdainful tone, that guy hiding back there, come out too, or do you guys want me to do it now? Orochimaru's eyes changed slightly when he heard this. Right after Swirl Cebu Nuwa just moved a finger. He hastily raised his hands in a gesture. Don't misunderstand. We have no intention of fighting you. Tout. Come out. Chapter 49, Want to brainwash me? Uncle Snake conceded for a second. As Orochimaru's voice fell, another figure stepped out. The visitor had white hair, tied up in a small ponytail in the back, a tight black combat suit with a round spectacle on his face. At first glance, it didn't look like a ninja, but gave off more of a bookish, literate, bookish vibe. At the moment, however, He clutched a bittersweet in his hand, and without smiling, the eyes very vigilant looking at the Whirlpool Tsunuwa. It's none other than Yakushi Hood. Whirlpool Tsunuwa looked at Yakushido, who had stepped out of the bushes off to the side. The eyes narrowed slightly into a dangerous arc. He knew that he couldn't be fooled by the civilized image that Yakushi Hood presented. This one, pre-existing, was already a super undercover agent in the shinobi world. Brought back to Konoha as a child by Junzo and raised in the Root organization before becoming an undercover agent. Lurking in the ninja villages of cloud, mist, sand, and rock to gather information. Even Scorpion of the Shao organization, and the head of the Root organization, Gumiho, were fooled by his undercover agent. Thought he was one of his own men. In the later stages, it is one of the biggest bosses in the shinobi world. It's just that right now, the strength is still weak. Orochimaru-sama. Yakushido came to Orochimaru's side and shouted respectfully. He then glanced at Whirlpool Tsunuwa and inquired to Orochimaru with a slight frown. Do we really want to get involved? This guy. It's being hunted by Kiba in full force right now. He was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Orochimaru raising his hand in a gesture. Orochimaru stated with a smile as he looked at Whirlpool Sebra. Since you know me, it should be clear that I'm not on Kiba's side. Even I have as much animosity towards Kiba as you do. I know, too, what you've done in Kiba, seen what you're capable of, Orochimaru said, slowly extending his right hand to Whirlpool Tsunuwa. The smile seemed to give a very close and kind feeling. Your talents should not be buried. Want to join my village? You can have everything you want in my sound hidden village. I'll take care of all the trouble for you. You will no longer be alone. When Swirling Tsunuwa heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised slightly in a disdainful arc. He sneered inwardly. Orochimaru, this is the start of trying to brainwash me? He had memories of his past life and knew Orochimaru's deviousness and cunning better than anyone. Orochimaru is always smiling at people on the surface. It is as if the savior has given countless people a sense of recognition and belonging, but in reality, people such as Junmaru, Taiyuya, Anatomaru, etc. But they are all just pawns that he utilizes and can discard at any time. Orochimaru's brainwashing technique is definitely second to none in the shinobi world. It's just a shame that he met the swirling host Nuwa who was incredibly familiar with his character. Orochimaru, put away your brainwashing. And, who gave you permission to stand there and talk to me? As soon as Maelstrom Tsunuwa's words fell, several chopping strikes were instantly released. But, before Orochimaru could react, his body was cut through by a chopping blow. Orochimaru's entire body, on the spot, was split into 5 horses and shredded into pieces. Orochimaru-sama, Yakushido, who was on the side, saw this and shouted out with a worried face. His eyes instantly became filled with a murderous aura, and the palms of his hands instantly condensed chakra. Whirlpool Tsunuwa just coldly glanced at Yakushido, the corner of his mouth smile more and more icy cold. Swish! In an instant, another chopping blow was released in a catapult, cutting towards Yakushido's head. Yakushido, who had been prepared for this, subconsciously half-squatted down. Bang! That chopping blow almost clipped his scalp as it swept by. The chopping attack went on and cut off a large tree behind him. The incomparably sharp chopping attack even directly cut off a large piece of hair on top of his head. Gar! Yakushido gulped nervously as he saw the easily cut and broken trees again. Cold sweat broke out at the corners of his forehead. He also sensed, emanating from the swirling host Nuwa, that horrible malice that creeped him out from within. Toodle. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice came. Then it was seen. The severed lower half of Orochimaru's body. The decapitation cuts that. A viscous liquid gushed out. A pair of hands, sticking out of the slime of the cut. Hands propped up on the lower half of his body. A silhouette covered in a viscous liquid. Crawled out of it. It was Orochimaru. As Orochimaru climbed out of the broken lower half of his body, that half of his body, at once, rapidly melted. Finally, it was transformed into a human skin. The Orochi Ryu substitution technique. Whirlpool Tsunuwa looked at this scene, seemed to have expected it and did not show too much surprise. Orochimaru's strength may not be at the top of the heap when looking at the shinobi world, but his ability to save his life is a unique existence in the ninja world. This move in particular, the Orochi Ryu substitute, is one that even Amaterasu can dodge in the original. Most importantly, this Orochi Ryu substitute jutsu was activated without the need to form a seal. Used out by Orochimaru himself. It doesn't have to consume a lot of chakra yet. In terms of life-preserving means, if Uncle Snake dares to recognize the first one, no one dares to recognize the second one yet. Orochimaru, who had reappeared, signaled with his eyes for Yakushido not to do anything rash. At the same time, he was very cooperative and sat down directly on the spot. Do not dare to stand and look down on the swirling host Nuwa. Speak again. I took the liberty. Orochimaru smiled slightly, actually taking the initiative to admit his mistake. Just the eyes he looked at the swirling Cebu Nuwa, more and more glowing. His smile remained on the surface, but in his heart he had already been excited. What a terrifying chop. Didn't see him make a move to form a seal at all. Is it some kind of bloodline limit that I don't know about? Orochimaru guessed in his mind. In fact, when he found out that the swirling lodestar exorcised just in time for the Maelstrom Suzaku and Kakashi battle to draw to a close, he had to remain a safe distance away to observe in order not to be detected by either side. This is what allowed him to see the Whirlpool host Nuwa, that amazing self-healing ability. Only he did not expect the Whirlpool Su Nuwa also has this killing power, amazing chopping ability. He thought that it was some kind of blood relay limit that even he didn't know about anymore. Superb self-healing ability. Amazingly powerful chopping ability. The more he saw with his own eyes the power of Maelstrom host Nuwa's ability, the more interested he became. He hesitated for a moment, then said to swirling Cebu Nuwa, "Just now, I was rude, but as far as I know, Kiba has sent a large number of men after you. You're very strong, but it doesn't seem like you want people to know who you are, does it? I can help you. Get rid of Kiba's pursuers." Orochimaru's tone was just not as condescending as it had been at the beginning. Between the words, completely placed himself in the same position as the Vortex host Nuwa, even with a hint of awe. Although he didn't know exactly why, he could feel that the Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa doesn't want the people of Konoha to know his true identity. When swirling Cebu Nuwa saw this, the corners of his mouth raised in an even greater arc. This Orochimaru was really able to bend and bend. Not a care in the world about the face of identity in order to achieve their goals. But Orochimaru's behavior like this made him less disgusted. If Orochimaru was still going to play the game, even if he's not quite in the right state right now, he wouldn't mind either letting Orochimaru die a few more times. He sneered, looking Orochimaru right in the eye and putting words in his mouth. "Orochimaru, you don't need to test me either. What do you want from me?" Chapter 50, a deal is struck. Orochimaru, I've been stripped of my old self. Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face was a little embarrassed when he heard Maelstrom Suzaku Nuwa poke at his thoughts so directly. This guy's going. Obviously it was the first time the two of them had met. How come the other party seemed to know him so well? He was just about to lull into a brainwashing session when the other guy almost just went ahead and slaughtered him. He's put his foot down and offered to help the other guy. The result of the Whirlpool Nuwa good directly demolished him to have plans. Are people so defensive these days? But after all, Orochimaru was a man who had been through a lot, and his expression quickly returned to normal. He hesitated for a moment, meeting the eyes of swirling Cebu Nuwa and speaking bluntly. "I do want to make a deal with you. I can help you get rid of Kiba's pursuers and provide you with the information you want. Accordingly, I would like to have a share of your blood." Orochimaru stated his purpose directly. Yes, the reason why he followed the Whirlpool lodging exorcism, and now suddenly appeared, in order to get a sample of the blood of the swirling host Nuwa, so that he can conduct experiments. Since Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa was so direct, he naturally didn't hide it. He wanted to get the blood of the swirling host Nuwa for experimental research. Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa wants to hide his identity to get away from Konoha's pursuers. In his mind, it was only a deal that both parties were willing to facilitate. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sniffed and raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru without replying. Of course he knew that Orochimaru was passionate about scientific research, especially when it came to the study of the human body. Anyone with special abilities, he wanted to get his hands on to study. That's why Orochimaru brainwashed and collected so many henchmen with special bloodline limitations, for nothing more than to complement his research. But Orochimaru's words seemed to speak to his true purpose. In fact, there is still something to hide. On the contrary, Orochimaru, seeing that there was no response from Maelstrom Nuwa, and realized that I shouldn't have kept too much, he went on to explain. "I've been working on human cells, trying to create perfect lifeforms by transplanting some special human cells. That amazing self-healing ability of yours is exactly the kind of experimental sample I'm sorely lacking. Human life, too fragile and too short, but the human body contains an infinite amount of power. It's just that most of them only develop a small portion of it in their lifetime. Master all the powers of the human body. Master the truths of this world. That's what I want." Orochimaru's eyes also glowed with determination as he said these words. This is Orochimaru's lifelong quest. As one of Konoha's 3 shinobi, he had witnessed the disappearance of too many weak lives. It was because of this that he wanted to create everlasting, perfect physical bodies. From there, he was able to master all the jutsu of the shinobi world and develop all the potential power of the human body. Explore the truth of the world. At this stage, the amazing self-healing ability demonstrated by Whirlpool host Nuwa It was the sample he needed most for his research. He looked resolutely at the whirlpool Tsukuyomi, assuring the whirlpool Tsukuyomi, "If you're willing to hand me a blood sample, not only will I be able to fully assist you in getting rid of them, I can also promise you that if the research progresses because of the samples you provided, I can share the results of my research with you unconditionally." Well, this was Orochimaru's decision after careful thought. So far, the information he had on Whirlpool Tsukuyomi was too little. Knowing only that his opponent possessed a superb self-healing ability worthy of the price he'd paid in exchange for his research, as well as being very strong in their own right. He didn't want to become hostile with such a strong person if he could. Of course, if at the end of the day the other side doesn't even agree, then he could only take radical means and forcefully extract research blood samples from the other party. On the contrary, Swirl Tsukuyomi was silent for a moment before he then opened his mouth. "What you're studying now is about the transplantation of Kiba Hatsune Mikoto cells, right?" Swirling Tsukuyomi's seemingly glib words, but it made Orochimaru and Yakashido blush again. "I didn't realize that you even knew that. Who the hell are you?" Orochimaru stared intently at Maelstrom Tsukuyomi, his eyes gradually becoming a bit wary. It was for his research on the cell transplantation of Hatsune Mikoto Juma and his human experimentation that it was only after being discovered that he defected from Kiba. It was a matter that even Kiba had only a handful of top brass who knew about it. He was surprised as to why Swirling Tsukuyomi would know as well. "Oof." Whirlpool Tsukuyomi sniffed and snorted disdainfully. He knows a lot more than that. However, on second thought, he didn't outright reject this deal from Orochimaru. On the one hand, it was true that he didn't want to reveal his identity yet, and wanted to get rid of Kiba's pursuers as soon as possible. He couldn't last much longer in this state of borrowing Naruto's body. On the other hand, Orochimaru's information is still valuable. Orochimaru has strongholds all over the shinobi world. If we can get him to share information, then you can get a better idea of how the whole shinobi world is shifting. Even though he was very familiar with the shinobi world, there was no guarantee that his presence would not changes some of the original developmental threads of the shinobi world. Armed with more intelligence, he'll be better equipped to deal with possible changes. Most of all, he knew Orochimaru well. As long as I can give Orochimaru a taste of some sweetness, Orochimaru would definitely be great to work with. Not like an old like Danzo. I can promise you this deal. After thinking it over, Whirlpool Nuwa promised Orochimaru. As soon as Orochimaru heard this, he couldn't suppress the expression of joy on his face. This meant that he was about to have a very valuable research sample. He was confident that with the blood samples provided by the swirling host Nuwa, along with the transplantation of the cells of the columns, it's also more complete. But, Whirlpool Tsukuyomi's words changed. "I can provide a sample of the blood you need, even, if necessary, give you some extra help. But accordingly, in addition to getting rid of Kiba's pursuers, after that I'll need you to help me infiltrate Kiba again, and must be at my disposal when I need them. I'll take a copy of the results of the study. You don't have to think about fooling me, because I know everything about you, Orochimaru." Whirlpool Tsukuyomi's words instantly silenced Orochimaru. He could sense that the other was not joking. Somehow, the other party really seemed to know everything about himself. But in order to get a sample of Whirlpool Tsukuyomi's blood, Orochimaru had to agree. No problem. The conditions proposed by Swirling Tsukuyomi were originally agreed to by him. As for deferring to the other side when they need it, he was also curious as to what the other side was up to. In the end, it's up to him to decide whether or not it's a match. Moreover, Swirling Tsukuyomi also promised to provide him with some extra help. This was also equivalent to, he had one more powerful ally. "But I'm curious. You launched such a high-profile attack on Kiba and killed so many people to escape from the village. Why go back?" Orochimaru looked at Vortex Tsukuyomi with a puzzled expression. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he also knew about the news that Whirlpool Tsukuyomi attacked Kiba village. That's why they're being chased by so many Kiba ninjas. But what he didn't understand was why Whirlpool Tsukuyomi would go back after he had escaped from Konoha. Whirlpool Tsukuyomi sniffed and just stated indifferently, "I have my plans. Naturally, we're just working together. You don't need to know that much. Now, it's time for you to do your job." It was obvious that he meant for Orochimaru not to try to pry more about him. Now it's time to get to work and help him get away from Kiba's pursuers. Orochimaru nodded knowingly and asked one last question. "I don't know your name yet." "Both sides of the host exorcise," Whirlpool Tsukuyomi said bluntly. "The two-sided lodging exorcism." Orochimaru made a mental note of the name and got up to signal. "Please come with me." Chapter 51, Vortex Naruto. Don't even want a body? With Orochimaru leading the way, the group of three traveled quickly through the forest. Soon they came to the bottom of a high mountain's rock face. Orochimaru stopped and nodded to Yakashido. Seeing this, Yakashido quickly walked over to the massive rock wall. His hands groped at the rock wall, and it wasn't long before he touched something and pressed down hard. A nondescript stone raised on the rock wall was suddenly and rapidly dented. Rumble! In the next moment, the entire mountain and ground shook violently. That one side of the jagged rock wall had actually moved a boulder, as if by a mechanism, revealing one of the deep, bottomless passages. At a glance, the passage was so dark that you couldn't see the end of it. Yakashito walked over to the entrance of the passage again and skillfully lit the candles on the walls of the passage. And as the first candle flame was lit, one by one a candle flame inside was lit. The originally dark passageway suddenly became bright. At this time, Yakushi Doodle also opened his mouth to introduce to Whirlpool Cebu Nua. This is one of Lord Orochimaru's strongholds in this forest. The same stronghold. There are 3 more inside the forest. No one can find it if they don't know how to open it. This stronghold has direct access to the forest beyond, which also contains resting places. Don't worry about being discovered by Kiba's ninjas. Whirlpool Cebu Nua sniffed and nodded indistinctly. At the same time, he gave a dark voice in his heart. It's called a sly rabbit with 3 holes in it. Orochimaru's strongholds are located almost everywhere in the shinobi world. It's not even an exaggeration to say that Yakusho Hood mentions that. There are 3 other strongholds inside this forest, all of which could be just in plain sight. There is no telling how many secret strongholds are unknown. Orochimaru was able to escape quickly from every dangerous situation that. It also has to do with the fact that he has so many strongholds. Please. Orochimaru held out his hand in a gesture, taking the lead himself as he headed inside the passageway. Seeing this, Whirlpool Cebu Norte did not hesitate to follow. Rumble! In just as he was walking into the passage, the last to come in, Yakashito drummed against the walls of the passageway again. The entrance that was originally open was suddenly closed again. From the outside, it's hard to notice that there's something else going on in here. Once they entered the passage, Orochimaru and Yakashito continued to lead the way. Just like what they had just seen, the passageway was narrow and long, and the 3 of them still couldn't see the end of it after walking for 10 minutes. And the passage is not straight ahead. It turns and goes down at times. It was hard to imagine how free Orochimaru was to dig such deep passages. It was only after about 10 more minutes of walking that Orochimaru and Yakashito in front of them finally stopped. Without realizing it, the 3 of them crossed the passage to a cave. The cave was quite large, with an open area in the center. To the left and right, there is a room. The rooms were all open, and you could see that they were empty, with only a simple wooden bed. There are no extra frills. Some long-dried bloodstains were still faintly visible on the walls and floor of the room. Obviously, it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. And at the other end of the cavern was another passageway leading nowhere. Orochimaru turned to look at Whirlpool Cebu Nua. There are too many pursuers out there now, so let's rest here for the night for now. As for you wanting to rejoin Kiba, I'll arrange that as soon as possible. Swirling Cebu Nua did not object at his words, and nodded his head towards one of the rooms, and walked in, closed the door to the room. Seeing this, Orochimaru also walked into a room across the hall with Yakashito. Inside the Whirlpool Host Nua room. It's safe for now. He sat down on his butt on the simple wooden bed and sighed softly. Buzz. The next moment, he felt a blur of consciousness. When he came back to his senses, he was already back inside the spirit world. Lost control of his body. It's not easy to keep going until now. By the way, haven't checked the hall this time. System panel. Lin Kong, who had returned to the spirit world, couldn't wait to open the system panel. Host, Lin Kong. Current world, Naruto world. Template, King of the Damned. Two-faced Nua. Template integration, 52%. Areas, none. Abilities, detox. Hi. Kai. Reversal technique, Aoiv Miho Kagura. Receiving flesh, Maelstrom Naruto. Lin Kong looked at the system panel at the upgraded template fusion, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. This big mess has caused him a lot of trouble though, but the increase in template fusion is also very substantial. 52% template fusion. Unlocked strength of both sides of the lodestar. It was enough for him to deal with most of the strongest people in the shinobi world. The next step is to wait for the field to be unlocked as well. And this time, when we go back, we must let this guy Naruto increase his training in physical arts. He mentally reminded himself. With this experience, he was acutely aware of Naruto's severe lack of physical strength as a succubus. It also had a great limitation on his strength after borrowing the body. Take his fights with Kakashi, Kai, and Tuza, and this problem is evident. Once he used this body for too long, his body simply couldn't withstand his bursts of spell power, especially in the later state of 4 hands and 4 eyes. It was simply impossible to use spell power or release spells with impunity. Then there's the physical arts. The bottom is so bad. Normally, Even if he only had less than half of his fusion strength and was only fortified by spell power, should all be able to fight the Kakashi trio back and forth. But Naruto's body was still a child after all, and he hadn't gone through rigorous physical training. This also leads to the fact that even if the spell power enhancement multiplier level increases the effect of physical strikes, but the base value of the physical strike itself is too low. Simply put, physical strikes have a base value of 1, and doubling it is only 2. Instead, those who grew up with physical training, or adults that, the base value for physical strikes is assumed to be 5 or 10. When doubled, that's 10 and 20. The difference between that and the other is not just a star. So the strength of this body of Naruto's had to be greatly increased, or else he'd borrow his body and hit it, and then have a spell break that. Instantly, the only thing left to do was to take a beating. Kid, you. As Lin Kong thought of this, he just wanted to open his mouth to admonish Naruto. But in the next second, his gaze froze in place with some surprise, because he saw, out there, Naruto's body. After all, he collapsed on top of the wooden bed directly after his return and didn't move a muscle, where Naruto retook over the body. He also noticed that Naruto, at this point, was actually still inside the spirit world. Naruto curled up and buried his head deep between his legs in silence. It was as if Naruto had been in this state ever since he borrowed the body and hid in the corner. What's going on? This guy, he doesn't even want his body? Chapter 52, Konoha's Renegade? How can you? Lin Kong? Rinku looked at Naruto, who was curled up inside the shadows of the corner, and was filled with questions. He had borrowed the body before, but Naruto couldn't wait to take back control of it. How come today? You're not going out? He looked at Naruto in the corner, his eyes narrowing slightly into a line. Little fox, is it you again? As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the huge sealed door. A red energy was continuously overflowing from the cracks of the sealed door. The red energy spread all the way along the ground and under Naruto's body. Gradually, it wrapped Naruto's body completely. That aura of evil was still affecting Naruto. Obviously, this was Nine Tails taking advantage of his absence and secretly messing things up. Roar! A low roar suddenly came from inside the huge sealed door. The figure of Nine Tails slowly appeared from the shadows. Both sides of the host exorcise. You've gone out too. Isn't it the old man's turn? Nine Tails' pair of beast pupils emitted a scarlet glow. Poof! Lin Kong sniffed and snorted condescendingly. This body of his, I'm in charge. It's not your turn to borrow it. Swish! As soon as Lin Kong's words fell, a chopping strike instantly chopped out. The chopping blow swept through, instantly cutting off that nine-tailed chakra that was looming towards Naruto. On the spot. You! When Nine Tails saw this, his eyes were filled with rage, and his huge, sharp claws that, it slapped heavily on top of the sealed gate. Quickly though, it held back its anger and pointed at Naruto in the corner. See? Even if the old man's chakra doesn't affect him, he's still like that. It's not that the old man compelled him, it's that he himself doesn't want to go out. Lin Kong turned his head to look. As expected, Naruto lifted his head up a bit after the nine-tailed chakra was cut off. The originally empty eyes finally regained a trace of clarity. Just as quickly, Naruto buried his head in silence again. As Nine Tails said, the reason Naruto remained inside the spirit world, not only does it have the influence of the Nine Tails chakra, the main reason was that Naruto himself didn't want to go out. At that moment, Nine Tails also continued. You don't seem to be able to control Whirlpool Naruto's body all the time either. Do you? Let the old man out. I can kill all the Kiba ninjas for him. That way you don't have to worry about being found out. Nine Tails' pupils flashed with a light filled with killing intent. It was inside the spirit world, and it also saw what the swirling host Nuwa did outside. It looked at the two sides of the host Nuwa means so ruthless will be a wooden leaf ninja killed. On the contrary, I'm not so disgusted by the two-sided lodging exorcism. After all, it's been wanting to do the same for a long time. The one who sealed it inside the body of Rinpoche in the first place was Konoha's first-generation Naruto. Later on, it was the fourth Naruto, who sealed it inside Maelstrom Naruto's body. Now that Hatsune Mikoto and Shikaku are dead, that hatred of it naturally shifted to the Kiba village ninjas. Anyway, there are so many other Konoha ninjas out there chasing Naruto. It's perfectly fine for it to take over and kill all the pursuers for Naruto. As it happens, it's been a long time since it's been out there. Naruto, on the other hand, had just heard that Nine Tails was going to go out and kill all the ninjas in Konoha. There seemed to be some movement in response. Soon, it was quiet again. Seeing this, Lin Kong sneered and indicated to Nine Tails. Who do you think you are to negotiate with me? Those Kiba ninjas, they're all my food. Of course he wouldn't believe Nine Tails bull asterisk. Once the Nine Tails is allowed to go out, the tailed beastization completely storms out. And at that time, if you want it to come back, It wouldn't be that simple. Before he had reached the required level of fusion of the two-sided lodged exorcism templates, it can only temporarily borrow Naruto's body. Nine Tails is different. It's the native of this place. The Nine Tails could take advantage of the opportunity to break through the seal in a minute, during the borrowing process, getting away from Naruto as a human pillar. As we all know, once the tailed beasts inside the body of a human pillar power are detached, the human pillar power is bound to die. Besides, the ninjas of Konoha could be his source of negative energy. He could kill it with his own hands. How could he let it go to Nine Tails? Lin Kong gave Nine Tails a disdainful look and said in a slightly lower mocking tone, "Little fox, just stay here honestly. Provide me with more negative energy. Out. Don't forget why you're here." The Nine Tails really should be able to kill all the ninjas in Konoha. It wouldn't be like being sealed twice in a row by Kiba's people. Bang! Nine Tails naturally heard the meaning of Lin Kong's words. At that moment, he was even more furious and incomparably angry as he fiercely slapped the ceiling gate with his sharp claws. Both sides of the host exorcise. I'll say it again. I am not your pet. Don't you dare try to take advantage of the old man. Nine Tails raged. It's the most powerful tailed beast, the nine-tailed demon fox. A human. Well, not technically human. You want to keep it as a pet? Think of it as a negative energy ATM? Lin Kong didn't bother to pay attention to Nine Tails, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed a few more chopping strikes that, knocking back Nine Tails' overflowing chakra by slicing it up. He turned his head to Naruto's face. "Kid, get your head up," he ordered in a tone of sudden displeasure as he walked up to Naruto. Naruto remained motionless, not even lifting his head. "Yo, kid, still got a temper?" Lin Kong wasn't used to it and kicked out. Bang! He kicks Naruto right out of the corner with a seemingly light kick. It wasn't until Naruto's body skidded against the ground for a long distance that he managed to stop. Naruto covered his stomach with a pained look, but he still didn't say a word. "Are you going to hide here for the rest of your life?" Lin Kong said with some impatience. If he hadn't been unable to completely control Naruto's body, there was a CD interval after each borrowing, and he didn't even bother with Naruto. The main thing was that it was still inside Orochimaru's stronghold. Without letting the Nine Tails go out and mess things up, Naruto would have to go out and deal with it. And, of course, he's got one last safeguard. That's 3 forced borrowings of Naruto's body for the Deku. If Naruto was really dead set on not going out, he could unleash the Deku and force Naruto's body under his control. But given the plans behind it, Chikayo's 3 chances are definitely something that can be saved. That's when Naruto finally spoke up. "I don't want to go out. You must have taken my body and killed a lot of people again. I can't go back to Kiba anymore." Lin Kong froze when he heard this. Quickly, he reacted. Because when he borrowed Naruto's body this time around, the same compulsion to amplify negative emotions with his own malice when Naruto is extremely emotionally unstable. Plus later on, Nine Tails was secretly messing things up, and Naruto was inside the spirit world the entire time. It's all about autism. What was going on out there? Naruto didn't even know. Except Naruto was pretty sure that the two-faced lodger Nuwa had borrowed his body and killed a lot more people. After Lin Kong figured it out, he arrived in front of Naruto in a flash and looked down at him in return. "Why can't we go back?" Naruto paused and slowly raised his head to look at Rinkudu. "How can I go back to my village after killing so many people? I just heard it. The village ninjas are all after me. I'm a rebel shinobi of Konoha now. Ha ha." Lin Kong couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh when he heard this. "With your current character, you're still rebelling against patience? Just don't be ridiculous. Do you have some misunderstanding about my strength? Or not? I'm the king of curses, the two-faced lodged exorcism. If I don't want to be exposed, I won't leave anyone alive." Naruto's body shivered as he sniffed. The implication is that those pursuers of Kiba are killed by both sides of the host Nuwa. Of course, the last 3 Kakashi were purely accidental. If it weren't for Naruto's rejection of this body, he wouldn't have spared even the 3 Kakashi. Lin Kong coldly smiled and continued. "I never intended for you to defect from Kiba." Chapter 53, You're a second-generation official who can only eat noodles with expired milk? Naruto? Naruto's face was filled with questions when he heard Rinku's words. First, he killed 3 shinobi from the Konoha patrol, and then 3 from the root organization. And then to launch an attack on the village with such reckless abandon. Kill an unknown number of Kiba ninja pursuers. That's all? And you still want him to become a renegade shinobi of Konoha? Lin Kong also saw the skepticism in Naruto's eyes and sneered. "Why did you leave the village? I'm just killing all those who suspect you for you. I want you to be a presence in Kiba, feared by everyone, not become a renegade shinobi who only knows how to run away." Yes, Rinku never wanted Naruto to defect from Konoha. Just because you're blackened doesn't mean you have to become a rebel ninja. The prime example of this is the pre-sand hidden villages Ieros. I love you in the pre-original period, but it's a proper representative of the blackening of the. It was only later that Naruto's mouth was sensitized. What he'd always wanted Naruto to change was his habitual patience with his anger. A character that tolerates others no matter how much they bully him. Doesn't Naruto want to be the Kage of Konoha? Then it becomes a shadow that everyone in the village feels in awe of and dare not show any disrespect. Someone questioned it? Then kill anyone who questions it. Through and through. Kill and destroy as you please. That's the direction Rinku wants Naruto to change. Of course, the premise of wanting to do this is that Naruto himself must be strong enough. The sky is the only place where I am strong enough to stand at the top and look down on everything. To defect from the village. That was simply cowardly behavior. Why are you running away? He just wants Naruto to eat Konoha's resources and keep collecting negative energy to get stronger at the same time. Become the strongest that everyone fears and looks up to. Wouldn't that be more fun? Uchiha Weasel killed all of his clan and defected from the village. And that was all to protect his younger brother, Nijuu. But Naruto was different. Fatherless and motherless. Treated coldly from a young age. The only one who cared for him, Naruto Sandame. All sorts of backroom deals were also hidden from him. Because of this, Naruto was able to sever all ties. Don't have to be the strongest for anyone but yourself. Naruto. Lin Kong's words once again refreshed his three views, causing him to be completely silent. Can you still do that? Shouldn't the shadow of Konoha be willing to give everything, even his life, for the sake of the village? You're all crooked. As a member of the village, how can you kill innocent people? Grandpa Naruto is respected by everyone to become Naruto, and not by killing people. Naruto clenched his teeth and retorted to Rinku. Humph. Lin Kong sniffed and once again coldly snorted in disdain. Everyone knows Orochimaru is a great brainwasher and scoffs at his behavior. But Konoha raises their offspring and force-feeds them with the idea of some will of fire. How is it not brainwashing? Why should Naruto, as the child of Shikamaru Naruto, have to put up with this? Having endured so many years of cold violence from the village, and in the end, you have to turn around and give everything for the village? Naruto is pretty typical. Being brainwashed too thoroughly. Innocent? When you were bullied by the other villagers, did they ever think of your innocence? And when you were ostracized by your peers, did they ever think of your innocence? How do you think the one you respect the most, the Sandame Naruto, got into the Naruto position? How many unseemly things are buried beneath this Naruto position? This was not something that Lin Kong had made up. No man is perfect. Sarutobi Hizuru took the seat of Naruto. Is it true that you are clean and have a clear conscience? Other than that, just in terms of his treatment of Naruto, Sarutobi is ashamed of the fourth Naruto. Naruto's mother is a descendant of the Vortex clan, once feared by everyone in the shinobi world. His father was the fourth Naruto of Konoha, a hero who died to protect his village. That's the Naruto of Konoha. Wavewind Suikata was sitting in the position of shadow and didn't leave a little legacy for his children? You know, even if it's not Naruto, an average ninja performs low-level D missions every time he, all paid at least thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. Not to mention, Namikaze Suikata is still Naruto, one of the pre-existing battle ceilings. For a casual A or S ranked mission, the share of money would be millions at the very least. Naruto, as a second-generation official, should at least be clothed and fed, not to say rich and famous, right? The third Naruto is good. His family is rich. After he became Naruto, he was able to quickly make the Sarutobi clan the largest clan in the village. This is absolutely impossible without some underhandedness. After all, inside the village, Ben also had Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi. The big families are divided. In the original, even Sarutobi's grandson, Kibomaru, grew up with a lot of fish and meat, being spoiled by everyone and having a personal nanny. Conversely, Naruto, even the ing milk and instant noodles I bought were the cheapest expired ones I could find. The place to live is a small, shabby room that can't hold a candle to the Sarutobi family's mansion. Seeing that he had put words in his mouth, Rinku simply revealed it to Naruto as well. You don't know that yet, do you? That Grandpa Naruto, who you respect, actually sent someone to keep an eye on you. The shadowy men who are following you are his direct subordinates. At those words, Naruto instantly blushed. At this point in time, the person Naruto trusts the most is Sarutobi Hinata, bar none. But he didn't realize that Sarutobi Hinata had actually sent someone to watch him all along? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. You lied to me. Naruto kept shaking his head, unwilling to accept this fact. If even the people he trusted the most were like this, then what he'd been holding on to for so long? For what? Exactly? Lin Kong sniffed and shrugged indifferently. Believe it or not, that's the way it is. As to why he did it, I can't tell you right now. When you return to the village and become stronger, I will tell you the truth about everything. Now, Get the hell out of here right now. Naruto looked at Rinku, his hands slowly clenching up. He also wanted to know if his most trusted Naruto grandfather was what the other man said he was or not. He couldn't just leave the village. At least not until he figured this out. Buzz. In the next moment, Naruto's figure gradually became illusory and completely disappeared into the spirit world. Seeing this, Lin Kong said with a faint smile, "Finally out. Don't worry. You'll soon find out why. Right now, Naruto doesn't know what he is, a nine-tailed Rinpoche. Nor did he know that his father was the fourth Naruto. These two things, which can only be said when it's appropriate to do so. It's only then that Naruto's Madonna's heart can be completely crushed. For that, he'd had a plan for a long time. On the other side, inside the opposite room, Orochimaru-sama, are we really going to work with him? This man's origin is unknown, and it's not clear what his purpose is. It's too risky to work with him. Upon arriving in the room, Yakashido couldn't wait to address Orochimaru. A murderous intent flashed in Yakashido's eyes. You just want a sample of his blood. Why don't you just kill him, or capture him and take him back for live experiments? Chapter 50 for the Great Konoha Shakeup. Junzo's ambition. No. As soon as Orochimaru heard Yakashido's suggestion, he immediately glared at him in denial. He's very strong, not something we can easily defeat. And so far, we know so little about what he's capable of. If you make a rash move, you may instead lose more than you gain. Orochimaru figured it out too. Since the other party had agreed to the deal, there was no need to be redundant at all. He had already tested the strength of the swirling host Nuwa before. It was clear that the other party was not a strong person that he could simply deal with. It wasn't that long ago that he made a move on Uchiha Weasel because of his impulsiveness. He was cut off by the Uchiha Weasel and fell away with one of his hands. The same thing, he didn't want to go through it again. As long as we can get a sample of his blood, the rest is irrelevant. Moreover, being able to work with such a strong person can help me greatly in my plans afterward. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he emphasized again. Yakashima Hood sniffed and had no choice but to put away his murderous aura and nodded his head in agreement. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru thought for a moment, then instructed Yakashido, notify Tayuya, Anatamaru and the others to create some commotion around the neighborhood. Distract the Kiba ninja. Tomorrow, it's up to you to take him and re-infiltrate Kiba. After this, you'll be lurking in Kiba for the time being. If he has any needs, fulfill them as best you can. It's just as well to investigate who he really is and what purpose he has in going back to Kiba. He certainly doesn't really trust the other guy completely. In his opinion, since the other party was going back to Kiba at this time, he must have some purpose. It just so happens that Yakashido, as a multi-spy, can send the other side back to the... By the way, investigate the other side. Once you have enough information about the other side, this passivity at the moment, it was about to become him, Orochimaru, to dominate. Yakashido said with a sudden realization. Yes, Orochimaru-sama, I'll make the arrangements. After he finished, he turned and left the room. Early the next morning, Kiba Village, Naruto's office. Pow! Sarutobi Hinata, full of anger, slapped the table heavily. In front of him were a few of the Dark Ministry's men, half kneeling on bended knees, not daring to breathe a single breath. One day, a whole day, you guys are actually telling me that you haven't found Naruto by now? Even the one who attacked Kiba, he got away? Sarutobi was going to blow a gasket. The nine-tailed human pillar power had disappeared under his nose, and for an entire day. How would he account for this if it got out to the other Konoha executives? And there's also the group Hyde, definitely going to be dead set on this one. In the beginning, it was he who took the initiative to single-handedly take on the task of monitoring the nine-tailed human pillars. Once the nine-tailed human pillar power falls into the hands of another organization or shinobi village, that would be a huge disaster for Kiba. What's more, not only is the nine-tailed human pillar power gone now, the man who attacked the village actually ran away. It was a hard slap in the face to him as Naruto-sama. We've sent extra men to search for the nine-tailed Rinpoche near the village. As for the man who attacked the village, his ability is so bizarre that almost all of the people who caught up with him were killed. One of the dark sectors, with a quivering voice, said, they also didn't expect that two such serious things would happen inside the same day. Especially that mysterious strongman who attacked Kiba. His strength is too terrifying. Any member of the root organization and the dark sections who went after them were invariably split into 5 pieces by the other party. There wasn't even a whole body left in death. Even, in the end, it disappeared without a trace. Sarutobi's brow furrowed as he sniffed. At that time when the other party attacked the root organization's base, he sensed it. The opponent's strength is very uncomplicated. But he never expected that the root organization and the dark side had sent out so many people. Surprisingly, the other guy got away. of the reinforcements sent from behind. But there are also strong men from the Hinata, Oil Girl and other clans who are extremely good at tracking. He could not comprehend, even now, how the other party, surrounded by a net of such large numbers of men, had suddenly disappeared into thin air. How are things going with Kakashi? Didn't I hear they fought that guy too? Sarutobi Hinata suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked after him. At that time, he was the one who personally appointed Kakashi to form a squad to go after that person. He'd also heard that within the Konoha ninja who'd caught up with the man, only the 3 Kakashi survived. Back to Naruto-sama. Kakashi, Kai, and Tuza all injured to varying degrees. It has been referred to the medical ninjas in the medical department for treatment. It's not life-threatening for now. Kakashi also provided us with information on the opponent's abilities. The dark henchman then reported. Sarutobi Hinata's hanging heart dropped a bit as he sniffed. Kakashi, Kai, Tuza. These people are the backbone of the village. If anything were to happen even to them, the Kiba village's battle power would undoubtedly plummet. That was the last thing he wanted to see happen. As soon as possible, summarize the information about the opponent's abilities and send it to all the ninjas in pursuit. And bring a copy back to me, too. Sarutobi Hinata then commanded. Yes, Naruto-sama. Darky promised. Any reply on the part of Junzo? Sarutobi asked again. He thought about it, but still felt that Naruto could disappear on his own. The odds of making even the dark side unable to find it are slim. Most likely, it's still captured by Suzo. After all, the root organization happened to be nearby when Naruto disappeared at the time. On Lord Junzo's side, there was no reply. Most of the people from the Roots organization are also involved in the hunt for the killer. Darkness went on to explain. Then keep looking for me. Keep an eye on every move on the side of Junzo as well. Whatever it takes, Naruto must be found as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Roots organization temporary base. Because of the swirling host Nua's of fire, the Root organization base cover with the house into a piece of rubble. All Junzo could do was order his men to find a place nearby that would serve as a temporary base. At that moment, Suzu, too, was listening to his men's report. Lord Gunzo, the 9-tailed human pillar, still unaccounted for. On the side of Naruto-sama and the dark side, there have been no other unusual movements. One of the Negi members reported to Tuanzo. As for the man who attacked the base, it's still being pursued. It's just. Speaking of which, the Negi member's eyes flickered a bit as he glanced at Reunion. It's just that nearly 20 of the people sent out have already died at the hands of the other side. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be more casualties. As soon as Junzo heard this, his already gloomy face became even more completely black-faced. He didn't expect that the other party was just one person who not only destroyed the Root organization base in such a high-profile manner, and killed so many of his men and still hasn't been caught. Such an existence had thoroughly affected the stability of Konoha and his plans. Keep looking for me, no matter what the cost. The 9-tailed human pillar power must be found. That man must be killed too, Raizo ordered with unbridled anger. Yes, Lord Junzo, the henchman promised and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Junzo walked alone towards another room that was heavily guarded by the Negi members. When Mission Zayo walked into the room, on the front wall, filled one container with a special liquid inside. And what was contained inside these containers was clearly the Sharingan eyes. Reunion looked at these Sharingan eyes and said with an icy gaze, looks like I'm going to have to get the perfect pillar cell as soon as possible. The appearance of the whirlpool host Nuwa, so that Tuenzo felt a deep sense of crisis. Transplantation of the perfect pillar cells. Transplantation of the Sharingan eyes. Gotta speed up the process. Chapter 55 Naruto, pretending to host Nuwa? Why is he more of a coward than I am? The sight returned to Naruto's side. Inside the Orochimaru stronghold. Knock knock. Yakashido knocked on the door of Naruto's room. We should get going. The ninjas outside. They've all been lured away by our people. Inside the room. What to do? What to do? They want me out. Naruto kept grabbing his hair with both hands, a panicked look on his face. That one outside is Konoha's Sannin. Surely you'll be recognized, right? Yes. After Rinku's explanation throughout the night. At this point Naruto probably knew what he was getting himself into. He was in a much better state of mind, obviously, than yesterday. After all, natural optimists have long been used to quickly digesting the bad things. Now all he could think about was how he could get back to the village sooner. Figuring out if the third Naruto had really been sending people to watch him. He also knew that the one waiting outside, it was Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, who was once famous in Kiba. The point is, Orochimaru's current status is still a murderous Konoha renegade. In accordance with the meaning of that host Nuwa-sama inside the body, actually want him to personally face Orochimaru. If he was recognized as just a weak child, he would surely be killed. Kid, you dare to reject even me, and you're afraid of him, Orochimaru? If you don't think you can, get your ass in here and let me use your body. Lin Kong sniffed and said viciously. He'd have wanted to drag Naruto in, if Orochimaru and Yakashido weren't waiting right outside. A good education is in order. When Naruto asked him to return his body earlier, that aura was in full force. Now you're wimpy in the face of a tiny sannin? Is it my two-sided Nuwa cannot move the knife? As soon as Naruto heard that the two-faced host Nuwa again want to borrow his body, his head quickly shook like a rattlesnake. Okay, I can do it. When he thought about the fact that every time the two-faced lodger Nuwa borrowed his body to go out, it meant that someone would be killed. With a shadow in his heart, how dare he say yes? He had to gather his courage, straighten his clothes and mask, and take a deep breath before opening the door to his room. What was reflected in his eyes was Orochimaru's incredibly pale face, especially Orochimaru's eyes, which seemed to have the pupils of snakes. It made Naruto subconsciously a little nervous. On the contrary, Orochimaru and Yakashido didn't notice anything unusual. Orochimaru then explained to Naruto, I've had someone attract the attention of those Konoha ninjas out there. It won't be noticed for a short time. Doodle once spent time in Konoha's dark side training program. Know how to get in around the village boundary. He'll bring you back to Kiba. Naruto glanced at Yakashido with some surprise when he heard this. Yakashido looked just a little older than him. At such an age, you've actually spent time in the dark sect training program? What's the problem? Orochimaru immediately inquired when he saw Naruto staring at Yakashido in silence. No, all yours. Naruto subconsciously blurted out. Orochimaru, Yakashido? Orochimaru and Yakashido sniffed and looked at Naruto strangely. Why do you feel like this one called Two Sides of Nuwa seems to be not the same as yesterday? Suddenly, become much more talkative? The Lin Kong of the spirit world, on the other hand, reminded in an unkind manner. Idiot. You're me now. Don't be so polite to them. Be mean to me. Naruto froze for a moment, instantly coming back to his senses. So it was that he deliberately lowered his voice a bit and, hastily changing his tone to one of arrogance, he said, hurry up and lead the way. Don't with me. Naruto had just said this, both a little too scared to look directly at Orochimaru and Yakashido. What do you know? Orochimaru and Yakushido, instead of getting angry when they saw Naruto recovering, instead, he said respectfully, this way. Yakashido pointed to another passageway and took the lead in leading the way. Naruto? That's okay? Naruto took one look at Orochimaru and Yakashido and was dumbfounded on the spot. He spoke in a kind tone, but instead drew a skeptical look from the other side, cussing and being meaner, but the other person gladly accepts it? This is a masochistic streak? Verily, it's Nuwa Daisens who are the most terrifying. They must all be afraid of Lord Shibu Nuwa. Naruto mentally let out a cry. He certainly didn't think that Orochimaru and Yakashido were afraid of him. It must be the great strength that the two-faced lodger Nuwa showed after borrowing his body. It's making the other side feel scared, but in this way, he was much more at ease. With that, Naruto pretended to be a two-faced lodged exorcist. Let Orochimaru and Yakashido go ahead and continue to lead the way for him. The trio entered another passageway and traveled a long distance. During this time, the passage also has a fork in the road. It would have been a giant maze if he hadn't been familiar with the inner workings of the stronghold. Half an hour later. Why isn't it here yet? Is this really the way back to the village? Naruto muttered inwardly. The spirit world's Lin Kong sniffed and once again gave Naruto a blank stare without any good reason. Kid, are you dumb? Won't you ask? Ask so many boring questions again, or I'll go out and cut your tongue out. Because Naruto is his succubus. Some of Naruto's heartfelt voices he can hear. All he could think was that Naruto was getting a little annoying. Orochimaru and Yakashido are right in front of them. And you don't know how to open your mouth and ask if you have a question? Naruto snapped out of it. Ahem. He coughed deliberately. In an instant, Orochimaru and Yakashido, who were walking in front of them, stopped directly in their tracks, turning his head to look at Naruto with a puzzled look on his face. Naruto adjusted his emotions and once again asked in that arrogant tone, how much longer are you guys going to take me? Hardly. Is it a trick? My patience, however, is limited. After Naruto said this, he suddenly felt a slight itch on his back and subconsciously reached out to scratch it, but it was this seemingly insignificant action that, it instantly made Orochimaru and Yakashido bend over and bend down. They all remembered clearly, the two-sided host Nuwa that instantaneous and terrifying chopping attack at the drop of a hat. One slip up, and that's cutting off even your head on the spot. As a result, the air seemed to grow quiet. Naruto, Orochimaru, and Yakashido were just holding an eerie pose. One reached in mid-air, trying to scratch his back. The other two were bent over with nervous expressions. The three of them just stared at each other with wide eyes. and it was a bit awkward for a while. I just want to scratch my back, Naruto explained with some embarrassment. Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face turned green as he sniffed. He gritted his teeth in his heart. On purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. How dare you tease me like that? You better pray that I don't find out who you are. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still begging for help, he would have snapped on the spot. But, for precious experimental blood samples, he endured. Yakashido, who was on the sidelines, then hastily stated after coming back to his senses. Here it is. There's the exit up ahead. After Yakashido finished speaking, he hurriedly quickened his pace and led Naruto towards the exit. Naruto scratched his behind and couldn't help but mentally sputter. As for being so scared, is he really that legendary one of the three shinobi? Chapter 56, Returning to Konoha. True to form, he's a multi-spy, with Yakushi Hood leading the way. The trio turned a corner and walked for a few more minutes. It finally came to an end. In front of the passage, it was blocked by a huge rock, sealing the exit. Yakashido stopped and turned to Naruto. If you go out from here, you'll be near Kiba village. When we get out, I'll take you in on the other side of the village boundary. Yakashido is, after all, multiple undercover agents. One of their own, as Junzo thought, growing up in the dark side training program. Naturally, he knew how to sneak into Kiba by avoiding the village's boundaries. Let's go then. Naruto pretended to be indifferent, but in his heart he was actually happy. He hadn't expected to actually make it back to Kiba without anyone noticing. As long as I can get back to Kiba, the rest is well-rounded. Cough, cough. When Orochimaru heard this, he immediately coughed lightly. He asked Naruto with a slightly embarrassed expression. My blood sample. He's so helpful, but it's all about getting a sample of the blood of the two-faced host Nuwa. Certainly not to be forgotten. Blood samples? With a puzzled look on his face, Naruto asked Rincon in the spirit world. On the contrary, at this moment, Lin Kong in the spiritual world was sitting on that bone skeleton hill with a lazy face, waving his hand indifferently. I forgot to tell you about the deal Orochimaru and I made. It's to get a sample of my blood to do research. Just watch and bleed him a little. Naruto? Naruto was suddenly filled with questions. Why do you want me to bleed out when you promised someone else? Really? Why don't you enjoy yourself and I'll take the blame? What do you mean watch, bleed a little? I'm still a kid. But Naruto didn't dare retort when he thought that he had to rely on the other to return safely to Konoha. He hesitated and asked Lin Kong again. Is it really okay to give him a sample of my blood to take and study? He's not going to find out anything, is he? Rinku had always had instructions for Naruto to never reveal his existence no matter what happened. Naruto took it all to heart, worrying if Orochimaru would find anything in the blood sample. Lin Kong smiled with a relaxed expression and said, Don't worry, just give it to him though. The reason he agreed to a deal to provide a blood sample, it was because he was certain that Orochimaru wouldn't be able to study anything of value. After all, this body, in the first place, did not belong to him, and Naruto was the owner of the body. The way he borrowed Naruto's body was more akin to a soul swap that. It has nothing to do with the body. Orochimaru wanted to study nothing more than where his self-healing and decapitation abilities came from. But Orochimaru didn't know that both of his abilities came from a different world system of spell power. It would be extremely difficult for a shinobi to understand a power system like mantra power just out of thin air. Not to mention, the self-healing effect of the reverse jutsu achieved by the positive energy generated by the multiplication of spell powers. It wasn't even the blood succession limit that Orochimaru thought it was, but it was just a technique for using spell power. Orochimaru gets a sample of Naruto's blood to study, and at best finds the cell's young, or groxum traits about the bloodline of the Maelstrom clan. There's no way this could have revealed his existence. Instead, Naruto's young cells as a child were probably going to make Orochimaru giggle. I see. Receiving an affirmative answer from Rinku, Naruto agreed in his heart to stop worrying. He turned his head and took out a bittersweet and aimed it at his arm. With a clench of his teeth and a fierce heart, he raised his bitterness and was about to stab down at his arm. Wait. At that moment, Orochimaru interrupted Naruto with a surprised look on his face. What's this about? Don't you want a blood sample? How much? You name it. Naruto also looked at Orochimaru with a puzzled look on his face. Orochimaru. Orochimaru's entire body went numb when he heard that. This guy, is he this mean to himself? I'm just asking for a blood sample. I've got my bitter blades out. Is this the rhythm of wanting to fill a tub for me? And how much waste there has to be from such a crude form of bloodletting? That. I actually have a specialized apparatus for collecting blood. No need for that. When Orochimaru finished speaking, he hastily took out 2 blood collection capsules from his arms. The capsule is no more than the size of a finger and has a specialized needle on the front. Naruto was a bit offended to see this. You had it. You told me. I thought I was going to have to bleed you straight. He took the blood collection capsule from Orochimaru's hand and stuck it into a vein without hesitation. A blood sample was taken and handed back to Orochimaru. Orochimaru couldn't stop the joy on his face as he looked at the blood sample that had arrived. With the other party's blood sample, he was sure that he would be able to get more perfect data. Both sides of the host knew a kind of super self-healing ability, soon to be all for him. Orochimaru carefully put the capsule away and addressed Naruto with a smile on his face. My status is still that of a renegade shinobi of the Konoha, and it is inconvenient for me to appear in the village. I can only send you so far. If you need anything after that, you just look for Doodle. He will stay in the village to contact you in my place. Naruto sniffed and nodded his head in a gesture. Let's go then. He couldn't wait to get back. Yakashido saw this and finally nodded towards Orochimaru. Walk over to the boulder and activate the mechanism. Rumble. The huge stone, whirling around, slowly moved away under the action of the mechanism. A glimmer of light, shining in from outside. Go! Yakashido was the first to step out of the stronghold and cautiously looked around to make sure no one was nearby before. Only then did he say to Naruto. The two left the stronghold one after the other, heading back towards Kiba village. When the exit of the stronghold closed again, Orochimaru, who had been holding back for a long time, finally, he couldn't hold back an icy smile. The regeneration of Jumo's cells, coupled with the self-healing ability of the two-faced host Nuwa. This will be my first step to having the most perfect human body. Orochimaru couldn't wait to go and start the experiment after he finished. The sight returned to Yakashido and Naruto's side. Shoo, the silhouettes of the two men, after leaving the stronghold, quickly traveled through the forest. Naruto noticed it too, and it was just as Yakashido had said. They had just exited the stronghold not long ago, and the outline of Kiba village was already close at hand. At that moment, Yakashido, who was leading the way, glanced back at Naruto, who was slowing down behind him. A slight frown. Is it just me? Why do I feel as if he can't keep up with me? Yakashido saw that Naruto behind him was on the verge of losing him, so he had to cooperate and slow down. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto behind him, his face under the mask was already sweating. How is he so fast? Naruto couldn't help but spit out a comment. It wasn't that he didn't speed up to keep up, but he simply couldn't keep up with his opponent. He had exerted all his strength, and instead of narrowing the distance between the two sides, it had widened. He is now, after all, playing both sides of the host Nuwa. Naturally, he cannot open his mouth to let the other side wait a moment. It's so easy to blow your cover. Luckily, Yakushi Doodle, who was darting ahead, suddenly slowed down again and took the initiative to cooperate with him. Without realizing it, the two arrived outside of Kiba village. Up ahead is the first cordoned-off area east of the village. There's a special perception boundary there, and the ninjas in the Parse class can sense who's coming in and out. But I have a way to temporarily block the perception of the boundary. Follow me. Yakashima finished his speech and once again picked up his pace a bit. Seeing this, Naruto could only grit his teeth and follow closely. He had previously entered and exited the village through the front gate entrance. For the village's boundary arming, it was better to listen to Yakashido's insurance. When Maelstrom Suzaku Nuwa attacked the root organization's base and waltzed out of Konoha, it's the second cordoned-off area from the north of the village. This time, it came back from the first alert area to the east. Compared to the three directions, this is also the weaker guard. The south side of the village, after all, is the front entrance. Not only is there a base for Kiba Patrol 1 there is also the Kiba Forbidden Formation with the strongest perception and defense. Trying to sneak in from the front is almost impossible. To the north is the back of the village, the direction where the rock statue of Naruto is located. As I mentioned before, there is one training ground there, and it's where the Fire Country meeting hall is located. There are relatively more ninjas both guarding and patrolling. As for the west side, in addition to the regular perception boundaries, that's where the base of the Konoha Attack 1 unit is located. All things considered, it is indeed the eastern cordon area that is better suited for infiltration. Of course, if it wasn't an undercover root member like Yakashido, the first time someone not from the village tried to sneak in, they would be sensed by the ninjas of the resolution class. As the two of them went deeper, Yakashido in front of them suddenly stopped in his tracks. Just as Naruto was confused, Yakashido suddenly formed a quick seal. Buzz! In the next moment, Chakra coalesced on his palms. Under Naruto's astonished gaze, Yakashido held out his hands and it touched against the air in front of him. In an instant, the air, which had seen nothing of the existence of, there was a subtle ripple. A closer look reveals that there is an incomparably large boundary barrier. Hidden in the air, the huge boundary barrier, which could not be seen at a glance, seemed to completely encompass the entire Kiba village. With the touch of Yakushido's hands, The boundary barrier was slowly torn through a gap. Go! Seeing this, Yakashido turned back to Naruto and gave a sign. The two just blatantly walked through the boundary and re-entered the village. The gold of the pharmacist's pocket multiple spies is still rising. Easily. It came back with Naruto. Upon entering the village from the east, the first thing you see is the Konoha ninja graveyard. Yakashido stopped once again and turned to Naruto. Where are you going to go next? Do you still need me to lead the way? Chapter 57 The two sides of the host Nuwa. You do not have points on their own strength? No need. I'll be fine on my own. Naruto replied offhandedly. After he finished, he ran in the direction of his home. Yakashido is Orochimaru's man. After all, he really didn't want to continue to spend time with this horrible guy. On the contrary, Yakashido stood still, his eyes narrowing slightly into a dangerous arc. Staring intently in the direction Naruto had left, he said thoughtfully, it seems that not only is he familiar with Lord Orochimaru, even Kiba village seems very familiar. Could it be he's from Kiba too? Unbeknownst to Naruto, Yakashido's seemingly casual inquiry was still testing him. Through Naruto's unintentional reply, Yakashido had become acutely aware of it. This mysterious powerhouse called Two Faces Shibu Nuwa seems to be inextricably linked to Kiba. Yakashido withdrew his gaze and turned to the direction of the root organization's base. Then muttered, now that we're back in Konoha village, we'd better go and report to Junzo first. I'm in a position to be a spy for the root organization. As the words fell, a smug arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. From his arms, he took the mask of the root organization and put it on. The sight returned to Naruto's side. After Naruto and Yakashido separated, he took off in the direction of his home. Along the way, and in a rare moment of attentiveness, he first made a few detours around his home. Turned east and west, didn't go straight home. Yakashido was not a good person in his eyes. After all, he was the one who followed Orochimaru, the renegade shinobi. What do you know? Just as he was operating with confidence, Lin Kong in the spirit world took a look and asked in confusion, what are you doing? Naruto sniffed and explained in a serious manner. Of course it's a detour to confuse the one called Yakashido. After I go around a few more times, he's sure not going to know where I live. Lin Kong was instantly speechless. He rubbed his somewhat raw forehead and cursed without a word. Kid, do you have any misconceptions about your strength? Get your ass home. No one's following you. A few more rounds to get rid of Yakashido, who is a multi-spy. If he wasn't inside the spirit world, he couldn't help but slap Naruto twice to wake him up. Yakashido really wanted to follow Naruto, and with Naruto's strength at this point, it would be impossible for him to find out. Thinks that anyone who graduates from the dark side training class is a cutie pie. Is that so? He had long ago carefully sensed and confirmed that Yukushi Doodle hadn't followed him. Naruto's operation was as fierce as a tiger, and it actually amounted to zero. Didn't follow? Ha ha. I was the one who thought too much. Naruto sniffed and smiled with an embarrassed look on his face as he rushed towards home. Inside Naruto's office, Sarutobi Hinata, still waiting anxiously in his office. He sat in his Naruto seat with a tight frown on his face. The fingers of his left hand kept tapping on the desktop as if somewhat annoyed. The pipe he held in his right hand was brought to his mouth one after the other. The smoke gulping out of his mouth was on the verge of making the office a blur. Shoo! At that moment, a dark part suddenly appeared inside the office. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hinata immediately stood up in excitement and hurriedly inquired, any news? Darkness nodded and reported, Naruto-sama, Nine-Tailed Rinpoche, suddenly came home. Sarutobi Hinata was shocked and delighted at his words. Naruto's home? When did this happen? Any idea where he went? Darkness shook his head. Just a moment ago, the dark sections on patrol suddenly saw the Nine-Tailed Rinpoche. They watched with their own eyes as the Nine-Tailed Rinnegan hurried back home. As for where the Nine-Tailed Rinpoche came back from, there is no investigation yet. Already had someone keep an eye on the Nine-Tailed Rinpoche. Came to report to you first. I wonder where I came back from, Sarutobi said with a puzzled look on his face. He wondered where Naruto had been the day he disappeared, and how did he manage to return to the village again without even the dark side realizing it. But the fact that Naruto was able to come back always gave him a lot of peace of mind. I'll meet him myself. Sarutobi Hinata hurriedly put on his jacket and rushed towards Naruto's house. There were so many questions he wanted to ask Naruto. On the other side, the Roots Organization temporary base. Lord Gunzo, a member of the Negi, in a hurry, ran into Tuanzo's room. When he saw Reunion, he hurriedly reported, found the Nine-Tailed Rinpoche. As soon as he heard that, Reunion came to life. Where is he now? Just a moment ago, our people realized that the Nine-Tailed Rinpoche had suddenly returned. Right now he's in the house with our men guarding the outside. The dark side, they should have found out as well. This root member hurriedly explained. Back suddenly? Reunion's face sank with skepticism. Originally, according to his guess, the nine-tailed human pillar force should have had nothing to do with the deaths of these Konoha ninjas. The disappearance of the nine-tailed human pillar power was something he even thought was fleeing from crime. As a result, now, nine-tailed Rinpoche actually went home like a nobody's business? Go! To the home of the nine-tailed Rinnegan, Junzo commanded decisively. He had to get the nine-tailed Rinpoche under control before Sarutobi Hinata did. As long as the nine-tailed human pillar power was in his hands, he had ways to make the nine-tailed human pillar power confess. At that time, Sarutobi Hizuru couldn't do anything about him. With a thunderous rush, Tuzo rushes to Naruto's house with his men in tow. Just as soon as Junzo stepped out of the makeshift base, head on just in time to meet Yakushido, who was returning wearing a Negi member's mask. Toodles? Reunion froze. The masks of the root members are specially made, each with a different pattern. Reunion recognized at once that the mask in front of him was none other than Hood's mask. Lord Gunzo, Doodle called out respectfully to Tuanzo. He was about to report back to Reunion on his undercover work when Reunion spoke first and interrupted. I have things to take care of, so wait inside. Just as well, I have a new assignment for you as well. After finishing his speech, Junzo left without looking back. Doodle was confused and had to wait at the temporary base of the root organization. A few moments later, Sarutobi Hinata and Junzo, almost at the same time, arrived downstairs at Naruto's house. As soon as the two sides met, their faces were instantly gloomy. Gunzo, what are you doing here? Sarutobi asked in a somewhat unpleasant tone. He had suspected that Naruto's disappearance had something to do with Suza. Now that Naruto had just come back, Juso had immediately rushed over, obviously having some more bad thoughts. Humph. Reunion snorted coldly and bluntly. Hinata, don't play dumb. We all know that the nine-tailed Rinnegan disappeared and then came back. Give him to me for personal interrogation and everything will fall into place. Sarutobi Hinata instantly blackened his face and said with determination, don't you dare. I'll ask Naruto myself what really happened. There's no need for you to interrogate me yet. No one touches him until there's hard evidence. He knew Reunion too well. Once Naruto was handed over to Junzo for questioning, even if these murders have nothing to do with Naruto, all of them will be tortured to confess to the crime. When that happens, he won't really be able to protect Naruto. Hinata, are you still going to protect him after all this? Junzo's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at Sarutobi, just not letting up. You're definitely going to regret this. Sarutobi Hinata was not afraid in the slightest, and met Suzu's gaze with a firm tone. Naruto, too, is a child of Kiba. As Naruto, it's my duty to protect him. You are abusing your power. I'll move with a few other Kiba advisors that strike your Naruto status. For a while, Sarutobi Hizuru and Junzo were once again battling each other, neither one of them letting the other go. The two men stared at each other for a few moments, before they both signaled their men to stay outside. Toward Naruto's room. Chapter 58, Bite Back. Early preparations were made by Tuanzu. Knock knock. Naruto, it's me. Open the door. When he arrived at Naruto's door, Sarutobi Hinata stepped forward and knocked on the door. Within a few moments, the door to the room was opened and Naruto appeared in front of Sarutobi and Suzu. Grandpa Naruto, you've come just in time. I have something to tell you. Naruto took the lead before Sarutobi Hinata and Suzu could say anything. Someone's trying to kidnap me, and to force me to admit to being some kind of murderer. As soon as Sarutobi Hinata heard this, he subconsciously glanced at Junzo. He looked to Naruto again, his gaze kind as he reached out and rubbed Naruto's hair in comfort. Don't be nervous, that's what I'm here for. Come on, let's talk inside. At the same times, he didn't forget to introduce Naruto. This is Kiba's Naruto auxiliary, Junzo. He came with me to confirm what happened. Humph. With a cold snort, Ryunzo walked right past Sarutobi and Naruto and inside the room. Naruto and Sarutobi Hinata followed close behind. The Spartan room is still dirty at a glance. Reunion's eyes swept around in disgust and simply stood there. Instead, it was Sarutobi Hinata, who seemed to have gotten used to it all, and simply cleaned up and sat down. Tell me about it, Naruto. What the hell happened? How did you disappear for a whole day for no reason? Sarutobi Hinata's tone, still very gentle, was not at all like he was here to interrogate, but it was his simple words that caused Naruto to frown slightly. Something touched his heart, a dark suspicion. Grandpa Naruto, how did you know I disappeared for a whole day? He was clearly the most unpopular in the village, and the villagers invariably shunned him. By his own guess, no one should care even if he disappeared for days, right? But Sarutobi knew that he had been missing for a whole day. Even if you learn it from somewhere else after the fact, it shouldn't be that accurate. Could it be? It's really like what Shibu Nuasama said. Grandpa Naruto has been sending people to watch me? Naruto couldn't find peace within himself for a long time as he thought about it. He looked again at the kindness and care that Sarutobi had shown him, and inexplicably there was more than a hint of resistance. At the same time, he also put more trust in the words of the two-sided host Nuwa. Humph. At that moment, Lin Kong in the spirit world snorted coldly. You think he really cares about you? This one beside him is not only a Naruto auxiliary, but also the head of the root organization. It's the one who ordered Gumiho to have Negi's men come and take you back. Naruto's heart stuttered as he sniffed. Then just answer as I taught you. They don't have proof. They won't do anything to you. Naruto was still a bit worried, and Rinku instantly signaled. Yes, Lin Kong had expected that Naruto, as the nine-tailed human pillar, had disappeared for a day and reappeared. Someone is bound to ask. He had prepared Naruto's speech long ago. Even of that, after sensing that the visitor was Sarutobi Hinata, he let Naruto take the lead in speaking. This way, not only is it more realistic, but the dominance can be in Naruto's hands. Naruto mentally agreed. Still, he took a deep breath somewhat nervously as he faced Sarutobi Hizuru and Junzo. Only after calming his complicated feelings did he proceed to explain. I was supposed to do my physical training near the village, but halfway through the run, 3 masked ninjas suddenly appeared. They said they were some kind of roots organization, that I was some kind of murderer. To take me back. I didn't kill anyone. I'll have them find you, Grandpa Naruto, to investigate. As a result, they just went ahead and knocked me out. When I woke up, I realized I had passed out over at the cemetery. Naruto vocalized, telling the story. Because it was supposed to be something that actually happened. Naruto described it as, not a single stumble at all. He had just changed the ending at the end of it, as Lin Kong had taught him. At that time, he was attacked by someone from the Roots organization and did almost lose consciousness. At the critical time, it was the malice of the two-faced lodging exorcism that stimulated his consciousness to stay awake. He left out this latter part unspoken and changed it to being knocked out straight away. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hinata and Junzo on the opposite side of the room were staring intently at Naruto the entire time. Especially as Reunion tries to detect signs of lying in Naruto's demeanor. But Naruto's natural behavior made him frown. When Naruto was done, Sarutobi Hinata also looked at Gunko once more, his eyebrows raised in slight anger. That look was like saying, and you say you didn't do it when Naruto disappeared? Knowing that he was in the wrong, Suzu avoided Sarutobi Hinata's gaze and looked at the Naruto hostage and asked, you said you were knocked out by the Root organization and didn't wake up until just now. That means you don't know what happened in the meantime? There was a sharp glint in his eyes, invariably giving Naruto a great deal of pressure. Naruto was a child after all. Where had he ever been pressed like that? Especially, the one who gave him the pressure was the always ruthless Tuanzu. Yes. What happened back there? I don't even know. Naruto's eyes twinkled a bit as he said this, even subconsciously clenching his palms. This small action, naturally, could not escape the eyes of Junzo. You lie. You know everything that happened afterward. Even if you didn't kill the people, someone must have killed them for you. I don't. I really don't. Naruto was instantly shocked and his eyes moistened a bit as he denied it. Gunzo. At that point, Sarutobi Hinata couldn't look away and stood up in front of Naruto. Have you made enough of a scene? It's obvious that your people have Naruto, trying to use this to bring Naruto back to the Root organization in name only. I even wonder if you arranged the attack on Kiba. The whole thing, what happened was just bizarre. Sarutobi Hinata could never believe that Naruto could have the strength to kill 3 members of the Root organization, and in broad daylight. I can't believe that someone can sneak into Kiba and attack Kiba without realizing it. The target of the attack also happened to be the Roots organization base, which had been well hidden. This is more like Tuanzo directing himself any way you look at it. He knew Reunion well enough to do whatever it took to keep Naruto under his control. Juzo? Sarutobi Hinata's words instantly filled Suzu's face with questions. I directed myself and destroyed the Roots organization base I worked so hard to build? And burned part of the intelligence data? And at the expense of a large number of hard-earned members of the Roots organization? Just to capture the nine-tailed Rinpoche back to the Root organization? He does things to get what he wants, but not cuties. But he could also tell that Sarutobi Hinata was giving more credence to Naruto's words. He hesitated for a moment, and instead of fuming, instead, he said with a meaningful smile, since you believe in him so much, let it be proved that everything has nothing to do with him. Let him in. Reunion yelled out to the outside. A short while later, the door to the room was opened again. A silhouette walked in from outside. Chapter 59, The Mind-Reading Skill of a Clan in the Mountains. You're worthy of probing my existence? As the figure outside the door walked in, Lin Kong's eyes in the spirit world changed slightly. Is he? The visitor was dressed in a Konoha upper shinobi vest and had long yellow hair that, long ponytail in the back, slightly thin face, green pupils, no extra expression on his face, no joy or anger to be seen. The look was cold. The eyes that seemed a bit empty seemed to know the hearts of the people. It was none other than the head of the Yamanaka clan, the captain of the Kiba resolution class, Einichi Yamanaka. The ability of the Yamanaka clan? This guy, Guzu, really isn't going to stop easily. Lin Kong's sight passed through the spirit world and, looking at the figure in front of him, who was also very familiar from his memories of his previous life, he instantly understood what Junzo was trying to do. The Yamanaka clan's ability is a jutsu that specializes in controlling a person's mind. As the head of the Yamanaka clan, Ohichi Yamanaka was even the best of them. His main duty in the parsing class is to use his ability to probe and capture intelligence on the enemy. Inside the original, he was able to read even the memories of corpses. Reunion's obviously trying to borrow his powers by having Inoichi Yamanaka show up at this point in time, directly probing Naruto's memories. Lies can be made up and expressions can be controlled to deceive, but the deepest memories of the brain cannot be faked. Any lie would mean nothing as long as it allowed Inoichi Yamanaka to use his family's special jutsu. What he reads is the most primitive of memories. As expected, as soon as Inoichi Yamanaka came in, Tuanzo sneered, "Hinata, since you don't want him to come back with me for interrogation, then let Ohichi read his memories. Whether he's lying or not, we'll find out soon enough." The look on Tuzo's face gradually became a bit smug. Just in case, he had his men notify Inoue Yamanaka before he arrived. We can't torture him into reading the memories of the nine-tailed Rinpoche. The result is the same. He was pretty sure that the nine-tailed human pillars must have something to do with the recent events. As long as Ohichi Yamanaka finds proof that the nine-tailed Rinpoche is lying, even if Sarutobi is Naruto, couldn't bail him out either. His people, they should never be killed for nothing. He doesn't take the blame either. Sarutobi Hinata's face became a bit ugly when he heard that. With all that preparation, Junzo is determined to take Naruto back. Most importantly, Yamanaka Koichi's memory probes won't subject Naruto to any torture. He seemed to have no reason to refuse. He glanced at Naruto and hesitated, still trying to get a last word for Naruto. "You should know, Gumiho, that if Inuyasha's jutsu..." Startled, before Sarutobi Hazuro could finish his sentence, Suzu was ready to interrupt. "Don't you worry. The people who came with me this time are all proficient in sealing techniques. As soon as there's anything out of the ordinary, I'll immediately have someone team up to seal it. What Ohichi reads is also only a memory of his day. There will never be any accidents." As he said that, Juzu spared a glance at Sarutobi Hinata, and then asked rhetorically, "Or are you going to keep siding with him? This is my last concession, Sarutobi." Sarutobi Hinata fell silent at his words. He hadn't realized that Reunion had even brought the sealing class with him. Doing so completely blocked him from using the nine tails as an excuse. On the contrary, Naruto, who was at that moment, instantly panicked a bit as he listened to Sarutobi and Suzu's words. From the conversation between the two men he knew that the one who had come in behind him, it seems to have the ability to read people's memories. Once his memories were read, wouldn't the lie be self-evident? Even the existence of the two-faced lodging exorcism may have been exposed. Just as Naruto was panicking in his mind, Rinku's voice suddenly came. "Kid, promise him. He wants to see it, so let him see it." Lin Kong inside the spirit world revealed a teasing smile. He knew that after all the preparations made by Junzo, he would never be willing to let Naruto go just like that. Instead of being suspected all the time, it would be cool to let the other side probe the memory. In this way, it clears Naruto instead. Of course, Heiichi Yamanaka wants to probe the complete memory? That depends on whether he's got it or not. Naruto sniffed, still a little worried. "Sunuwa-sama, is it really not relevant? In case he finds out I lied. Even you, kid, what are you afraid of?" Without waiting for Naruto to finish, Lin Kong laughed softly with confidence. "A mere shinobi is worthy of probing my existence?" Naruto froze for a moment and snapped back to his senses. The ability of this uncle in front of him to check his memories might be very powerful, and he could not resist it. But inside his body, the two sides of the host Nuwa adults live. There are two sides of the host Nuwa adults. He is afraid of what? For the first time, he felt that multiple big brothers inside his body didn't seem to be a bad thing. "Grandpa Naruto, I'm willing to accept letting him read my memories," Naruto said to Sarutobi Hinata with a firm gaze after he figured it out. As soon as he spoke, Sarutobi Hinata and Suzu both looked at him with some surprise. Sarutobi Hinata thought darkly in his mind, this Naruto guy, so confident? So it seems that what happened recently really had nothing to do with him? Naruto's openness made Sarutobi feel, even more, that he was innocent. For his part, Raizo's mind was filled with disdain. "Stupid brat, no matter what means you have, what help you get, Do you think that you can still hide it from my face? All Junzo could think was that this was just the dying struggle of the nine-tailed human pillar power. At that moment, Naruto, with an angry look on his face, pointed at Gunzo. But if it's proven that I'm innocent, he must apologize to me. The corners of Junzo's mouth couldn't help but twitch at the sound of Naruto's words. Asking him, a Naruto auxiliary and head of the dark side training course, to apologize to a child? What a joke. Quickly, though, Reunion sneered in disdain. Ha, kid, trying to get me to let you off the hook? I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. He thought that Naruto was trying to use agitation to get him to stop. After finishing his speech, Raizo immediately looked to Yamanaka Kaichi and commanded, do it. Dig out his memories. Through and through. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded and came up behind Naruto. He reached out his right hand and placed the palm of his right hand on Naruto's head. Ninjutsu mind-reading technique. In the next moment, he closed his eyes and used the mind-reading technique of the Yamanaka clan. All Naruto felt was a rush of chakra into his brain and his consciousness began to blur. Yamanaka Koichi controlled the chakra and kept penetrating Naruto's brain. Found it. A short while later, Inoue Yamanaka gave a dark thought in his mind, because all he had to check was Naruto's memories within the last day. The memory of this one is still very fresh, and it took little effort to sift through it. All at once, Naruto's memory fragments were like a slideshow that, it was playing fast and furious in his mind. He had a vision of Naruto going outside of the village to train. Also saw the 3 root members who intercepted him halfway. Even the conversations between the two sides, he heard them clearly. As Naruto said, the 3 Negi members treated Naruto extremely badly. Even after Naruto defended himself and brought up Naruto Sandame, the other 3 remained unmoved. One of the root members also made a direct move. Even with the memory snippets, Koichi Yamanaka could feel the damage of the blows Naruto endured at that time. Immediately following that was the blackness of Naruto's consciousness after being hit hard in the stomach. Lost consciousness? Yamanaka Haichi said with a sudden realization in his mind. Just as Haichi Yamanaka was about to continue watching, a sudden change occurred. Buzz. A pure and dense malice suddenly enveloped the area in a steady stream. Vaguely, the malice seemed to transform into a gigantic, hideous-faced ghostly figure. The ghostly shadow stretched out its hands, which were as sharp teeth, and held his consciousness tightly. Fear, a sense of suffocation, instantly surged through the mind of Inoue Yamanaka. It is the malice of the two-faced lodging exorcism. Put. The malicious ghost shadow's constant clenching of his hands made Yamanaka Haichi's consciousness unable to withstand it any longer. He spat out a huge mouthful of blood on the spot, and his palm left Naruto's head and his face went pale as he took a few steps backward. Mind reading, forcibly interrupted. Seeing this, Reunion's face changed, and he hurriedly inquired in an anxious manner, how's it going? Chapter 60, Self-Innocence. Juzu's face was swollen. Both Suzu and Sarutobi Hinata tensed up a bit when they saw Yamanaka Inoichi spit up blood and interrupt his jutsu. They'd been staring daggers at Inoichi Yamanaka and Naruto the whole time. It was to prevent the jutsu from possibly causing the nine-tailed demon fox inside Naruto to riot. But just now, I clearly couldn't feel any signs of the nine-tails chakra. Why is Koichi Yamanaka still vomiting blood? Inichi Yamanaka wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a somewhat ugly face, I think it should be that my invading chakra was detected. I was checking out Maelstrom Naruto's memories when I suddenly felt a terrible malice. That's why I had to interrupt my jutsu. The malice seemed to make his soul fall into an abyss of 10,000 feet, enveloped in endless darkness. The coldness that struck his soul straight after being wrapped in malice, moreover, made him feel as if he were being held by countless needles. Constantly piercing the soul. If he hadn't broken his jutsu, that terrible malice that, it would even devour his soul completely. At that point, it's going to be a lot more than just spitting blood. Nine Tails, with a dark look on his face, Reizo looked over at Naruto, whose consciousness was still somewhat wandering in front of him. He, like Inichi Yamanaka and Sarutobi Hizuru, subconsciously assumed that the source of that malice, naturally, it's the nine-tailed demon fox sealed inside Naruto. At that moment, Naruto gradually came back to his senses as Yamanaka Haichi's jutsu was interrupted. When he opened his eyes, Gunther and Sarutobi were looking at him with stony faces. Off to the side, Inoue Yamanaka, with a bit of blood still remaining on his chest shirt and his face pale, was obviously injured. Naruto saw this and gave a heartfelt sigh of approval. That's the end of it? It must have been Lord Shibu Nuwa who struck. Shibu Nuwa-sama. It's awesome. He realized that it must be the spirit world's two-faced host Nuwa-sama who had struck. That's why the 3 of them, Raizo, all looked so ugly. He was secretly pleased with himself, controlling his expression to not show it, and, instead, he asked with a straight face, well, I'm not lying. I didn't kill those 3 Roots organization men. Raizo sniffed, his brow furrowed, and still somewhat undeterred, he looked to Yamanaka Inoichi inquiringly. Even if the jutsu was interrupted, you should have probed his memories, right? I want results. From the moment Inoue Yamanaka activated his jutsu, to the moment he spat out blood and interrupted his jutsu, that's a 10-minute gap in between. He couldn't believe that Haichi Yamanaka hadn't seen anything. Sarutobi picked up his pipe, took a hard sip, and, as if using it to ease the tension, after he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, he also inquired to Inoue Yamanaka, "Oh Hichi, tell me about it. What have you seen?" For a moment, Suzu, Sarutobi Hinata, and Naruto all looked at Inoichi Yamanaka in confusion. Seeing this, Inoichi Yamanaka suddenly gave a complicated look at Reunion. It was that one glance that caused a flash of unease to rise up inside of Suzu. Inoue Yamanaka took a deep breath and continued, "I did probe. Indeed, the memories of this day for Whirlpool Naruto. In his memory, it was indeed on the way to practicing. It was intercepted by 3 root members. In the end, it also lost consciousness after being hit hard by one of the root members." Inoue Yamanaka described the memory fragments he had seen in detail to the 3 people present, which includes the 3 root members who have no hidden ill will towards Naruto. Even after Naruto moved out of Sarutobi Hizuru, the Negi members continued to have an extremely bad attitude. Naruto ended up resisting to no avail before he was unconscious from a heavy blow to the abdomen by one of the Negi members. With the memory footage I saw of that last hit by member Root, it is indeed enough to render Maelstrom Naruto completely incapacitated and unconscious. I was also at the point where Whirlpool Naruto lost consciousness and his memory screen went black. Interrupted ninjutsu. Ohichi Yamanaka concluded by emphasizing, "Juzo?" As soon as Raizo heard this, he was filled with questions. According to Yamanaka Koichi, weren't things just as the nine-tailed Rinnegan had said? The ones who killed his 3 root organization henchmen really had nothing to do with the 9-tailed human pillars? He never expected that his confident extrapolation had brought Ohichi Yamanaka with him. In the end, instead, it proves that the 9-tailed human pillars are innocent? This face, it's straight up swollen. Humph. At that moment, Sarutobi snorted coldly, with a somewhat smug expression. He looked over at Reunion and laughed softly. "Juzu, now can you prove that everything has nothing to do with Naruto? Isn't it about time you honored your promise?" Juzu's face instantly became incredibly ugly. Of course he knew that Sarutobi Hinata was asking him to apologize to the nine-tailed Rinpoche. However, he is the head of the root organization and Naruto's auxiliary in Kiba. If you apologize to a child here, what's the point of spreading the word? With a grim look on his face, Reunion gave Naruto one last look and was so defeated that he had to turn and leave. "I never promised to apologize to him. I won't just let this matter go, knowing that he was in the wrong, and that staying would only be laughed at by Sarutobi Hizuru." Gumiharo left without looking back. "Naruto-sama, then I'll return as well." Seeing this, Inichi Yamanaka shook his head helplessly. He left Naruto's house as well after bidding Sarutobi farewell. It wasn't until Yamanaka Haichi had all left that Sarutobi Hinata revealed a smile of satisfaction. He came to Naruto and held out his hand, as was customary, eyes tenderly trying to touch Naruto's head, but just at that moment, Naruto, perhaps because he knew about Sarutobi Hinata sending someone to spy on him, subconsciously, he actually took half a step back. Sarutobi's hand just stopped in midair. It seems like it's been too much pressure on him for a while. Sarutobi Hinata froze for a moment. He doesn't realize that he's been found out that he sent the dark side to spy on Naruto. Thought Naruto had been through too much lately. The pressure was so great that even he was a little scared. He encountered patrols and the Roots organization in succession, and was charged with murder. The resistance Naruto showed seemed understandable. Sarutobi Hinata sighed softly to Naruto. "Don't worry, I won't let them come after you again. You just got back. You should probably get some rest." After he finished, he left Naruto's house as well. When everyone had left, Naruto sat down on his butt. His back, long ago, was drenched in cold sweat. It almost showed. He let out a long breath and his tense nerves relaxed. "Grandpa Naruto, why the hell are you spying on me?" Naruto wondered in his mind and fell asleep without realizing it. A few moments later, inside Naruto's office, Sarutobi Hinata's mood, sweeping away the gloom of the past few days, became somewhat happier. Junzo's defeat, Naruto's self-incrimination. After all, the recent events have not gone in the worst direction. But, his expression gradually became serious as he thought of this. Since it has nothing to do with Naruto, this mysterious strongman is coming for Naruto? But why did he kill those 3 root members? Also, what was his purpose in attacking Kiba in such a high-profile manner? He could never figure out what the purpose of that mysterious powerhouse was. If it's Naruto, shouldn't he be laying low? Why didn't you just take Naruto away after killing those 3 Negi members? Sarutobi racked his brain. but he still couldn't come up with anything. After all, so far, the information that the entire Konoha had on that mysterious powerhouse was too little. He thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his right hand and beckoned. Shoo! In the next moment, a dark henchman appeared in front of him. Naruto-sama. The Dark One bent halfway to his knees and cried out respectfully. Go get Iruka. I have something to command him. Yes, Darky promised and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 61. Iruka is shocked. To keep Naruto on probation? Roots Organization temporary base. Bang! As soon as Reunion returned, he angrily kicked over the table in the room. No way! Nine-tailed Rinpoche must have used something. Who the hell is that person who was helping him behind the scenes? Juzu was even more furious as he recalled Sarutobi's last taunt at him. He was obviously all set for everything, and the end result was something he couldn't accept. He still thought that there was no way that things could be unrelated to the nine-tailed man-eater. Otherwise, it's all too much of a coincidence. Even if the person wasn't killed by the nine-tailed human pillar, someone must have helped him behind the scenes. What angers him most is the destruction of the root space and the sacrifice of so many people. It turned out that he didn't even know who that mysterious strong man was. It made him feel as if there was a pair of big, invisible hands, choking him. The other side could threaten him and the Roots Organization anytime they wanted to. This was the first time he had been so passive since he had established the Roots Organization. Have Doodle meet me. Juzo then barked a command to his men outside. A short while later, Tout, who had been waiting for a long time, walked in. Lord Gunzo, Doodle said in a very respectful tone after seeing Reunion. Pocket. Send a message to Orochimaru for me to complete the transplantation experiments of Jumo's cells as soon as possible. I can fulfill any request he makes. In order to not be so passive anymore, Suzu also went out on a limb. He had to hurry before the mysterious powerhouse reappeared and transplant a more perfected Jumo cell for yourself and transplant all the Sharingan eyes. Only then, once he encountered that mysterious powerhouse, would he be able to completely obliterate the other party. Tout sniffed, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Orochimaru and Junzo have always worked together. Many of the unseemly things that Junzo did, Orochimaru was more or less involved in. One of the most important things for Junzo to look at was Orochimaru's experiments with Juma's cell transplant. It's just that with this type of cell transplant, the failure rate is extremely high. When Orochimaru used 60 babies as living experiments during his time in Konoha, in the end, only one survived. You can see how risky this kind of cell transplantation is. Gumiho promises to give Orochimaru more help than he can handle. It's about wanting to transplant a more perfect Jumo cell as soon as possible to gain more power. Doodle just didn't realize that Suzu was suddenly in such a hurry. It seems that the recent events in Konoha have also caused Suzu to feel a crisis. Tout gave a heartfelt cry. On the surface, however, he still agreed respectfully. Yes, Lord Junzo. Also, have Orochimaru investigate for me as well. Have there been people from other ninja villages that have been secretly infiltrating the Konoha area lately? Based on the information I've gotten so far, the opponent seems to have mastered an incredibly powerful chopping ability. Junzo then commanded. As soon as Doodle heard Junzo's mention of the chopping ability, the figure of the two-faced Shibu Nuwa immediately appeared in his mind. He knew that the one person that Juanzo desperately wanted to transplant the Jubilee cells and wanted to deal with. It is the two-sided lodging exorcism. I see. I'll contact Orochimaru as soon as I can. Pocket obliged again. He's only rejoining Konoha as a liaison between Orochimaru and the two-faced host Nuwa, going back to work undercover with Tuzo. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Reunion about Orochimaru and the two-faced host Nuwa already working together. After Tout had agreed, he hastily retreated, leaving only Suzu alone. He muttered with a grim expression on his face. I'll do whatever it takes for Kiba. Meanwhile, Naruto's office. Naruto-sama, you wanted to see me? Iruka came here immediately after receiving the order. Sarutobi looked at Iruka and asked him in a calm tone. Iruka, I remember that the graduation exams for ninja school are coming up soon, right? Iruka froze. The third Naruto specifically asked me to come here just to ask this? Iruka nodded. Yes, Naruto-sama. The official graduation test will begin tomorrow. Sarutobi Hinata's expression seemed a bit hesitant once he heard that. He remained silent for a moment before instructing Iruka. This graduation test. Keep Naruto in detention for now. Iruka? Iruka sniffed and was filled with questions, because from what he remembered, Naruto was taken care of by the third Naruto. He didn't realize that Sarutobi Hinata had named Naruto to stay in the class, despite, he couldn't really accept Naruto as a child until now. His parents, after all, were killed by the Nine Tails, and Naruto was a nine-tailed human pillar, but he also never thought that his hatred for the Nine Tails prevented Naruto from graduating successfully. That kind of thing was even stranger coming from the mouth of the third Naruto. May I ask why? Irika said with a puzzled look on her face. Sarutobi didn't rush to answer, but looked at Irika with a serious look on his face. The words are serious. Irika, the way you treat the child Naruto, I can understand. You're all the same. Having lost your parents as children, I still hope, though, that you'll be true to him. None of this is his fault. Irika. Sarutobi's words instantly silenced Irika. He knew that Sarutobi Hinata meant for him to let go of his hatred and accept Naruto. But whenever he remembered Naruto's identity as the nine-tailed human pillar, he remembered that his parents were killed by the Nine Tails. He was never able to take that step. Ugh. Sarutobi took a deep drag on his cigarette as he watched Irika's increasingly stony expression and a helpless sigh. He then went on before explaining. You should know all about what's been happening in the village lately. I suspect that someone has Naruto in their sights. For his protection, it's better to keep him in school for now. This was Sarutobi Hinata's decision after much deliberation. Precisely because he's been sending people to keep an eye on Naruto. Just realized that Naruto had recently passed all of his jutsu tests. Once Naruto is allowed to successfully graduate from ninja school, it means that Naruto is going to become a shinobi. The shinobi are divided into classes, performing low-level tasks. Inevitably, they have to leave the village. We can't have all the other students graduating to become shinobi on missions. Leave Naruto alone and leave him alone, right? That's why he thought of an excuse to keep Naruto from graduating for a while. As long as Naruto doesn't go out on missions, he won't give his enemies an opportunity to take advantage of him. I remember Naruto's jutsu tests all met the graduation requirements, but the cultural scores are not up to scratch. Let's use that as a reason to keep him at the ninja school for a while. We'll arrange for him to graduate from the school when the investigation into the matter is over. Sarutobi Hinata continued. He even had a reason for Naruto to stay in school for Irika. He had put it this far, and Irika couldn't really find a reason to refuse. I see. I will make arrangements for this matter. Irika finally nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the office, Sarutobi Hinata and Irika were so absorbed in their conversation that they didn't realize at all that a chunin outside the door who happened to be passing by heard their conversation clearly, especially after hearing about Sarutobi Hizuru's decision to keep Naruto in school and not let him graduate for a while. This Nakanabu suddenly revealed a sinister and cunning smile and muttered, "Nine-tailed demon fox. This is a great opportunity." Chapter 62 That monster, who couldn't even graduate from shinobi school. Later that night, Naruto, because of the overload of his body previously lent to the two-faced host Nuwa, after meeting Sarutobi Hizuru, just slept through the night. Knock knock. Naruto was sound asleep when the door to his room was knocked on again. Who? He opened his eyes in a daze and got up with difficulty. Irika-sensei? Opening the door to the room, it was Irika standing in the doorway. The moment Irika saw Naruto, an imperceptible flash of apology flickered in his eyes. Soon enough, though, it was back to business as usual. I heard that you've been sleeping since you got back. It's not a good idea not to eat. Let me treat you to some ramen. Irika smiled slightly, concerned. Ramen? As soon as Naruto heard the word ramen, he instantly came to life. If there was anything that could bring him back to life, it would definitely be Kiba's Ichirako ramen. Really? Irika-sensei is so generous. I'm going to change. Naruto couldn't wait to rush back to his room and simply clean up before leaving the house with Irika. Kiba at night is still full of people. The streets were filled with villagers coming and going. A store, still yelling and enthusiastically soliciting customers. Naruto and Irika walked side by side, their faces filled with joy. Irika, though usually strict with him, would often, after he had been punished for his mischief, treat him to his favorite Ichirako ramen. He may have questioned and distanced himself a bit from the third Naruto, but so far, Irika is still reliable. Naruto walked beside Irika, looking down the street, and parents and children, who used to be very envious, seemed to feel less alone. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Naruto thanked Irika again. By the way, why would Irika-sensei suddenly want to treat me to ramen? Irika sniffed and smiled slightly. Because you've been doing so well in school lately, I know you must be paying attention. Also, tomorrow is the ninja school graduation exam. As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and ended abruptly. Naruto, on the other hand, didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and following up on Irika's words, faithfully stated, "Don't worry, Irika-sensei, I'll definitely pass all of tomorrow's exams. After tomorrow, I'll be a shinobi." Because there were two faces of the host who solved the problem of the nine-tailed chakra interference for him, Naruto was also confident in his ability to pass the exam, but Naruto didn't notice when he said that he would definitely graduate with flying colors. Irika subconsciously avoided his eyes, and her face looked as if it was a bit gloomy. After all, he just finished taking orders from the third Naruto. knowing that Naruto won't be able to graduate from ninja school for a while yet this time. It was precisely because he felt a little guilty that he had come to treat Naruto to ramen specifically. Trying to control his expression from showing, he squeezed out a reassuring smile. It's okay. Even if you fail the test, your teacher will buy you ramen again. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Irika-sensei really is the best for me. Naruto didn't care and agreed with a smile. This scene was all watched by Lin Kong in the spirit world. He sneered to himself as he watched the joy on Naruto's face that he couldn't stop. Kid, will you still be able to laugh as much as you do now, when you know everything? Can you hold on to such childish ideas as you have now when the trust has completely collapsed? Familiar with the source material, he had already planned what to do to revolutionize Naruto's path. How close and trusting Naruto is to Irika now, and the mental blow he endured afterward, just how big it will be. As for Irika, it was also nothing more than a pawn to be utilized in his plan. He wasn't going to let Irika change Naruto. Sight back outside. Soon enough, Naruto and Irika arrived at the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uncle, I want a bowl of ramen, extra large. Naruto couldn't wait to order his ramen as soon as he sat his butt down. Irika didn't have much of an appetite and only ordered a small portion. I'm on. When the ramen was presented, Naruto even had the decency to put his hands together in a pre-meal prayer. Then the feasting began. Yummy, Ichiraku ramen. It really is the best. Naruto enjoyed the ramen while still praising it. Irika, on the other hand, was a bit distracted the entire time, not knowing what to think. 15 minutes later, Irika-sensei, can I have another bowl? Naruto's hand, waving it in front of the distracted Irika. Irika snapped back, offhandedly. Yes, eat as much as you want today. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned his head to look around and was instantly dumbfounded. Naruto, even if it's my treat, you don't have to eat my wallet empty. In just a moment, you actually ate 5 bowls? As he watched closely, Naruto had 5 empty bowls piled up on his desktop without even realizing it. Naruto scratched his head a little awkwardly. Slept all day and just happened to be rather hungry. So can I have another bowl? Irika was utterly speechless. When he finally left the Ichiraku ramen shop, Irika's otherwise bulging wallet, all deflated by the food. After the two of them finished their ramen, they wandered around the village for a while before finally going back to their respective homes to rest. The next day, ninja school, celebrating this year's graduation exams. Naruto got up early and arrived at school with confidence. The graduation exam is about the most basic of several tests. Physical skills, jutsu, jutsu throws, combined scores. Naruto had no interference from the nine-tailed chakra. Plus he had been practicing his physical arts for the last while. All of the tests he completed with ease. Even the performance on the test was better than most of the students. The exam lasted until the afternoon. Inside the classroom, Irika stood at the podium and began to announce the list of those graduating from this exam. Sasuke Uchiha, with an A overall grade, congratulations on graduation. Nara Kagome, B overall, congratulations on graduation. Hinata, B overall, congratulations on graduation. Irika kept announcing the names of the students who successfully graduated. Below the podium, those students who heard they had graduated were relieved and smiling. Naruto, in the corner, was acting subdued, because he's confident that with today's performance, he'll definitely pass the exam. Officially a Konoha shinobi. Sakura Haruno, B overall, congratulations on graduation. Above, the list of those who graduated from this exam. Later on, Sensei will be handing out Konoha's ninja forehead protector for you all, and I hope that when you become Shiminobu, keep up the good work and become a chunin soon. Naruto? Naruto was filled with questions. Irika-sensei, what's with all the graduation speeches? Obviously you haven't heard my name yet? Naruto was instantly anxious and stood up to ask Irika about it. Irika-sensei, did you forget to announce my grades? The classroom, which had been noisy, became quiet all of a sudden because of Naruto's words. On the contrary, Irika looked at Naruto with a grave expression on his face before speaking. Whirlpool Naruto, ninjutsu, body arts, ninjutsu throwing, passed all tests, but your cultural scores are so poor that you have had lower composite scores in the past. After discussion among several teachers, it has been decided that you will be kept in school for observation for the time being. This exam, you can't graduate yet. Naruto was dumbfounded on the spot as Irika's words fell. Around them, murmurs came from other students. Ha, I knew it. A hangman is a hangman. He seems to be the only one in the entire class who didn't graduate, right? That's ridiculous. If I were him, I'd probably want to find a crack in the ground. Sensei is wise. This monster doesn't deserve to be a Konoha ninja. Not far away, Hinata, on the other hand, was looking at Naruto with a worried expression. Then Ruto-kun. The second pillar just glanced at Naruto and retracted his gaze dismissively. Someone who couldn't even graduate from ninja school wasn't even worth his attention. Then Ruto. That's too pathetic. Who told him to keep messing up before? Sakura sighed softly, and was somewhat helpless at the outcome. For a while, the students looked at Naruto with different gazes. More than anything, it was a mockery of Naruto's inability to graduate. Naruto subconsciously clenched his fists as he listened to the jeers of the students around him. Bang! In the end, he could only reluctantly slam the door and flee as if leaving the classroom. Iruka watched Naruto's back as he left and shook his head inwardly sighing. Naruto, I'm sorry. Chapter 63, A Chance to Re-examine? Mizuki's Conspiracy. Naruto fought back tears and ran all the way out of the school. But the entrance to the school had already been filled with parents ready to celebrate their children. Seeing this, Naruto could only turn and run to the deserted playground and hide by the swings in the corner. Why? I've obviously worked hard. And I've changed. Just because I messed up before. You can't let me graduate? He hid under the big tree next to the swing set and cried out with an aggrieved face. With his test scores, even if he wasn't the best, then he would definitely be able to graduate. He didn't understand why the teachers, because of what happened in the past, just let him be the complete laughingstock of his classmates. What was the point of insisting on getting stronger when he couldn't even graduate from ninja school? Naruto. At that moment, a voice came. Naruto looked up as he was greeted by a man walking slowly over to him. The visitor wore the green combat uniform of a chunin, and had short white hair. The expression on his face as he walked towards Naruto seemed as if he was feeling pity for what Naruto was going through as well. Mizuki-sensei, Naruto shouted. The person who came was none other than one of the examiners in charge of this exam. Konoha's middle ninja, Mizuki. Mizuki walked over to Naruto's side, crouched down and reached out to pat Naruto's shoulder gently and comforting. I know all about you. Naruto lowered his head even more aggressively at that. Seeing this, Mizuki continued to pretend to be sorry. Actually, with your grades on this exam, you did very well in all categories. It's just one cultural subject score and a composite score that shouldn't be there. I've also talked Iruka into letting you graduate several times, but he stands by his decision. Before Mizuki could finish his words, Naruto instantly raised his head and inquired with a face full of incredulity. Mizuki-sensei, you mean, the reason I can't graduate is because of Iruka-sensei? Mizuki seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing when he saw how surprised Naruto was acting. He pretended to hesitate for a moment, before nodding helplessly. Sorry, I thought you already knew about this. He and I were the ones primarily responsible for reviewing this exam, and he was the one who offered to keep you on probation. Mizuki's reply sent a huge ripple through Naruto's mind like a boulder falling. His face was filled with shock and dismay, and he really didn't understand why Iruka was doing this. Didn't Iruka-sensei say yesterday that he was going to celebrate his graduation? Right, that's why Iruka-sensei said that yesterday. Naruto woke up with a start. No wonder Iruka-sensei had told him that it was okay even if he couldn't graduate. Now it seems, could it be that Iruka-sensei decided this a long time ago? Naruto froze in place for a moment, unable to accept this. His most trusted teacher, who also seems to be targeting him. Seeing Naruto's silence, Mizuki stroked his chin in mock contemplation and continued. Actually, I can guess some of the reasons why Iruka did this to you. Naruto sniffed, then looked to Mizuki with a puzzled look on his face. Why? Why is Iruka-sensei doing this to me? Mizuki saw Naruto acting a bit agitated once again, and with a difficult look on his face. The stammer never came out. Mizuki-sensei, just tell me, why is Iruka-sensei being like this? Naruto begged bitterly as he grabbed Mizuki's shirt. He really wasn't happy that he couldn't graduate just because Iruka demanded it so sparingly. Mizuki hesitated and reached out to pat Naruto's shoulder again. Naruto, the most important thing you should be concerned about right now is how to successfully graduate from school. As for why Iruka did it, I'll tell you afterward. Naruto sniffed and brightened up. He listened to Mizuki and it seemed like there was still hope for a change in whether or not he could graduate. He hurriedly asked Mizuki after him. Mizuki-sensei, you have to help me. I want to graduate. I don't want to be the laughingstock of my classmates. Mizuki looked at Naruto's sincere eyes and said with a soft sigh as if he was helpless. Ugh. Naruto, I also don't want you to miss out on this graduation. Actually, a few of us teachers who are in charge of auditing have a privilege that's offered to students who can't graduate and are doing well. A chance to re-examine. As long as you can pass this test, you'll be able to graduate as a shinobi just as well. Naruto's eyes glazed over even more at the sound of it. Mizuki-sensei, please, give me the chance to retest. I really want to graduate from school. I will not fail this opportunity. Seeing this, Mizuki had to reluctantly agree. That'll do. I'll come back to you tonight and tell you exactly what the test will be. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. Meanwhile, inside the spirit world, Rinku, who was originally sitting somewhat lethargically on the Hill of Bones, after hearing Mizuki and Naruto's conversation, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Mizuki, sure enough, it's still here. He had long ago noticed that Mizuki, who was in charge of invigilating the exams, had been secretly watching Naruto. Originally, according to his plan, Mizuki could also be a pawn to change Naruto. He didn't care one bit whether or not Naruto would successfully graduate from ninja school. Even during the course of the exam, he had several opportunities to. Both can step in and interfere with Naruto's chakra, preventing him from successfully completing the exam. But then he recalled Irika's unusual behavior last night, and Mizuki's appearance. That's why he didn't make a move and sat back and watched the show. Even if Mizuki hadn't messed up in the end, and Naruto had graduated with flying colors, he could also use the point that Irika's parents were killed by the Nine Tails, as well as the actions of Naruto, the third Naruto, who hid Naruto's identity and sent people to spy on him. Little by little, Naruto's trust in these people completely crumbled. It just seems like it doesn't have to be that much trouble now. It wasn't quite clear why, but Irika had actually offered to make it impossible for Naruto to graduate. That would be the best trigger. And naturally, he could guess Mizuki's plot. Mizuki's appearance, on the other hand, was the fire that lit the fuse. It's my turn to lead this play tonight. Lin Kong smiled faintly and said with confidence, "Sight back outside. Mizuki-sensei, then it's a deal. You must come to me tonight," Naruto said to Mizuki with anticipation. Mizuki smiled and nodded, walking back towards the school. He was the invigilator, after all, and had to go back and congratulate the students who had successfully graduated. Irika saw Mizuki walking back from Naruto's side and immediately went up to him with concern and asked, "Mizuki, how is he doing, Naruto?" Mizuki sniffed and slowly shook his head. "I went over to comfort him, but you know how much that kid wants to graduate from school. I just mentioned you to him and he acted a little agitated and wouldn't even listen to me. Don't worry, a child is just a child. It'll be fine after a little coaxing. It would be better for me to go and take more care of him for you when the evening comes." Irika didn't doubt it either and nodded. It'll have to do. After all, he was the one who personally said that Naruto couldn't graduate, and it was understandable that Naruto was a little resistant. Irika didn't have the slightest doubt about Mizuki, his best friend that he had grown up with. Irika gave Naruto one last look and turned his head to continue to work on his student's graduation. On the contrary, Mizuki, until Irika left, which revealed a sinister smile and said, "Irika, you're going to regret this decision today. When I get the Book of Seals and leave Konoha, you're the one who's going to be responsible for all of this." Chapter 64, Mizuki's Self-Direction. The Book of Seals is successfully stolen. For the rest of the time after that, Naruto was left to sit alone on a swing in the corner of the playground. He looked at the parents celebrating their children, the laughing classmates taking graduation pictures. Thoughts were running through his mind. When will I, too, be like them? Growing up without a father or mother. How he wanted to be comforted by his relatives at this moment, even if just the simplest hug. But since he was a child, he had to suffer everything in silence. "Kid, you look too ugly too." At that moment, Lin Kong in the spirit world suddenly scoffed. "What you have to think about should be how you can become stronger. Instead of crying over a mere shimonen title, extra emotional ties will only be an obstacle in your path to becoming stronger." In Lin Kong's mind, some of the memories of the template two-sided host Nuwa also surfaced. Thousands of years ago, he too had lived as a human being. He was evil as if he was born with it. Or rather, at that time, when that spell was in its heyday, the evil 10 fights of the world were all due to him. When he was a fetus, he devoured his brother to stay alive. It was the severing of all ties that created the one who accepted the challenge of countless spellcasters that, but always loomed on top of the mountain. Undefeated king of the damned. Naruto is very talented and has the powerful bloodline of the Vortex clan. It's just that he's been too bound by his inner emotions to face his share of evil head-on. These emotions are the very things that make Naruto the most weak in his pre-existing period. Naruto's mouth stuttered in the face of Rinku's mockery, but he finally swallowed what he wanted to say. All that he had been through lately had left him with no more strength to retort. He was beginning to wonder if there was any point to his persistence at all. "Shibu Nuwa-sama, you said, Irika-sensei and Grandpa Naruto, why are they doing this to me? Do you know why?" Naruto asked to Rinkuon, suddenly puzzled. "Humph." Lin Kong sniffed and seemed to see through Naruto's thoughts, and immediately snorted coldly. "Kid, do you still want to run away? I'm not obligated to answer any questions for you." He could tell that Naruto was trying to get an answer out of him, not daring to face Irika and the third Naruto directly anymore. Or maybe Naruto was just scared and got an answer he couldn't accept. Of course Lin Kong wouldn't just tell him as he wished. There are some people who cannot be changed without completely crushing that belief in their hearts. Especially an optimist like Naruto. Minute by minute, he thought up his own reasons for Iruka and Nishio Naruto. Naruto smiled bitterly when he heard this and didn't ask any further questions. He just inwardly resolved, tonight, I must pass the examination, and to find out from Mizuki-sensei, the reason why Iruka-sensei did it. That night, after the end of the shinobi school graduation exams, Naruto returned home and waited for Mizuki to arrive. Naruto. Just as it was getting darker and darker into the night, there was a sudden knock on the door outside, followed by a familiar voice. Naruto, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately ran to the door in excitement and opened the door to the room. Standing in the doorway was none other than Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei, I thought you weren't coming. Naruto spoke up excitedly. Mizuki smiled slightly, intentionally glancing back outside in a gesture. Go inside. When he finished, he walked into Naruto's house and closed the door. Naruto saw this and hurriedly followed up. Mizuki-sensei, shall we get started? What's the test about? He was already a bit impatient and wanted to pass the examination as soon as possible. Mizuki nodded and took a simple hand-drawn map out of his arms. He pointed to a red circle marked on the map and narrated it to Naruto. The content of this test is also very simple. See the markings on the map? In here is stored a sealed volume, and your test task is to bring it out. Naruto looked at the location marked on the map and wondered, is it that simple? This place, I remember it was Grandpa Naruto's house, right? The place marked on the map was located next door to the Naruto building. Naruto was also familiar with the area since he used to go around the Naruto building and cause trouble. Mizuki tapped Naruto on the shoulder and kindly reminded him. Naturally, it won't be that simple. The test is judged by whether or not you were discovered in the process of taking the Book of Seals. If you're found out or don't get the Book of Seals, you'll fail the test. This is a test of your ability as a ninja to utilize the jutsu taught in school, getting important information without being noticed now. Mizuki was prepared for this, and kept flirting with Naruto. So it is. I see. When Mizuki finished, Naruto nodded in a daze. Not bad for a second chance to test the practical application of jutsu. Don't worry, Mizuki-sensei, I will definitely pass this examination. Naruto was confident. If it was a test for something else, he might have possibly been bad at it. But stealing without God's knowledge, he hadn't done this kind of thing before. I'm looking forward to your performance too. Mizuki smiled and continued. I'll be waiting for you in the forest outside the village gates. Remember, there's a 1-hour time limit on this test too. He handed over everything and then headed outside. He was just about to open the door when he suddenly remembered something. He turned to Naruto and winked at him. Teacher will help you one more time. Split. In the next moment, Mizuki made a seal to gather his chakra and used a split jutsu. A detachment, at once, appeared beside him. That wasn't all. Mizuki proceeded to form a seal. Transformation. Bang! Another cloud of white smoke rose, and Mizuki suddenly took on Naruto's appearance. Naruto saw this and instantly understood it. Thank you Mizuki-sensei. I will not fail you. Naruto thought that Mizuki had taken on his own appearance to help him pass the test. Confuse the others yet. I wish you success too. Go away. After Mizuki finished speaking, he walked out with his doppelganger in the form of Naruto, and this scene was just in time to be seen by the dark side who was guarding the outside. The two darkies looked at each other and silently followed. 10 minutes later, the door to the room was pushed open and Naruto's figure stepped out of it. He looked around to make sure no one had seen it. Then, eyes turned to the direction of the Mishimage Naruto's house. Mizuki-sensei is helping me so much. I must pass the test with flying colors. Naruto mentally encouraged himself and instantly rushed towards the home of the third Naruto. Seeing this, Lin Kong of the spirit world smiled. Great show. It's on. Whether or not Naruto can be changed again depends on what happens next. After leaving the house, Naruto kept darting inside the alley. With his familiarity with the village, he soon arrived by the Naruto building and, outside the home of the third Naruto, Naruto hid in a corner, cautiously observing his surroundings. Grandpa Naruto's office is still lit. It seems to still be there and hasn't gone home. Great, he muttered excitedly, because he noticed that the Naruto building office was still lit at that moment. The third Naruto, it seems, is still at work. This excellent opportunity. He naturally couldn't miss it. Shoo! In the next moment, Naruto no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards the home of the third Naruto. When he came to the door, he didn't choose to enter through the front door. Instead, he leapt up and climbed up the wall outside the house. In no time at all, he was at the second floor window, opened the window and tiptoed in. Then, following Mizuki's map instructions, he came to the room where the various types of scrolls were stored. The whole process, Unexpectedly. Went smoothly. How come there's not even a single person in Grandpa Naruto's house today? Naruto wondered inwardly. In the past, when he came to make trouble, the door alone was guarded by masked darkies. But today, not only did I not see a single person outside, but the inside was also empty. What Naruto doesn't know is that Sarutobi Hinata, in an effort to capture the two-faced lodestar exorcist, dispatched most of his men long ago. Not to mention the vicinity of Sarutobi's home, the entire village was in short supply. By Sarutobi Hinata's side, he also left only 2 of his dark henchmen to follow. Where to care about your own home? Sarutobi Hinata also never expected that someone would steal home at this time. Without hesitation, Naruto pushed open the door to the room and walked in. What caught my eye was the neat rows of bookshelves. On top of the bookshelf, there were various scrolls. Found it. This must be what Mizuki-sensei said. The Book of Seals. A short while later, Naruto, from one of the bookshelves, took down a reel nearly as tall as he was. On the surface of the huge scroll, it was clearly written Book of Seals. Hurry up and give it to Mizuki-sensei. I didn't expect that this examination would actually go so smoothly. Naruto, full of joy, strapped the Book of Seals to his back and rushed to leave the area along the same path. When he got out of the home of the third Naruto, just couldn't wait to head towards the forest outside the village gates. Unbeknownst to Naruto, just as he was leaving the place, a silhouette, from a corner not far away, walked out. It was Mizuki. Mizuki, who transformed into Naruto, shortly after Naruto left from his home back in the, and once again, he returned to Naruto's house. He walked out again in his own appearance, and successfully broke away from the surveillance of the dark side. He watched Naruto leave, and an icy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Naruto he stole the Book of Seals. Mizuki proceeded to the Naruto building and yelled out with a panicked face. Chapter 65 Beyond the Curse King's Vision. A combination of spells and ninjutsu. Naruto building. Inside the office. Clunk. Mizuki slammed the door in a hurry. After he saw Sarutobi Hinata, he immediately said with a panicked expression, Naruto-sama, it's not good. Naruto he stole the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hinata, who was reviewing the intelligence documents, stood up in excitement at the words. The pipe he was holding in his mouth almost fell off. He looked at Mizuki, full of shock. What did you say? Naruto? Stole the Book of Seals? Sarutobi Hinata's face was full of disbelief. You have to know that what is recorded inside the Book of Seals are all jutsu that Naruto Hatsune Mikoto classified as taboo. Why would Naruto suddenly steal the Book of Seals in good time? What the hell is going on here? Sarutobi Hinata grimaced and questioned Mizuki. Mizuki, who likewise had a very grave expression, hurriedly explained. I was going to go comfort Naruto about not being able to graduate from shinobi school today, but I realized in my conversation with him that the one who stayed at home was only his doppelganger. He and I said, to prove that he's qualified to graduate. I just realized that he went and stole the Book of Seals. Mizuki kept explaining that it would totally steal the Book of Seals. Call it Naruto's decision to justify himself. This is nonsense. Sarutobi Hinata sniffed and slammed the table in anger. It was his decision to keep Naruto in school for a while, for observation. Naturally, he knew Naruto would be depressed by this, but what he didn't expect was for Naruto to be so paranoid. All ran off to steal the Book of Seals to prove themselves. What is written in the Book of Seals are all forbidden jutsu and are very dangerous items. Once lost into the hands of the wrong-minded, it will cause great harm. Most importantly, the Book of Seals also contained the 4 elephant seals that sealed the 9 tails. If Naruto learns it, the seal of the 9 tails could be loosened and cracked. Go get Naruto. No matter what, the Book of Seals must not be lost. Sarutobi Hinata couldn't care less about judging the truth or falsehood of what Mizuki had said, and immediately ordered. Yes, Naruto-sama. Mizuki promised. Only his head was lowered, but a smug smile appeared on his face. He just wants Naruto to take the fall for him and be his scapegoat. Next, all he had to do was find Naruto and get the Book of Seals before anyone else did. Then you'll be able to take advantage of the opportunity to escape Kiba. Meanwhile, inside the forest outside the village gate, Naruto, by now, had arrived at the place where he had agreed with Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei is so slow. Where did he go? He couldn't help but sputter as he clutched the Book of Seals and his eyes kept surveying the surroundings. Kid. At that moment, Lin Kong in the spirit world suddenly shouted, open the Book of Seals for me. Naruto? Naruto sniffed and was filled with questions. He remembered that Shibu Nuasama had always shown a lack of interest in the shinobi world. Why the sudden interest in the Book of Seals today? Shibu Nuasama, do you know what's in here? Naruto inquired suspiciously. Cut the crap and hurry up and open it. Lin Kong angrily shouted. Not bothering to explain to Naruto in detail, Naruto hesitated, muttering inwardly. It's just opening it up and looking at it, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? He followed Lin Kong's instructions and slowly opened the Book of Seals. In fact, he himself was curious about the contents inside this sealed volume. It must not be simple to be able to be hidden at home by the third Naruto, also known as the Book of Seals. Multiple shadow split technique? As the Book of Seals opened, Naruto suddenly looked surprised. What is recorded in the opening of the Book of Seals is none other than the art of multiple shadow diversion. Naruto didn't realize that the first jutsu to appear that. Surprisingly, it was still his worst diversion in the past. But looking at the description above, this multiple shadow splitting seems to be more than the splitting he learned in school. Much more powerful. Keep it open. Lin Kong's voice sounded again. He didn't have chakra after all, and naturally had little interest in multiple shadow doppelgangers. As for Naruto learning or not, he didn't care. Naruto nodded and proceeded to open the Book of Seals. Following the multiple shadow splitting, the Book of Seals also contains the 8 gates of transportation, the mutual explosive charm, and the ghoul seal, which are also classified as forbidden arts. It's worth noting that most of the forbidden arts in this, it was all developed by the second generation Chikara. It's just that later on, the first generation of Chikuma felt that all of these jutsu were dangerous, and all of them were listed as forbidden jutsu, sealed in the Book of Seals. Stop! Just as Naruto continued to open the Book of Seals, Rinku suddenly shouted at Naruto to stop. The pages of the Book of Seals, too, rested on a new forbidden art. For Elephant Seal. This forbidden technique was not created by the second generation, but came from the Maelstrom clan. Ninjutsu works by utilizing the cycle of the 4 elephants to seal away those powerful, evil forces that. It's a special sealing technique. When the 4th Naruto sealed the 9 tails, he used nothing but ghoul seals. The most important thing is this 4 elephant seal. 4 elephant seals? A sealing technique? What's wrong with this jutsu? Naruto looked at the introduction of the 4 elephant seals and was even more filled with doubt. Wouldn't it be normal to be interested in attack-type forbidden arts? For example, the multiple shadow splitting. He thought it was great. Rinku didn't answer Naruto, and his sight passed through the spirit world and, keeping a close eye on the introduction about the 4 elephant seals, as I recall, what the 4th Naruto used was the 8 trigram seal formed by the double 4 element seal. To unlock the seal, you must have the key he left behind, right? Lin Kong's brain worked quickly, recalling the original relevant descriptions. Yes, the reason why he was staring at the 4 elephant seal was that he had the idea of lifting the 9-tail seal. Of course, lifting the seal doesn't mean releasing the 9 tails. His purpose, the power of the 9 tails, because he knew very well that the battle power of the spell world was lower than the battle power of the Naruto world. Even if he unlocked 100% of the strength of the two-faced host Nuwa template later on, it's also difficult to easily defeat a few of the big bosses of late Naruto. I want to be the strongest in the shinobi world. The battle must be boosted on top of fully unlocking the strength of the two-faced host Nuwa. The power of the 9 tails would be perfect for that. After all, the existence of the 9 tails was meant to be a representation of the abomination of the shinobi world. What kind of effect will the evil of the two-faced Jutsuwa, combined with the evil of the 9 tails? The two, if combined together, produce results that are absolutely beyond imagination. He wanted not just 1 plus 1, but 1 plus 1 far greater than 2. We'll have to try it afterward to find out if it can be combined or not. Before that, one would have to possess the means to unseal the 9 tails. Otherwise the power that the sealed 9 tails could unleash would still be a bit inadequate. And if you want to lift the seal, this 4 elephant seal is the top priority. The 4 elephant seals should also be understood as a special sealing technique. The double 4 elephant seal is to maximize the effect of the seal. What if I add a jutsu reversal to the seal? Lin Kong's expression gradually became somewhat crazy. The double 4 element seal, or Bagua seal, that Shikimome Naruto inflicted inside Naruto's body. The key to unseal the seal is at the scroll frog in Myogi Mountain. He couldn't be sure that Naruto, altered as he was, would still be recognized by the toad of Myokiyama. Get the sealing key. So the 4 elephant seals of the Book of Seals were another insurance policy for him to unseal the 9 tails in the future. That was the plan that came to him after careful thought. As mentioned earlier, a reversal jutsu combines the negative and negative energies of a spell power in a multiplicative manner to produce positive energy with an opposite effect. Jutsu reversal, on the other hand, uses the positive energy generated by reversing the jutsu and injecting it inside the jutsu. From there, the jutsu is altered so that it has the opposite effect. He envisioned using the positive energies generated by the reversal technique. The Bagua seal injected into Naruto's body. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to similarly reverse the sealing effect of the 8 trigram seal? The unsealing he is going to do is the spell original. The curse of the king of both sides of the host Nuabold experiment has not been tried. Once successful, it would also allow the power systems of the two different worlds to be sublimated in a whole new way. In his mind, he secretly memorized the way to use and cultivate the 4 elephant seals, but since he has no chakra of his own, it was only fitting that Naruto, who was a descendant of the Maelstrom clan, a large clan proficient in sealing techniques, should be allowed to train in the latter. Naruto. It was at this time that a voice came from the direction of the village. Chapter 66 Truth Brings Despair. Unlocking the Domain. Voodoo Imperial Chef. Crap. Naruto's face paled when he heard the shout. He couldn't think about it in time, and with his hands full, he reclosed the open book of seals. Shoo. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Naruto. Iruka. Sensei? Naruto said with wide eyes and a surprised look on his face. The visitor was not Mizuki as he expected, but Iruka. He saw that it was Iruka coming and subconsciously blocked the book of seals behind him. After all, he was hiding it from Iruka and asking Mizuki to give him a chance to retest. If he was found out, maybe his chance to retest would be gone. Mizuki had told him that it was Iruka's decision that had kept him on probation and prevented him from graduating. Iruka-sensei. What a coincidence. Naruto's eyes flickered and he smiled awkwardly. Iruka, on the contrary, noticed Naruto's little gesture. He took a deep breath and immediately cursed loudly and angrily. You idiot! What the hell are you going to do? I can't believe you have the heart to joke with me. Do you know what you stole? Iruka was going to blow a gasket. He's also the one who learned about Naruto stealing the book of seals. Searching for Naruto with the other dark sectors, it occurred to him that Naruto seemed to be practicing outside the village lately before he came over to try his luck. As it turned out, he didn't expect to find Naruto, and Naruto, seemingly unaware of the seriousness of the situation, was actually being playful with him. Stealing the book of seals privately is a serious offense. Naruto blushed and stammered. You know all about it? Iruka gave Naruto a blank stare without a good reason, forcing his anger to be contained. Grabbing Naruto's hand directly, he said, Don't say anything, hurry back with me, apologize to Naruto-sama, and explain things clearly. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto shook off Iruka's hand with force and subconsciously took a few steps back. He shielded the book of seals firmly behind his back and refused with firm eyes. I don't want it, mister. Mizuki said that if I can get my hands on this book of seals, he'll let me graduate. Iruka froze at his words. Graduation? What does the book of seals have to do with graduating from ninja school? It was clearly the decision of the third Naruto that Naruto would not be able to graduate for a while. Quickly, though, Iruka seemed to think of something and widened her eyes some in surprise. So it is. Was it Mizuki who ordered all this? He thought it was very strange when he'd first heard that Naruto had stolen the book of seals. Why would Naruto, a kid who hasn't even successfully graduated from ninja school, steal the book of seals? Most importantly, the book of seals is a Konoha secret. Where did Naruto learn about the book of seals? And how did you know where the book of seals was hidden? But if Mizuki, a Nakanobu, was secretly behind it, then it all made sense. Mizuki was not only a teacher who invigilated exams at the shinobi school, but also served as a guard around the Naruto building. It wasn't unusual for Mizuki to know where the book of seals was kept. Naruto, listen to me. It's all Mizuki. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Just as Iruka was about to tell Naruto about Mizuki's plot, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out. Iruka turned his head to look and his pupils instantly tightened. In the bushes to the side, there was a bituminous bombardment streaking towards him. Iruka couldn't dodge in time, so he could only grit his teeth and block with his hands in front of his body. Put. Storms of bitterness shot out, one stabbing at Iruka's arms, stomach, and legs. Blood splattered everywhere. Iruka's body, too, was knocked back, hitting a large tree behind him. Naruto? Naruto was instantly dumbfounded at the sight. Iruka-sensei. Naruto, who had come back to his senses, immediately shouted anxiously, even though Iruka kept him from graduating. Still, he couldn't stand by and watch Iruka get hurt in front of him. Shoo! Naruto was just about to rush over to check on Iruka's injuries when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He stopped and fixed his eyes. Mizuki-sensei? The visitor was none other than Mizuki. Mizuki smiled slightly and held out his hand to Naruto. Naruto, give me the book of seals, so you can graduate. Naruto, no way. As soon as Mizuki's words left his mouth, Iruka exclaimed in excitement. Don't you get it? Mizuki is using you to help him steal the book of seals. No matter what, we can't give him the book of seals. Naruto was stunned in place. He looked at Mizuki with a face full of incredulity, a little at a loss for words for a moment. One was Iruka-sensei, whom he had once trusted the most, and who now kept him from graduating. One was Mr. Mizuki, who cared enough about himself to say that he would give him another chance to graduate. 2 men. And a fight. It made him wonder whose word he should really believe. Ha ha. Mizuki sniffed and couldn't help but throw her head back and laugh. He looked at Naruto and said with a wicked grin, Naruto, I thought you wanted to know why Irika was targeting you, keeping you from graduating from shinobi school? Let me tell you the truth. Irika's face changed and she hastened to stop it. Mizuki, you shut up. 12 years ago, you should have heard about that demon fox attacking the village, right? Mizuki simply ignored Irika and continued to narrate to Naruto. After that demon fox was sealed, the village had an additional unwritten rule. You're the only one who's been kept in the dark. You must never be told that you are the demon fox. As Mizuki's final words fell, Naruto's pupils suddenly shook. He had naturally heard about the demon fox attacking the village back then. In that disaster, the demon fox killed countless villagers and broke up how many families? That demon fox, too, became the most hated existence of everyone in Kiba village. But now Mizuki actually told him that he was the demon fox? The news seemed to send shockwaves through his heart. So, everyone calls me a monster? Because I am the demon fox. That's why people hate me and stay away from me so much. It's me, once killed countless villagers of Konoha? Naruto's heart felt as if it had been crushed by the weight of an immense stone. Until this moment, he finally understood why everyone in the village hated him so much. Because his hands are stained with the blood of the villagers of Kiba village. Mizuki saw Naruto frozen in place and proceeded to irritate. Why do you think Irika targeted you? That's because his parents were killed by demon foxes. And you, the nine-tailed demon fox who destroyed our village and killed his parents. Flop. Naruto couldn't stop his body from shaking when he heard the news again. The feeling of powerlessness in his heart instantly spread all over his body. His feet went limp and he fell to the ground with a thud. Hands gripped his hair hard, and his mouth kept murmuring in unwillingness to believe it. It won't. I'm not a demon fox. I'm not some nine-tailed demon fox. Naruto, who had learned the truth, was completely broken inside. You know, even the two-faced lodger Nuwa borrowed his body to kill those few people who took the initiative to find trouble with him. He couldn't even accept such indiscriminate killing by the two-faced host Nuwa. What's more, the nine-tailed demon fox killed countless innocent villagers back then. The negativity within Naruto was at an all-time high at the moment. At the same time, Lin Khan's voice entered his mind. Kid, see what's going on? That's the truth you want to know. Buzz. The next moment, Naruto's consciousness was yanked inside the spirit world. Unlike the previous 2 times, Naruto didn't even need Rincon to make a move when he entered the spirit world this time. His body, then, exuded an extremely dense negative energy. Lin Khan looked at Naruto, who was having a mental breakdown, and the corner of his mouth raised in a teasing arc. He opened his mouth and enjoyed eating all this negative energy. The negative energy generated by Naruto's knowledge of the truth also made Rinku's mind that. A system beep sounded constantly. Ding! Host absorbs the negative energy of Whirlpool Naruto's grief. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs the negative energy of Whirlpool Naruto's fear. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs the negative energy of Whirlpool Naruto's despair. Template fusion increased by 1%. By the time Lin Khan had finished absorbing all the negative energies, the template fusion had been dramatically increased. It spiked right up to 60%. The system's beep, once again, sounded. Ding! The host's two-sided host Nuwa template fusion reached 60%, unlocking the ability, Domain Unfolding. Voodoo Imperial Chef. Chapter 67, Chiki Unleashed. Whirlpool Custodial Nuwa is forced online. Lin Khan listened to the system beep that finally sounded in his head. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising even higher. Finally unlocked. The realm of the two-faced lodged exorcism. In the next moment, a stream of information about the domain Voodoo Imperial Chef merged into his brain. The domain unfolds and is the most powerful must-have technique of all spellcasters. The essential effect of the unfolding of the domain is to use spell power to bring the spellcaster's birthright domain. Visualize into the real world and infuse your own jutsu into it. The so-called born realm is the actual realm of existence that the spellcaster creates through his inner world. This realm, too, largely reflects the inner world of the spellcaster. When the domain unfolds, the spellcaster's spell-infused field of raw gain materializes in reality. Forms an enclosed type of space. Simply put, it's like forming a boundary of a certain range, and inside this enclosed space, the spellcaster's spells that all will be given a must-hit effect. The field of the two-faced lodged exorcism unfolds. Voodoo Imperial Chef is a more advanced use of it, by giving up the closed field in exchange for a wider range of surefire effects, also known as an open field. In the original spellcraft, Voodoo Sous Chef's field unfolded in the range that the maximum can even reach a radius of 200 meters. This is also the curse of the king of the two sides of the host Nuwa, the most powerful move. It's worth mentioning because the nature of the field unfolding is to infuse jutsu in the Sengoku field. Thus, within the realm of the voodoo imperial chef, the jutsu high of the two-faced Sukin Nuwa. Naturally, no further contact with the target is required to activate it. Everything within the realm can be cut down and crushed to pieces with the technique Solven High. It is no exaggeration to say that having both sides of the field unfolding or not lodging exorcism, totally two very different war powers. Just in time. About time. Lin Kong muttered to himself as his sight once again passed through the spirit world and looked outside. Shut up, Mizuki. Say no more. Irika shouted angrily. It was something that he had intended to keep buried in his heart. I didn't expect that it would actually be revealed by Mizuki under these circumstances. He watched as Naruto crumpled and sat paralyzed on the ground, motionless, and with mixed emotions. On the contrary, Mizuki had a villainous look on his face. He took advantage of Naruto's mental breakdown, shocked by his revelation of the truth. From behind his back, he took down the huge hand sword that was tall enough for him to be a man taller than he was, and gripped it tightly in his hand. His feet were one in front of the other, slightly bent over his body, and the huge shuriken he held tightly. Posed with a staged throw. Naruto, thank you for helping me steal the Book of Seals. As a token of appreciation, I'll make your death a painful one. Go to hell. As soon as Mizuki spoke, he spun his body and threw out the huge shuriken in his hand with great force. Hoo-hoo! The huge shuriken spun quickly, whistling with a biting wind, and attacked towards Naruto. Naruto! Irika's pupils snapped at the sight. He cried out, forcing himself to endure the pain coming from his injuries, and it was about to rush up and block Mizuki's giant shuriken for Naruto. But at this very moment, Lin Kong in the spirit world saw this scene, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more evil. The scene at hand is just like the original. Even though Naruto is a nine-tailed demon fox, Irika still chooses to accept Naruto. In order to protect Naruto, he even rushed up to block the sword as if he had to fight for his life. It was from this time that Naruto became firmly established in the will of fire. Gradually accepting herself as a demon fox, the heart of the Virgin Mary takes root completely, forgiving everyone and accepting the injustices done to him in the past by the people of the village. This moment is a key point in the process of changing Naruto. It was hard for Lin Kong to wait until this critical time, so naturally he wouldn't let Naruto go down the same path again. Seeing the huge shuriken that Mizuki threw out coming at him, on the other side, Irika rushed halfway across the room. Lin Kong slowly raised his right hand, his two fingers up, and spoke softly. Chokeo, buzz. In the next moment, a feeling of vertigo surged through both Rinku and Naruto's minds at the same time. At the critical moment, Rinku directly utilized the deed that he and Naruto had made in the beginning. Forced replacement of the opportunity to control the body. Sight back outside. The giant shuriken and the darting Irika kept getting closer and closer towards where Naruto was, just as the two looked to be less than a meter away from Naruto. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from inside Naruto's body. The incomparably powerful aura, as if it had turned into a substantial impact, centered on Naruto. It spread out quickly. The strong wind that the aura set off is even more overwhelming and rushes out. It hit on the giant shuriken and Irika. Dang! Bang! A crisp metallic clash and a loud human impact suddenly rang out. In the next moment, the huge shuriken actually could not withstand the strong wind from the impact of this aura. It bounced off hard. Irika on the other side was no better. He only felt as if his chest had been hit by a darting beast, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. The entire person was also like an arrow that had left the string, flying backwards again. It didn't stop until it hit the large tree behind it in a very lopsided manner. Irika couldn't care less about his own injuries, and like Mizuki, who had stepped aside too, full of shock, he looked at Naruto in front of him, and look at Naruto at this point. From his body, a creepy malice was constantly emanating from his heart. The intensity of malice, in the eyes of Irika and Mizuki. It was as if they all saw a vague, hideous ghostly figure emerge behind Naruto. How is that possible? With just aura. It bounced off my shuriken? Mizuki looked at Naruto with wide eyes, a drop of nervous sweat running down the corner of his forehead. I don't know why, but in the face of Naruto being a kid, an indelible fear actually welled up within him. On the contrary, Irika was equally shocked. Naruto? His face was filled with disbelief and an attempted shout at Naruto. He couldn't believe how such pure malice could emanate from Naruto. And just as Irika and Mizuki watched, Naruto, who had just been sitting on the ground paralyzed by a mental breakdown, slowly stood up. The moment he raised his head, Irika and Mizuki instantly paled. Only Naruto's face, on his forehead, in the middle of his nose, on both cheeks up to his chin. The black ring-like patterns quietly emerged. Right in the center of the forehead is a little black square shape accompanied by lightning-like lines on either side. In the center of the nose, a black line runs straight across. The black lines on either side of the cheeks are shaped like two small bats, and a black line at the end of it stretched all the way along the edge of his cheeks to his chin, as if it were a long tail. In the center of his chin, the black lines also formed an inverted 8 intricate spell lines, spread across the entire face. Looked eerie, the evil smile that was grinning. Even the teeth inside his mouth seemed to have become sharp and pointed. A closer look also reveals that between the black curse lines under the eyes and on the cheeks, there were also 2 scars as if the eyes were closed. The nails of the 10 fingers of both hands became dark and sharp, completely unlike human fingers. Swirling Cebu Noir, on the line again. Chapter 68 Head held too high. Whoever dares to move, dies. In Mizuki's incredibly shocked gaze, the swirling lodestar on the line exorcised raising his right hand lazily, he stroked his hair. His seemingly light words caused Mizuki's entire body to fall into an ice cellar. Head up too high. Swish. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chopping projectile was released. The speed of the chopping was more astonishing than ever. The strength of both sides of the lodestar that can be utilized after the template fusion reaches 60%. It's also more powerful, both in the destructive power of the chop and the speed of release. Mizuki didn't realize what was happening at all. The chopping blow had been angled to chop through his body. Bang! The ground behind Mizuki instantly exploded. The hard ground was cut with a shocking crack by the chop on the spot. Put! The next moment, blood spurted. Mizuki's entire right arm, from the position of the shoulder joint, was severed by a chopping cut. Even his right ear, in response, was cut and flew out. The wound was as smooth as a mirror, as if flesh and bone, thin as a cicada's wing in front of the chopping. Mizuki, who was an afterthought, let out a heart-rending scream. His left hand hastily covered the wound of his broken arm, and his face was clenched into a ball with an expression of pain. His legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees on the ground. When Irika, who was on the side, saw this scene, his eyes were even more filled with horror. It wasn't just Mizuki, even he hadn't seen what had just happened at all. In the blink of an eye, Mizuki's ears and arms were severed. What a terrifying attack. Is this really Naruto? Irika was inwardly shocked beyond belief. With an incredulous face, he looked at the Naruto in front of him who made him feel very strange. No, this chopping attack. Suddenly, Irika seemed to think of something. His eyes grew more and more frightened, and he stared at the swirling lodestar in front of him in death. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still frowned tightly and asked Whirlpool Cebu Noir in a grave tone. You're not Naruto. You're the mysterious strongman who recently attacked Kiba and killed many Kiba ninja. You actually took control of Naruto's body? Irika said at the end. Even he was incredulous at the conjecture. He was pretty sure that the same Naruto he knew so well was standing in front of him just moments ago. I just don't know why, but I'm suddenly a different person. It's like someone is controlling Naruto's body. On top of that, this person controlling Naruto's body is, quite literally, connected to the recent events in Konoha. That mysterious strong man described in those intelligence was as good as it gets. Unrivaled strength, terrifying chopping ability that can be instantly delivered without the need to form a seal. All of this was enough to prove that the one who had taken control of Naruto's body in front of him was that mysterious strong man. No wonder Kiba had sent so many of their elite to chase after them, yet they were still escaped by the other party. Now it seems that the other side didn't just suddenly disappear into thin air. Instead, he was able to take control of Naruto's body and waltz back into Konoha again. The more Irika thought about it, the more emboldened he became. Doesn't this mean that a man of great strength, who was also cruel and bloodthirsty, that anytime you can use Naruto's body and go on a killing spree in Konoha? Whirlpool Cebu Noir sniffed, and with a cold expression, he turned his head to look at Irika. He smiled slightly, his smile filled with disdain. You're in no position to ask questions without my permission. Swish! As soon as the words fell, a chopping attack was instantly released once again. Rumble! In an instant, the chopping swept through. The tree behind Irika collapsed in response. Irika's face instantly turned pale as he looked at the thick tree that was easily cut off by the chopping blow. He also realized that this mysterious powerhouse in front of him, who had taken control of Naruto's body, definitely not something he could overcome. There wasn't even room for a struggle against it. What are you doing? At that moment, Naruto, who was inside the spirit world, suddenly shouted out in excitement. Because the two-faced lodger Nua did not amplify Naruto's negative emotions with malice. At this point Naruto was a bit mentally broken though, but he was still able to see that what the two-faced host Nua did after he unleashed Chico to forcibly borrow his body. Seeing that both sides of the Cebu Noir were ready to make a move on Irika, his holy mother's heart flared up once again. "Don't kill Irika-sensei. Stop," Naruto shouted, trying to dissuade the two-faced lodger from exorcising him. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted at the spirit world next. "Give me back my body. Give me back my body now. I don't want to kill anymore." This time, however, no matter how much he cried out, how strong the heart's realization of wanting to take back control of the body was, but when the voice went out, there was no response. He remained in the spirit world, unable to go out. Naruto? Naruto was completely confused. Before, he had clearly tried to take control back to his body as soon as he wanted to go back. This time, why not? "Kid, stop struggling. This is my time," Whirlpool Custodial Nuwa sneered and said. Because of the founding of the deity, Naruto had long forgotten what he had agreed to with Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. It was after he had cried out Shiki when the two-faced host Nuwa and Naruto had set the deed to be done, forced to borrow Naruto's body for 3 minutes. Accordingly, the conditions under which the deed is established are inside these 3 minutes of compulsory borrowing. He couldn't initiate a move against anyone, much less just kill someone, unless it was the other party who was the first to radiate malice towards him. That's why, with the chop he just unleashed, instantly cutting off Mizuki's arm and ear. Instead, against Irika, it just cuts off the tree shock behind him. It's not that he's soft-hearted, but the bounds of the checkers, keeps him from making a move on Irika, who means no harm. Of course, it's not impossible to kill someone by force. It's just that when he does it, he'll also take the backlash from the cheeky bound. The situation at hand was all under his control and completely unnecessary. He had ways of killing Irika. The reason why they didn't just kill Mizuki. It's also a better way to break Naruto's sanctimonious heart next. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sneered again and addressed Naruto. "Kid, keep your eyes open and watch. Don't you want the truth? As you wish. Sight back outside. Hoo-hoo." A touch of bloodthirsty scarlet flashed in the eyes of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. In an instant, malice, dense to the extreme, erupted from his body. Terrible malice, as if figuratively appearing as a black gas that engulfs all light. It loomed over Irika and Mizuki. The mere moment of feeling this sheer malice, Irika and Mizuki's bodies couldn't help but shiver. They could all feel that their bodies were becoming stiff at the moment. It was as if the malice would consume them completely if they dared to make another move. "Next, I ask you to answer. Dare to speak superfluous words. Die." Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sneered at the two. He looked to Mizuki first and asked teasingly, "Tell me your plan, truthfully, but if there is any concealment, you know very well the consequences." The voice was slightly playful, but it gave Mizuki an oppressive force that could not be denied. Mizuki's face became a little hard to see, but with the malice of the swirling lodestar looming over there. "Still speaking truthfully, I used Whirlpool Naruto. I want to get the Book of Seals and use him to steal it for me, and I told the Mishio Naruto about it. It's all about framing Whirlpool Naruto for everything." Finally, when Mizuki said that, he subconsciously glanced at the swirling hostess Nuwa in front of him. Then the voice trembled. "In the end, just kill Whirlpool Naruto and escape the village, and no one will find my head." Mizuki just finished. Directly toward the Whirlpool Nuwa kowtowed, even begged for forgiveness. "This lord, it's me who didn't mean to offend. Please spare my life. I'm leaving." But, before he could finish his words, 2 fingers on his left hand were instantly cut through by a chopping blow. 2 fingers were cut off and dropped in response. The excruciating pain of the broken finger caused Mizuki to let out a heart-rending scream of agony. And the body also rolled back and forth on the ground, shrinking into a ball. "On the contrary," Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa said in a cold tone, "who gave you permission to say anything extra?" At the same time, he said to Naruto in the spirit world, "Do you hear me? You, but a clown to be used." Chapter 69, Naruto's Complete Breakdown. "You're all going to die." Inside the spirit world, Naruto's defenses broke even more as he listened to Mizuki's confession. Mr. Mizuki, who he thought was nice to him and gave him a chance to be tested again. In the end it was using him. Thanks to him, he was still grateful to Mizuki. For his heart, as the two-faced host Nuwa said, he's like a clown, trying so hard to qualify for graduation and all for nothing. Even Mizuki, in the end, just wanted to grab the Book of Seals and kill him. Puff. Naruto's spirit, once again, was so stimulated that he sat paralyzed on the spot. Tears, unable to stop them from slipping from the corners of his eyes. Why does everyone have to target me and lie to me like this? I obviously didn't do anything. I'm just trying to graduate. Naruto cried out in pain, his hands clenching his fists in death as he loudly declared his displeasure. His negative emotions, once again, came in a steady stream. The corners of his mouth lifted in an even greater arc as he watched Naruto in the spirit world. Whirlpool Cebu Noir. Whirlpool Cebu Noir secretly sneered in his heart. Hate it. Be angry. I'll take all your negative energy. But it's not enough. What he wants is for Naruto to completely deny his past life. It's taking that virgin heart and shattering it completely. He wants Naruto to recognize reality and face up to that evil in his heart. Since all men bear him such ill will, why don't you let out the hatred and anger in your heart? Whoever dares to be disrespectful or fearful, then kill them all. Swirling Cebu Noir withdrew his gaze on Mizuki, turning to Iruka, who had long since looked away. As swirling Cebu Noir's gaze was cast, Iruka's body trembled slightly, but this time he'd learned his lesson and didn't take the liberty of speaking up. You already knew, didn't you, that Whirlpool Naruto was the nine-tailed demon fox? Whirlpool Cebu Noir inquired to Iruka. Meanwhile, Naruto in the spirit world gradually stopped sobbing when he heard this. He raised his head as well, his eyes looking across the spirit world to Iruka outside. In his eyes, there seemed to be a final glimmer of hope. Iruka tightened her lips and after a few seconds of hesitation, she nodded truthfully. Your parents, both killed by the Nine Tails. That's why you, more than anyone, hate the Nine Tails and Naruto, who became the nine-tailed human pillar. You were at ninja school and targeted him for it, right? Whirlpool Cebu Noir then asked. It was just his tone of voice that was so certain. Iruka sniffed, clenching his fingers so deeply that they were embedded amongst his skin, grasping for blood. Yes, he gritted his teeth and admitted it again. And so it is. Until he was enlightened by the third Naruto. He hated Naruto, who was the nine-tailed Rinpoche, more than anyone else, because it was the nine tails sealed inside Naruto's body that caused him to lose his parents as a child, become the joke of your contemporaries. His childhood, so to speak, was very similar to Naruto's. Naruto? Naruto in the spirit world heard this reply, and the remaining fluke in his heart was completely crushed. His face, filled with confusion. He never expected that Mr. Iruka, whom he thought cared for him the most, to have such hatred for him. So, Iruka has cared for him in the past, treating him to a Chirako ramen, privately counseling him, and so on. It's all a lie? Naruto's fists clenched again. It was as if he had been living in the midst of everyone's deception since he was a child, hiding his identity as a nine-tailed demon fox, hiding his hatred for him. That hurt him more than the villagers who punched and kicked him and kept a cold eye away. At that moment, Iruka also tried to explain herself and proceeded to speak. But that was all before. I am now. Bang! Before Iruka could finish his sentence, the ground beside him was instantly sliced by a chopping blow. His words, too, ended abruptly. He knew that this was a warning from the swirling host Noir. You've also thought about killing Naruto to avenge your parents, haven't you? Whirlpool Cebu Noir asked again. Iruka nodded with a guilty look on his face and lowered his head, not daring to look at swirling Cebu Noir again. It wasn't your idea to keep Naruto in school for observation. It was a decision made by the higher-ups in Konoha, wasn't it? Also, you've known for a long time that the Konoha hierarchy has been sending people to keep an eye on Naruto. You're not concerned about Naruto. You're just worried about him as the nine-tailed human pillar. It will do something to jeopardize the village again. Whirlpool Cebu Noir kept asking Iruka questions. Iruka could only nod feebly in acknowledgement again and again. By the end of the day, Iruka was similarly driven to tears by the questions of the swirling host Noir. Enough! Enough! I don't want to hear anymore. With Iruka's admission over and over again, Naruto in the spirit world was completely tense. He growled loudly and swung his fists hard, slamming them into the ground again and again. The identity of the nine-tailed demon fox, the surveillance of the Konoha hierarchy, Iruka's concealment and deception. This one truth became the final straw that broke his back, after he'd slammed down an unknown number of heavy punches into the ground. Finally exhausted, he hugged his head and cried. Negative emotions that soared to heights never seen before. At this moment, Naruto, not even affected by the two-faced host Noir malice, the entire person had been completely enveloped in negativity. He didn't want to know any more truths, didn't want to deal with it all anymore. At this point, Whirlpool Cebu Noir had no intention of letting him escape. Instead, his voice was cold as he asked Naruto, "Now, do you still want me to stop? Still want to save him?" Naruto buried his head deep, his eyes having gradually become lifeless. He was silent for a few moments before he spoke. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens. I hate them. I hate them. Outside, Whirlpool Cebu Noir looked at Naruto, who had completely broken down and was even beginning to face the hatred in his heart head-on. The corner of his mouth showed a smug curve. He knew that it was time for Naruto to put his saintly mother away for good after this. Perhaps Naruto can't be evil yet, but when it comes to the same thing again, Naruto will never still think about forgiving or pardon the other person. It would have been the whole of Kiba, who owed him. Seeing that he had gotten the result he wanted, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sneered and looked at Mizuki. Kill Iruka. No unnecessary explanations. Just pure orders. He's in the Chakra bind. It's true that you can't personally kill Iruka, who hasn't shown any malice towards Naruto, but Chichu didn't agree that he couldn't order someone to kill. Iruka has guessed that he controls Naruto's body, so naturally he can't keep it. And this time, Naruto was silent at the words of Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa. He showed no more desire to save Iruka. As he said, he hates these people. They're not his concern anymore, dead or alive. Yes, on the contrary, Mizuki. When he heard the words of swirling Shibu Nuwa, it was as if he had grasped the last straw to live. He agreed without hesitation, and endured the pain coming from his physical injuries. Gradually looking at Iruka with fierce eyes, he said, Iruka, sorry about that. I can only live if I kill you. He had just finished speaking when he instantly drew a bitterness from his shinobi pouch. He yelled before charging straight at Iruka. Iruka was still trying to struggle to get up, but Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa merely glanced at him. The sheer malice was like a small mountain pressing down on his body. The terrifying oppressive force made his body unable to move at all. Put! A sound of flesh and blood being pierced rang out. All Iruka could do was watch as Mizuki rushed towards him with a tight grip on his bittersweet. The sharp bitterness pierced his heart. A large amount of blood continuously flowed out from the wound in his heart. Puff! In the end, Iruka also died under Mizuki's bitterness, falling to the ground and losing his life completely. Seeing this, Mizuki loosened his tight grip on bitterness. He immediately knelt down towards the Whirlpool Nuwa. His voice could not hide the fear and said, "This lord, I've killed Iruka. Wouldn't you be able to spare my life?" Mizuki humbly pleaded with swirling Shibu Nuwa. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sniffed, his eyes coldly glanced at him, and his tone was impatient. "Get out of here." Mizuki's eyes lit up when she heard that. He agreed in a huff. Yes, I'm outta here." After he finished speaking, he seized the rare opportunity to live and turned to run. He wouldn't dare stay in this hellhole for a second longer. But just as he turned and ran out just a few steps, a chopping blow passed through his body at an astonishing speed. Blood, like a fountain, splattered on the ground. His body, on the spot, was cut into pieces by the chop. Until the moment of his death, there was still doubt in his eyes. Ha. Meanwhile, Whirlpool Custodian Nuwa threw back his head and laughed. The tone of his voice was as if he had teased his prey, almost madly mocking. "It was so much fun. The look in your eyes gives me great pleasure." From the beginning to the end, he never promised to spare Mizuki's life. Mizuki, Iruka, are all going to die. Chapter 70, The Realm Unfolds. Voodoo Imperial Chef. After killing Mizuki, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa didn't just hand the body back. His gaze, to the forest around him, swept quickly. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if he had sensed something. "You guys, are you still going to watch?" An icy voice slowly came out. But after his voice went out, the forest remained quiet and there was no response. Seeing this, Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa made a quick wave with his right hand. Bang! 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 In an instant, a chopping attack centered on the vortex lodging Nuwa. It spread out towards the forest in all directions. A sky-high tree shattered and collapsed the instant the chopping blow passed through it. Shoo! In the next moment, a silhouette rushed out from the concealment of the surrounding forest. At a glance, there were no less than 20 people. The 20 men split into two more groups that rushed out from two different directions. A group on the right-hand side, all without exception, wearing black combat suits and masks on their faces. Hold the shinobi sword in your back. All over his body, a cold murderous aura emanated. Hers was full of members of the Roots organization. A group on the left-hand side, also wearing masks and combat uniforms. It was just that the killing aura on these people was obviously not as strong as that of the members of the Root organization. They're all from the dark side, the direct subordinates of the third Naruto, and at the forefront of the crowd of darkies stood two more. One of them, wearing a black trench coat, the collar of which slightly covered his mouth, short black hair with a bang, a darker complexion, and a pair of black glasses on his face. He was especially conspicuous behind him, carrying a grayish-brown jar. It was none other than the head of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Shino's father, Konoha Upper Ninja Oil Woman Shiki. The other, wearing a Konoha Ashinobi combat uniform, has long brown hair. On either side of her face, there were two other braids of hair tied up and hanging down. On his head was a blue ninja hat, and in front of his forehead was the Kiba forehead protector. A closer look also reveals that one of his eyes is completely a white color. Next to his glasses, a vein stood out in a rippling bulge that spread to the edge of his cheek. White eyes. This one was none other than the upper ninja of the Hyuga clan, Fuga Takuma. 2 upper ninjas from the great Konoha families, and 10 each from the Dark Sect and Negi members. This kind of lineup is considered luxurious. It was the commotion they heard coming from this side that immediately rushed over. Part of it was originally tasked with searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious strongman who attacked Kiba. Part of it is receiving orders to find Naruto, who has stolen the Book of Seals. It's just that they never expected to happen to witness a scene of Whirlpool Naruto killing someone. They also realized that this Whirlpool Naruto in front of them, it seemed to be the mysterious strong man that the village had been chasing in vain. At that moment, Hyuga Takuma used his white eyes to take a long look at swirling Shibu Nuwa. His face changed and his tone was serious. Elder Ji Wei, your guess is correct. He should be the mysterious strong man who recently attacked Kiba. I can't believe it. I can't see any chakra flow in his body. But just now, he used the kind of chopping attack mentioned in Kakashi's information. Kakashi had shared the information he'd gotten since his battle with Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa. The Konoha ninja who continued to be in charge of the pursuit later on were informed accordingly, and know some of the abilities of the two-faced lodged exorcism. Nonetheless, Hyuga Takuma could not hide his shock after seeing it with his own eyes. There was no chakra flow, yet an incomparably powerful chop was unleashed. It simply refreshed his perception. The oil woman, Shiki, sniffed and silently reached her hand to the jar behind her back, the wooden cork on the jar, which he pulled off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next moment, countless black bugs flew out from inside the jar. The bugs were extremely numerous and hovered densely above the head of the oil woman, Shi Wei. It was as if a black cloud formed by bugs loomed over the place. Maelstrom Sunua's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, the white eyes of the Hyuga family, and the parasites of the oil girl family? For the ability of these 2 upper ninjas from the 2 major families of Kiba, the Whirlpool Sunua is also very well understood. White eyes, the bloodline limit of the descendants of Otanashi Hashimura. The effect of the white eyes is to be able to see through the meridians through which chakra flows in the human body, as well as the various body points where chakra is released. That's why Hinata Takuma was able to see it. When Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa had just used the chopping jutsu style to kill Mizuki, there hadn't been any chakra flowing inside his body at all, and therefore combined with Kakashi's information, confirming that Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa is the one who attacked Konoha village not long ago. As for those bugs in Oil Woman Shive, the bugs are called parasites. The Oil Woman clan. From a young age, he would introduce a large number of parasitic worms inside his body, feeding them with his own chakra. All of the Oil Woman clan's jutsu are unleashed by driving parasitic worms. However, even in the face of the upper shinobi of the 2 great clans personally leading the team, there is also a crowd of Dark and Root members. Swirling Shibu Nuwa was instead getting more and more excited. Being surrounded like this seemed to make him even more enjoyable. At this time, the Oil Woman Shikibu, who had finished releasing her parasitic worms, looked at Maelstrom Sunuwa and continued, whatever you are, leave Maelstrom Naruto's body immediately. Gird your loins and come back with us. The Oil Maiden, Shokibu, apparently also saw that the Whirlpool Naruto in front of her. It seems that the body is being manipulated, though they still didn't know what kind of jutsu the other party had used to do it. But the situation at hand, the other party obviously had no way to escape, and as the voice of the Oil Woman, Shiki, fell, the surrounding members of the Dark Sect, Negi, they have entered a combat stance. Ha ha, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa saw this, but one hand covered his face and laughed out loud. The indulgent laughter gradually made the faces of the Oil Woman Shiki and the others turn ugly. Bundle up? It seems like you guys haven't figured out the difference in strength between us. Hoo. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa suddenly stopped laughing. A cold aura flashed in his eyes. A thought of terrible malice broke out completely. Up and down his circumference, there was even a red and black spell power bursting out. This incomparably powerful aura shocked everyone present. Even the Oil Woman, the head of the Oil Woman clan, Oil Woman Chi Wei, felt that deep malice at this moment. Look out! He blushed and alerted the crowd in a loud voice. All of them forced themselves to hold back that terrifying malice, and quickly gathered their chakra and, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Especially the Dark Part and the Root members. The eyes that looked at the swirling host Nuwa were flooded with killing intent, even though they knew that the other party was only controlling the body of the 9-tailed human pillar power. But intuition told them that any intention of capturing alive in the face of such a powerful being, it's all stupid as hell. On the contrary, swirling Shibu Nuwa, sensing the malice of everyone present, the corners of his mouth even revealed an icy arc. It's about time. Let you experience what true despair is. He unleashed the Deka to force the borrowing of Naruto's body, with only a 3-minute time limit. Once the time limit is up, he loses control of his body and reverts to the spirit world. Just now, He was trying to get Mizuki and Irika to come clean and completely crush Naruto's sanctimonious heart. A lot of time has been wasted. So this time, it's time for a quickie. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the oil maiden Shiho, Hinata Takuma and the others, swirling Cebu Nuwa clasped his hands together and make hand seals that look like prayers. The little thumbs of the 5 fingers are bent and pressed together, while the remaining 4 fingers are pressed together at the tips. An ice-cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. The field unfolds. Voodoo Sentinel. Chapter 71 In my domain. You have nowhere to run. The field unfolds. Voodoo Sentinel. Whirlpool Sunua's icy voice echoed in the forest. In the next moment, a massive amount of incantation power completely erupted. Tick. In the void, it was as if there was a drop of water quietly dripping onto the ground. Such a subtle sound of dripping water was unmistakable in the minds of the crowd. Buzz. And right after this drop of water fell, the ground actually rippled with a water ripple. Almost instantly, within a radius of 150 meters around a large amount of black water gushed out of the ground. Silent water. Eerie and deadly. Rumble. At the same time, behind Whirlpool Sunua, a huge Buddhist shrine rose up. A huge Buddha shrine. As if from ancient times, ancient and mysterious. On top of the Buddha's niche, there is an eave made of dark green tiles. On the eaves, a sharp, white, curved bone stretched outward. At a glance, it looked as if several pairs of cow horns had grown out of the top of the Buddha's niche. At the very top was the head of a creature with 2 horns. Under the bull's horned head, in the center of the roof, there was a closed mouth that 2 rows of teeth were exposed. Further down, the 4 sides of the niche are not walls or entrances. Instead, it was an open mouth. Inside the mouth, it was dark and deep. Around the Buddha's niche, it was even covered with the skeletons of various creatures. An aura of dead silence quietly emanated. It is said to be a Buddhist shrine, but in actuality it looks like a head of a monster from hell. The opened its hideous 4 bloody mouths. The Buddha's niche stands on the waters of silence, thick with the smell of death. It loomed over the minds of everyone in the stagnant waters coverage area. This is the very realm of the 2-faced lodger Nuwa, the voodoo imperial chef. The field coverage, which only opens up to a radius of 150 meters. Already, everyone present was in the middle of it. With the appearance of the voodoo imperial chef's gigantic Buddhist shrine, the oil woman Jiwei's crowd all changed their faces drastically. What's that? Illusion? A dark part, in a very shocked tone, asked. As the field unfolded, the silent waters of the underground, the huge Buddhist shrines that, and even the surroundings suddenly became dimmed down. He subconsciously thought that swirling Cebu Nuwa was using some kind of illusion now. No, this shouldn't be an illusion, Hinata Takuma said with certainty as he scanned the room with his white eyes. Everyone's chakra. It's not disorganized. The black water on the ground, and that weird building. It's more like it was summoned by psychic magic. The essence of illusionism is to interfere with the 5 senses of the human body and disrupt the flow of chakra in the nerves of another person's brain. But Hinata Takuma was watching carefully, and everyone in the room, including himself. The flow of chakra remained smooth as usual, not at all like it had been hit by an illusion. That weird and scary building instead looked like it had been summoned with psionics. Just exactly what it does is unclear. Takuma is right. My parasites, too, didn't notice anything unusual. On the sidelines, the oil woman, Shiki, nodded her head slightly in approval. He stretched out his right hand, and several parasitic worms slowly flew down from his fingers. He was also able to tell through the manifestation of the parasitic worm that he himself hadn't been hit by any illusions. That spooky Buddhist niche, it was real. At this point, a squad leader of the Root organization, wearing a brown dog mask, after listening to Hinata Takuma and oil girl Shiki, she said in an icy tone, whether it's an illusion or a psionic spell, as long as the user is subdued, the spell is naturally broken. Together, take him down as quickly as possible. Shoo, shoo, shoo. With this Root organization captain's order, the 10 Root members drew the ninja swords behind their backs. The 10 people cooperated well and instantly spread out. They rushed towards Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa from different directions at an extremely fast speed. All jutsu and illusions are based on the user being safe and sound. They believe that the jutsu can be lifted once they have subdued the swirling Nuwa as the user. In fact, defeating the user so that he or she is incapacitated is indeed one of the ways to crack the field. But they missed the point. All of them, now, are in the realm of the swirling host Nuwa. Swirling Cebu Nuwa looked around at the Root members rushing over, without the slightest hint of panic in his demeanor. Instead, there was a smile full of playfulness. Retreat. Seeing this, oil woman Shiki subconsciously tried to get the Root organization people to back away, despite the fact that they had the information provided by Kakashi. The ability that Maelstrom Suzaku used this time around, completely outside the intelligence. It's too dangerous to approach. It was just that it was obviously too late for him to warn the Roots organization crowd at this point. Hi! Whirlpool Cebu Nua waved his hand, and a voice filled with killing intent rang out. In the next moment, inside the mouth of the giant Buddhist shrine, a staggered grid of chopping, unleashed with lightning speed. Put. An uncountable grid of chopping blows passed through the bodies of the 10 Root members with precision, before 10 Root members could react, or have their bodies cut into a grid of broken pieces. Or a head cut to pieces. There was no resistance. One hit, 10 people in close to the vortex host Nua 2 meters range, through the chopping and cutting seconds. For a time, pieces of broken limbs, broken guts and blood, fell all over the place. Blood, staining the ground, which was already covered in black stagnant water, into a lurid blood color. In the air, the sickeningly rich smell of blood wafted and rose. The oil woman Shiki, Hinata Takuma, and a group of dark sectors saw this bloody scene. There were wide eyes in shock. So brutal a method of killing. So bloody a picture of the. Even with the many missions they had been on and the enemies they had killed, they all felt their stomachs turn. The way they used to kill their enemies was nothing compared to the way the whirling dervishes exorcised them. 10 Root organization elites were decimated in the blink of an eye. What the hell kind of jutsu is that? What a terrifying chop. Hyuga Takuma nervously gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said in a tone of immense surprise. He had his white eyes on the entire time, but he still couldn't see how Maelstrom Cebu Nua's decapitation was launched. Instantaneous, no seals. Is this really still ninjutsu? That grid-like chop. Oil girl Shiki narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the body that had been cut and pulverized by the decapitation of the. Suddenly something came to mind. I remember it being mentioned on Kakashi's intel, one of the attacks of his chopping ability. It's this grid-like chop. But, didn't the intel say that the condition for the activation of this kind of chop was that it had to be touched by him? The oil woman, Shiki, was dumbfounded. He recognized that the vortex Nua used. It was the very same chopping jutsu hachi that was mentioned in Kakashi's information. But, the other party obviously didn't touch those 10 Root members just now. Kakashi's information was wrong? On the contrary, the Whirlpool Cebu Nua. Hearing the analysis of the oil woman Shivi, the smile is even more playful and evil. What he had just used was indeed hachi, one of the chopping techniques. Normally, the conditions for the use of hachi are also, as Kakashi's information says, a one-hit kill chop that requires contact with the opponent's body to be activated. But what the oil woman Shiki didn't know was that once he unfolded the domain Voodoo Imperial Chef, as long as the target is still within the domain of the Voodoo Imperial Chef, the one-strike decapitation hachi that, there would no longer be a need to touch the other side to launch. Moreover, the domain was given a sure hit effect for his chopping jutsu. In other words, the moment they entered the field of, even trying to escape the chop is impossible to do. In his domain, there was nowhere to run. Next, it's your turn. Maelstrom Cebu Nua sneered and looked towards the remaining oil woman Shiki, Hyuga Takuma, and the crowd of dark sectors. The icy eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 72, Endless Chopping Strike. Everything within the domain was chopped to smithereens. You run away, informed Naruto-sama. Feeling the murderous aura of Whirlpool Cebu Nua, oil woman Shiki immediately shouted out to her companions. At the same time, a large amount of chakra erupted from the surface of his body, and he stretched out his hands and, the palm was aimed at the swirling lodestar in front of him. Secret art of insect deception. Buzz. The next moment, tens of thousands of parasitic worms over his head. Spread out towards the whirlpool host Nua flew, countless parasites, as if forming a black wave in the air. Swept surrounded to the whirlpool Su Nua. Even if the opponent didn't have chakra, this dense mass of parasitic worms, it will also completely wrap up the other person and burrow inside their body to tear at the flesh and blood. Go! Seeing this, Hyuga Takuma signaled to the group of darkies behind him. A dozen or so figures instantly dispersed, attempting to escape the realm, rushing back to Konoha to inform the third Naruto. On the contrary, swirling Cebu Nua was unconcerned. With a cold expression, he glanced at the parasite that was attacking the sky. Solve! Put! With a wave of his hand, the jutsu solve was instantly activated. In an instant, an endless number of chopping blows that, a steady stream was released from the Buddhist niche of the Voodoo Imperial Chef. In just the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of parasitic worms of oil woman Shikibu. It was then all cut in half mercilessly by the chopping attack. He had been fighting Kakashi, Kai, and Tuza long before the, just become more familiar with spell power versus chakra. Now that he's within range of his domain, not only can he target creatures and non-creatures with spell power, creatures and non-creatures with chakra are equally in the determination of the chopping must-hit effect. The black sea of parasitic worms that filled the sky were all locked by the chopping's surefire effect. Instant cut and crush. Countless corpses of parasite worms that had been cut in half continued to fall from the air. It was as if a black rain had fallen all over the place. This is not the end. After resolving the parasitic worms, the swirling host knew icy cold eyes. It also looked to the one dark side who had scattered and fled. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly as he lightly waved his palm. Put. The chopping blows released from the voodoo Mikado's Buddhist niche still hadn't stopped. The countless chopping blows continued to spread outward in a mind-numbingly dense quantity. Those dark sectors who tried to escape didn't even see when the chopping blow came. In the next second, their bodies were chopped and cut into pieces as much as possible. Even the dark side, faced with this kind of effect that is given a sure shot, the terrifying chop that was still unrecognizable to the naked eye, were all simply defenseless. A dozen or so of the dark side, killed on the spot. Originally was supposed to form a siege on the Whirlpool host Nuwa Dark Department and Root Organization. 2 groups of people. All of them were split into 5 pieces in the blink of an eye. At a glance, the dismembered remains of 24 corpses from the dark side and the Root Organization were scattered all over the place. The bright red blood, moreover, completely dyed the black water on the ground red. The entire battlefield was like a hell on earth. Miserable. Swish. At the same time, an incomparably sharp chop that. It also attacked towards the last surviving oil girl Shiki and Hinata Takuma. The 2 men looked at the dark ministry people who died tragically under the chopping cuts. Their faces had long since turned white. They saw Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's gaze towards them and did not hesitate to launch their ninjutsu defense. Hinata Takuma's body assumed the Bagua fist stance, and with all the chakra he could muster, released from the various chakra points of his body. Kaiten. In the next moment, his body spun in place at high speed. The chakra that erupted from his body instantly formed a hemispherical chakra shield. It was the secret technique of the Hyuga clan, the Bagua Palm Kaiten, which could be called absolute defense. Secret art, worm wall art. Buzz. On the other side, oil woman Shiki also quickly finished her knots. Behind him, inside the jar and inside his body, uncountable parasitic worms flew out once again. The parasitic worms that flew out and swirled around the body of oil girl Shiki at high speeds. Again a shield of black parasites formed around him. Almost the moment Hinata Takuma's Kaiten and oil girl Shikibu's insect waljutsu were formed. A steady stream of decapitations unleashed by the voodoo imperial chef ensued. Bang, bang, bang. The chopping blows, interlacing and crisscrossing, in a most brutal manner, were spread out. The attack was on top of Kaiten's chakra shield and the wall of parasitic worms. Fierce explosions, constantly ringing out. Under an endless stream of chopping attacks, the chakra on the surface of Kaiten was being cut down with cuts visible to the naked eye, and the parasitic worms on the surface of the worm wall were constantly being cut in half by the chopping and falling off. Hinata Takuma and oil girl Shiki put up a hell of a defense. Not far away from the Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa but open arms, a face of enjoyment. Struggle. There's nothing more entertaining than seeing the look of despair on your faces after you've struggled. Ha ha. He even threw back his head and laughed at the end of his sentence. Unbeknownst to Hinata Takuma and oil girl Shiki, inside the realm of swirling custodial Nuwa, there is no point in being on the defensive. Once the realm unfolded, the Vermilion Imperial Chef would chop everything in it to smithereens. Chopped up. The chopping strikes unleashed by the Voodoo Imperial Chef were even more nearly endless. Can't break defense with 1, 10, or 100 chopping blows? Then 1,000, 10,000, 1,000,000 chopping blows. The chopping doesn't stop until the target is cut to pieces. With his current 60% fusion of the two-faced custodial Nuwa template, the massive amount of spell power that, enough to consistently unleash a chopping attack. Bang! As expected, under a steady stream of chopping cuts, Hinata Takuma's Kaiten and oil woman Shiki's parasite worm wall also lasted only a few short seconds. Only a loud bang could be heard as the chopping attack completely shattered the defensive jutsu of the 2 men. Immediately afterward, there were densely packed chopping strikes that crisscrossed through the 2 men's bodies. Blood spattered, broken arms, broken legs, broken fingers, flying up into mid-air, having lost the protection of their respective secret arts. Hyuga Takuma and oil girl Shikibu couldn't withstand the sheer number of chopping blows with their bodies alone. In the blink of an eye, the 2 watched in despair as their bodies were cut into countless pieces. It wasn't until both Hinata Takuma and oil girl Shiki were killed that Voodoo Makoto's chopping stopped. Looking again at the original spot, the site was devastated, with the vortex host Nuwa as the center. Within a radius of 150 meters, there is no place that is intact. Even the ground was cut with countless cracks by the chopping. Whirlpool Su Nuwa cold eyes swept around. There is already no one alive. Wisps of black energy also drifted out from the crushed bodies. It is the negative energy generated by these people before they die. facing the decapitation of the vortex host Nuwa. Gulp! Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa smiled faintly and opened his mouth to attract all these negative energies to him. Eat it! With tons of negative energy being eaten and absorbed, a system beep also sounded in his head. Chapter 73 Successful Transplant. The blank stare of the Hyuga clan. The system beeps kept ringing out in the mind of the swirling host Nuwa. Ding! Host absorbs Hinata Takuma's negative energy of fear. Template fusion increased by 1%. Ding! The host absorbs the negative energy of Oil Girl Shiki's despair, increasing the template fusion by 1%. Ding! The host absorbs the dark side's painful negative energies, increasing the template fusion by 1%. Ding! Host absorbs root member's nervous negativity. Template fusion level increased by 1%. Waiting for the system's beeps to stop, swirling Nuwa opened the system panel to take a look. Template fusion. Straight up to 68%. It's still too fast for the dark and root members he's spiking. Many people don't even have the time to create more negative energy situations. However, he did enjoy himself for a while. The domain unfolded so powerfully that even an upper ninja with a special blood succession limit could be easily killed in seconds. Unless one has extremely strong defense and self-healing ability, and can resist his decapitation while damage to him who unfolds the field. Otherwise, inside the realm of the voodoo imperial chef, he was invincible. The blood relay limit. Thinking of the blood relay limit realm, swirling Cebu Nuwa suddenly looked towards the place where Hinata Takuma's body was scattered. There, the ground was already a bloody mess. Hyuga Takuma's body, cut into countless pieces by the decapitation of the. There wasn't even a single intact body left. And in the midst of that bloody mess, he saw Hinata Takuma's head, which had been sliced into several pieces by the decapitation. He suddenly had a flash of light. Shoo! The next moment, he was next to Hinata Takuma's body. Crouch your body down. The sharp 5 fingers stabbed down at Hinata Takuma's shattered head with a poof. Seconds later, a pair of bloodstained eyes were gouged out of the corpse by him. It was Hinata Takuma's blank stare. He looked at the pair of blank eyes, and a bold thought suddenly welled up in his mind. Buzz! Only to see the whirlpool host Nuwa body once again erupted a powerful spell power. His other pair of eyes under those eyes snapped open at the moment. Put! Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his right hand and stabbed at his other pair of eyes. Bright red blood from the corners of his eyes continued to slide down. The other pair of eyeballs were just hardened and gouged out by him as well. He flashed a crazed grin and casually dropped the pair of eyes that, with a backhand, he reinstalled the white eye he had just scooped up. Reverse jutsu. Snort! With a movement of his mind, the reversal technique was instantly activated. The positive energy generated by the reversal spell healed his eyes at an alarming rate. In a matter of seconds, the pair of white eyes had finished healing. Connected to the nerves in his other pair of eyes. Only after doing so did he reclose his other pair of eyes and dismissed the field with a wave of his hand. There's not much time. Go back, he murmured darkly to himself and immediately returned towards Kiba village. Just a short while after Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa had just left. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A sharp sound of breaking wind continuously came from the direction of Kiba village. In the next moment, Sarutobi, Hinata and Junzo arrived here at the same time with their men. The sight in front of them shocked Sarutobi and Suzu to no end. The large forest was suddenly swept across an area with a radius of 150 meters. Inside the area, there were no intact plants or trees to be seen. The only thing left was a field of broken limbs and blood. As far as the eye could see, it was a large slaughterhouse. There were crushed pieces of flesh and blood everywhere, and blood stained this earth red. Both Sarutobi and Suzu recognized the brutally murdered men that hers were all dark and root members of their staff. What a tragic situation on the scene. It's that mysterious strong man who attacked Kiba, Sarutobi Hinata said with a face full of surprise. This exaggerated and cruel way of killing was obviously from the handiwork of that mysterious strong man. Just how could he not realize that the mysterious powerhouse that his men had been pursuing to no avail? I can't believe I didn't escape the Kiba village boundaries. Instead, it's also back near Kiba. Reunion sniffed and his face instantly turned blue. He grimaced, his voice gritting a bit. The Book of Seals is gone. Nine-tailed Rinpoche. Also gone. He observed carefully. There was no body of the nine-tailed Rinpoche within these killed people. Even the Book of Seals, which was stolen by the nine-tailed human pillar, is nowhere to be found. As Suzu and Sarutobi looked at each other, both of their expressions became very grave. As things stood, they naturally didn't have the heart to argue anymore. Pass the word down. Have all the dark sections sent out, rush back immediately. The village is on full lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or leave without authorization. All ninjas above the rank of Nakanin. Search with all your might for Naruto's whereabouts and that mysterious powerhouse. Sarutobi Hinata ordered in a hurry. Both the nine-tailed human pillar power and the Book of Seals were gone. which made Sarutobi Hinata completely nonplussed. You know, the Book of Seals contains nothing but a large number of forbidden arts, but there's also a sealing technique about the 9 tails. Once the others got it, the entire Konoha was at stake. Next to him, Suzu sniffed and commanded decisively as well. Recall all root members and launch a search in the area around the village. The 9-tailed human pillar must be found as soon as possible. The line of sight returned to the side of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. It's because all the shadowy ministries that were watching have been transferred by Sarutobi Hizuru. With ease, Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa avoided the village's guards and re-entered Kiba village. When he got back to the village, he hoofed it back to Naruto's house and closed the door. Buzz! The very moment he closed the door to his room, a wave of dizziness flooded his brain. By the time he reacted, he was already back inside the spirit world. The time of the deed is just about over. With a glance across the spirit world, he realized that Naruto hadn't stayed behind. This time, it was directly replaced by him. It just seems that knowing the truth hit Naruto hard. Outside, Naruto fainted straight to the ground and didn't wake up for a while. Lin Kong retracted his gaze, not caring too much. Anyway, this time his purpose of unleashing the Chikaku to force the borrowing of a body had been achieved. He believed that after this time, it was time for Naruto to recognize reality and have a change in character. Next, it's time to try out my new eyes. Lin Kong muttered to himself with an expectant face. Taking the white eye and putting it on for himself wasn't really a sudden whim on his part. Because of his familiarity with the shinobi world, he had long thought that it's time to get yourself a proper pair of eyes to replace them and increase your battle power. Among the blood succession limitations of the shinobi realm, Hitomi is definitely one of the top abilities within it. It was something he knew all too well during that battle with Kakashi. Normally, it would be difficult to see his chopping with the naked eye. However, Kakashi was able to slightly catch some of the chopping flight trajectories with his Sharingan eyes. Since that time, he had thought about getting himself a new pair of eyes. After all, the full form of the two-face Cebu Nuwa template is 4 eyes. Splitting a pair of eyes to transplant the eyes of a blood relay limit with a special pupil technique couldn't be more appropriate. As for the safety of the transplant, he had a reversal spell that could heal instantly, so he didn't have to worry about it at all anymore. Even if the transplant fails to match, he'll just gouge the eyes out again. But whether or not it can be successfully transplanted and have the appropriate pupil power depends on the results of this test. As he thought of this, his other pair of eyes, which were originally underneath his eyes, slowly opened. The pupils of his eyes, which had originally taken on the appearance of Naruto, had turned a sort of white color. It really works. As this pair of white eyes opened, Lin Kong was instantly surprised. His newly transplanted white eyes were likewise able to function properly. The sight of new eyes is unmistakable. And then, it's the opening of the white eye. Chapter 74 White Eyes Evolutionary Route. The Yin-Yang Transportation Transmutation Eyes. After Lin Kong confirmed that his new eyes were working properly, he couldn't wait to try opening his white eyes. But the next second, he froze in place. White eyes. How do you turn it on? Lin Kong was confused. As a traveler, he had read the original and was familiar with the abilities of each of its characters, yes. But the original doesn't go into detail about how this white eye is going to open. From his memories of his previous life, he knew that white eyes was a powerful pupil technique that originated from the Otsutsuki clan. The Hyuga family, as descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, to open the white eye you must go through constant practice to do so. It doesn't say where to practice, either. Staring at a target with your eyes hard? Lin Kong tried, powering up against the pair of white eyes, staring dead at the ground in front of him, but no matter how hard he pushed, the vision still didn't change. Instead, he had overexerted his eyes, and they felt like they were going to stare out. Right, Chakra. He suddenly thought of something and drifted off, because when he thought about it, even if it was a pupil technique, the prerequisite for activation was Chakra. But the problem is that he is a two-faced host Nuwa template, and he doesn't have any Chakra at all. This, white changed his eyes? He had a hard time coming up with something that would make up for the lack of dynamic vision, and it was over before it even started? Nope. If Chakra can make white eyes open, why can't spell power? Lin Kong's eyes lit up. He had long ago assessed that Chakra and spell power were, in a way, essentially the same. Both are a type of energy in the human body. The difference is that Chakra comes from a combination of physical and mental energies that, mantra power, on the other hand, is a product of negative emotions and can also be seen as a type of spiritual energy. That being the case, what Chakra can do, spell power should be able to do as well. It can also be simply understood that the white eyes are just mechanical parts that function as a Chakra and spell power, on the other hand, are the power sources that keep the machinery running. Chakra can make white eyes activate. Why can't spell power? And in the original, one of the ways the white eyes are opened is by intense mental stimulation. when it comes to mental stimulation, the negativity of the source of the spell's power is undoubtedly more direct. That's right, try it with spell power, Lin Kong said in his heart, and with a movement of his mind, he began to extract spell power, but he considered it his first attempt. The amount of spell power extracted was also kept to a relatively small amount. Otherwise, with the powerful spell power of the two-faced host Nuwa, a breath of spell power injected into the eyes, it's possible to burst your eyes in a minute. The good thing is, he has two sides of the custodial Nuwa template, and his manipulation of spell power is top-notch. Some subtle manipulation of spell power is simply not a concern. Buzz. In the next moment, he controlled the small amount of spell power he had just extracted and, converging towards the pair of eyes, the whole process went very smoothly. Waiting for the spell power to converge at the location of the eyes, he then controlled the spell power, wrapping the two eyeballs. In a cautiously slow manner, the spell power was injected into the eyes. As the spell power was injected into the pair of eyes, a single vein suddenly burst out next to the corner of the eye. The image Lin Kong saw suddenly changed radically. In sight, everything around them turned a black and white color. His eyes strained just a little, and his vision stretched right out into the distance. Realizing what was going on, he maintained the infusion of spell power while one looked down at his body. At the moment, all of his body became transparent under the gaze of the pair of eyes. The sight went right through the skin on the surface of the body and straight to the inside. Not only the bones, flesh and blood within the body, but even the meridian routes of the human body. It's all clear to see. To top it all off, he also realized after he withdrew his gaze, his field of vision, as it were, became 360 degrees without a dead angle. The eyes were clearly looking ahead, but even the scene behind them was visible at will. White eyes, open. That's a blank stare. A very good pupil power indeed. Lin Kong once again looked at the palm with his open white eyes and couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. An ultra-wide field of view from all directions and angles, coupled with the perspective effect of seeing through things. It is indeed much more powerful than the original eyes, which were much more powerful. With this pair of white eyes, facing the enemy's encirclement in the future, he didn't even have to sense the position of the enemy behind him. Attacks coming at him from any direction were able to be seen clearly. This would undoubtedly be a huge boost to his battle power. And as I recall, white eyes can evolve too. After trying out the pupil power of his white eyes, Lin Kong stroked his chin with one hand and thought. In the original Naruto, most people were more concerned with the evolution of the Sharingan eye. But ignoring the fact that the white eyes, also known for their pupil power, were also able to evolve. Only, the evolution of the white eye is not as complicated as the Sharingan eye. The final evolution of the white eye is a powerful eye capable of rivaling the eye of reincarnation, the eye of transmigration. It was an eye that only appeared in the original Naruto theater version. A very powerful eye. The transmigration eye, when turned on, likewise has a variety of special abilities. Control gravity, repulsion, space, chakra, etc. The most powerful thing was still being able to control the Tao-seeking jade as well as using the yin-yang transportation technique. That's one of the most powerful power systems of the later stages. However, the conditions for the evolution of the white eyes are also very harsh. The chakra of the Otsutsuki clan alone is difficult to obtain in the early stages. Lin Kong thought of something else and said with a slight frown. He remembers that the evolution of the white eye requires the opening of the white eye of the Hyuga clan, as well as fusing the chakra of the Otonashi clan, or evolving the eyes of many Otonashi clans by fusing them together. The Hinata clan's white eyes are fine. The Otsutsuki clan's chakra and white eyes. The pre-existing shinobi world is almost non-existent. It is also because the evolutionary conditions for the white eye are difficult to achieve, and the evolved transmutation eye that. It's what gives you the ability to be unimaginably powerful. As of right now, just the effects provided by white eyes, Lin Kong was already satisfied. As for whether or not white eyes can evolve into transmutation eyes after that, we'll just have to see later. Let's familiarize ourselves with these new eyes first. Lin Kong continued to continuously infuse the pair of white eyes with spell power. It began to be used skillfully inside the spirit world. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, the rain-hidden village, the rain was pouring down and the sky was gray. A large village with tall buildings. As far as the eye can see, the buildings in the village are constructed of steel. The height of the buildings also far exceeds that of other shinobi villages. At the bottom of one steel skyscraper, there are countless steel pipes closely connected. Steel pipes make up a water main that runs through the village, constantly evacuating and draining rainwater from the ground. The special climate of the rain-hidden village makes the entire village rainy all year round. The buildings in the village were built so high, mainly to prevent flooding by rainwater as well. The site drew closer to the center of the rain-hidden village, where one of the tallest buildings was established. This place is exactly where the head of the rain-hidden village lives. A closer look reveals a figure standing at the edge of the open room right at the top of the building, condescending, looking down on the entire village. He had short orange hair, slightly pale and bloodless skin, and a cold expression. It's as if he's happy and angry. A red and black trench coat with a few red flaming clouds on it stood out. Both of his ears, filled with a tiny black rod of metal. Even the center of the nose had the same black rod through it. What stood out the most was his unique eyes. The eyes take on a pale violet hue, with a black pupil outside the center of the eye. There was a circular pattern that kept spreading outward. Reincarnation eyes. He was none other than the leader of the U-Hidden Village, the Shou organization, and the Tendo of the Six Paths of Pain. Just as Pain looked down on the entire village, a figure slowly came from the back. The visitor had long, straight, blue-violet hair, which was tied up into a pin at the top, and pin it tight with a white paper flower. Under her cherry lips, she wore a lip stud. His features were clean and his amber eyes glowed like jewels. Like Pain, she was also dressed in the same fiery clothes that were characteristic of members of the Dawn organization. It was Minami, known as Angel and codenamed White by the Dawn organization. Minami came behind Pain and immediately spoke. Pain, the skunk and Oni are here. Chapter 75, the Akira organization goes on the move. Naruto's change. Pain sniffed and slowly turned around with an expressionless face. Two silhouettes, one on the left and one on the right, came after Xiaonan. The man on the left had blue hair that stood up like a hedgehog. The skin color is strangely unlike humans, taking on a light blue color. Behind his back was a large, massive sword, tightly wrapped in white bandages. On his forehead, the ninja forehead protector of the misty hidden village. Only a scratch went through the center of the ninja's forehead protector and it was as if it indicated his status as a renegade shinobi. Golden pupils, small eyes as if they were dead fish eyes. His whole face, even more so, was like a shark's. Under the eyes, on either side of the cheeks, are distinctive shark gills. Even the teeth that were inadvertently exposed were sharp. He is none other than one of the original Misty Hidden Village Ninja Sword 7. The current member of the Shou organization codenamed Minami. Dry Kakiana Jirai. Then look at the man on the right, with a light step and a cold face. A head of pitch black hair and rather handsome features. Eyes with black pupils, deep and mysterious. Sharp as if they could see through everything. The eyelashes above and below the eyes are long and slender, and two long tear ducts are very visible under the eyes. The ninja forehead protector worn on his forehead passed through with a similar scratch. That's the ninja forehead protector of the Konoha ninja village. He was the one who personally destroyed the Uchiha clan and joined the Dawn organization after defecting from Konoha. The Uchiha weasel codenamed Ju. Uchiha 1 hit 7. Pain looked at the arriving skunk and Oni and said in a tone that was devoid of fluctuation. According to information, Kiba village has recently suffered an attack by a mysterious and powerful man. Not only did that mysterious powerhouse kill a number of Konoha ninjas, he also has very special abilities. When Pain finished, he nodded to Minami, who was off to the side. Minami instantly understood and took out an intelligence document from her arms and handed it to the skunk. She went on to explain. This information I received from one of Kiba's shadowy minions who was chasing that mysterious powerhouse. It records some of the abilities of that mysterious powerhouse. After learning of the attack on Konoha, Pain sends Minami on a trip to the gather intelligence in advance. Right in the neighborhood of Kiba, he encounters the dark sections who are chasing after Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa. After a bit of pestering, she took care of the shady guys, which got Kakashi to share that information about the abilities of the Whirlpool Nuwa. The skunk sniffed and scrutinized the information on it, but the further he looked down, the more his brow furrowed. A chopping ability that doesn't show any signs of chakra flow and doesn't require a seal to be activated? Is it the blood relay limit? Or some secret technique? The skunk inquired to Minami. Minami shook her head. So far, there's no more intel on the other side. Kiba's dark sect and root organization were killed by him because of a lack of information. Onimusha sniffed and took the information in the skunk's hand to check it out. When he finished reading, he grinned, revealing those two rows of sharp teeth and said, "Interesting, such a cruel way of killing. This guy is also a madman. So, Pain, you sent for me and Mr. Weasel to deal with this guy?" Pain shook his head, his tone still cold. "According to the information I have received, this mysterious strong man, it also seems to be interested in the nine-tailed Rinpoche. The few times I've killed, the nine-tailed human pillars have been nearby without being attacked. The nine-tailed human pillar is an integral step in our plan. And there must be no slip-ups." With those words, Pain looked to the skunk and proceeded to command, "Weasel, you're more familiar with Kiba. This time, you and the Oni will team up to investigate what the other party is from. If you can, try to see if you can recruit him into the Dawn organization. Also, The nine-tailed human pillars can just be brought back when they get a chance to do it. Such a powerful being, and being in a hostile relationship with Kiba, killing people in Kiba with impunity. If he could, Pain would also like to recruit the other party into the Dawn organization. After all, the Dawn organization had just gone through Orochimaru's defection not too long ago, and it was a time when they were short of people. Having this kind of strong person on board would undoubtedly make the Dawn organization's later-tailed beast capture plan a little smoother. As for the threat the other party would pose to the Dawn organization, he was confident in his own strength and was not at all worried about the other party joining in and plotting against him. And for once, let the skunk and Oni go to Konoha. There's a chance that we might even be able to capture the nine-tailed human pillar power back. I see. I'm leaving now. The skunk agreed, and without further ado, turned directly away. Seeing this, the Oni silently followed the skunk. The two soon left the Dawn organization base. On the way out of the rain-hidden village, the Oni couldn't help but ask the skunk curiously, Mr. Weasel, I seem to recall that you have a younger brother that stays in Kiba, right? Mr. Weasel destroyed the entire Uchiha clan in the first place, leaving only your brother behind. Yes, he's also very important to Mr. Weasel? Beep. As soon as the Oni's tentative words were finished, the skunk turned his head and his writing wheel eyes instantly opened. The blood-colored eyes, the spinning hooked jade, made the skunk's entire body exude a powerful aura. It was as if the Oni had dared to ask any more questions, and the skunk would have been here to do it without hesitation. The Oni froze and very sensibly kept his mouth shut. On the contrary, after the skunk retracted his gaze, some rare changes appeared in his originally calm demeanor. He said to himself mentally, Sasuke, I won't let anyone threaten your safety. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. He'd had a hard time getting Sasuke to stay and grow up in Konoha, going so far as to take the blame for being a renegade shinobi. Destroy the Uchiha clan. He absolutely would not allow anyone to destroy the hard work he had been doing. If that mysterious powerhouse would threaten Sasuke, he wouldn't mind obliterating the other party. The sight returned to Naruto's side. Knock knock. Naruto, it's me. Naruto had just returned home shortly after passing out when there was a sharp knock at the door. It's none other than the third Naruto. Are you guys sure that Naruto has really gone home? Sarutobi Hinata saw that there was no response after knocking on the door of the room for so long. Turning his head to the dark henchman beside him, he inquired. It was when he was informed by his men that he rushed here. He also wondered how Naruto, who was supposed to be missing again, had come home. Naruto-sama, the nine-tailed Rinpoche is right at home. Someone from the dark side. It was just confirmed. But he doesn't know what's going on and sleeps on the floor. We dared not act without authorization and reported to you immediately. Sarutobi's brow furrowed as he sniffed. Slept on the floor? Could it be that Naruto was hurt? Bang! Sarutobi didn't hesitate to open the door with a violent kick. He motioned for the other dark henchman to stay outside and walked in quickly himself. As soon as he walked in, he saw Naruto sleeping on the floor. The loud kicking of the door also caused Naruto to slowly wake up from his stupor. Naruto looked up at Sarutobi, but without the usual excitement over Sarutobi's arrival. He sat silently on the edge of the bed, his eyes seeming to lose all color, and said nothing. The entire room, at once, was enveloped in an awkward atmosphere. The two were silent for a long time, and finally Sarutobi Hinata was the first to break the silence and said, Naruto, you're really in trouble this time. How could you steal the Book of Seals? Where is the Book of Seals? Naruto heard Sarutobi Hinata open his mouth to inquire about the whereabouts of the Book of Seals. Inwardly, there seemed to be more than a hint of antipathy towards this grandfather of Naruto, who used to be the most trusted of all. The Book of Sealing has long been hidden by the two-sided host Nuwa, and he does not know where it is. He looked up into Sarutobi's eyes and replied in a tone that was all a bit cold. I don't know. Mizuki-sensei told me that if I could get my hands on the Book of Seals, he'll just let me graduate from endurance school. He knocked me out after I gave him the Book of Seals. The spirit world's Lin Kong froze when he heard Naruto's reply, but very quickly, the corners of his mouth lifted up slightly with it, revealing a smug arc. He was just getting ready to teach Naruto how to deal with Sarutobi. As a result, he didn't expect Naruto to take the initiative to lie to Sarutobi for the first time before he even opened his mouth. It seems that Naruto, after this experience and knowing the truth, has really changed as I thought. Oh Sandame, you really are a good helper, Lin Kong secretly said in his heart, his smile growing even wider. Chapter 76 Not enough chakra for cultivation? It's time for little fox to pay the rent. So it is. Mizuki used Naruto? Sarutobi Hinata heard Naruto's reply and came to a realization. That explains how Naruto was able to find the Book of Seals with such precision and steal the Book of Seals. Also, why did Naruto do this anymore? All of this was Mizuki's way of capitalizing on Naruto's desire to graduate from shinobi school. Sarutobi thought about it for a moment and just asked casually, "You haven't left the house since you gave the Book of Seals to Mizuki? Haven't met anyone else since?" He's also asking because he's worried that Naruto, in the process of stealing the Book of Seals, whether or not there was still contact with that mysterious powerhouse. After all, based on what's going on right now, that mysterious strong man was most likely still lurking around the area near Konoha, possibly even remaining inside Kiba. That mysterious strong man killed without blinking an eye, and the way he killed was also extremely cruel. It would be bad if Naruto had contact with the other side and was compelled by them. Who knew that Sarutobi Hizuru was just asking a casual question with concern, but it made Naruto resist and resent him even more in his heart. Knowing the truth alienated Sarutobi, whom he was already angry at, for sending someone to spy on him. Now Sarutobi Hinata is interrogating him like a prisoner as soon as he arrives, and questioning what he said. How could this not turn Naruto off? Naruto asked rhetorically as he looked Sarutobi in the eye, his tone all a bit cold. "Grandpa Naruto, you don't believe me. Do you need me to undergo another mind reading?" Sarutobi Hinata fell silent as soon as he heard this. He looked at Naruto with some surprise in his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching as I swallowed the words that came to my lips. "What's wrong with this kid Naruto? How does it seem? Different than usual? Even a little hostile towards me?" Sarutobi Hinata said with doubt in his heart. He could naturally sense that Naruto was resisting him at this point, especially the words just now, all of which were almost hostile in a conspiratorial way. He doesn't know yet that Naruto already knows about it, and he sends someone to keep an eye on him. Naruto's sudden change in attitude had somewhat caught him off guard, but he didn't suspect too much when he thought about what had happened to Naruto recently. It's inevitable that anyone who goes through this will change. Not to mention, Naruto is still just a kid. Sarutobi Hinata hardened a smile and addressed Naruto. "Naruto, what are you talking about? Since it's Mizuki's plot, Grandpa Naruto believes it has nothing to do with you. About you stealing the Book of Seals, it was also under Mizuki's compulsion. This matter, Grandpa Naruto will look into it. It's been rough in the village lately, so you shouldn't be wandering around." He ended his statement with Grandpa Naruto, another affectionate concern for Naruto. "You keep resting. The recent events have indeed aggravated you. I'll see you next time," Sarutobi Hinata said, giving Naruto one last look and turning to leave the room. When Sarutobi Hinata left, Naruto slowly clenched his fists. He thought of Mizuki and Irika's deception of him, and of the hypocrisy of the third Naruto. To think that a belief held for years could collapse so easily. His eyes, instead, grew more determined as he spoke to Lin Kong in the spirit world. "Shibu Nuwa-sama, you're right. The only way to completely change everyone's attitude towards me is for my own strength to become strong enough. Shibu Nuwa-sama, I still want to become stronger." Lin Kong in the spirit world smiled and replied, "Kid, looks like you're finally making some progress. Don't worry, as long as you can sever those meaningless bonds, I will make you stronger." He had planned on it, making Naruto stronger now, because only then, the next time he borrows Naruto's body, and even when he completely seized Naruto's flesh-encumbered body, it was only then that he was able to fully utilize his strength and travel through the shinobi world more recklessly. He also had a plan for how Naruto would improve his strength. The next morning, Naruto got up early. Because he had been judged to have failed his exams by the ninja school, he was temporarily put on probation. Within this period of time, instead of becoming a shinobi, he had more time to train. There is no need to participate in shinobi's class groupings, missions, etc. like other contemporaries. "Shibu Nuwa-sama, am I still practicing today as before?" After simply dealing with breakfast, Naruto inquired to Rinku. The spirit world's Rinku shook his head and explained to Naruto, "Remember the jutsu written above the Book of Seals? I want you to learn the first page of the multiple shadow diversion technique first, inside the shortest possible time." Yes. The first step in Rinku's plan to get Naruto to practice getting stronger was to learn the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. On the one hand, inside the forbidden arts recorded in the Book of Seals, the multiple shadow split technique is considered the easiest. Moreover, the most important thing needed for the cultivation of ninjutsu was the amount of chakra. Only when the amount of chakra was large enough could you use jutsu over and over again and familiarize yourself with them. This is for Naruto, who has the bloodline of the Vortex clan and is born with a higher than normal amount of chakra. Couldn't be more appropriate. Except, of course, for Naruto's own chakra. Nine-Tails chakra can also be replenished to some extent. It would help Naruto a lot in practicing his new jutsu. On the other hand, the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers was his next step in allowing Naruto to grow stronger. Fast. Indispensable foundation. Multiple shadow split jutsu is not an offensively powerful jutsu, though. However, It is a relatively special auxiliary type of jutsu in the shinobi world. Having it is what allows Naruto to more than double his cultivation speed. That prerequisite, though, is for Naruto to learn multiple shadow doppelgangers first. Naruto sniffed and nodded in agreement. Remember, how does Shibu Nuwa-sama know? I'm most interested in this jutsu. After all, the thing he was least good at was splitting. So at that time, when viewing the Book of Seals, his attention was on the multiple shadow diversion technique, and he silently memorized the cultivation method of the multiple shadow diversion technique. Let's get started then. Physical art cultivation can be stopped for now. Today's day will start with learning the multiple shadow doppelgangers. Rinku went on to say to Naruto. Yes, Su Nuwa-sama. Naruto agreed and went straight to practicing inside his room. At first, when he practiced the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers, the number of shadow doppelgangers he was able to create was small. The space is also perfectly adequate for practicing at home. And while Naruto started practicing multiple shadow doppelgangers, Lin Kong wasn't idle either. He was likewise inside the spirit world, more skilled in the use of white eyes. And so it went until late that evening. Multiple shadow split technique. Naruto made a seal with both hands, his index and middle fingers up and crossed to form a 10 gesture. Blue chakra, quickly condensed and released. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, 5 solid doppelgangers appeared inside the room along with a cloud of white smoke. The 5 solid doppelgangers looked exactly like Naruto. Even the chakra, which is evenly distributed above each entity's doppelganger, can't see any difference. It worked. Shibu Nuwa-sama. I've learned the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. After a day of practicing, the first time Naruto had used his multiple shadow diversion technique so smoothly, he immediately said excitedly to Rinku. Lin Kong, who was using his white eyes in the spirit world, looked outside with his sight through the spirit world. He fixed his eyes and was a little speechless. It's a multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Inside the original, Naruto was able to easily create thousands of doppelgangers even after he became skilled at using them. And now it's turned into 5 physical doppelgangers. You call that learned? Lin Kong spat out in an unkind manner. Go on. This is still far from fully learning the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers. Naruto sniffed and instantly undid and dispersed his 5 doppelgangers. Puff. He was just about to continue when the exhaustion of his body made him flop and, exhausted, he laid directly on the ground. After carefully feeling the condition of his body, he said to Lin Kong with a somewhat embarrassed expression. That, Nuwa-sama, I don't have enough chakra. He was still a child, after all. And even if he had more chakra than his peers, the total amount was still relatively small. Having cultivated from morning until now, he had long since exhausted his blue. Once Lin Kong in the spirit world heard this, he immediately responded. You wait. After he finished speaking, he looked towards the huge sealed door and opened his mouth with a smile. Foxy, it's time to pay the rent. Chapter 77, Naruto, I'm a ninja and a spellcaster. Inside the spirit world, Nine Tails, who was lazily resting on his back, was filled with questions when he heard Lin Kong's words. No, what's it to me? Nine Tails, that whirlpool Naruto doesn't have enough chakra anymore? Paying rent? I'd like to get thee out of here. Who do you think wants to be locked up in this dark hellhole? Bang! Inside the sealed gate, Nine Tails' incomparably sharp claws slapped angrily on the gate. Its beast pupils, which were filled with hostility and glowing with scarlet light, also quietly emerged from the shadows. Two-faced lodging exorcism. You'll never get the old man to do him a favor. No one can order the old man around. Nine Tails roared in defiance. On the contrary, the two-faced lodging exorcism, is a face of indifference shrugged his shoulders. His body leapt up lightly, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was sitting on the hill of bones. Lazily, he raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Buzz! The next moment, Naruto felt a wave of vertigo. When he came back to his senses again, he had already appeared inside the spirit world. Right in front of the huge sealed door. What is this? Naruto let out a gasp of surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen Nine Tails so close. It was a fox of incomparable size with orange fur all over its body. How small he seemed before this fox. In particular, the fox slapped at the sealed gate with just one of the sharp claws of the. I'm afraid it could easily pierce his entire body. The nine tails that wag slowly behind the fox. It adds a touch of mystery and spookiness to it. Naruto could also feel it clearly because of his practice of spell power. Constantly emanating from this fox in front of me. Totally no less than the horrific malice of the two-faced lodging exorcism. It is the nine-tailed demon fox that was sealed inside my body? Naruto suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes in surprise once again. Nine tails, looking like a fox. Wasn't this the nine-tailed demon fox that the entire Konoha village feared and loathed? That's right, it's the nine-tailed demon fox that was sealed inside your body. Lin Kong, who was sitting beside him on the Hill of Bones, said with certainty. Naruto already knew about being a nine-tailed Rinpoche, and there was no point in hiding it from him anymore. Moreover, the Nine-Tails chakra supply was essential in order for Naruto to speed up his cultivation. Naruto's own chakra alone was ultimately limited. Lin Kong then looked at Nine-Tails and said in a cold tone, "Little fox, letting you live inside him for so long. Just lend him your chakra. Sort of pay your rent." Roar! As soon as Lin Kong's words fell, Nine-Tails let out an extremely angry roar. A great roar that shook the water on the floor of the entire spirit world room. All of them rippled violently. Naruto, who was standing in front of the sealed gate, covered his ears in even more pain. Only Lin Kong, still looking unconcerned, symbolically pulled out his ears. "With this little brat, you want to use the old man's chakra too? Dream on." After the growl, Nine-Tails said disdainfully, "It's been sealed inside Naruto for so long, and it's been trying to take over Naruto's body every minute of every day, breaking through the seal to see the light of day. Now the two-faced host Nuwa actually wanted to lend chakra to Naruto? What a joke! What right does a milquetoast brat have to use its chakra?" Lin Kong sniffed and shrugged his shoulders, looking at Naruto. "You're on your own. Get its chakra so you can cultivate faster and become stronger." After Lin Kong said this, he directly spread his hands out and continued to study the white eyes on his own. If you want power, you need to have the guts to face the Nine-Tails head-on. He didn't have the luxury of helping Naruto every time, borrowing the Nine-Tail chakra. Naruto must do it himself. Naruto realized at this point that Rinku meant for him to gain access to the Nine-Tails chakra, thus making up for their own lack of chakra. He clenched his fists at the thought and raised his head to look at the behemoth in front of him. His eyes grew more determined as he gathered his courage and shouted out towards Nine-Tails. "Nine-tailed demon fox! For so many years, it was you who caused me to be bullied and hated by the people of the village. Shibu Nuwa-sama is right. It's like paying rent. Since you live inside my body, lend me your chakra." Bang! As soon as Naruto's words were out of his mouth, Nine-Tails' other claw slapped down hard on the sealed gate as well. The powerful force that kicked up a strong wind nearly made Naruto unsteady on his feet. Spare a thought. Naruto stood there with gritted teeth, staring straight at Nine-Tails. He knew that he couldn't take a step back today if he wanted to get stronger sooner. "Kid, how dare you speak to the old man in such a tone?" Nine-Tails' eyes were filled with rage. It lowered its head and looked down at Naruto, who was no more than the size of one of its fingernails. In front of it, if it wasn't for the damn seal, it would have smacked Naruto, the little brat, to pieces. When was it Naruto's turn to bark at it? It subconsciously glanced at Lin Kong again and saw that he had absolutely no intention of making a move. A mocking smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Want the old man's chakra? No problem. I'll give it to you. Hoo-hoo." As soon as Nine-Tails' words were finished, a gust of demonic wind blew around them. In the next moment, a massive amount of chakra erupted from Nine-Tails' body. Chakra continuously impacted towards the sealing gates, and from the gaps between the seals, it flowed out crazily. Red chakra, in the twinkling of an eye, spread all over the ground. Chakra began to work its way up Naruto's feet, transforming into a huge, sharp claw that, wrapping Naruto's entire body, and with this chakra wrapped around the malice belonging to the Nine-Tails, instantly stimulating Naruto's consciousness. Nine-Tails grinned a cold smile. His voice seemed to hit Naruto right in the soul as he kept compelling. "Tear down that seal for the old man. The old man's power, through and through, can be lent to you." Nine-Tails wanted to influence and control Naruto with his own malice, while Rinku was out of the picture. Tear the seal off the gate for it, as long as it can come out. What with the two-faced lodestar exorcism and whirlpool Naruto, all will die. Under the malicious influence of the Nine-Tails, Naruto's eyes also became glowing scarlet. His consciousness gradually became a little blurred. His body was vaguely out of control. To head for that seal on the gate, with Naruto's current strength alone, trying to rid himself of the Nine-Tails' malicious compulsion by sheer force of will. It's still a little difficult. Naruto was located too close to the sealed gate as well. The Nine-Tails are hell-bent on controlling Naruto to give it a chance to tear off the seal, and Naruto seems all but defenseless. As he watched Naruto begin to take a step towards the sealed gate, Rinku couldn't help but spit out, "Kid, where have you learned what I taught you before? As a spellcaster, you're actually controlled by malice?" A simple sentence, but it made Naruto, who was struggling with the malice of the Nine-Tails, wake up like a dream. Right, how could I have forgotten about spell power? The Nine-Tails' malice is also a negative emotion. Naruto, who had been in a bit of a confused trance a moment ago, brightened up. Hadn't the Nine-Tails' malice eaten into his body and become just the right source of his negative emotions? He closed his eyes and stopped fighting the intrusion of Nine-Tails' malice. Instead, scrutinized the negativity that comes from that malice. He then followed the method Lin Kong had taught him. and from these negative emotions, he began to bring up spell power. Zip! In the next moment, black spell power erupted violently around Naruto's body. Spell strengthening, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, his clenched fists, to the nine-tailed chakra that encased him. A punch was thrown. The moment the physical blow formed, the spell power he had just extracted it was also released from the fist along the meridian routes of the body. The force of the physical blow, and the release of the spell's power, created a fierce impact all of a sudden. The combination of the two more than doubled the explosive power of Naruto's punch. Bang! A spell-enhanced punch. Immediately, he hardened Nine-Tails' malicious chakra-filled sharp claws and smashed them into smithereens. How is that possible? He actually broke free of my malice? Nine-Tails watched as his chakra, filled with malice, was blown away by Naruto's punch. There was a sudden shock in his eyes. It never expected that the two-sided host Nuwa just said a word. Let the situation instantly reversed. It's now. At the same time, Naruto snapped his hands together. Without waiting for Nine-Tails to react, he made a seal and began to absorb the broken and scattered. Lost the Nine-Tails chakra of malice. Chapter 78 Another Forbidden Art. The 8 Gates of Transportation. Wow! As Naruto made his hand seals, the red chakra of the Nine-Tails around him, it began to converge towards him like a tidal wave. The chakra that had lost its maliciousness was absorbed into his body through and through. The body's original lack of chakra was restored to its optimal state in the blink of an eye. Swish! Seeing this, Lin Kong to the side waved his hand, and a chopping strike was instantly released. The sharp chop directly cut off the continued overflow of the Nine-Tails chakra. At the same times, Naruto exited the spirit world and returned to his outside body. Although the Nine-Tail chakra was good, with Naruto's current strength, it was not appropriate to borrow too much. Otherwise, there's still the possibility of being affected by the malice lingering in the sea of chakra. Thus the out-of-control rampage. Even though it was only a few seconds, the amount of Nine-Tails chakra that Naruto absorbed, it was completely enough to fill the chakra that had been consumed by the previous cultivation. Even more, the absorbed chakra overflowed a lot more. The Nine-Tail chakra, by nature, was very powerful. Both sides of the host exorcise. Whirlpool Naruto. Old me will absolutely kill you all. Nine-Tails, who had come back to his senses, could only watch as Naruto stole its chakra and left, roared loudly in anger. In response, Lin Kong had long been accustomed to this and directly chose to ignore it. His gaze went through the spirit world and looked outside of reality. Naruto, who had just lost consciousness and was lying on the ground, suddenly reopened his eyes. He sat up in a hurry and carefully felt his body's chakra. This is the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. So strong. Naruto couldn't help but let out a sigh of approval after feeling it carefully. The power of the nine-tailed chakra was far beyond his expectations, both the quality and the quantity of chakra. None of it was comparable to his own chakra. At the moment he could feel with unmistakable clarity that the sea of chakra inside his body kept flowing and rushing through his limbs. Every cell inside the body seemed to emit an incomparable leaping movement. Even on the surface of his body, there was red chakra faintly overflowing. Mind you, this was only a small portion of the nine-tailed chakra that he had absorbed. He didn't even dare to imagine how amazing the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox's main body would be. Hurry up and keep practicing. Having regained his full chakra, Naruto was fired up to fight. With this supply of nine-tailed chakra, he believes that he will be able to learn the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers more quickly and skillfully, and meet the requirements of the host Nuwa adults. Multiple shadow split technique. In the next moment, he formed a crosshand seal with both hands and once again used the multiple shadow diversion technique. Bang bang. And with the replenishment of nine-tails chakra, as the jutsu was unleashed, one by one, bilocations were created to appear. 10, 20, 30. The number of shadow doppelgangers was still increasing at an alarming rate. Bang! When it was over, a cloud of white smoke rose. The large room was already packed with hundreds of Naruto. If Naruto hadn't stopped in time to create the doppelganger, I'm afraid it's going to burst the whole room. Don't squeeze. Don't push. I'm going to be out of breath. Naruto could only yell out helplessly as he was squeezed in the middle by an uncountable number of his selves. Seeing this, Lin Kong in the spirit world immediately rubbed his forehead with a bit of a headache and said, "Idiot." Lin Kong was all a bit speechless. Naruto was just getting a supply of chakra and squandering it recklessly. At this rate, Naruto was afraid that he was all set to become the first ninja to be squeezed to death by his own shadow doppelganger. He didn't have the heart to spit. I've only just finished teaching you spell power manipulation, and the more subtle your control of it, the better. Can't you make an example of the manipulation of spell power and visualize it as the manipulation of chakra? And, all squished up like that, are you not going to disarm the jutsu? Idiot. He wanted Naruto to learn the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers, but not just to increase the number of doppelgangers. Rather, Naruto is asked to, be more subtle in his control of chakra. Only in this way could the chakra not be wasted and be distributed evenly over each of the doppelgangers. Exercise the same strength as the main body. Right. Disarm the jutsu. As soon as Naruto heard this, it dawned on him and he hastily disengaged his shadow divergence technique. A room full of doppelgangers all disappeared into a white smoke at once. Saved. Naruto slumped to the ground, breathing in large gulps of air. He had literally, just now, almost been squeezed to death. Go on. The number can be smaller, but the chakra must be controlled. Lin Kong's voice came again. Yes, Sunuwa-sama. Naruto agreed and proceeded to practice. It was late into the night before Naruto collapsed into a tired sleep. Early the next morning, Naruto woke up early to get ready. Just like yesterday. Sunuwa-sama, are you going to continue practicing the shadow divergence technique today? Naruto inquired curiously. No, a new practice starts today. Lin Kong in the spirit world shook his head. According to Naruto's current mastery of the art of shadow divergence, it had been possible to distribute chakra evenly over 100 shadow doppelgangers. With this foundation, it's time to take the next step in cultivation. Can I learn something new? Great! Naruto perked up as well when he heard there was something new to learn. But before that, there's those tails to get rid of. Lin Kong continued. Naruto sniffed and his face instantly became serious. He knew that the tail Lin Kong was talking about was the person the third Naruto had sent to spy on him. Although he couldn't feel the presence of those people at all, he trusted in the judgment of Sunuwa-sama. He was now practicing another forbidden art from the Book of Seals, and until the fruits of the, it's best not to be exposed. What do I have to do? Naruto asked Rinku again. With his strength, he couldn't even find out if there was still a dark side following him. Not to mention, trying to get rid of all these dark parts. So, it's still up to Lord Sunuwa. Just do what I say. Rinku smiled slightly and told Naruto about the method of getting rid of the dark sect. A few moments later, Naruto walked out of his house and headed in the direction of the village market. It looked as if they wanted to go shopping for something. Shoo. Just as soon as Naruto had left in front of him, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Naruto's house. It was the secret division sent by Naruto, the third Naruto, to keep an eye on Naruto. Go! Follow it! One of the dark sectors opened his mouth and signaled to his companion. The silhouettes of the two men, in an instant, disappeared back into place, but what they didn't know was that shortly after they left, the door to Naruto's house slowly opened a crack. A pair of eyes that had watched the departure of the two darkies with their own eyes. Sunuwa-sama, you're too good. Sure enough, someone else is watching me. A surprised voice came from inside the room. The line of sight could be drawn closer to reveal that inside the room at that moment, there was clearly another Naruto. As Naruto's voice fell, Lin Kong in the spirit world also smiled faintly and said, your shadow doppelgangers are all physical doppelgangers with evenly distributed chakra. It's hard to notice that it's not the body if it's not out for an attack. Yes, it wasn't Naruto's main body that walked out first just now. It was only one of his shadow doppelgangers. The power of the shadow doppelganger lies in the fact that it is a physical doppelganger that distributes the chakra of the main body, even with a pupil technique like white eyes, which is capable of seeing the chakra meridians. It's all hard to tell the difference between the main body and the shadow doppelganger, unless it suffered an attack that allowed the shadow doppelganger to forcibly disarm it. Otherwise it would be impossible to detect it with the naked eye and senses alone. The people of the dark side couldn't even protect Naruto, so how could they attack him for no reason? White eyes. In the next moment, Lin Kong injected spell power into his other pair of eyes and skillfully opened his white eyes. The scene outside the room was suddenly visible. Within a radius of 1 kilometer under the perspective effect of the white eye, he could see it all. Next, follow my instructions. Go outside the village and practice. Lin Kong finally commanded. And so it was that Naruto, after using his shadow doppelganger to lure away the watching dark sectors, again, with the help of Lin's blank eye's 360-degree no-death angle perspective effect, avoiding the villagers and ninjas along the way, he left the village. It wasn't long before Naruto was outside the village, in the middle of a deserted forest. It's pretty much the same up to here, Lin Kong signaled. Naruto sniffed, and immediately asked with some urgency, Sunuwa-sama, then what do I learn next? Is it also a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals? Lin Kong nodded and affirmed with a smile. That's right. Next, you'll start practicing another forbidden art, the 8 Gates of Evil, Chapter 79 unique, exclusive to Naruto's perverted cultivation style. The 8 Gates of Evil? Is that the forbidden art of that individual art? But I remember that forbidden art. Doesn't it require a high level of physical fitness? Naruto inquired to Rinku in a puzzled manner. although most of his attention, at that time, when he opened the Book of Seals, it's all placed on top of the multiple shadow doppelganger technique, but behind him was the 8 gates of transportation, which was also one of the forbidden arts, and he also had a glance to scan through it. He clearly remembered that if he wanted to cultivate the 8 doors of transportation, the prerequisite was a strong physical fitness. He had only recently begun his physical arts training, and was clearly not up to snuff. That's why he skipped right over the 8 gates. But listening to what Lord Shikaku means, he seems to be able to cultivate? Lin Kong in the spirit world sniffed in affirmation. That's right, the 8 gates of evasion requires a high level of physical fitness. With your current physical strength, even if you practice for a few more years, it's just barely enough to get started. That's still him talking conservatively. You know, in the later stages of the 8 gates of evasion, those were powerful forbidden arts that almost hit the big finish in one blow. Looking at the entire shinobi world, there are only a handful of people who can successfully cultivate it. The 8 gates of evasion is actually a way of forcibly removing the body's restriction on chakra. A move that allows excess energy to be released. Each of the 8 gates corresponds to 8 acupoints that inhibit chakra. From the top of the head down, they are the door of opening, the door of rest, the door of life, the door of injury, the door of dukkha, the door of jing, the door of fright, and the door of death. Every time you open an acupuncture point that restricts chakra, you get a multiplier level power boost. When the last death gate opens, one can even instantly gain power beyond the 5 shadows and beyond. Rinku went on to explain to Naruto, power beyond the 5 shadows? Then if a few more people in the village learned it, wouldn't it be? Naruto's face was full of surprise and his tone was full of incredulity as he said, shadow class strength. In his perception was the topmost existence in the entire shinobi world. Just a single forbidden technique can give one power beyond that of the shadow. But what puzzled him was, then why had he never heard of anyone practicing the 8 gates of evasion? If a few more people learned it, wouldn't Kiba be invincible? Rinku heard Naruto's words and said in a nonchalant manner, you think everyone can learn? The more powerful the power, the greater the accompanying risks, the greater the side effects. This means of forcibly unlocking physical limitations can cause very serious damage to the human body. Merely opening the 5th gate, the meridians of the body, the muscles that it would have torn apart because it couldn't handle the force. And the price for opening the last death gate is death. It's because of the power of the 8 gates of evil. The power gained instantly upon opening will be of multiples of the original level. So, even with how strong you make your body, it can still be overwhelmed with injuries. This is why the 8 gates of evasion is classified as a forbidden art. Not only is it difficult to master, but even if you cultivate it to the end, you can only open the 8th gate when the blip. It was proper Kryptonian forbidden magic. Imagine sticking to physical cultivation for decades, but only being able to use your big moves once, and dying when you use them up. No matter who it was, no one would easily choose to cultivate the 8 gates of transportation. Shibu Nuasama. Then I'm still practicing this? Naruto's face was a little embarrassed after hearing Rinku's explanation. Since the 8 gates of evasion is so damaging to the body, why does he still practice it? You can't turn yourself into an invalid or even lose your little life outright just for the sake of a fight, can you? Besides, with his current physical qualities, he wouldn't be able to learn the 8 gates of evasion either. Lin Kong said with a slight smile and a confident chest. Under normal circumstances, it is true that you cannot learn the 8 gates of evasion with your current physical qualities. Even if we barely start cultivating, there won't be a significant increase in strength inside a short period of time. But you have an advantage that no one else has. Naruto froze at his words, his expression even more puzzled. Advantages no one else has? He thought about it for a moment and instantly woke up. Nine-tailed demon fox? And Nuasama? Lin Kong nodded and said with a smile, you guys, you're not completely brainless. Yes. The reason why Lin Kong let Naruto cultivate the 8 gates of transportation was precisely because Naruto's situation was very special. Inside Naruto's body is not only the most powerful tailed beast, the 9-tailed demon fox, there is still him from other worlds, the most powerful Curse King Two-Faced Nua. The moment Naruto stole the Book of Seals, he figured out that what's it going to take for Naruto to drastically increase his strength in the shortest amount of time possible? 9-tailed demon fox and his two-faced lodging exorcism, the lack of one. Naruto's gaze gradually became burning as he heard Rinku's confident tone. If Lin Kong really had a way to solve the problem of the 8 gates of evasion not being able to be learned in a short period of time, as well as the damage it caused to the body, of course he wants to learn. Just as Lin Kong had said, this was definitely the fastest way he could increase his strength. Shibu Nuasama. Then what exactly do I have to do? Naruto inquired to Rinku with anticipation. I've designed all the methods of cultivation for you, but the word is out. Once you start, you're not allowed to stop or give up. And the method of cultivation I've devised for you will cause you to suffer in ways you never have in the past. Rinku suddenly changed his tone and said seriously to Naruto, want to become strong faster and have great strength. Accordingly, you're going to have to take more. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The training method he devised for Naruto. It is indeed possible to learn the 8 gates of evasion in the shortest possible time and at the fastest possible speed. However, this drastic reduction in the time it takes to practice, Naruto will also suffer more unimaginable pain. Naruto sniffed and hesitated slightly, because he knew very well that he could make even Lord Shibu Nua especially emphasize what a terrible pain that would be to endure. But he wants to get stronger. Since knowing that I am the nine-tailed demon fox, it is clear that the truth of everything. He was also more desperate to become powerful, just like what Lord Shibu Nua taught him. Only when one is strong enough can one change everything. The only way to stop suffering from those deceptions is to be strong enough to be feared by all. He was willing to endure any pain in order to gain power. Naruto's eyes, growing more and more determined. Shibu Nua-sama. I'm ready. I want to be strong. As long as I can become stronger, I'm willing to accept any way of cultivation. The corners of Lin Kong's mouth lifted high as he sniffed inside the spirit world. That kind of determination from Naruto was exactly what he wanted to see. Before the cultivation begins, let me explain to you how it works. Rinku went on to say to Naruto, if you want to cultivate the 8 doors of transportation, the key lies in the opening of the 8 doors. The reason why the 8 gates of evil require a strong body, it's to be able to break through the gate that restricts chakra. At the same time, and for the purpose of using the 8 gates after the body is able to withstand the damage caused by the side effects. In your case, it's an exception. Lin Kong said as he looked towards the huge sealed door. The nine-tailed demon fox sealed inside your body already possesses a very majestic and massive amount of chakra. I will assist you when you formally begin your training. Use the chakra of the 9 tails to forcefully break through the acupoints that inhibit chakra. Of course, this forced opening of the door, it will also cause more damage to your body. You just need to get your body to memorize the way the door opens, looks and feels, as quickly as possible. When you just can't take it anymore and the damage is too severe, I'll step in and heal your injuries for you. This was what Lin Kong had designed for Naruto, an almost perverted cultivation method. Using the chakra of the 9 tails, he forced his way through the acupoints restricting chakra. After the body is severely damaged, he is then switched to use the reversal jutsu to heal Naruto's damaged body. Forcing open the acupoints like this over and over again, it would allow Naruto's body to gradually adapt itself to opening the door. Only that the pain to be endured in this way will also be greater than for those whose physical conditioning is up to the mark. The user of the 8 gates who could open the door on his own was going to come with more intensity and pain, though he was able to use a reversal jutsu to quickly heal physical damage for Naruto. But the pain that tore through muscles and meridians was something Naruto had to endure alone. This perverted way of cultivation, only the body inside the 9-tailed demon fox and the two-faced host Nua Naruto can do. Chapter 80 Utilization of Shadow Divergence. Cheating Cultivation. Snort. Right after Lin Kong finished explaining the way of cultivation, a burst of white eyes had risen from Naruto's head. Forced punching, opening doors, healing. Rinku's words managed to make Naruto's CPU dry burn. He was originally a severely biased student with full marks for hands-on ability and negative marks for theoretical knowledge. Lin Kong was again explaining the 8 gates of recluse to him all at once. Another explanation of the process and manner of cultivation. This left Naruto in a complete state of listening, but not much. Rinku, who also seemed to know Naruto very well, hesitated for a moment and, then it was explained in a different and simplest way. You can also simply understand it as having to use the 9 tails chakra to assist in cultivation. If you are injured from practicing, I will just heal your body for you. It's just that for this process, you have to try to endure the pain that comes with cultivation. Naruto sniffed and said with a sudden realization, I see. Anyway, it's just that I just practice what Lord Custodian Nua taught me. I'll just leave the rest of the situation to Lord Sukuno, right? Lin Kong was instantly somewhat speechless. Still, it didn't seem wrong for Naruto to say that. Once Naruto's body gets too damaged, it was indeed he who was responsible for healing using the reversal technique. While he was healing, Naruto was naturally just offline watching. So do I start now? Naruto leapt to his feet. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Unbeknownst to him, Rinku instantly interrupted Naruto. Although this way of forcibly rushing through the acupoints is much faster than normal cultivation of the 8 gates, but your base of physical skill is so poor that you must give more than you can handle on top of that. Naruto's face fell a little hard when he heard that. He also knew that he had a poor base in physical arts, but it couldn't be helped. Ever since he was a kid, he's been all about making a mess and attracting attention. Where is the mind to practice physical skills and be strong? It's not working. Is there a better way? Su Nua-sama. Just say it all at once. Since I've decided to cultivate and become stronger, I won't regret it, Naruto said in a determined tone. It was going to be painful anyway, so he didn't care if it was more. Lin Kong smiled a wry smile as he continued to Naruto. Do you know why I made you practice the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers? Naruto froze, scratching his head and guessing. Wasn't it to give me more means to fight? In his opinion, the multiple shadow diversion technique was a ninjutsu for auxiliary use. It's like a diversion, allowing him to have more different ways to take on the enemy in battle. But that doesn't seem to have much to do with cultivation, does it? Lin Kong thought about it and immediately signaled to Naruto. It's better for you to actually experience it. You should be able to understand it better. You'll start by splitting into a shadow body. Multiple shadow split technique. With a puzzled look on his face, Naruto did as he was told and formed a seal, splitting into a shadow doppelganger. Now, you get shadow divergence and head for the forest over there. Go as far as you can. Naruto was confused, but still did as Rinku ordered and had his shadow doppelganger head deeper into the forest. The shadow doppelganger drifted away until it disappeared inside the forest. Now, disarm the shadow split, Lin Kong then signaled. Bang! In the next moment, the shadow doppelganger that walked into the forest suddenly turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared. At the same time, a strange feeling surged through Naruto's mind. Tell me, what do you see? Lin Kong smiled slightly and inquired to Naruto. Creek, and a couple deer, over there in the forest. Naruto subconsciously pointed to where the shadow doppelganger had last stopped a moment ago and blurted out. Naruto? As soon as he finished his sentence, he was filled with questions. He didn't know why, but he suddenly saw the forest side. Only then did Rinku continue to explain for Naruto. The shadow divergence technique, a jutsu created in the beginning to spy on information. In the past, users have gotten into enemy positions by having their shadow doppelgangers get a clear picture of the enemy's intelligence, and then disarm the shadow split, thus gaining the information that the shadow split has probed. You can interpret that as everything he saw, heard, and experienced after the shadow division was lifted. It all becomes experience and is shared with the user. To put it simply, the experience of your own cultivation is 1, and if you split off a detachment of, the experience gained from practicing is 2. In this way, the time required for cultivation is shortened by half when 2 people do it at the same time, and so on. Lin Kong said at the end, not forgetting to use the simplest of words. Tell Naruto about the principles of using shadow doppelgangers to cultivate. So, I see. As expected, Naruto clapped his hands together in realization as soon as he heard that simple description. The number of multiple shadow doppelgangers I can evenly distribute chakra to right now is about 100. So if I split up 100 shadow doppelgangers to practice, the time it takes to cultivate is shortened to 1/100%, right? Shibu Nuwa-sama. The more Naruto spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had found a cheat to his training. No wonder Grandpa Naruto and the others are so powerful. Do they use this method to cultivate as well? As soon as his words fell, Lin Kong said with a disdainful cold snort, the third Naruto? He's worthy? For this type of cultivation, one must possess a large amount of chakra themselves. Let the shadow split maintain for a long time without lifting it. Your own amount of chakra is far beyond normal, plus the chakra of the 9 tails to do it. And, Rinku paused for a moment, his tone becoming serious once again as he reminded Naruto, the experience gained will be shared with the user after the shadow doppelganger is lifted, but at the same time, the shadow doppelganger's fatigue, pain, and so on, will also come back together. That is to say, you cultivate the 8 gates of transportation for every shadow doppelganger you split off. When the shadow division is lifted, your spirit will also suffer double the pain. This was his special, complete training program for Naruto. Not only did he put the 9-tailed demon fox's chakra to good use, it also incorporates the reversal jutsu aid of his two-faced Shibu Nuwa. Above all, in order to shorten the cultivation time considerably, even the shadow split cheating cultivation method was combined. Of course, this cheating cultivation method of shadow splitting, while greatly reducing the time it takes to train, it also doubles the pain for Naruto. Despite the damage to Naruto's physical body, he can heal it with a reversal jutsu style. But mentally enduring multiplying pain stimuli all at once can cause a person to completely break down if they are not careful. The good thing is, Naruto is kind of experienced at taking mental stimulation. Let's get started then. The first of the 8 gates. Open the door. Since it's the first time you've tried this type of cultivation, you'll just have to split into 2 shadow doppelgangers. Lin Kong finally instructed Naruto. He was also afraid that the shadow split would split into too many numbers, and that once it was undone, the mental stimulation could turn Naruto into an idiot in minutes. Just to be on the safe side, it's better to start with the 2 shadow doppelgangers. Chapter 81, Successfully Opening the First Gate. Crisis coming. At Rinku's gesture, Naruto sat down cross-legged directly in place and closed his eyes. Buzz. A moment later, a red chakra surfaced on the surface of his body. With yesterday's experience, and with the help of Lin Kung, he quickly lightened up and extracted a small portion of the nine-tail chakra. This small amount of nine-tails chakra was not even a state of a tailcoat, but for Naruto right now, it's totally enough. Shadow split technique. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, two shadow doppelgangers appeared with a puff of white smoke. Because of the training in chakra control yesterday, at this time the two shadow doppelgangers' body, it was similarly divided equally among the nine-tailed chakras. Once everything was ready, Naruto proper asked Rinku, Shibu Nuwa-sama, what do I do next? The first of the 8 gates of transportation, open door, is located on the left side of the brain at the Inbai point. You follow my instructions and control the flow of the nine-tails chakra towards your brain. Lin Kong immediately responded. Looking again at Lin Kong inside the spirit world at this moment, he had long since opened his white eyes. Under the perspective effect of the white eye, he was also able to more accurately see the meridian points of Naruto and the other two shadow doppelgangers, as well as the flow of chakra. As Rinku's words fell, Naruto and the two shadow doppelgangers, both began to control that nine-tailed chakra, flowing through one meridian after another, approaching towards the acupuncture points on the left side of the brain. At first, the whole thing went pretty well. But as the chakra moved closer and closer to his brain, Naruto and his shadow doppelganger frowned tightly. Unable to help himself, he sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, the chakra drawn from the nine tails was not generated by Naruto himself. The rampage of the nine-tailed chakra was merely the flow to the cerebral points of the. It was as if there were countless tiny silver needles that were constantly stabbing the meridians of the brain. Luckily, this level of irritation was something Naruto endured through gritted teeth. Soon, the stream of nine-tailed chakra stopped in front of the acupuncture point where the door was opened. It was as if there was a wall invisibly blocking the continued flow of chakra. That was exactly the kind of limitation the body had developed out of protection for Naruto. This is it. You can try and continue to control the chakra of the nine tails and bump the closed points. At that moment, Lin Kong's voice came. Yes, Naruto agreed. He secretly took a deep breath and concentrated on controlling that nine-tailed chakra. It slammed forward. The moment the chakra collided with the acupuncture point, Naruto stifled a yelp of pain. A seemingly simple operation brings indescribable pain. It felt as if one of the meridians of the brain had been deformed by a brutal impact. The deformed meridians tore hard at the surrounding flesh and blood. On the surface, no injuries could be seen, but the moment the chakra hit the acupuncture point, he all felt like he almost lost consciousness on the spot. This pain is far more intense and terrible than a physical blow. Bang! Bang! It was also at this time that those two shadow doppelgangers directly failed to withstand the pain of the chakra hitting their acupuncture points and disintegrated on the spot, turning into two channels of white smoke. Along with that came another scream of misery from Naruto. As Lin Kung had just said, after the shadow doppelganger was lifted, while bringing with it experience, it also brought about everything that the shadow doppelganger felt. Though, it doesn't cause any damage to Naruto's body, but to feel that pain of tearing flesh and blood from two simultaneous chakra impacts on an acupuncture point, it also made Naruto's face go white instantly. Even of that, he had withdrawn from his cultivation state because of this mental double stimulation. Hands clasped his head, gripping it hard, his expression seized into a ball. At this moment, he finally understood why Lord Shibu Nuwa had placed special emphasis on it. This kind of drilling and stimulating pain is simply not something that a normal person can withstand. Sure enough, it was unimaginable what one would have to endure even if they wanted to cheat and greatly shorten their cultivation time. Kid, that won't work? Didn't you say just now that you wanted to create 100 doppelgangers to cultivate at the same time? Lin Kong's mocking voice came. Naruto's face instantly became slightly embarrassed. If he'd known, he wouldn't have said this whopper. The feelings of the two shadow doppelgangers alone made him so miserable. If 100 doppelgangers, he couldn't even imagine. The spirit would definitely not be able to handle a complete breakdown. Go on. If you can't do it once, then do it more often. Shibu Nuwa-sama has already provided me with a way to become stronger quickly. I absolutely cannot fail him. Naruto took a moment to slow down before resuming his seat, mentally encouraging himself. Shadow split technique. He once again split into two shadow doppelgangers and continued to cultivate. It had been late afternoon, and Naruto had gone through an unknown number of failures. His entire being, both physically and mentally, had long been overwhelmed and scarred. Look at him still not stopping, gritting his teeth. Break me. The first open door. Naruto gritted his teeth and once again launched himself against the first of the 8 gates. Open door. The powerful Nine-Tails chakra was under his control, as if it had turned into a torrent of chakra that, toward the unseen acupoint limitation impacted. Tom. The moment the torrent of chakra collided with the open door acupuncture point, a dull sound seemed to ring in his head. The acupoints that restricted the flow of chakra were severely deformed in an instant. That feeling of severe pain that tore through his flesh and blood in meridians once again crazily stimulated his spirit. The good thing was, he seemed to have gradually adapted to the pain over and over again. He clenched his teeth and didn't stop. Instead he continued to control that nine-tailed chakra. Keep pounding forward. Pa! Suddenly, a taut meridian snapped in response. Put! Naruto spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot, his body swaying as he nearly collapsed outright. But with this meridian damaged and broken, the one point that restricts the flow of chakra that, it was finally forced through. Hoo! In an instant, red nine-tailed chakra instantly surged across the entire surface of Naruto's body. The first of the 8 doors of transportation. Open door. Opens. The first door to open is to release the brain's limitations on the body. When turned on, the brain will unlock the limitations that, out of self-preservation. This leads to the goal of utilizing 100% of your physical capabilities. In this way, the body is able to overload its energy consumption and drastically increase its attack and speed. Inside the original, only the first of the 8 gates of recluse, open door, was opened. Only then can you use the table lotus flower. Seeing this, Lin Kong in the spirit world stroked his chin with his right hand and secretly nodded. This guy, although his comprehension is relatively poor, he has a great ability to adapt. So quick to get used to the pain of opening the door and rushing through the first one. Naruto would have been a genius if it weren't for the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra. This kind of cultivation speed, even with the shadow doppelgangers cheating shared experience, it's pretty amazing too. At that moment, Naruto, who had just successfully opened the first of the 8 gates of the transported armor, suddenly another large mouthful of blood was spat out. The chakra on the surface of his body swirled and dissipated rapidly. His entire aura also instantly withered. Finally, with a thud, he fell backwards. After all, it was forcibly punching through the acupoints and breaking a meridian. Naruto couldn't hold out any longer and passed out from his serious injuries. Reverse jutsu. Seeing this, Lin Kong shook his head helplessly. Naruto is still a kid after all, and it's hard enough to keep going. Without hesitation, he immediately used the positive energy generated by the reversal jutsu to heal Naruto's injuries. Naruto is clearly at the end of his tether, and if he doesn't get treatment in time, the injury will continue to get worse, even endangering Naruto's life. It's a good thing he was able to use the reversal jutsu to quickly heal the damage done to Naruto's body. As for the mental damage, he would have to wait for Naruto to recover on his own. What a time to pick. Lin Kong let out a doubtful cry as he suddenly sensed something. The vision of his wide-eyed perspective continued to spread outward through the spirit world. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 silhouettes, heading towards the place where Naruto had fallen unconscious, quickly approaching. These 2. What strong chakra? Chapter 82, Vortex Nuwa on the line. Who gave you permission to touch me? Buzz. Lin Kong used his white eyes to see the power of those 2 people's chakra. Immediately, he accelerated the healing of Naruto's body by reversing the jutsu. Kid, get up. Someone's coming. Once he was done quickly healing Naruto's injuries, Rinku kept calling out to Naruto. Naruto is recovering from his injuries, but the mental stimulation he suffered caused him to remain unconscious. It looked as if it wouldn't wake up for a while. Lin Kong also didn't expect that someone would come at this exact time. It wasn't that he was afraid that Naruto would be discovered by Kiba's people that he wasn't inside the village. Rather, he feared that the visitor had other plans. From the bodies of those 2 silhouettes, he could feel a particular malice. The chakra strength of the 2 men's bodies was also not comparable to those of the dark or root members of the village. Shoo! Just as Lin Kong was thinking about what to do, 2 wind-breaking sounds suddenly rang out. The next moment, those 2 appeared. When Lin Kong got a closer look at the 2 men's clothing and appearance, at once, his eyes narrowed slightly into a dangerous arc. His face stared and he said with some surprise in his voice, "It's actually them. Dawn Organization." The 2 of them were wearing the very clothes of the Dawn Organization's unique flaming clouds, especially the appearance of the 2. Lin Kong, who had memories of his previous life, recognized them at once. Uchiha Weasel, Kankaki Onigiri. The 2 men were none other than Uchiha Weasel and Gonkeki Onigiri of the Dawn Organization. In the original, the very famous Dawn Organization partner group, the skunk looked okay, just a little cold in his expression, and a look of being unapproachable. It's that monster-like shark face and dead fish eyes of the Oni. It's hard not to recognize it. It's just that Lin Kong was puzzled that at this point in time, how did the skunk and Oni show up in Konoha land? He hadn't realized that the skunk and Oni had come to Konoha early all because of him. It was because he made a big mess of Konoha, and killed many Konoha ninjas. It made Pain, the leader of the Dawn organization, sit up and take notice. After all, the Show organization at this point in time was ready to implement the tailed beast capture plan. A mysterious and powerful man suddenly appeared where the 9-tailed human pillars were. Naturally, Pain couldn't let it go. On the other side, the skunk and Oni, who had arrived, also found Naruto, who had fallen unconscious on the ground. This brat, he's the 9-tailed Rinpoche we're looking for. Whirlpool Naruto. The Oni was just about to open his mouth with a puzzled look on his face when the skunk stared hard at Naruto on the ground and said with certainty, there was no one more familiar with Kiba than him. He had also known for a long time that Whirlpool Naruto was Konoha's 9-tailed human pillar. He's the 9-tailed Rinpoche? The Oni sniffed and was filled with questions. They've only just arrived in Kiba, and they haven't even started their operation yet. That's how you met the target 9-tailed Rinpoche? And looking at the 9-tailed human pillar power, it seemed to be unconscious for some unknown reason. You can pick up a 9-tailed ninjutsu for free on the side of the road? The Oni smiled slightly and addressed the skunk. Mr. Skunk, we're in luck. The next step is just to investigate clearly what that mysterious strong man is from. He didn't think that the 9-tailed human pillar capture would be so simple and deliver itself. As long as we investigate that mysterious strongman who's been causing trouble around Konoha lately. This time their mission was accomplished. While the Oni was there talking one way or another, the skunk's gaze remained on Naruto. He was also wondering why Naruto had fainted outside the village. He looked at the motionless Naruto and something didn't feel quite right, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. At this point, the Oni saw that the skunk was still as silent as ever, and he walked straight forward and came to Naruto's side, reaching out his left hand. He grabbed it directly towards Naruto. Wait! The skunk suddenly called out to the Oni. The Oni's hand, which had just been extended, stopped in midair and looked at the skunk with a puzzled expression. The skunk, on the contrary, didn't pay any attention to the Oni. His gaze, vigilantly scanning over the surroundings, frowned slightly and said, something's wrong. This neighborhood, it's too quiet, I can't feel anyone. The Oni was even more confused when he heard this. No one? Wouldn't it be better if no one was around? Then they could save themselves the trouble of doing it and just take the 9-tailed Rinpoche. Why does the skunk sound like he's not happy about picking up the slack? The skunk also seemed to see the Oni's doubts and spoke in a serious tone. As far as I know, the higher-ups of Konoha have been secretly sending their undercover ministries to keep an eye on the 9-tailed Rinpocalypse. How could someone from the dark side let a 9-tailed Rinpoche just pass out like that? The third Naruto and the rest of the Konoha hierarchy have been secretly monitoring Naruto's affairs. As a former Konoha dark side, Weasel naturally knew that. It was because of this that he found it unbelievable. The 9-tailed human pillar power is such an important existence. Can Kiba leave him alone like that? If that's the case, the 9-tailed human pillar power, even if it's not captured by the Dawn organization, it was also captured long ago by other shinobi villages that coveted the tailed beasts. The Oni froze at his words, but he still didn't care too much about it. With his left hand, he grabbed Naruto by the neck and picked him up like a chicken with one hand. He then looked to the skunk and smiled. Mr. Skunk, you're being overly cautious. See, isn't that nothing? Although he also recognized the skunk statement, the 9-tailed human pillar power was right in front of him, so it was a waste not to pick it up. The skunk's fears proved to be overstated, but what the Oni didn't know was that just as he was taking Naruto into custody, the Lin Kung inside Naruto's spirit world instantly showed killing intent in his eyes. It's a bit too early to go up against the Dawn organization. Lin Kung raised his hand and stroked his chin, saying in a calm tone, the Naruto world is ultimately stronger in battle than the Spellbound world. So, he's the one who came up with the idea of having Naruto, a succubus, learn the 8 gates of evil, and graft white eyes for himself. This was all so that he could still defeat those big bosses of the shinobi world when he faced them later. The Dawn organization is full of strong people, each with powerful abilities. One-on-one, he might have been sure, but being caught back surrounded by the DAW, the risk factor would be high. What's more, he hasn't fully unlocked the full strength of the two-sided host Nuwa template yet either. Naruto, the recipient of the flesh, is still too weak as well. Now against the entirety of the Dawn organization, there was basically no chance of winning. Therefore, he must not let the skunk and Oni bring Naruto back to the Dawn organization, which might have to reveal his presence. Right now Naruto is still in a mentally traumatized, temporarily comatose state. Relying on Naruto to agree to borrow a body is not something you can count on. Fortunately, he had 2 other opportunities to forcefully borrow bodies. After Lin Kong thought clearly, his right hand suddenly raised both fingers and spoke softly. Chokeo. Buzz. In the next moment, Chakra was launched. All he felt was a cheer from his consciousness, and his figure instantly disappeared into the spirit world. Meanwhile, outside reality, the Oni still had a smug look on his face, as he looked at Naruto, who he had grabbed. Suddenly, a terrifying malice quietly erupted from Naruto's body. Onijirai, watch out, get off him. The skunk, who had already been on guard, hastily warned the Oni the moment he sensed the malice. Pow! What do you know? Before the Oni reacted, Naruto, who was unconscious just a moment ago, his left hand suddenly flashed out and firmly grabbed the Oni's wrist that was choking him. A voice filled with a murderous, cold aura entered the Oni's ears. Who gave you permission to touch me with your hands? Chapter 83 Weasel and Oni-chan are shocked. The greatsword sailor Snapper makes an appearance. Hoo! As this icy voice came out, that terrifying malice was no longer suppressed and completely erupted. The malice was so powerful and dense that it seemed to have turned into substance. A hideous, ghastly ghostly figure appeared behind Naruto. Spare a thought for the Oni who have killed countless people. Actually, he was also shocked by the sheer malice for a moment and was unable to move. The Oni stared at Naruto, who had been caught in front of him, with wide eyes and a face full of disbelief. His pupils instantly tightened. Only at that moment did Naruto slowly raise his head, his eyes flashing scarlet. On his face, a complex spell pattern quickly emerged, spreading over most of his face. The sharp teeth revealed in a cold smile, and those spell patterns reflected each other, appearing even more bizarre and terrifying. Red and black spell power erupted with a single thought. The incomparably powerful spell power was as if a black arc of electricity was lingering all over his body. Swirling Shibu Nuwa, on the line again. Hi! In the next moment, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa unleashed the chopping jutsu Hachi, a grid of chopping strikes from his palm, which had grabbed the Oni's wrist. It catapulted and rushed out at an astonishing speed. Put! The grid-like chop swept through the Oni's entire wrist and palm without any obstruction. There was a spurt of blood, half of the Oni's arm, flesh and blood along with bone. It was cut into pieces that fell off on the spot by that grid-like chop. The Oni screamed in pain. He forced himself to endure the excruciating pain of having his arm cut off and stormed back to the skunk's side in a hurry. Along the way, blood spattered from the wound of the broken arm. Both left a shocking trail of blood on the ground. On the contrary, at this point, the skunk had long since turned on his sharpening will eyes. Vigilantly, he stared at the weird Naruto in front of him. Is everything okay? Skunk asked without looking back. Onimusha hastily stopped the bleeding from the wound and shook his head. It's okay. Just what's the deal with this nine-tailed brat, anyway? How could there be such terrible malice in him? And, the Oni subconsciously looked towards his broken arm wound and said in an incomparably shocked tone, what kind of jutsu was that just now? What amazing destructive power. At such close quarters, the Oni didn't even see how his arm was cut off by his opponent. In just a moment, half of his arm was gone. Not knowing what was happening, the Oni had no choice but to turn to the skunk for help. After all, any jutsu had nothing to hide in front of the skunk's riding wheel eyes. But what the Oni didn't expect was that the skunk actually shook his head and said, I didn't see it either. It had happened so suddenly, even though the skunk had opened his Sharingan eyes as fast as he could. But that kind of attack from the other party was such that even his sharpening will eyes couldn't fully see it. Half of the Oni's arm had been cut off long ago when the Sharingan opened. What? Even you? The Oni's face instantly became incredibly grave. Even the skunk's Sharingan eyes couldn't see it completely? What kind of jutsu did the nine-tailed kid use? Exactly? At that moment, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa had a lazy look, and his right hand casually ruffled his hair. He looked at the skunk and Oni who instantly became incredibly wary and sneered. Uchiha Weasel, Kankaki Onijirai, the Dawn Organization. This is trying to make a move against the nine-tailed human pillars? Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa words just fell. The skunk and ghost sharks have face shock. They didn't expect that the nine-tailed kid not only knew they were from the Dawn Organization, and named them accurately. Seems to be, you know a lot about the Hiroshi organization? And on top of that, knowing that the Dawn Organization wants to capture the tailed beast human pillars? They didn't say anything earlier. The skunk's eyes, dead set on the weird-looking Naruto. It was a while before he spoke tentatively. You, not Whirlpool Naruto. What in the world are you? Why are you able to control Whirlpool Naruto's body? The skunk looked out. This Naruto in front of him was not the Naruto he knew. The opponent seemed to be using some sort of secret technique to control Naruto's body. Otherwise it would be impossible for Naruto alone, a child, to exude such powerful malice, as well as having such terrifying strength. Meh. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sniffed and sneered disdainfully. You, who have no business asking me questions. The tone was arrogant, cold and haughty, with no one on to panic at all. With his current strength, it was indeed not the time to go head-to-head with the entirety of the Dawn Organization. but with only 2 people coming, he was still sure he could handle it. Of course, that was if the skunk didn't use his full arsenal. If the skunk's bottom card was out, he might not be easy to deal with. The skunk's true strength is definitely at the top of the list when looking at the entire shinobi world. Only he remembered that the skunks of this period had long been injured and sick, unable to play at full strength. Plus the skunk's concern was always for his doubtful second column. The skunk wouldn't fight anyone so easily until he got the second pillar to open his kaleidoscope Sharingan. The skunk and the Oni sniffed, and all of their faces changed. The kind of tone that swirling Shibu Nua used made them all feel very irritated. Nine-tailed brat, what an arrogant tone. Who do you think you're talking to? The ghost shark was unconvinced and was just about to scream and curse, when the fingers on the right hand of the whirlpool Sunua suddenly moved. Look out! This time, the skunk reacted in time. His body instantly jumped out of the way, while kicking the Oni's body at the same time. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time as they retreated from their original position. A few chopping blows swept past chopping the ground they just stood on to pieces. The Oni was shocked and had the sense to keep his mouth shut. The skunk, on the other hand, was looking at the ground that had been cut with a crack that. Another look to Naruto, who still had a sneer on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. A chopping blow that requires no seals and is instantaneous. And there's no sign of chakra flow yet. You're the one who killed multiple ninja in Konoha recently. That mysterious strongman. Weasel looked at the whirlpool host Nuwa. Tone very sure said. He never expected that he and the Oni had only just arrived in Konoha. Not only did he meet the unconscious nine-tailed human pillar power, but he also met that mysterious strongman too. He just used the sharpening will eye to see carefully. The whirlpool host Nuwa clearly did not have any sealing action. There were no signs of chakra flow either. That powerful chop was unleashed in an instant. Although he was still unable to gain full insight into the trajectory of the chopping attack, he did see it with his Sharingan eyes. That and the decapitation ability on the information that Minami intercepted back and Kakashi shared about that mysterious strongman. It's clearly identical. This mysterious strongman had actually possessed and controlled the nine-tailed human pillar power. Mr. Skunk, what did you say? Is he the mysterious strongman we're looking for? When the Oni on the side heard this, his heart immediately set off waves of shock. The mysterious powerhouse has taken control of the body of the nine-tailed Rinpoche. Wouldn't it be much harder for them to capture the nine-tailed Rinpoche then? How could he not realize that the 2 targets of this mission that it's all on Nine-Tails Rinpoche alone now? Mr. Skunk, what to do? Still going to keep doing it? The Oni hesitated for a moment, then inquired of the skunk. The situation at hand is too complicated and completely at odds with the intelligence. The opponent had such a bizarre ability and controlled the body of the nine-tailed Rinpoche. It was almost unimaginable what kind of monster they were up against. Most importantly, looking at the other party's idle manner, he hadn't used his full strength at all. The skunk also hesitated for a moment, then said in a serious tone to the Oni, "Buy me a little time. I have a way to deal with him." Just as the skunk finished speaking, the chakra inside his body instantly and rapidly condensed and flowed. The Oni sniffed, not daring to hold back any longer. Straight away, he removed the bandaged machete from his back. Click! As the Oni tightened his grip on the great sword, the blade suddenly squirmed wildly. Only a rip could be heard, and the white bandage on the blade shattered in response. The hideous blade of the great knife was revealed. The blade was huge and covered in sharp blue barbs. At the tip of the blade was a mouth that seemed to have life in it. Inside the mouth, 2 rows of sharp teeth were neatly arranged, and the picture of showing his teeth was terrifying. It is one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist hidden. The Great Sword Shark Muscle. Chapter 84 1 against 2. The kaleidoscope sharing will eye opens. Bang! After the Oni took out his great sword, Sailor Muscle, his feet fiercely powered up and stomped on the ground. The instantaneous explosive force actually caused the ground to step out a huge crater. His entire person is also like a cannonball, carrying a large sword, rushing straight toward the whirlpool Sunuwa. He knew very well that with his eyes could not even see the trajectory of the kind of chopping that Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa had done. Instead of being passive and getting beaten all the time from a distance, it's better to get up close and personal. Since Maelstrom Jusua's attack is a long-range chopping attack, that proximity might be where the opponent is weak. It actually came straight up. What a stupid guy. Seeing this, Maelstrom Shibu Nuwa gave a disdainful sneer. His melee combat is indeed relatively weak at the moment. After all, as a recipient of flesh, Naruto's physical strength was still too poor. Even with the spell power enhancement, Naruto's body's explosive power was completely inadequate. But the prerequisite for close combat was that the opponent had to be able to charge against his chopping attack. Solve! Swish! In the next moment, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa just lightly waved his hand. Hundreds and thousands of irregular chopping strikes were unleashed in an overwhelming manner. dense chopping, whistling with a strong wind. The sharpness prevails. It was as if even the air had been cut. The Oni who was still charging forward stopped at once and blocked his great sword. Sailor muscle. In front of his body. He'd suffered the loss of the previous two. And though he couldn't see the trajectory of the decapitation there's some experience there too. Bang, bang, bang. One chop after another. The whirlwind frantically attacked on top of the greatsword shark muscle. Kirk. Taking this succession of chopping blows, the greatsword shark muscle also let out a mournful hiss. Rarely, with the hardness of those sharp barbs on the surface of the shark's muscle, neither can withstand a chop with that much density. A barb that was cut off and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blue blood, continuously dripping from the body of the shark muscle blade. Any more of this, and the thick layers of barbed armor on the surface of the shark's muscle, all of them will be hard cut and crushed out of existence. Buzz. The Oni's face changed, instantly erupting with powerful chakra. Blah blah blah. A massive amount of chakra. From the Oni's right hand, which was gripping the hilt of the great sword, a steady stream of great sword shark muscles emerged. The chakra flowed towards the tip of the blade and was eaten through and through by the mouth of the blade. And with a large supply of chakra, the layer of barbs on the body of the shark muscle blade that had been cut off and crushed by the chopping attack actually grew back quickly at this moment. Even of that, the already huge blade of the shark muscle, after eating a large amount of chakra, it's even more swollen. This is one of the 7 ninja swords, the great sword sailor muscle. Not only can it devour the chakra of its opponents, it can also devour the chakra of its owner. As long as there was enough chakra, the shark muscle could keep getting stronger. Bang! Finalies, with the Oni releasing chakra to strengthen the shark muscle without reservation. The last chopping attack released by Whirlpool Cebu Nua also attacked and ended on top of the sailor's muscle. Looking at the shark muscle at this point, not only was it not cut off and broken, but it had doubled in size. Pressure main, my great sword, shark's muscle, won't be cut off so easily. Onimusha looked at the shark muscle that had doubled in size and said with a slight smile. Bang! It was also at this time that the ground behind Whirlpool Cebu Nua suddenly broke open. A skeleton chain broke through the ground, and at an extremely tricky angle. From the dead center of the vision behind the Whirlpool Sunua, aiming at the vitals of his back heart viciously stabbed. A closer look could reveal that the skull chain was, quite literally, the hilt of the great sword sailor sword. The Sakura muscle clenched in the Oni's hand. The hilt at the back end had grown several times longer at some point. The chains that shark's muscle turned into while taking the chopping attack burrowed silently into the ground. Launched an attack from behind Whirlpool Cebu Nua's back. But what the ghost shark did not expect is that the Whirlpool Sunua clearly heard the movement behind him. The corners of his mouth, however, remained in a disdainful smile, and he didn't look back, except that on his face, just below his eyes, another pair of eyes snapped open. White eyes. In an instant, the spell power infused into his eyes, bruises rose, and his white eyes opened. The chains that attacked behind him from the dead center of his vision were clearly seen by the white eyes of the swirling host Nua. Just before the chains looked like they were going to hit him in the back, his body suddenly moved a step to the side. Phew! It was this single movement of a step that caused the chains to whistle with a strong wind that, it almost grazed the body of the Whirlpool Jusua and landed in the air. Bang! Before the Oni reacted, Whirlpool Cebu Nua stepped on the top of the chain. The hilt of the chained blade was stomped dead center under his foot. How is that possible? Those eyes. When the Oni saw this scene, a shocked and horrified look immediately filled his face. He didn't realize that he had full control of the sneak attack that, surprisingly, it was so easily dodged by Whirlpool Cebu Nua. And what's with those newly opened eyes? 4 eyes? This guy, is he really a monster? That's the white eye of the Hyuga clan. Weasel, who was gathering chakra at the side and preparing to release a big move, said with the same surprised look on his face. As a part of the former Kiba, he naturally recognized it. The other pair of eyes of Maelstrom Suzaku Nua is clearly the white eyes of the Kiba Hyuga clan. Only he did not expect. The Whirlpool host Nua not only has 4 eyes, the other 2 eyes. Still blank stares. This guy, what the hell is he? Why the white eyes of the Hyuga clan? The skunk's face became very grave, frowning as he muttered inwardly. The kind of instantaneous chopping attack that your opponent can do without chakra or seals. It's already enough of a headache for them. Now there's an extra pair of 360-degree blank stares. How can this be fun? Mr. Skunk. At that moment, Onimusha glanced at Weasel and said with a serious expression, "You need to be quick. This guy's ability is just too weird." As the Oni's words fell, he once again gathered his chakra. He made a simplified hand seal with one hand and was about to prepare to release his jutsu. It was too much to take me seriously when I was face planting at the time. Seeing this, Whirlpool Cebu Nua said in a cold tone, "How many times can your Daijutsu Shuriken resist the same chop?" Solve. In the next moment, thousands of chopping strikes were released in a denser way of catapulting. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the fact that the naked eye can't perceive it, the moment an uncountable number of chopping blows are unleashed, everything around them was cut and crushed. Thousands of chopping strikes rushed out at the same time, and chopping cracks were all over the place they passed along the way. The earth was cut and shattered in a frenzy. Suetun Chikuma. Wow. On the other hand, Onimusha also finished releasing his jutsu at the same time, only to see his mouth open. The seawater instantly erupted in spurts. The seawater he spat out of his mouth even raised a sight of 1,000 waves in the forest. Between the waves, a shark, formed by the sea, showing his teeth, he tore towards the whirlpool Sunua, densely packed with sharks. They likewise numbered no less than 1,000. A huge wave of sharks collided with 1,000 chopping blows in the next moment. Bang! Countless chopping blows, indiscriminately hitting above the waves of sharks. The horrifying penetrating power of the chopping attack continuously chopped a shark in the seawater until it was shattered. The two attacks formed an incomparably intense collision impact in the clearing of this forest. On the surface of the shark wave, the seawater was constantly being chopped and cut and exploded, turning into water drops falling from the sky. Bang! When it was finally over, the two men's attacks cancelled each other out and dispersed. Shoo! It was at this time that the skunk's figure instantly arrived in front of the Oni. His one pair of hookah shuriken eyes spun rapidly, and the three hookahs fused. It transformed into the shape of a black windmill. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Open. Chapter 85 Ghost Shark, Whirlpool Cebu Noir, is a madman. Moon reading. After the skunk opened his kaleidoscope shuriken eyes, the shuriken eyes met the eyes of the vortex host Noir, instantly unleashed a moon reading. Buzz. Swirling Cebu Noir only felt a trance of the spirit, and when he came back to his senses, already in another dimension, the whole space was gray and looked very dark and lightless. The sky, which took on a horrible blood color. At a glance, the surrounding earth was littered with corpses. The full moon hanging high in the sky also turned into a kaleidoscope shuriken. This is Kaleidoscope Sharingan's moon reading. Maelstrom Cebu Noir looked at this bizarre moon reading space and muttered. He just made a move, only to find his body securely tied to a wooden cross. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to break free of the cross. He suddenly sensed something and looked up and forward. The figure of the skunk, too, appeared in the moon reading space. The skunk slowly took out a bitterless from his shinobi pouch and said in a cold voice, "No need to struggle. You won't be able to get out of it if you get hit by my moon reading." As soon as his voice fell, uncountable skunks suddenly surfaced on the earth around him. Thousands and thousands of skunks, all holding sharp bitterness in their hands, aimed at the body of Whirlpool Cebu Noir. "Tell me, who the hell are you? Or you will be greeted with endless pain," the skunk said with a cold expression. "Ha ha. Which knows?" The Whirlpool host Noir heard the skunk's words, but let out a loud laugh. "Is that the extent of your moon reading? That's disappointing." The laughter became more and more maniacal and unrestrained. The skunk sniffed and his face turned a little hard. This guy, what a lunatic. Obviously, they've all been hit by his moon reading, trapped in the illusionary space of moon reading. "I can't believe you're still laughing?" The skunk ignored Whirlpool Cebu Noir's laughter and began controlling an uncountable number of illusory doppelgangers. Holding the bitterless tightly, he stabbed towards the body of Maelstrom Su Noir. Inside the illusionary space of Tsukuyomi, time, space, mass, the five senses, etc. It's all under his control. The pain of the attack he launched here against the swirling lodestar Noir, it will also pass into his spirit. The pain of death by 1,000 cuts is palpable. An illusionary doppelganger, constantly using the bitter no in his hand to ruthlessly stab into the body of the vortex Su Noir. The pain of the body being pierced also madly stimulated the brain of the swirling host Noir. But spare me, after enduring thousands of attacks from the skunk. The corner of Whirlpool Cebu Noir's mouth was a touch of evil teasing smile. "Is that the only extent of it? Uchiha, let me feel more." "It's still far from enough." The skunk was dumbfounded. It was the first time he had ever encountered that someone, after their body had endured the pain of piercing their flesh countless times, had. "I can't believe I'm still laughing at this. Normally, shouldn't this kind of death by 1,000 cuts torture have resulted in a mental breakdown a long time ago? But the Whirlpool Noir host seems, also a little enjoy up? How strong must the opponent's spirit be to do this? In that case, let me break your spirit completely." The skunk's eyes narrowed slightly into a dangerous arc. With a thought, he controlled the moon reading space to speed up the flow of time. Uncountable phantasmagorical detachments, with faster and more frequent attacks. Constantly stimulating the spirit of the swirling host Noir. At the same time, a familiar voice came from the mind of swirling Cebu Noir. "Both sides of the host exorcise. Need a favor from my old man? You can't undo the illusion of the Uchiha Sharingan eyes. It's none other than Nine Tails. In fact, as early as the beginning, Nine Tails saw what was happening outside, especially after seeing Weasel's kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes. Memories of Nine Tails' past kept coming back. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the Uchiha clan's kaleidoscope rider's eye illusion, it also won't be controlled to attack Kiba. Naturally, it wouldn't be sealed inside the bodies of generations of Rinpoche. It could be argued that the real culprit for its loss of freedom was still the Uchiha. Therefore, after seeing the skunk's kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, the Nine Tails couldn't sit still. Even if the two-faced lodestar exorcism usually didn't squeeze it much, but compared to the Uchiha clan's grudges, it was more than willing to see the Uchiha get its way. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa sniffed and stated with a sneer, "Little fox, you underestimate me too. I've gotten used to the illusion." The corners of Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa's mouth also raised in a smug arc after his conversation with Nine Tails. Yes, while he was enduring Tsukuyomi's endless attacks, it was also adapting to the effects of the moon reading on his body. The essence of illusions is to disrupt the flow of chakra in the target's body through the activation of the five senses. But the problem was that as the Cursed King's two-faced lodged exorcism, he had no chakra at all. Moon reading was able to influence him, through visual initiation. Dragging him into Tsukuyomi's illusion space can't be sustained for long. His body had gradually adapted to the chaotic state of being in the moon reading illusion space. He sneered at the countless skunks in front of him, his tone full of wry amusement. "You just want to do me harm, don't you? No need to waste time. As you wish." In the next moment, swirling Shibu Nuwa topped off Tsukuyomi's chaos transmutation of. The spell power was extracted quickly after acclimatization. Mantra power is not chakra and is naturally unaffected by illusions. Solve. In an instant, the chopping jutsu unraveling was unleashed once again, outside the real world. Originally fixed by Tsukuyomi's body, motionless swirling host Nuwa, suddenly unleashing a two-directional chop. The chopping blow flew by in one quick sweep, not attacking the skunk or the oni. Instead, it was aimed at both of his eyes. Put. The incomparably sharp chopping attack instantly shattered his two pairs of eyes in response. Blood splattered and frothed. The broken flesh of the eyeballs scattered all over the place. It was this action that caused the maelstrom Suzaku to lose his vision, forcibly interrupting the skunk's moon reading. The skunk, who exited from the moon reading illusion space, instantly had panic on his face. He really is a complete lunatic. Once again, the skunk was dumbfounded. Cut out your own eyes to crack Tsukuyomi? He knew that the whirlpool host Nuwa is a crazy person. Did not expect to actually be crazy to this extent. Even if you quit, what's the point? With your eyes gone, do you still want to fight them? A madman indeed. What the hell was he thinking? The oni on the side also looked confused. He thought he was crazy and mean enough, and then he didn't realize that the Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa is crazier and meaner. Cut out your own eyes at the drop of a hat? Is this a ING person? But just as the skunk and oni were watching with incredulous eyes, the next move of the Whirlpool Su Nuwa, even more, it completely refreshed their perceptions. Reverse jutsu. Buzz. After forcibly exiting the illusion space, Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa instantly launched a reversal jutsu. The positive energy generated by the reversal technique began to heal both of his eyes at an alarming rate. His originally bloodshot eyes, the flesh and blood wriggled crazily. In an instant, two pairs of eyes actually grew back. Eye injuries, intact as ever. Nani? Weasel and Onimusha let out a gasp of surprise when they saw this amazing scene. The eyes were cut to shreds and they actually grew back instantly? Chapter 86, Oi Miyagi Kajikoro vs. Amaterasu. Black Flame is ineffective. Weasel and Onimusha looked at the eyes of Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa as they grew back, intact as ever. The expression on his face was shocked beyond belief. This rate of healing, is it still human? What the hell is going on here? Is he immortal? The Oni's face became extremely ugly and his tone was heavy. You crush your own eyes. You can grow them back in the twinkling of an eye. With this kind of healing ability, wouldn't it be impossible to kill? Weasel staring closely at the Whirlpool host Nuwa, face equally incomparably heavy. He'd also never met anyone who could have this kind of unbelievable healing ability. The various abilities of the other party had completely exceeded their knowledge. At this time, completely recovered from the injuries of the Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa, a playful face looking at the skunk and ghost shark. You have succeeded in pleasing me. As a reward, let's have you all try my art as well. Never. Don't die too quickly. When Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa finished speaking, his hands were all of a sudden folded together in a prayer-like gesture. The incomparably powerful incantation power completely exploded at this moment. The red and black spell power was like a streak of black lightning that haunted his body. The malice emanating from him was even at its peak. We can't let him go on. When the skunk saw this, he blushed and said, though he didn't know what Whirlpool Cebu Nua was planning to do yet, but the terrifying aura that erupted from the other party's body made even he feel extremely uneasy. If they let the other party continue, I'm afraid that both of them might have to be accounted for here. Originally I wasn't going to move. It seems like the only way to use it now. The skunk let out a heartfelt cry, as Whirlpool Cebu Nua guessed, although he had many powerful cards, but not willing to move easily. His body, after all, has long been riddled with injuries. Excessive use of his bottom card will only worsen his condition. He couldn't fall easily until he had helped the second pillar open his eyes. But now, he had no choice. Any more reservations and you will equally die by the other's ability. Deep, his eyes, dead on, stared at Maelstrom Cebu Nua's body. That pair of kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes was rapidly turning at the moment. A large amount of chakra, frantically converging towards his eyes. There seems to be some kind of big move, ready to be unleashed. And the changes in the skunk's body chakra were all glimpsed by the white eyes of Whirlpool Sunua. Through the penetrating effect of his white eyes, the skunk was clearly seen gathering chakra continuously towards the pair of kaleidoscopic writing wheels. In an instant, he guessed the jutsu the skunk was going to unleash next. He hesitated for only a second, changing gestures instantly. His hands were completely joined, his fingers crossed together, and he jerked them out right in front of him. Upanishad Miwu Gukage, Amaterasu. In the next moment, the two launched their abilities at the same time. A stream of blood slowly trickled down from the skunk's right eye. On the contrary, the swirling host Nuwa, the spell power around his body suddenly erupted with a brilliant golden light. The spell power was suddenly transformed into an orb-shaped barrier that wrapped the body of Whirlpool Sunua completely in it. It was the very same ability that had been unlocked when his template fusion reached the required level. The prototype of the Truine Ryu simple domain, the Mayu Gecko Cage, huffing and puffing, almost at the very moment that the Aoi Miyagi Kagura was formed. The skunk's right eye stared intently. A bizarre black flame appeared out of thin air on the body of the swirling host Nuwa. Snort. The moment the black flames appeared, the extreme heat was so intense that it was as if even the air was being burned away. The surrounding ground, moreover, was melted by the high temperatures emitted by the black flames at an astonishing speed. The mysterious black flames seemed to be burning everything into nothingness at the moment. Amaterasu, one of the most powerful pupil techniques gained after the opening of the kaleidoscope Sharingan eye. Once locked on by the kaleidoscope eye, the black flames burn out the target. It can't be avoided, much less extinguished. The black flames of silence never disappear until they have incinerated their target. Hoo-hoo. The skunk seemed to be worried that Amaterasu's incineration wouldn't be able to keep up with that superb healing speed of his opponent. His eyes overloaded with more blood as they got harder and harder. At the same time, that from the Whirlpool host Nuwa body burning black flames also become more vigorous. Terrible black flames. Turn the eye will Whirlpool Sunua completely engulfed the whole person. The high temperature emanating from the black flames was so hot that even the space was scorched and twisted and deformed. Put. The skunk spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot at the sight. He stumbled physically and nearly fell straight to the ground, having used two powerful pupil arts, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, successively. It caused an equally severe backlash against his body. Well, it's finally over. He was confident that under Amaterasu's black flames, even if the other party's healing ability was strong enough to, it will also be burned to ashes. The whole thing was burned to a crisp, and there was no point in healing it anymore. Mr. Skunk, are you okay? Onayakan, who was on the side, rushed forward and inquired with concern. It's okay. It's just that the kaleidoscope, it's a bit overused. The skunk's eyes remained fixed on the spot where the black flames had flared up, and he shook his head in indication. The Oni sniffed, which was a relief. His gaze, too, looked toward the location where the vortex lodges were engulfed by the black flames. That's the kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique. Amaterasu. Now, he shouldn't be able to resist, even from a distance. The Oni could clearly feel the power of that kind of black flames of Amaterasu. He felt that Whirlpool Cebu Nua definitely couldn't escape this time. He hesitated, even a little worried. Weasel-san, Amaterasu wouldn't have killed the nine-tailed Rinpoche as well, would he? The nine-tailed human pillar. But it's our target. He does not care about the life and death of the Whirlpool Sunua, but he has to take into account the nine-tailed human pillars. If the nine-tailed human pillar force died, then their plans for the Shao organization would not be in vain. The skunk shook his head again, just about to say something, but in the next second, his pupils tightened violently, because he saw that in the midst of the blazing black flames, there seemed to be a human figure right there. Come out of it. How is that possible? The Oni exclaimed momentarily. Naturally, he also saw that a figure that slowly walked out from the black flames. That's the most powerful pupil technique of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Amaterasu, the other side. They're not down yet? Just as the skunk and Oni were watching with shocked gazes, the figure of Whirlpool Cebu Noir. Slowly, he walked out completely from under the burning black flames that surrounded him. And then look at the swirling host Noir at this point, hands still kept together. 10 fingers interlocked in a forward outstretched position. Around his body, the simple field of that one Misugu cage that glowed with golden light remained intact. Along with that, being inside the Misugu cage barrier inside the Whirlpool host Noir, the same as unharmed. Those black flames of Amaterasu were less than 10 centimeters away from the barrier of Mihogu cage. All of them were blocked out. It was as if there was an invisible wall that blocked the approach of Amaterasu black flame. Whirlpool Cebu Noir mouth hanging a smile, a calm and relaxed face walked out. In his heart, he was also secretly surprised. Sure enough, the Moshu cage is able to take effect on pupil arts. Chapter 87, Strong Men Dueling. Whoever's bottom card runs out first. At the moment the Whirlpool host Noir heart, secretly some complacency. The reason why he changed his gesture and used the Aoi Mihogu cage. It was also a thought that flashed through his mind. After all, since he had unlocked the Mihogu cage so far, neither had a good chance to try it out for effect. Amaterasu, with his kaleidoscope shuriken eyes, was clearly the best test subject. In that extremely dangerous situation just now, he still dared to boldly use Amaterasu as an experimental subject. That's what's really crazy. Once the Mihoshi Kage cage was ineffective, Amaterasu's black flames flared up on him. Even if he had the superb healing ability of the reversal technique, it was absolutely impossible for him to remain unharmed. Fortunately, he gambled right. The effects of the Mihoshi Kagura cage can be effective on pupils as well. The effect of Aoji Miyagi Kage cage is to unfold a simple field around the body. Any attack within the simple domain that is given a must-hit effect, all of them could be neutralized and counteracted by the Moshu cage. Simply put, Yayoi Kajikoro also puts the kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil art, Amaterasu, ruled as a must-hit effect now. Amaterasu's black flames appeared to hit the body of the swirling host Noir. In fact, it didn't even flare up on him after being neutralized by the Mihoshi cage's surefire effect. It didn't get hit by the black flames and ignited, so naturally it didn't take any damage. Since Amaterasu can be judged as a sure hit, the same should be true for the other pupil arts of the Sharingan. Although the Mihogu cage doesn't possess an attacking effect, the defense effect is first-rate. The only drawback would be having to maintain the gesture of using the AoE. Whirlpool Cebu Noir secretly said to himself in his heart. Since Amaterasu can be offset by a sure hit, so must Tsukuyomi and the like. After all, these two types of pupil techniques, is the kaleidoscope writer's eye against? It instantly cannot escape, of course, the effect of this powerful defense. Instead, it requires both hands to maintain the gesture at all times at the cost. This does cause some trouble for the offense. Cough. At this point, the skunk tried to say something. Overusing his kaleidoscope shuriken, it made him cough up a few heavy mouthfuls of blood again. After he had slowed down a little, those eyes, which seemed to know everything, staring closely at the barrier formed by the Misugu Noir's body around the vortex Noir, he seemed to have thought of something, forcing himself to endure the side effects of his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes, and rapidly forming seals with both hands. Fire transportation, how fireball jutsu, who boom! In the next moment, he tentatively released the howling fireball technique. A ball of flame erupted from his mouth, transforming into a huge fireball that attacked towards Whirlpool Cebu Noir. This skunk guy, sharp intuition indeed. Seeing this, Whirlpool Cebu Noir did not mince words of praise. He guessed, too, that the skunk seemed to be going through only what had just been. Noticing the limitations on the use of the Mihogu cage now, under the gaze of the skunk's kaleidoscopic writing wheel eyes, Whirlpool Cebu Noir did not use a jutsu. Instead, his feet stomped the ground with force, and his figure retreated violently away from the original spot. Bang! That a huge fireball, swirling down on the location where the vortex host Noir just was. With a bang sound, it blew out a huge crater in the ground. The skunk was glowing at the sight. Indeed, Ghost Shark sniffed and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Mr. Skunk, did you find anything?" The Oni still had great trust in the skunk's analyzing ability. The skunk nodded with a serious look on his face. It looks like the reason he was immune to Amaterasu's damage. It's because of some special ability that was unleashed. And while this ability is being activated, his hands must remain in that position. He knows I've got my kaleidoscope shuriken eyes on him all the time. That's why I'm afraid to unlock that ability so easily. It seemed to him that if Whirlpool Cebu Noir, while maintaining that gesture, if you can still activate that chopping ability. Just now, His opponent should not have chosen to dodge this howling fireball technique. With that kind of arrogant character of his opponent, he should have used chop to easily defuse it. So it's not that the other side doesn't use it. It can't use it. The skunk guessed that when Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa had turned on that defensive ability, it will also limit output capabilities as a result. Maelstrom Su Nuwa listened to the skunk's flurry of analysis, but also did not mince words in praising him. Uchiha, you sure are a good opponent. That's what makes it more fun. A true duel of the mighty is when the battle is. Constantly gather intelligence on your opponent's abilities so that you can analyze their weaknesses and decide the winning game. While Skunk gained intelligence and analyzed his abilities in real combat, why wouldn't he make himself more adaptable to fighting ninjas of different powerful strengths through the power of the skunk? His battle with the skunk not only refined his comparison of spell power and chakra strength even more, it also gave him a better understanding of his own abilities against Shinobi's abilities in a real battle. What the skunk didn't know was that the opening of the Massacre cage would indeed limit his own output ability, but he has other ways to make up for that. In this battle, whoever reveals their bottom card first and is caught by their opponent's cracks is immediately judged. On the contrary, after listening to the skunk's analysis, the Oni, he also recalled the strange behavior of swirling Cebu Nuwa just now. As the skunk had said, with that kind of powerful chop from the opponent, there was no need to dodge it at all. That can only mean that the opponent is using another ability to guard against the skunk's kaleidoscope Sharingan, had to limit its own output. The Oni thought and said with great admiration for the skunk, so true Mr. Weasel. Just such a short fight to analyze the limitations of your opponent's abilities. Even the opponent's character is taken into account. After he finished speaking, he then looked over to the swirling hostile not far away and signaled to the skunk. In that case, Mr. Weasel will keep an eye on him. I'll take the main attack. Since the opponent had to keep both hands in that gesture when he wanted to defend against the skunk's pupil technique, that was a great opportunity for his offense. The skunk thought about it and nodded in agreement. Never underestimate this guy. His abilities are so bizarre that we don't yet know if he has other, more powerful abilities. Get rid of him as soon as possible. There are so many powerful abilities of unknown origins that the Whirlpool host Nuwa has used. It forced the skunk to be more cautious. Plus, it's not far from Kiba village. Once the battle went on for too long, it could easily attract Konoha ninjas. A vortex host Nuwa is already enough trouble. He didn't want to run into another Konoha ninja joining this fight. Don't worry, Mr. Weasel. I'll make it quick, Onimusha stated confidently. He knew, of course, that if he kept fighting like this, it would only be him and the skunk who would be in a crisis. So next, all efforts must be made to solve this monster. Hoo-hoo. As the Oni's words fell, a powerful chakra immediately erupted around his body. He made a simplified seal with one hand, gathering and urging what was left of his chakra without reservation. Suetun Daibaku water rushing wave. Wow. In the next moment, the Oni gathered all of his chakra towards his mouth. The bulging mouth opened violently forward to erupt. In an instant, an even more gigantic amount of seawater than just a moment ago violently erupted from his mouth. Chapter 88 Ninetales Decision. The Uchiha must die. Wow. Huge amounts of seawater were continuously sprayed out from the Oni's mouth. The sea rose in layers of huge waves, spreading outward at a very fast speed. In the twinkling of an eye, flowers and trees within a radius of several hundred meters, all of them collapsed under the impact of the sea. Fire escape Phoenix Claw Red. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Just as Maelstrom Suzaku was about to draw away from the seawater coverage, the skunk once again made a quick seal. A leap high into the air. The next moment, the flames of the Phoenix Fairy Flame wrapped around a single shuriken that, spreading the sky towards the retreat behind the Whirlpool Su Nuwa attack. Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's face sank, and immediately retreated to the side. Wow! Seeing this, the Oni slammed the ground with his only remaining single hand. The ground on both sides of the vortex lodging Nuwa instantly gushed out a large amount of groundwater. The groundwater and the seawater on the front, all of a sudden, formed three huge walls of water. Swept surrounded to the Whirlpool Su Nuwa. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa looked at the attacks coming from all four directions and raised an eyebrow. Subconsciously, he wanted to undo the Moshu cage. He suddenly felt something and his eyes went back to the skunk not far away. His white eyes saw very clearly. Just as he moved his hands slightly, the chakra of the skunk's body was already rapidly condensing towards that pair of kaleidoscopic writing wheel eyes. As soon as he disarms the Mihogu cage, the skunk would obviously unleash the kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique again without hesitation. In that case, the corner of Maelstrom Su Nuwa's mouth lifted slightly, continuing to let his hands maintain the gesture of Moshu cage. At the same time, below both his arms, at the waist, the flesh and blood of the body began to wriggle madly as if it had life. While maintaining the defense of the Miwogu cage, the His hands could only remain immobilized in this gesture, limiting his output to a great extent. But there are ways for him to make up for that. That is to change the full form of the two-sided Cebu Nuwa. 4 hands and 4 eyes. The other 2 arms that grew out of it would be able to maintain the Miwugu cage while used to supplement the output. Hey! Both sides of the host exorcise. But just as he was about to change into 2 new arms, inside the spirit world, the Ninetales voice came, interrupting his spell casting. Little fox, there's a limit to my patience. Even if you're hiding inside the sealed door, I still have a way to deal with you. He was all a bit speechless. He's out there fighting the good fight. And Ninetales is fine, coming in with nothing to interrupt. Don't you know that in a fight with a ferret god, distraction is deadly? The Ninetales of the spirit world paused, then said in a very sincere tone, both sides of the host exorcise. Let the old man lend you his power. When swirling Cebu Nuwa heard this, his face was filled with questions. Is Ninetales on the wrong medication today? Since just now, Ninetales had been actively talking about lending him power. The previous Ninetales, but a haughty grandpa look, a little reluctant to obey the arrangements. Even Naruto's cultivation of borrowed chakra, he was the one who stepped in and suppressed the Ninetales. Naruto borrowed just that little bit. Now you're actually offering to warm up? It's so weird. The Ninetales also seemed to feel the suspicion of the whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. It hastened to explain. Don't you think too much. The old man just thought, then lending you power. Much less the smug face of the Uchiha. Swirling Cebu Nuwa sniffed and suddenly realized. Ninetales' experience was naturally understood by him as a traveler. It was originally an individual that Rokudo Sennin separated from the 10 tails, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, the 9-tailed demon fox. After the death of Rokudo Sennin, with its power it basically walked across the shinobi world, free and unimpeded now. But in that year, he met Uchiha Zan, who possessed the Kaleidoscope Rider's eyes. That's how it was controlled by the Uchiha clan's Kaleidoscope Rider's eye, forced to cooperate in a war with the Chibi clan. As a result, Uchiha lost the fight, and it was sealed to Maelstrom Mito, the wife of Chibiusa, the tailed beast that became the 9-tailed human pillar. And then after that, it was sealed on Maelstrom Joexaenna and Maelstrom Naruto one after another. Complete loss of freedom, living inside a dark, sealed door. Therefore, the 9 tails hated Chibiusa and the ninjas of Kiba. But the one it should hate the most is the Uchiha who started it all. If it weren't for the Uchiha, it would still be free to travel all over the shinobi world. It's no wonder why the 9 tails would offer to willingly lend their power to the Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. After all, Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa had only recently appeared and occasionally bullied it. But it, and the Uchiha, have long had a grudge. The chakra of the 9 tails? Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa muttered in his heart as he thought about it. If it's Naruto, getting help from the 9-tail chakra, it does improve one's strength substantially. But now controlling Naruto's body is his two-faced host Nuwa. He was not at all proficient in regards to chakra. Even with a huge amount of chakra, there's no place to use it. He hadn't even practiced ninjutsu. Right. This huge 9-tailed chakra doesn't have to be used for jutsu. Why can't we have spell power and chakra used in combination? Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa suddenly had a flash of light. Because he was a traveler, he had always been well aware that there is a definite gap between the combat power of the spell world and the ninja world. So, he thought about it from the beginning, based on his own two-sided Nuwa template, combined with something from the shinobi world. Further enhance their battle power. Right now, it seems like another good opportunity to experiment. Thinking of this, the corners of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's mouth rose higher and higher. The last thing he needed was the insanity of experimenting while still in the middle of a fight. On the contrary, the 9 tails, see the two sides of the host Nuwa did not immediately reject, even smiled and said, well, use the power of the old man and keep on making a fuss. I have only one request. Let the Uchihas know that I, the 9-tailed demon fox, am not their plaything. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sniffed and agreed with alacrity. As you wish. Then, make a big mess. Sight returns to reality. Wow. Whirlpool Su Nuwa suddenly stood motionless. The Oni won't miss this great opportunity. He controlled the mass of seawater to form a layer of waves, in a tendency to encircle the, rapidly closing in on the swirling host Nuwa. In the blink of an eye, a huge, oval-shaped water prison was formed in place. Oni Aichan, Weasel, and Whirlpool Suzaku Nuwa were all trapped in the water prison. The Oni saw that the water prison formed by the ninjutsu had successfully trapped the Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, and immediately signaled to the Weasel. Mr. Skunk, you exit first, inside my water dungeon. He has nowhere to run. I'll get rid of him as soon as I can. After the Oni finished speaking, he once again picked up the large sword, the Sakura, and changed his hand seals with one hand. Ka-ching! In the next moment, The sharp barbs on the surface of the shark muscle wriggled crazily. The entire dagger shark muscle actually fused with the Oni's body at this moment. Chapter 89 Nine Tails Chakra Explosion. Tailed beasts transformed into three tails. Ka-ching! In the huge oval-shaped water prison, the sounds of blood, flesh, and bones writhing continuously resounded. The Oni's body, which had swelled a large circle at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually burst through his top. As the dagger shark muscle fused with his body, the skin color of his body, too, became much deeper. On either side of his shoulders, layers of shark gills slowly floated open. Sharp shark fins were even growing out of the joints of both arms. Even the whole face had become identical to the shark's. The teeth are incredibly sharp and long shark fins grow from the top of the head. The Oni that had fused with the shark muscle was like a humanoid-tailed beast at the moment, growling. After the Oni fused his shark muscles and transformed, he opened his mouth and spat out a few bubbles. Bloodthirsty gaze, staring intently at the swirling lodger Nuwa who was trapped inside the water dungeon. His face, full of confidence. He had become able to soar freely in the water, after fusing with the sailor's muscle, as if it were a real shark. Inside the water dungeon, not only would he be able to breathe freely, but his battle power would also be exponentially skyrocketed. No target he set his sights on in the past has ever been able to escape from the water cell, not to mention defeating the transformed him. Pressure main, I can't kill you, but if I cut off your arms and legs first, you should be able to be honest. The Oni sneered with some smugness. After his transformation in the water dungeon, he is invincible. No one can be in this and defeat him. Anajirai, you talk too much. His body. Something's wrong. The skunk's face darkened and he hastened to warn the Oni. Because the skunk's kaleidoscope eyes suddenly realized that the whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's body that originally had no chakra flow. At this moment, an extremely shocking chakra fluctuation had actually erupted. The incomparably majestic chakra was spreading outward crazily from the location of his body's abdomen. In just a few short breaths, it filled the entire body of the swirling host Nuwa. Even of that chakra was continuing to explode and release, vaguely showing signs of breaking out. It was hard to imagine what an amazing amount of chakra that would be to do that. But just now, during the exchange of blows between the two sides, the other party clearly didn't have any chakra at all, right? What's that? At this time, the Oni who was also looking at the whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, coldly exclaimed, only to see a violent red chakra on the surface of the body of whirlpool Cebu Nuwa. It was overflowing from all parts of his skin in a steady stream. Not a moment too soon. The red chakra then formed a chakra coat on the surface of Maelstrom Cebu Nuwa's body. The shape of the tunic resembled a small demon fox. Behind him, a demon fox tail slowly coalesced and appeared. The chakra was so powerful that it was as if it was still emanating high temperatures that it made the skin of the swirling host Nuwa all fester with an alarming rate of scorching. An incomparably powerful aura quietly emanated. 9 tails. That's 9 tails chakra. This guy. He's actually able to directly use the 9 tails chakra to tail beast eyes. Weasel could not help but be shocked after seeing clearly the changes in the body of Maelstrom Nuwa. This dark red, violent aura-filled chakra was clearly from the 9 tails. He never expected that the other party had not only controlled the body of the 9-tailed human pillar power. I can't believe I've been able to tailed beastize it. Gah! At the same time, with the tailed beastization of the body of whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, the Oni's body fused with the shark's muscle. Suddenly there was an unmistakable leaping sound. One of the 7 ninja swords, the great sword sailor's muscle, was meant to feed on the chakra of others. Devour chakra to grow yourself. 9 tails such a thick, dense chakra. It was obvious to Sailor Moon that all are delicacies that have never been encountered before. Mr. Skunk, no need to be nervous. He's still inside my water cell. Since it's chakra, it's better to deal with. The Oni returned to his senses and said with a confident smile once again. He was known as the tailless-tailed beast, especially after his fusion with the sailor muscle. The speed at which he devoured chakra was also far greater than before. Before, he might have been afraid of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa's chopping ability that didn't use chakra. But now, even if it was the chakra of the 9 tails, he was confident that he could eat through it. Shoo! After the Oni finished speaking, his feet violently stepped into the water and rushed out. His instantaneous burst of speed was more than twice as fast as before. Inside the water, his physical fitness will also improve tremendously. Others may not be able to exert speed in the water due to drag, etc. But after the transformation, he was able to swim without any obstacles, and even faster. On the contrary, at this time, the swirl of Cebu Nuwa, the corner of the mouth raised the arc even more. This is tailed beast transformation, 9-tail chakra. It's really good. Even if they do not possess chakra themselves, they have not learned any jutsu, but he could still clearly feel the power of this chakra of 9 tails. He looked up at the Oni that stormed and swam in with a thought. But, the next moment, under the gazes of the Oni and skunk, who were beyond shock, the blood and flesh at the waist of the whirlpool Cebu Nuwa wriggled up madly. With a poof sound, a pair of brand new arms, breaking through the blood and flesh grew. Weasel and Onimusha's eyes widened in shock when they saw the scene. You can still play like that? Because both hands have to maintain that defensive capability gesture that. You actually grew 2 other arms? Hoping that the opponent was teasing them just now by not using his chopping ability? The 2 brand new arms of swirling Cebu Nuwa were suddenly raised. Seeing this, the ghost shark hastily braked his forward body in a hurry. Now that Maelstrom Jusua has 2 more arms, rashly rushing up to the, maybe he'd even take one of those grid-like chopping blows that had crushed half his arm outright. That's right, don't mess up. So what if he has 2 extra arms and can use that chopping ability now? I could see that chopping attack of his clearly even inside the water cell. Chopping is definitely slowed down by the resistance of the water as well. In the end, he's a human body controlling the 9-tailed Rinpoche after all. Just trap him here and it won't be long before he can't breathe. The Oni calmed down and analyzed it in his mind. The advantages of his fusion with Sailor Moon. It can be more than just increasing the speed of devouring chakra and improving the body's all-around ability. Most importantly, he was able to breathe underwater. As long as they kept trapping the opponent inside the water dungeon, it wouldn't take long for the opponent to suffocate and lose. And, that invisible swift chopping ability that, he could see all the way through the water too. Thinking of this, the ghost shark is even pulled away some distance from the whirlpool Sunuwa. Gathering chakra in preparation to use jutsu to drag down the opponent. Buzz. But at this time, the whirlpool Sunuwa's next operation is to make the skunk and the ghost shark face changed greatly, only to see that after raising the other 2 arms, Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa didn't unleash his decapitation ability. Instead, it continued to erupt with even more powerful 9-tailed chakra. As more of the 9-tailed chakra was released, the tailed animalized tail behind him, it also coalesced again to increase. In the blink of an eye, the number of tails went from 1 at the very beginning to 3. Tailed beastization. The power of 3 tails. Chapter 90, Chakra and Mantra Power Combination. Mantra Power Tailed Beast Jade. Behind Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, the 3-tailed beast eye's tail slowly swung, the color of the 9-tailed chakra on the surface of his body, too, from the red at the beginning. It gradually turned into a creepy, dark red. The dark red 9-tailed chakra seemed to be boiling as if it was constantly bubbling up. All the water around his body was vaporized at a speed visible to the naked eye by the high temperature emitted by the chakra. His entire aura, too, skyrocketed once again. 3 tails, not far away. The skunk saw this, and his face was filled with a shocked and appalled look. He had originally thought that the other party would be able to directly use the 9-tailed chakra to complete the tailed beast transformation. It's been incredible, but he didn't expect that his opponent would not only be able to use it, but also explode 3 tails of chakra at once. His kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes could see that at this moment, on the body of Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, that super high-density, extremely amazing chakra. It was also at this time that the vortex Cebu Nuwa moved again, as 9 tails 3-tail chakras erupted. His second right hand opened high in the air and, palm up, the chakra on the surface of his body instantly rioted, bubbling up even more fiercely. The incomparably majestic and powerful chakra was actually under the control of his. It began to frantically converge towards the top of his palm. A huge amount of chakra is constantly flowing and converging. Gradually, a dark red ball of chakra energy formed on his palm. A suffocating wave of destruction quietly emanated from the ball of chakra energy. It's not enough. That's not enough. Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa sneered, his expression growing more and more crazy. Wow. In the next moment, he continued to increase his control, allowing more of the 9 tails chakra. The source was constantly converging towards that ball of chakra energy. And that's not all. As more and more chakra gathers, he was even using his powerful mental strength to control the compression of chakra over and over again. The color of the entire ball of chakra energy suddenly became deeper and deeper. On the surface, the volume of the ball of chakra energy did not change. It's just the size of a fist. But the quality of the chakra contained in it had already been compressed again and again by his. It reaches an astonishingly ultra-high density. Both sides of the host exorcise. What do you want to do? When the 9 tails in the spirit world saw this scene, they couldn't even help but ask in shock. This way of compressing chakra, it simply shouldn't be too familiar. This was heck of a lot like the high-density chakra compression it used when it used the tailed beast jade. However, Now controlling Naruto's body is the two-faced host Nuwa. How did the two-faced host Nuwa use the tailed beast jade? And without its assistance. Once the tailed beast jade is poorly maintained, it will explode in place before it's released. Besides, how is two-faced Shibu Nuwa going to release the tailed beast jade? On the contrary, the two-faced lodging exorcism was expressed with a cold and arrogant face. Just watch. Little fox, what I'm going to do next isn't as simple as the tailed beast jade. The tone of his voice dripped with confidence and madness. Yes, the ball of energy that he had condensed and compressed into using the nine-tailed chakra was the prototype of the tailed beast jade. This was the attack he had thought of based on his familiarity with the nine tails abilities from his memories of his previous life. After all, he wasn't a ninja, and with this massive amount of chakra from the nine tails, he simply didn't have the right jutsu to use with it. In that case, it was the simplest and crudest way to compress the chakra into tailed beast jade. With his king of the curses two-faced host Nuwa lived for 1,000 years. The experience of the subtle operation of the spell power, controlling and compressing the nine-tailed chakra was equally stress-free, and he was going to try more than just controlling chakra with his own experience. Deep, just between the conversation between Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa and Nine Tails, the color of that tailed beast jade. It was also compressed into an all-consuming blackness. The tailed beast jade was silently suspended above his palm, and the terrifying energy fluctuations that, however, it caused the surrounding space to undergo a terrifying twisting and deformation. At this time, while stabilizing the compressed tailed beast jade with his spiritual power, the Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa, one turned his head to the left. With that, his second left hand was raised, palm up, reverse jutsu, buzz. In the next moment, he used his mind in two ways, frantically releasing spell power on the palm of his left hand. The reversal jutsu was instantly activated. A sea of red and black spell power was generated by the reversal of the jutsu, creating a powerful positive energy. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa gritted his teeth and controlled the positive energy generated again, compressing it continuously. In the blink of an eye, a ball of white energy light condensed from pure positive energy that appeared on the palm of the left hand of the Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa. When he was done with that, he looked up at the skunk and Oni in front of him. A wickedly crazy smile appeared. I'll show you. A combination of spell power and chakra. Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa coldly laughed. Then in the skunk and ghost shark incomparably horrified eyes watching. The hands snapped together. The tailed beast jade and the positive energy ball of light were suddenly close enough to touch each other. Crazy. You guys. Absolutely crazy. Nine Tails' faces were filled with disbelief when they saw this. It finally realized how two-faced host Nuwa was going to use its chakra. The two-faced lodging exorcism is actually going to be two very different energies, fused together. You know, just maintaining the stability of the tailed beast jade is extremely difficult, not to mention the need to keep two equally raging and powerful energies, while maintaining a stable, blend it all together. This process, with even the slightest careless maneuvering, the bursting of two energies, I'm afraid it's all enough to destroy a village. Ninetails never thought that the Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa would actually be crazy to this extent. This would be impossible to survive an explosion at close range. No matter what, with Naruto's body, he would instantly be wiped out, completely, by the power of the explosion. And at this time, the Whirlpool host Nuwa, the state is not much better. But, as these two distinct energies came into contact with each other, he, who was desperately trying to control the balance between the two, was overwhelmed and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Spare me. His movements still didn't stop. With total disregard for the dangers involved, he continued to grit his teeth and fused the two energies. The two balls of energy, in the blink of an eye, had fused for the most part. On the surface of the energy ball, all of them began to protrude erratically in a shape like a spike. It was as if the two energy balls were going to explode uncontrollably in the next second. Are you kidding me? But I am. King of the Cursed Two Faces Nuwa. When Whirlpool Shibu Nuwa saw this, a flash of sternness flashed in his eyes. He shouted condescendingly, and his spiritual power controlled the two energy balls without reservation. In an instant, his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, a stream of blood continued to flow down. The overload of energy manipulation nearly caused his brain to go into direct overload, but even so, his movements remained methodical. The two balls of energy light, finally under his utmost control, completely completed their fusion. A black and white ball of energy light took shape, and a destructive aura that enveloped the entire forest. Anajirai, run! The skunk looked at the already formed ball of black and white energy light and felt the aura of destruction emanating from it. He instantly blanched and shouted to alert the Oni to make a decisive escape. The energy density on that ball of black and white energy light was as powerful as he had ever seen. Once it breaks out, I'm afraid anyone will be left without a corpse. Chapter 91, a fusion of positive and negative energy. Self-created move common jade. Wow! When the Oni heard the skunk's reminder, how could he dare to form a seal to launch a jutsu attack? Almost without thinking, he and the skunk turned decisively and ran. He also sensed an incomparably strong aura of death from above that ball of black and white energy light. That high-density fusion of energies that made him, deep down, all of them couldn't help but feel a strong surge of fear. It was the first time he had seen such a messy attack. He didn't doubt for a second that once the ball of black and white light that fused the two energies exploded, enough to destroy everything. This move by the other party. He doesn't even want to die? On the contrary, Whirlpool Cebu Nuwa, looking at the decisive escape of the skunk and the Oni, said in a disdainful tone, "Trying to run? Can you run away?" He looked at the black and white ball of energy light suspended in his face, and the corner of his mouth raised in a smug arc. His crazy idea proved to work. Mantra power and chakra, indeed, had successfully fused together. This idea, based on his memories from his previous life, that the two-faced lodging exorcise the only opponent that, the powers of the strongest of the five Gos in the mantra world come to mind. One of the five Goku's abilities, the false form common. The principle of Grammet is to overlap the pale of the cisjutsu and the he of the transjutsu, generate waves of energy that can be catapulted out and destroy everything. Simply put, it is a combination of the positive and negative energies of the jutsu, and the last thing the Nine Tails chakra lacked was negative energy. The formation of the tailed beast jade can be seen as an attack on the constant compression of negative energy forming, and the positive energy generated by his use of the reversal technique. It just so happened to form one positive and one negative, two energies with the negative energy of the tailed beast jade, a fusion of the positive energy of the reverse jutsu style and the negative energy of the tailed beast jade. It's also the equivalent of positive-negative fusion. The energy fusion that was produced in the end was also far stronger than he had expected. If it weren't for the Cursed King's millennia of experience in spell manipulation, I'm afraid it's difficult just to maintain the balance of the two energies. Not to mention, having to fuse the two energies together while maintaining balance. The burden of this overloaded operation on the brain is far more intense than using any jutsu. To match the amount of chakra in all three of Nine Tails' tails had nearly drained his spell power. Fortunately, he succeeded. Whirlpool Sunuo looked at the skunk and Oni that quickly fled the scene, threw back his head and laughed. "This is as your reward for pleasing me. I give you parting gifts. This move, I'll name it Common Jade." As the words fell, he no longer hesitated and controlled the Common Jade to eject and release. Shoo! The Common Jade, which was only the size of a fist, suddenly rushed out at an astonishing speed, and as Common Gromwell gradually moves away from the vortex lodging Nuwa, the stabilization of the two energies within it, gradually broken. The commoner just flew out less than 300 meters. The surface of the black and white energy ball of light, just once again, the turbulence protruded with countless spikes. Beep! In the next moment, the balance between the two energies within the Common Jade was completely broken. A flash of black and white light instantly enveloped the entire forest. All the light seemed to be swallowed up by the black and white glow in all this. Even the sound of the entire forest disappeared and became dead silent. The skunk and Oni, who were in the midst of their desperate escape, turned their heads to look at the ball of energy that had catapulted and flown out. The pupils of the two men, almost simultaneously, tightened, their eyes filled with panic. Boom! In the next second, the energy contained in this Gromwell jade completely exploded. In midair, an incomparably huge spherical energy storm instantly rose. The terrifying impact of the explosion spread outward at an alarming speed. The destructive impact generated by the complete release of the two huge energies swept across a range of nearly 1,000 meters. Black and white intertwined light, as if a giant curtain swallowed and spread the earth. Wherever it passed, the mere aftermath of the destructive impact shattered everything it touched. The earth trembled and the wind swept. The entire forest, on the spot, was blown out into a 1,000-meter deep crater. Any object caught inside the blast was turned into ashes and dissipated. Although the skunk and the Oni have chosen to flee at the first opportunity, the speed at which the explosion may have spread, soon the two were also drowned out. Not just the two of them, but even the vortex host Nuwa, who unleashed this terrifying attack. At this moment, it was also engulfed by that black and white light. As far as the eye could see, it was as if everything had been erased except for the black and white glow of the explosion that remained. Meanwhile, inside Kiba village, the deafening explosion instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The villagers and ninjas of Konoha. All of them looked with fearful faces at the terrifying explosion of light that rose outside the village. What's that? What a terrible explosion! What the hell happened over there? An enemy attack? Is it hard to believe that another shinobi village has attacked? What kind of jutsu is that? It actually has such terrifying power. What a joke! This is ninjutsu? In an instant, the entire village was in chaos. The siren of the alert sounded throughout the village. Naruto building, roof, Shu, Shoo, shoo. Several silhouettes instantly appeared on the roof of the building. At the head of the group was none other than the third Naruto. Behind the third Naruto, there were a few dark sectors. Their eyes were filled with a look of shock and disbelief. Looking at the rising spherical black and white explosion of light outside the village. What the hell? How could such an amazingly high density of chakra erupt? Sarutobi Hinata stared intently at the direction of the explosion, his face incomparably grave. Even from a distance, he could still clearly feel that the explosive impact of what a huge and dense chakra it contained. It was he, as Naruto, who, just by looking at the destructive impact from the explosion, all of them can't help but feel a little bit bad. It's hard to imagine that such a supersized, incredibly destructive explosion, what a disaster it would be if it happened inside the village. I'm afraid that in just a moment, it will be able to flatten a large part of the village and kill or injure many people. Naruto-sama, please give the order as soon as possible. Because of this sudden massive explosion, the village has been thrown into chaos, one of the dark subordinates said in a very anxious tone. Sarutobi Hinata's face sank, and he immediately ordered decisively, activate maximum alert immediately. All of the shinobi, no, ninjas above the rank of Nakinen, evacuate the villagers to safety as soon as possible. You guys, follow me to the site to confirm. Shoo, as Sarutobi Hizuro kept ordering, the several dark sections behind him immediately took action. Instead, he led the few remaining dark sectors in a fiery rush toward the location where the explosion had occurred. On the other side, the Roots Organization temporary base. At that moment, with a group of Negi Organization henchmen, Raizo saw the glow of the explosion that rose up outside the village. Raizo's face darkened and he frowned tightly. First they attacked my Roots Organization base, and now to create a massive explosion outside of Kiba village. What in the world? Trying to break the peace of my Konoha. Beside Tuanzu, Yakushida looked at the terrifying blast of the face underneath the mask was likewise incredibly grave. In his mind, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind, and he secretly guessed, could it be? It's that strong person called Two-Faced Shibu Nua?